Ding! Storming the Protagonist system binding. Wang Chao traveled across to a world constructed from many novels. By plundering the main character's luck, you can increase the value of various abilities. Chapter 1, Storming the Protagonist System. The Sea of Gomobi. A private island far from the mainland. At the moment, there are helicopters parked all over the place. Hundreds of foreigners armed with long guns and dressed in security uniforms patrolled around. Here, a grand auction was being held at this time. Moreover, it is an extremely special auction that sells only people, not goods. Inside a luxurious guest room on the island, Wang Chao's entire body leaned back on the soft leather sofa, his legs folded together, squinting his eyes as he looked at the dozen or so women from various countries on the large screen in the room. Eventually, locking his eyes on a woman from the Summerland, raising the corners of his mouth, he laughed. "That's you," but swept a glance. The other women on the screen, the same as a body out of the ordinary. The appearance is a first-class beauty, not the slightest loss of female stars. Wang Chao's bony fingers tapped on his knee and murmured after a moment of contemplation, "Only buying this woman. In case that grandson Liang Ping buys other women, won't he still trigger the protagonist quest?" Yes, he was a traveler, a book wearer to be exact. The sad thing is that he's dressed as a supervillain instead of a hero. At first, Wang Chao was quite depressed. After all, the male lead he had to deal with was Yi Fan from Rebirth of the Immortal Cultivation Big Brother. What kind of person was Yi Fan? That was an immortal existence. Someone who could destroy the world with a single thought. His status was nothing more than a second-generation rich man. To fight an immortal was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Right now, the only advantage he had was that he knew the plot and knew that the protagonist was still weak at first. As long as the protagonist's path to immortality is cut off, then the other side is no different from a rookie. Of course he had a system called the Storming the Main Character system. Listening to the name was a dangling existence. So he had confidence again. He had also asked the system if it wouldn't be a grand finale to just send someone to kill the protagonist when he was reborn. As a result, the system told him that the protagonist has the protagonist's halo value, also known as the luck value, and it is impossible for the protagonist to die before the luck value is used up. It would be absolutely impossible to kill him if attempted. There's also a good chance that the knuckleheads will change the course of the entire book, so he could only rob the protagonist's chi value. And the way to do that was to dissolve the original book, one by one, of those who were related to the protagonist. Simply robbing the protagonist's chi value will increase his villainous aura, also known as villainous value, and that villain value does so much more, increasing his charisma, intelligence, physique, and spirit. Wang Chao came to this island to buy a woman who was taken by pirates. This woman has a special status, being the daughter of a mainland bigwig, and in the original plot, was bought by a small tycoon from the mainland, Liang Ping. He just happens to be saved by the protagonist, who has returned from traveling, thus getting help from the big guy and going straight to heaven in one step. So this woman is the very beginning and the most crucial part of the whole book. Ding dong! Welcome guests from all countries. A total of 13 women from 13 countries will be auctioned off this time. There is a bidding enhancer in the room. A woman's sweet voice rang out over the room's speakers, which was translated into different languages and carried into different rooms. First up, a beauty from the land of glass, with a starting bid of 100,000 knives. Wang Chao straightened his spine and stared at the big screen. Whichever room is raising the price can be clearly seen. He could just keep an eye on the room where Liang Ping was. As long as Liang Ping made a bid, he would make a bid. As for the rest of the people, he could ignore them for now. Soon the first beauty was auctioned off for 230,000 knives. The second one to appear is a beautiful woman from the country of Xia, with a starting bid of 100,000 knives. 100,000 knives. Yo, a girl from China. Liang Ping narrowed his eyes and raised the price without hesitation. Liang Ping also came here by chance and found that every so often, a group of women would be sold here, and it's cheap enough to buy back home and make a lot of money changing hands. So this time he's back. Wang Chao looked at the price coming from Liang Ping's room and the corner of his mouth curled up. The book says that Liang Ping was previously sold for around 500,000 knives. So, he immediately entered a few numbers on the adding machine. Asterisk. Liang Ping saw the price suddenly rise to 500,000 knives. Tang down jumped up. Nima sick. Directly increased by 400,000. But he only cursed and didn't choose to raise the price. The highest price he can afford is 500,000 knives. Any more expensive? Have to smash hands. Not worth it. The rest of the tycoons had the same idea and no one raised the price. Wang Chao easily took down this woman. The next three, a dark-skinned one, a white-skinned one, and a long, strong woman, were each bought. Sixth one, from the Sea Kingdom, starting bidding at 100,000 swords. Wang Chao frowned. You directly say are 100,000 knives to start. Which so much nonsense, is thinking. Suddenly saw Liang Ping increased the price. Disdainfully, he skimmed his lips and raised the price directly afterward. Nima, is this man crazy? Liang Ping once again jumped up, because he had just finished the 11,000 knives. And again the man just now out of 500,000 knives. You have money to burn come up on 500,000? Taking a deep breath, he secretly advised himself not to be impulsive. After all, a sister from the sea country couldn't be bought back and sold at a good price. Once again, Wang Chao got what he wanted. Next Wang Chao saw that Liang Ping did not move, until the last one, a woman from the kingdom of Li. Liang Ping, who had nothing to show for it, couldn't sit still and raised the price to 100,000 knives at the first opportunity. Wang Chao still added up to 500,000 knives without slowing down. Nima. Liang Ping was really anxious this time. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge? All the guys I've had my eye on have been robbed by the same guy? His little tantrum came up. He must take this Li Guo woman. And hurriedly entered 51,000 knives. Wang Chao cut a sound. What a joke. Then money lousy has never lost. He has brought 100 million knives this time. 10 Liang Ping are no match for him. Enter them at will. 1,000,000 knives. Woohoo! This time, not only Liang Ping, but the rest of the people who came to the auction could not help but sigh. What kind of person is actually willing to pay 1,000,000 knives for a Ligurian woman? They were rich and capricious, but for one woman, they didn't think it was worth it. After all, for that money, they could have gotten a dozen women. What's more, their main purpose of coming to this island was not to buy women. Going against me? Ha! You wait for me. You wait for me. The red wine was slammed hard on the floor, and Liang Ping spun around the room in anger. He had long ago poked around, and the main reason why not many Asian women cared was because very few Asians came here. Even if they do, they prefer white people more. That's why Liang Ping can pick up the slack time and time again. But having suffered such a big loss, how to swallow this bad breath? Eyes flashed a cold light, beckoned to the assistant behind him and said, "Go on, keep an eye on room 78 for me. As soon as they leave, we'll go." Yes, the assistant answered and walked out of the room. Chapter 2, Letting the Beauty Go. Wang Chao sent someone out with 2 boxes of money and soon brought the 3 women he had photographed. The first one to come in was the woman from Stick Country. This woman looked to be around 20 years old, minus being a bit flat. The rest was definitely of the top level of Stick Country. Behind her came in the woman from the Sea Country, who was on the short side, less than 1.6 meters. There's a lot of tolerance. The look is extremely out of proportion to the height, and it's enchanting to look at. The last one to come in is Wang Chao's main goal, Kung Fu this time. Kung Fu had a standard oriental beauty's face, willow leaf thin eyebrows, a pair of peach blossom eyes looked very seductive. The nose is delicate and straight, a small cherry mouth. The skin is even fair, looks glowing, tall and well built. If it weren't for the resentful look on her face at the moment, everything would be perfect. Since we're all here, let's go. Wang Chao's gaze faintly swept over them, not bothering to look any further. Ding! The main character's luck value is -100. Luck value is 19,900. Host villain value plus 100. Villain value 100. Ha! Sure enough, whenever the plot direction is changed, the main character's chakra value decreases. Just why did you only lose 100? Wang Chao tightly locked his brows, always feeling that something was wrong. Could that damn plot still be triggered? According to the previous plot, after the protagonist was reborn, he saved Kung Fu from Liang Ping by chance. This is a major clue, and now that Kung Fu is in his hands, it cuts off the possibility of the protagonist saving the day. But that's too little villain value added. Will there be another change? Wang Chao subconsciously looked out the window. There was only one possibility. Liang Ping was planning something, and there was also the possibility of snatching Kung Fu over and continuing to follow the original storyline. Humph. I have a system. Fight with me? Wang Chao's eyes glowed with a cold light as he turned to the 3 of them. Follow me. Kung Fu looked at Wang Chao coldly. She had no choice. The moment she was kidnapped here, she knew her fate. If she didn't follow the man in front of her away, her fate would be to be sold to a brothel in some small country and be done for the rest of her life. It's better to be bought by a rich man than to be sold to a brothel. Not to mention the fact that the person in front of him appeared to be from Xia, so as long as he escaped from here, he would tell him his true identity. Maybe he'll put himself out. Although the other two had no expression on their faces, they were very happy in their hearts and followed behind Wang Chao with their asses. Wang Chao boarded a helicopter belonging to the island and was sent to his exclusive cruise ship. Captain Wu Bo saw that the young master had returned with the three beauties and hurriedly greeted him and respectfully said, "Young master, where are we going now?" "Find the nearest continent to dock." Wang Chao had just stepped onto the cruise ship when he saw Liang Ping flying out in a helicopter as well. But Liang Ping didn't have a private cruise ship. He hired a small fishing boat, which looked out of place in the crowd of luxury cruise ships around the island. Yes, Wu Bo started the cruise ship directly. Soon, the cruise ship began to start, and a few hours later, docked in the harbor of the Earth Kingdom. Wang Chao called the three women to a room, gave 10,000 knives to one person, and said in standard English, "Go your way, go to your country's embassy. There's enough money for you to get back to your country." The three women looked at the handsome man in front of them in a daze, as if they had misheard. This man was going to let them go? The two women from the sea and stick countries looked at each other and said almost in unison, "No, we're not leaving. We were bought by you and are willing to serve you for the rest of our lives." The two of them had a very simple idea. The person in front of them was young and a super rich man, and if they followed him, they wouldn't worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Plus, they've lost their passports. And in a small country like this, there may not even be an embassy for their country. Wang Chao's sharp eyes swept, giving a huge sense of oppression, and his voice was biting. Asterisk 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 off. I'm not a shelter here. He wasn't that kind. He was the villain. Saving these two women was already considered to be benevolent to them. That expression on the two women's faces was as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. It was unthinkable that they could not impress the man in front of them even though they thought they looked beautiful. There was no way around it, and both of them bowed deeply at the same time. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Before we leave, can you tell us what your name is?" "Wang Chao." Wang Chao did not refuse, and after finishing, he waved his hand impatiently, signaling the two to get off the boat. Unable to do so, the two men disembarked with some reluctance. Wang Chao faintly swept a glance at Kung Fu and pretended to be impatient. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" In fact, he had already guessed that Kung Fu would not leave. After all, just now, he had conversed with Wu Bo, using the Xia dialect. Of course, even if she left, Wang Chao would send someone to follow her to make sure Liang Ping wouldn't make a move. Kung Fu vigilantly looked at Wang Chao in front of her and asked in a cold voice, "Why did you save me?" "Why? That's a good question." Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and said with a sincere smile, "Would you believe me when I say that I knew about this place by chance and saved you by the way?" Kung Fu shook her head. She was not a 3-year-old child. How could she believe such deceitful words? But she really couldn't understand why this man had paid for them. And then at this point he wanted to let them go. Was it really true that, as he had said, just saved them by chance? "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I've given you 10,000 knives. When you get off the boat, call your family and ask them to pick you up." Wang Chao handed over the money and made a gesture of "Please get off the boat." Kung Fu looked at Wang Chao with a confused face. This person didn't look like a bad person. Could it be that he was wrong about him? Ding! The heroine has plus 50 favor with you and 0 favor value. Ding! The main character's luck value is minus 100. Luck value is 19. 800. Host villain value plus 100. Villain value 200. Wang Chao listened to the sudden reminder of the reminder and skimmed his mouth. Good guy. Combined with the fact that Kung Fu's favor value to him before was negative 50. Take a deep breath. It's really a villain. It was at this time that Wu Bo hurriedly ran over and reported back. "Young master, someone has boarded our cruise ship." "Got it," Wang Chao answered and ignored Kung Fu, coming from the room to the deck. Seeing that Wang Chao had left, Kung Fu couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and went to the door to peek at the movement outside. This look scared her so much that she instantly changed color, and she couldn't help but tremble, and her teeth kept chattering, because she saw 4 black men in leather coats with guns in their hands pointing at Wang Chao. And in front of the black man stood a summer man. There was a cold light in the man's eyes as he viciously said to Wang Chao, "Kid, I don't want to hurt you. Give me the woman you just bought." Chapter 3, The Man Who Came to the Door Looking for Death. Wang Chao had planned to save Kung Fu and then return home to find a way to buy Liang Ping's bar. Who knew that Liang Ping would actually take the initiative to send himself to the door? There's no reason not to want the goods delivered to your door. Slowly and methodically straightening down his collar, the corners of his mouth spread out in a cool smile and said, "What if I don't give it? Wang Chao's eyes tumbled with a murderous aura and his skin smiled. If you don't give it, there's only death. The four blacks pressed the button plate and were just about to shoot at Wang Chao when they suddenly realized that a cold hard thing was pressed against their heads. Suddenly alarmed, they threw their hands up almost simultaneously. Liang Ping looked at the 5 people who had appeared behind them at some point, each holding a pistol. The corners of his mouth trembled violently, and fear was in his eyes. Wang Chao helplessly shrugged his shoulders. His eyes suddenly became cold, but the corner of his mouth kept hanging a smile. His tone leisurely. Don't worry guys, offending me definitely won't end well. These few, kill them. A few blacks were scared to death, howling loudly and gibbering without knowing what they were saying. An icy cold light flashed, and a bright red blood mark blossomed on the black man's neck before they fell to the ground at the same time. The body convulsed spasmodically for a few moments, and then there was no breath. When Liang Ping saw this scene, he was so scared that he sat down directly on the deck. The other man struck so hard and cleanly that he cut the black man's throat directly. He now regretted it so much that he shouldn't have rushed to the door just for the sake of a momentary whim. Shivering, he looked at Wang Chao and realized that he was smiling at himself. So he was so scared that he rolled over and knelt on the ground. Let me live. I'll recognize you as my big brother from now on. I dare not say more. I'll earn you at least $50 million a year. In Liang Ping's eyes, Wang Chao was the same as him, a person who used beautiful women to earn money. So with $50 million a year, there was no reason for the other party to refuse, and this was his only hope of being saved. $50 million? Wang Chao raised his eyebrows, sneered, and asked rhetorically. By those women you bought before that got caught? Or by that bar you run that sells illegal substances? Liang Ping couldn't help but look shaken as he stammered. You know me? That's right, I do. And not only do I know you, I know you're going to die soon. Wang Chao laughed and suddenly said with a straight face, if you want to live, I can give you a chance. You tell me. I'll promise you anything if you'll let me go. Liang Ping knocked his head on the ground with a thud. Wang Chao said in a leisurely tone, clean out all the filth from your bar and transfer full rights to your bar to me, and I'll let you go. Liang Ping was flabbergasted. That bar of his was, indeed, making a lot of money, but they are all illegal income. If you drive out all those illegal things, the income of a year can be more than $1 million, even if it is great. If you want to make money, wouldn't it be better to keep them? What? Disagree? Wang Chao took out a box of Fuchin Mountain Resort and calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. Although Liang Ping had never smoked Fuchin Mountain Resort cigarettes, he had seen them. The cigarettes cost more than 20,000 a piece, a box is more than 2,000, and a stick is more than $100. The country's top cigarettes. He would like to try, but unfortunately there is no channel to buy. The person in front of me even smokes this kind of top quality cigarettes. Who the hell is he? Is he one of the country's top rich kids? Not daring to hesitate, he hurriedly nodded. Agreed. I'll call right away. But to sign a contract, don't you have to do it in person? It's okay, just get someone to bring out the contract and someone will be there to sign it for me. Just have one of your men sign it for you instead. Wang Chao held a cigarette and handed a cell phone to Liang Ping. Liang Ping didn't dare to delay, and quickly contacted his men, ordering over what Wang Chao had instructed him to do. Well done. Wang Chao handed Liang Ping a cigarette and even took the initiative to help him light it. Soon, Wang Chao received a message on his cell phone. Boss, it's done. Ding. The protagonist's chi value -100. Chi value 19. 700. Host villain value +100. Villain value 300. Wang Chao put the cell phone away, and said that it was true that taking care of the location where the protagonist pretended to be a hero before could also increase the villain value, although not by a lot. Helping Liang Ping up, he put his arm around his shoulders and said, well, now you're free. Hearing this, Liang Ping relaxed and took a hard drag on his cigarette. Thanks for not killing me, brother. I haven't asked for your name yet. Wang Chao. Wang Chao extended his right hand and said, nice to meet you. Liang Ping was flattered and hurriedly stretched out his hands, excitedly holding Wang Chao's hands. It has been the greatest honor of my life to know you. No, it's your misfortune. Wang Chao smiled wryly and turned his head to Wu Bo, who was standing on the deck. Uncle Wu, make arrangements for elder brother Liang. Yes, young master. Wu Bo responded with an inscrutable smile on his face and pointed to one end of the deck. Mr. Liang, please. Liang Ping immediately had a trace of ominous premonition, glanced at the cold-faced Wang Chao, and said with trepidation, elder brother Wang, what is the meaning of this? Send you on your way. Wang Chao smiled badly. On the road? When Liang Ping heard these two words, he almost fell to the ground in shock. He didn't think that Wang Chao would be kind enough to send him away. Looking at the black man who died beside him, his heart fluttered madly. This was going to send him to the Yellow Springs. Forcing down the anger in his heart, he uttered a question. Didn't you promise to leave me alone? Yeah, but I reversed it. It's not like I'm any good. Wang Chao shrugged. You are despicable. Liang Ping suddenly stormed up and jumped up to pounce on Wang Chao. He knew that the only way to stay alive was to control Wang Chao. He was originally from a gangster background, and his fighting ability was extremely strong, and the person in front of him, although tall, was very slim, so taking him down must be very simple. But he was wrong, and very wrong. Wang Chao lands a leg kick the moment Liang Ping pounces on him. The kick hit Liang Ping squarely in the chest, directly knocking him to the ground. Calmly withdrawing his foot, he sneered disdainfully. His current strength had long exceeded that of a normal person. Coupled with the system-attached sharpness bonus, it was easy as pie to deal with a punk. Wu Bo, who was next to him, saw this scene and opened his mouth in surprise. He had been following Wang Chao for many years, nominally as a butler, taking care of him. In fact, it was the retired special forces that the Wang family had hired to protect Wang Chao. He knew that Wang Chao had been living a life of clothes and food since he was a child, and had always been pampered. But that kick just now wasn't much worse than him. However, surprised as he was, he still had to do his job. Pull out his pistol and fire without hesitation. That shot landed squarely in Liang Ping's brain. When Liang Ping was dying, he couldn't figure out why Wang Chao had to kill him. Ding! The host has successfully cut off the main line. The protagonist's chi value minus 500. Chi value 19,200. Host villain value plus 500. Villain value 800. Ding! Special note, the plot will speed up as the main thread cuts off. Wang Chao's eyes were icy cold as he ordered. Throw it down. Wu Bo rushed forward and pulled Liang Ping's body and dragged it downward. At this time, Wang Chao suddenly noticed a gaze staring at him, and when he turned his head, the corners of his mouth could not help but tremble. You killed them? Kung Fu's heart was chilling at this time. This person in front of him was also too cold and ruthless, killing without blinking. Chapter 4, It's a Coincidence. Wang Chao coldly looked at Kung Fu's expression and roughly guessed what she was thinking. Frowning, the original book didn't say that Kung Fu was a white lotus, but he didn't care. All he had to do now was to cut off her meeting with the male lead, and the rest, he didn't care. Coldly, here, you can't be soft-hearted if you want to live. If you can't watch, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Kung Fu wasn't being soft-hearted. It was just that she was a little scared of seeing dead people just now. Now that he saw Wang Chao angry, he felt some self-blame in his heart. Yes, just now those people were holding their guns on Wang Chao, but they wanted to kill him. If he were himself, he would certainly not let the other party go. After clearing his thoughts, his heart felt a little more favorable towards Wang Chao. At the same time, he was more certain that Wang Chao was by no means as simple as a rich second generation alone. Hanging his head and apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I know they deserve to die. It's just a little scary. Wang Chao was satisfied with Kung Fu's performance. It was reasonable for a girl to be afraid of that scene just now. Thinking for a moment, he walked over to them with an air of calmness and a smile. I'm glad you understand. Are you ready to get off the ship? The man who was going to capture you, I've already killed. You should be safe for now. Kung Fu opened her mouth and looked at the man in front of her. The person who had just been killing indecisive and particularly cold. But now when he smiled, he made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze, and actually had a feeling of wanting to get close to him. It was as if he was hiding a lot of secrets and had a gun in his hand, perhaps sent on a mission by some organization. Slowly stretching out his jade hand, he softly said, Thank you for saving me. My name is Kung Fu, from Jiangbei. Oh, you're even from Jiangbei too. Such a good-looking young lady. I don't even recognize her. What a sin, Wang Chao said with feigned surprise while extending his hand. Jiangbei University, Wang Chao, you're actually from Jiangbei University? Kung Fu exclaimed, excitement shining in her eyes. What? You're from Jiangbei University too? I'm a freshman this year, from the School of Economics and Management. Wang Chao smiled very kindly. I'm also from the School of Economics and Management, also a freshman. I didn't realize we were actually classmates. The defense against Wang Chao in her heart instantly disappeared, and Kung Fu asked, Which class are you from? I can't believe I don't recognize you. Class 4. Wang Chao was still satisfied in his heart when he realized that Kung Fu's favorability value towards him had risen to 30. Ding! Protagonist's luck value minus 100, host's villain value plus 100. That's okay? Wang Chao looked at the system's prompt and muttered in his heart. It looks like the main line cut off. But Kung Fu was one of the hero's harem in the book, and the protagonist and Kung Fu will still run into each other, and he will never allow that to happen. Anyway, as long as Kung Fu has a crush on him, he can brush up on his villain value. So why not? I'm from class 2. Nice to meet you. Kung Fu breathed a long sigh of relief. Since they were classmates, there was nothing to worry about anymore. At this time, Wu Bo walked over and respectfully stood aside and said, "Young master, everything we need for the journey is ready. Shall we set sail now?" Wang Chao didn't answer him directly, but turned to Kung Fu. Kung Fu pursed her red lips and her voice was low. "Can I join you?" Kung Fu was now almost certain that Wang Chao had saved her unintentionally. Right now, she was unfamiliar with the area, so she still felt safer with Wang Chao. Besides, this land country is so small that I'm afraid it doesn't even have an airfield. Seeing that she had an expression that looked like she was about to cry, Wang Chao smiled gently and said, "Sure, let Uncle Wu arrange it for you." Then, turning his head to Wu Bo, he said, "Sail the boat. These few dirty things, throw them down to feed the sharks later." "Yes, young master," Wu Bo responded, turned around, and went to start the boat. Kung Fu was happy in her heart that Wang Chao didn't drive her away and quickly followed Wu Bo. Wang Chao, on the other hand, turned around and returned to his room. Sitting on the soft and comfortable sofa, closing his eyes and opening the system interface. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 120, 100 for normal people. Mental, 100, 100 for normal people. Charisma, 50, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 110, 100 for normal people. Technique, none. Other, none. Money, 3 billion. Villain value, 900. Main character's luck value, 19100. The conversion ratio between villain values and various points is 10 to 1. Charisma 200 is a cap. The rest has no cap. But after 200, the ratio of villain values will be 20 to 1. Wang Chao looked at the charm value on the system panel and held back without cursing. After coming to this world, the system gave 500 villain values. He added 20 to his strength, 20 to his charisma, and the rest to his physique. But even then, the charisma value was only 50. Is the villain really that unattractive? I can't do it. How can a person hang around without charisma? System, add charm to all of them. The book that Wang Chao is wearing is an urban immortal cultivation text, but to put it bluntly, it is the protagonist and his harem. Without those harems, there's no way the protagonist's strength could have risen that fast. He is now pulling up the charm value first, and then attacking the harem of the protagonist one by one. By then, the protagonist is a bare-knuckle commander. The protagonist has no cultivation and it would be easy to destroy him. Ding! Redemption successful. The host's current charisma value is 140. Congratulations to the host whose charisma value exceeds that of an ordinary person. Pust. Wang Chao's face was full of black lines. Is this worth congratulating? Are you here to make fun of the system? Not feeling any change in his body either, he got up and walked over to the mirror. Taking a closer look, couldn't help but curl the corners of my mouth. The man in the mirror was so handsome. There was even a sense that the handsome young man wasn't me. Young master, it's been taken care of. Should I book your plane ticket for tomorrow now? Wu Bo knocked gently on the door and entered with a slight yawn. But when he saw Wang Chao's face, he still couldn't help but stare. How did the young master's face look so handsome? Is it a hallucination? Blinking hard. Yes, it must be a hallucination. Not yet. Wang Chao looked at the time. Order the kitchen to make a dinner and send it to Kung Fu. If she asks about me, just say that I'm sleeping and won't see her for a while. Yes, young master. Wu Bo was puzzled. Having let go of 2 chicks, shouldn't the one left behind be enjoyed? But the young master has always been a man of his word, and he dislikes it when others meddle in his affairs. Answered and respectfully exited the room. Chapter 5, On the Road Home. The yacht arrived in the ancient country at 9 o'clock in the morning. After a day and a night's sailing, Wang Chao stood on the deck, expressionless, looking at the several people who were solemnized on the shore, and thought to himself, this group of people came quite fast. At that moment, he heard light footsteps coming from behind him and raised an eyebrow without turning around. There you are! A clear and elegant voice sounded, and Kung Fu's pretty face appeared in Wang Chao's field of vision. Wang Chao thought that if he wasn't a villain, if he didn't need to cut off the male lead's path of growth, He might still be in the mood to enjoy this beautiful face. Asked with a faint nod. Did you sleep well last night? Very well. Thank you for dinner. Kung Fu spread a smile. And that face looked even more bright and colorful. Wang Chao looked slightly stunned, and then quickly came back to his senses. Just smiled and didn't say another word. There was a hint from the system last night that the heroine's favor value towards him had increased by 20, so it was thought to be due to that dinner. The yacht slowly docked, and Wang Chao was a gentleman and let Kung Fu get off the boat first. Kung Fu had long since seen his father's position, and had just now been taught. At this moment, when she saw her father walking quickly towards her, she no longer held back, and directly flew over, flung herself into her father's arms, and sobbed in a low voice. Kong Junlong also had mixed feelings, gently stroking his daughter's back, but could not help but redden his eyes. When he learned that his daughter had been abducted, he felt that his whole body had aged instantly, but he knew about that sea. The owner was extremely powerful and even had his own armed forces. Even the local government had no right to govern, even if he knew that his daughter was here, but not the exact location. There was nothing he could do at all. Fortunately, my daughter is now safely back. At this moment, looking at the young man who walked off the boat in a calm manner, his heart was even more grateful. After pacifying his daughter, he quickly walked towards Wang Chao. Thank you for saving my daughter. Great kindness. I, Zhangbei Kong Junlong, will never forget it. In the future, if you need it, just come to me. Uncle, you're welcome. It's just a favor. I have a plane to catch. See you later. Wang Chao waved his hand in a loving manner. Wait. When Kong Junlong saw that Wang Chao was about to leave, he hurriedly called out to him. Young Wang, I have a private jet. If you don't mind, why don't you come back with me? Oh, what is uncle going to land on? Wang Chao stopped and inquired. In the original book, he did know that the Kong family had an ultra-luxurious private jet, and hadn't had him fly it over for his daughter. It's true that I'm a spoiled brat. Where is young Wang going? Kong Junlong thought about putting Wang Chao first in everything. Zhangbei, I have to rush to school, Wang Chao said with a smile. What a coincidence. My daughter started school recently too. Let's go together. Kong Junlong wanted to thank Wang Chao properly, so of course he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. In that case, thank you very much. Wang Chao did not refuse. After all, Kong Junlong was the underground emperor of 5 provinces including Zhangbei in the original book, and became one of the most loyal forces to the protagonist, which was very useful to the protagonist. As expected, as soon as his words fell, he heard a system alert. Ding! Main character's chi value minus 100, chi value 19,000, host villain value plus 100, available villain value 100. The sky is clear and cloudless. Kong Junlong's private jet landed at Zhangbei International Airport. Wang Chao and Kong Junlong exchanged a few polite words and walked out of the airport alone. Thinking back to Kung Fu's slightly reluctant eyes when they parted just now, Wang Chao raised an eyebrow in triumph. One of the male lead's harem he had most likely taken care of. His personal driver had been waiting at the door. As soon as she saw him come out, she immediately greeted him and took the suitcase from him. Opened the car door respectfully. Young master, go home or? Go to. Wang Chao sat in the car and recalled the contents of the book. According to the previous episodes, the protagonist is now saving Kung Fu. We can't save them now. They should be on the train to Zhangbei. After the protagonist gets off the train, he stops by to buy a valuable treasure and sends it to the home of Sun Shintong, the protagonist's mother's best friend. But Sun Shintong's husband, Yan Debai, as well as her daughter, Yan Rushue, thought it was scrap metal, and cross-eyed the protagonist. Of course, according to the development of the plot of The Dog Blood, the protagonist saved Yan Rushue by chance, after which Yan Rushue loved the protagonist to death and became one of the protagonist's harem. Later on, because a big brother went to Yan's house and found that treasure, he instantly gained the approval of Yan Rushue's parents. To the train station, Wang Chao pondered for a while and decided to cut off the protagonist's pretentious route one by one. Starting from the small vendor selling copper coins at the train station, the driver gave Wang Chao a dismayed look. The young master had always disliked crowded and messy train stations. What was he doing there at this time? It was also this look that he noticed that the young master was very different from before, as if he was a different person. The whole thing is especially charming, but he didn't dare to ask any more questions as he started the car up and drove toward the train station. Wait for me here. When he arrived at the train station, Wang Chao put down a word and went straight to an antique store. Looking Gate Antiques. Wang Chao looked up at the plaque, and it was just like in the book. A quick sweep of the room brought a glimpse of the worn copper quill sitting on the doorstep. I was so happy to see that it was here. Boss, I'll take this copper quiver, Wang Chao shouted at the door, and a lean middle-aged man came out from inside, looking thievish. Brother, you really have a good eye. This is a 1,000-year-old antique dug out of an ancient tomb. At least $2 million. The owner saw that the guest who came was dressed in a designer label and thought that he would have to rip him off in any case. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and slowly nodded, directly pulling out $200 and handing it over. In the original book, this was bought by the protagonist for $50. The muscles in the boss's cheeks couldn't help but jump a bit. His face was a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to have a fit and forced a smile. This little brother. I said $2 million. Wang Chao's gloomy sight swept towards the boss, his voice without the slightest bit of temperature. You can't sell it. Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to hang around here. The boss immediately felt his heart skip a beat and immediately avoided his own eyes. The other party was not an ordinary person at a glance. He could not afford to offend. Besides, this copper is a rags he recovered. 200 is not a loss. Hurrying to take the money, he said with a sarcastic smile. I was just kidding you. Sold. Sold. Wang Chao picked up the copper coins and turned around to leave. Ding. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 18,900. Host's luck value plus 100. Villain value 200. Not long after Wang Chao had just left, Yi Fan, the protagonist dressed in ground floor goods, arrived late and also walked into the small antique store. He wandered around the store and couldn't help but frown and mutter, Ugh, what am I buying? Chapter 6, The System Knows My Heart. Wang Chao held the bronze tripod and sat back in the car under the driver's astonished gaze. Setting the copper tripod casually on his side, he closed his eyes and leaned back in the backseat for a nap. According to the original plot to the words, Yi Fan would arrive in Jiangbei City today. After going to Yan Rushua's house and being disliked, he was supposed to cultivate by the Eason Lake until dawn tonight. Then, the next morning, met the Wei family's grandparents there. In the original book, it was said that the reason why Yi Fan was favored by the Wei family was because he cured Wei Hoshen's lung disease that he had been suffering from for many years. He even helped the Wei family improve the Wei family's boxing style. Thinking about this, Wang Chao couldn't help but frown. If he wanted to cut off this path of the protagonist, then he had to find a way to cure Wei Hoshen's illness first. But he doesn't know any medical skills either. Secretly, he asked the system. System, can you teach me to refine pills? Just know how to refine chalcedony pills. After waiting a few moments, the system was silent. Wang Chao had no choice but to exchange the remaining 200 villain values into charm values. Ding! Redemption successful. Host charisma value 160. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding 150 in own of the items, reaching the perfect level, and obtaining one chance to draw. Is it drawn now? Smoke it. Wang Chao was overjoyed. There was a lottery? He couldn't help but look forward to the novels he had read before, where the raffle could draw out many good treasures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining elementary alchemy. Immediately afterward, Wang Chao felt his mind suddenly flooded with some new knowledge. The corners of his mouth lifted and he almost laughed. This system is a roundworm in my stomach. It actually knows what I need. After learning the art of alchemy, you can first go to save Wei Hoshen. As for boxing, the original wrote where there is a problem. Do not have to worry about it in the slightest. Young master, going home now? The driver saw Wang Chao open his eyes before he dared to open his mouth to inquire. He carefully looked at his own young master's complexion. Although his appearance hadn't changed either, he always felt that the aura through his body made people feel a bit intimidated. Go to Wangshan Villa Wei's house. Wang Chao had now learned alchemy, and the chalcedony Dan was the most basic Dan formula in alchemy. In the original book, Yi Fan got 1,000-year-old ginseng from the Wei family, and apart from refining a potion, he took the rest for himself, and then his cultivation increased greatly once again. He was just going to rob this 1,000-year ginseng, of course cutting off the relationship between the Wei family and Yi Fan. It is not certain if there is any plot behind it. Wei family? The driver was stunned for a moment. He did know about the Wei family, but the problem was that the young master didn't seem to have had any dealings with the Wei family, right? Why did you go to Wei's house all of a sudden? Go is. Wang Chao closed his eyes again. He has alchemy and has an identity in place, so he is afraid of a hammer. Robbing the main character's chi value is the main thing. Soon, the car stopped in front of Wanshan Villa on the outskirts of Jiangbei City. There are not many villas here, but those who can afford to buy them are either rich or noble, and are prominent and important figures in Jiangbei City. Wei Hoshin of the Wei family was a retired military bigwig, hidden in Jiangbei City to recover from his injuries, and the Wanshan Villa, the most luxurious one, is the Wei family's. Young master, it's here. With a respectful whisper, the driver opened the rear door. Wang Chao picked up the copper tripod and slowly walked off the bus. Looking at the villa in front of him, he couldn't help but spit. I don't know what the author of the original book's brain is thinking. Why the big man are running to such a small place like Jiangbei? How much of a pit is the brain? Waving his hand, the driver immediately retreated to the side of the car and waited. He walked alone to the gate of Wei's house and was stopped by 2 security guards. Who are you looking for? This gentleman? Hello, I'm from the Yanjing Wang family. I have something to see Elder Wei. The corner of Wang Chao's mouth hooked up a smile and said politely, Yanjing? When the security guard heard that it was the Yanjing Wang family, he didn't dare to be careless and said, wait for a moment. I'll go and pass a message. Turning, he headed for the villa at a brisk pace. A short while later, all the way back at a trot. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please come in. The security guard personally led the way in front, guiding Wang Chao to the Wei family's meeting room, then bowed and retreated. As soon as Wang Chao entered, he saw a very dignified-looking old man dressed in cloth with white hair sitting on a chair, and next to him, stood a girl of 18 or 19 years old, long like a porcelain doll, very good-looking. At this time was curiously sizing him up. I guess this is Wei Hoshin's granddaughter, Wei Ying. Wang Chao stepped forward with a big stride and said courteously, Grandpa Wei. Hello, I'm Wang Chao of the Yanjing Wang family. I hope you'll forgive me for taking the liberty of disturbing you. Wei Hoshin knew that the Yanjing Wang family, which was the second largest family in the country, was quite strong. In terms of economic strength, it was properly ranked first, but it was a pity that the Wang family hadn't produced a war god, so it could only be ranked second. The heart was also strange. Their Wei family and the Wang family had never had any dealings. What was Wang Chao looking for him for? But this kind of family he didn't want to offend. Stood up and smiled kindly. So it's the Wang family's son. Have a seat. Then he turned his head and instructed the man beside him. Shao Qi, take out my collection of big red robes and soak them for young Wang. Wei Ying had been staring at Wang Chao with a burning gaze and marveled in his heart. So handsome. A world-class tailored suit and the latest Patek Philippe on his wrist. Especially that handsome face, coupled with a body like that of a model. It was simply mesmerizing. It was simply the most perfect man she had ever seen. Ever. Wang Chao naturally noticed Wei Ying's gaze, and seeing her face of a little fangirl, he nodded towards her in a gentlemanly manner. In my heart, I am pleased. My charisma value is as high as 106. It's already at the perfect level. It's not too easy to charm a girl. Ding. Wei Ying's favor towards you plus 50. Favor value 50. Ding. Protagonist's chi value minus 100. Chi value 18,800. Ding. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 100. Sure enough, adding charisma value is a perfect choice. Doing nothing, plundering the protagonist's chi. It's simply not too good. Young Wang is here today. I wonder what's the matter. Wei Hoshin did not have a word of politeness and spoke directly. After all, their two families did not have any connection. I often heard my father talk about Grandpa Wei's heroic deeds back then, and I admired you in my heart, and I always wanted to meet you, and I heard that you were in Jiangbei, and I went to school in Jiangbei, so I came over to see your old man out of the blue. Wang Chao spoke earnestly, and with a bit of excitement in his eyes, he handed the copper coin in his hand to Wei Hoshin. Grandpa Wei, I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything too nice, so I'll bring you a copper quail from the Tang dynasty. I hope you won't mind. Wei Hoshin was confused for a while as he listened, thinking, what about his reputation? But he didn't think that Wang Chao had come to check on him for no reason. Both eyes lit up when they saw Wang Chao take out the copper quartz from the box. This copper quiver is definitely a good thing. The Wang family is really generous. Out of the hundreds of millions of treasures. But not knowing the purpose of the other party's visit, he didn't dare to accept the gift rashly and smiled. No way. No way. Young Wang, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. It's already good enough for you to come and see a bad old man like me. While he said that, his eyes stayed fixed on the treasure. It's just a trinket. Grandpa Wei, don't have to be polite. No matter how expensive it is, it can't compare to my admiration for you. Wang Chao casually flattered a few sentences, and he naturally saw that Wei Hoshin was extremely interested in the copper quartz. It just so happened that Wei Hoshin's escort leader Qi Somling brought over a cup of tea, placed it on the table, and respectfully stood to the side. In that case, I'm flattered. Wei Hoshin didn't refuse anymore. He felt that although the Wang family didn't have a war god, but with such a high status, he couldn't be too disrespectful to the other party. Receiving the copper coin, he coughed twice in excitement. Grandpa! Sir! Wei Ying and Qi Songling shouted worriedly, immediately going over to help him smooth out his breath. It's okay, it's too exciting. Wei Hoshan hurriedly waved his hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Chao asked with feigned curiosity, Grandpa Wei has bad lungs? Wei Hoshan was stunned, and his face instantly sank, looking at Wang Chao in surprise and with a few moments of anger. How do you know? Chapter 7, I can heal. Wei Hoshan was surprised because the injury to his lungs, which he had gotten a long time ago, was an injury that people in general simply didn't know about. He hasn't told anyone else either. How could Wang Chao not be shocked when he saw his injury at a glance? And the reason that made him angry was because he suspected that Wang Chao had perhaps investigated him through some means before he came. Wei Ying and Qi Songling looked at Wang Chao with the same shocked gaze. 3 gazes came at the same time. Among them there were probing and dissatisfaction. But Wang Chao was blithe and smiled coldly in his heart. I know the plot, so you need not be surprised that the old man is going to play hard to get, the gentleman said with a smile. I have learned some medical skills from a high master. Your symptoms just now look like they are caused by a serious injury to the lungs. I hope Grandpa Wei won't be offended if I'm wrong. Wei Hoshan looked deeply at Wang Chao. Seeing that his expression was light and he was also gazing at himself greatly at the moment, his heart's misgivings about him were alleviated quite a bit. He was originally seriously ill with lung disease and the doctor said he would not live through the year. Wang Chao could both see where his illness was, and perhaps even heal him, and even if he couldn't, perhaps he could find his master. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, his face softened considerably and he laughed. So young Wang is still a miracle doctor. I'm out of respect. Young Wang, since you can tell my grandfather's illness, can you help my grandfather? Wei Ying asked immediately after, her eyes full of anticipation. Wang Chao said in a serious manner, I just saw that Grandpa Wei is suffering from a lung injury. I'll have to take his pulse before I can decide exactly how to treat him. Pretend, but also have to pretend to be a little bit like, or be seen to be broken. Then it will be funny. Then I'd like to thank you. Young Wang. Wei Hoshan was somewhat unable to sit still and hurriedly put his hand out. It hadn't been as exciting as today in many years. Wang Chao looked like a high-ranking person and put his hand on Wei Hoshan's wrist, narrowing his eyes slightly. CO said, Grandpa Wei has been sick for some years. Wang Chao is really powerful. This can be seen. AI, or the root of the trouble I left when I was young. Can it still be cured? Wei Hoshan felt more and more that Wang Chao was powerful and was excited in his heart. Wang Chao kept his mouth shut, but muttered in his heart, awesome my ass. However, he could indeed feel Wei Hoshan's pulse was weaker, and even with a pulse beat, the various structures of Wei Hoshan's body could appear in his mind. Ah, shucks, sense the intactness of the various organs of the viscera. Am I really a miracle healer? Wang Chao thought abruptly, but very much dispelled the thought. He must have read the original book too much. After half a day of diagnosis, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a breezy manner, these are minor ailments that are easy to cure. But when these words fell into Wei Hoshan's ears, they were shocking to the core. Easy? Are you sure it was easy? He has searched all over the country for famous doctors, but they can't cure him. For a moment, he suspected that the Wang Chao in front of him was a charlatan. If it wasn't for the fact that the Tang Dynasty copper tripod that Wang Chao had just taken was genuine, he would have opened his mouth and kicked people out right now. Wei Ying, who was on the side, but jumped up in excitement and was busy asking after him, is what young Wang said true? My grandfather's illness is really curable? Wang Chao nodded seriously and said in an old-fashioned manner, indeed, it's not difficult, but I'm afraid that unusual medicines won't work. Young Wang needs any medication, just say so. Although our Wei family is not as powerful as your Wang family, it's still easy to get some medication. Wei Ho once again surveyed Wang Chao's demeanor again, and his heart couldn't help but believe a few more points. Who wants to die if they can live? Has Grandpa Wei ever heard of the art of alchemy? Wang Chao turned to Wei Hoshan, and seeing him nodding, he continued, Grandpa Wei's illness, in addition to the injuries he sustained in his early years, is also directly related to your daily exercise, and after years and years, only the elixir can easily dissolve it. What does young Wang mean by this? My daily workout? Wei Hoshan immediately alerted. Wang Chao in the mouth of the exercise, but is not the reference to the Wei family boxing, but he practiced every day. How did Wang Chao know? N. From the point of view of your pulse, your lungs, is a chronic disease. In other words, you were young, suffered from lung disease, originally nourished a few years will be good. but I perceive that the disease of your lungs, it is fatigue overload, and it is caused by the accumulation of day-to-day. I think it is that you work out every day, and the original way of exercising there is a problem. I can only be so presumptive. Wang Chao secretly cursed, or the original plot design was Wei Hoshan boxing at the lake, was seen by Yi Fan, so he knew. It's bull that he's running in here out of nowhere, pretending to be a miracle healer. Luckily, he's resourceful as hell. Wei Hoshan was skeptical in his heart, but he felt that there was some truth in what Wang Chao said. When he first got injured when he was younger, a very powerful old Chinese doctor said something similar about taking a few years off to recuperate. Then does young Wang know how to refine pills? Wei Ying's focus was completely different from Wei Hoshan's. All she cared about right now was whether Wang Chao could alchemize pills or not. Wang Chao smiled slightly. Naturally, I will. And the elixir I've refined just happens to be able to save Grandpa Wei's lung disease. Really? Can you save my grandfather? Wei Ying completely transformed into a little fangirl at this time, and her favoritism towards Wang Chao rose again. Of course you can. As long as the herbs are all there. I can refine the pills right now, and after taking the pills, the effects will be seen immediately. Wang Chao spoke very softly and surely. Is that true? Wei Hoshan became more and more skeptical of Wang Chao's true identity. It was all too coincidental, but his days were numbered and it looked like he had to try. Naturally serious. What's so difficult about this? But some simple pills. Wang Chao had a serious face. He said and stood up. I'll go buy some herbs, and refine them in front of you. When it's done, you can try it. If it's not good, I'll do whatever you guys want. Wei Hoshan hurriedly said. How can you let Wang Chao go out and buy it? What herbs do you need? Just right. My third son happens to be a medicine tinkerer. I'll have him send some over. Wei Hoshan finally decided to give it a try. Of course, to be on the safe side, recalled all his sons, and if Wang Chao dared to do anything, he would be directly shot. Who cares about the Wangs and the Ligers? Shi Songling hurriedly brought a piece of paper and pen and handed it to Wang Chao. Good thing too. Without saying a word, Wang Chao wrote more than 10 kinds of herbs directly on the paper with a big stroke of his pen and handed the list to Wei Hoshan. Grandpa Wei. In addition to these, you need a herb that's over 500 years old to be the lead. It doesn't matter what herb. You also need a furnace pot. Good. I'll send someone to get ready. Wei Hoshan handed the list to Shi Songling. Go, have Lao San prepare these simple medicines, and have Lao Er bring our family's 1,000-year-old ginseng over. Shi Songling answered and hurried out to do his job. Chapter 8, The Not-So-Compelling Alchemy of Pills. There were no words for a while, and several people waited in silence. Wang Chao was bored and examined everything in Wei's house. Whether it was the sofa he was sitting on, the cups he used for drinking tea, or even the decorations on the walls, all of them were luxurious. Even if one was born in a top-tier mansion like him, one had to lament the strength of the Wei family. No wonder the Wei family had become an indispensable aid to Yi Fan's growth path. Just then, he saw that in the original book, Yi Fan's #1 lapdog Wei Yubao, known as Wei Laosan, hurried in. Dad, I brought what you asked for. As soon as Wei Yubao came in, he subconsciously looked at Wang Chao, who was eyeing the sofa, and only felt that the person in front of him was dressed in an extraordinary way, and looked like a big son, plus that handsome face. Heartily enjoying it, he opened his mouth and asked, and this is? Third uncle, this is Wang Chao from Yanjing. Wei Ying grabbed the first reply. Third uncle, hello, I'm Wang Chao. I've come to see Grandpa Wei specially today. Wang Chao stood up and courteously extended his right hand. So it's Mr. Wang. Sit. Wei Yubao shook hands cordially and placed the herbs on the table. Dad, this is what you asked for. Just now, second brother called me and said that there was originally 1,000-year ginseng in our house. So he's not coming back. Wei Hoshan pretended to be chagrined. Look at this head of mine. It's easy to forget things when you're old. Then he turned to his granddaughter. Ying, the ginseng is in the cabinet in my house. Go get it. But in his heart, he was cursing. Could you Lao Er? Lao Zi told you to come back. You even dare not come back. Simply outrageous. Father, what are you doing? Wei Yubao was really puzzled and subconsciously looked at Wang Chao. Could it be that he wanted it? Young Wang said that he can cure the injuries on my body. And I need these herbs. Wei Hoshan spoke in a gentle tone and looked at Wang Chao. I'm grateful to you, Xiao Wang. If you can cure my injuries, I'll definitely thank you heavily. There's no need to be polite, Grandpa Wei. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Wang Chao smiled politely. Wei Yubao couldn't help but look at Wang Chao with surprise. This man was so young that he actually said he could cure his father's disease? Fooled people. How old is he? 20 years old tops. Countless miracle doctors have come to see his father. All helpless. After thinking for a while, since his father was willing to trust Wang Chao, it was better for him to observe for a while before making a decision. All the things had been prepared. Wang Chao set up the furnace tripod in the Wei family compound, lit up the anthracite coal, and began to refine the pills. From time to time, the heart muttered, "This Dan refining really suffocated people's novels, but there are Dan fire," and to inject aura into the Dan furnace. But he didn't have anything, and he had to light the stove, which was too pushy. The old and young members of the Wei family all gathered around to watch. After all, alchemy sounded very novel, and no one had ever seen alchemy with their own eyes. Wang Chao followed the instructions of the alchemy and waited for the Dan furnace to heat up before throwing all the herbs one by one into the Dan furnace. Give it a quick toss with your hands every now and then. Looking at his movements, Wang Chao suddenly thought of a sentence. Sugar-fried chestnuts, delicious and good steak, freshly fried. However, what made Wang Chao strange was that the temperature in the Dan furnace was surprisingly not too high. It was estimated to be around 40 degrees, which was completely bearable for him. To put your hand directly into the Dan furnace. Bear it? Wei Hoshan looked at Wang Chao in surprise. That stove tripod is copper. With fire, then hot water can be too hot. This Wang Chao even used his hands. It did seem that he had a couple of things going for him, and his confidence in his ability to get better suddenly increased. The rest of the Wei clan was also dumbfounded. This was too powerful. Each and every one of them had the expression of dropping their jaws in amazement. Wang Chao stir-fried unhurriedly for a while and threw in the whole millennium ginseng. And just then, he was surprised to find that the ginseng had melted like ice. It's completely integrated into the other drugs. And the other drugs slowly condensed into a small ball shape at this time. A ghostly aroma slowly emanated out. Dan Chang, that's a done deal? It's too hasty, isn't it? Wang Chao looked at the elixir in the furnace and didn't know whether he should be happy or spiteful. But this scene in the eyes of Wei's family could be a completely different picture. In their lifetimes, it was really exhilarating and exciting for them to actually be able to see the disciple of a high-ranking person refining pills. Wei Hoshan was even more excited and stood up directly from his chair, shouting, "Miracle! Miracle! Young Wang is a man of God. Please accept a bow from me." Wei Lao-san. Wei Yubao directly knelt on the ground and reverently kowtowed to Wang Chao. As a mortal, it was too much of a shock to see such a miraculous alchemy. Wei Ying's eyes were full of little stars, and her favor value towards Wang Chao directly soared to 80. The good feeling value of 80 has reached the good feeling value of the lover's hot period. Ding! Wei Ying's favor value towards the host has reached 80. Yi Fan's chi value minus 100. Chi value 18,700. Ding! Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 200. When Wang Chao heard the system's prompt, he suddenly felt that this would not be hasty. It was good. Putting the 3 refined chalcedony pills away in his hands, he took out one and handed it to Wei Hoshan. "Grandpa Wei, the elixir has been refined. Just swallow it directly." Oi vey. Wei Hoshan's hands were trembling with excitement, shivering as he received it, and his eyes flashed with light. There was no longer any doubt about Wang Chao and he directly swallowed the elixir. The very moment he swallowed it, the elixir transformed into an ethereal force that melted into his body. Immediately afterward, he felt his breathing much smoother, as if he had instantly returned to a time when he was young and uninjured. What is even more amazing is that his hair, which was already white, has now turned from white to black. "Grandpa, Grandpa, you've gotten younger." Wei Ying looked at the change in her grandfather in shock, and her voice began to tremble. Wei Yubao once again looked at Wang Chao, and made up his mind that he would hang out with Wang Chao in the future. Thinking about it, he fell straight to his knees. "Young Wang, please accept me as your disciple. I want to learn alchemy too." "Third uncle, it's not that I don't teach you this alchemy thing," Wang Chao almost said. "Actually, I don't know how to do it." After a pause, he put on an inscrutable expression and changed his words. "Alchemy is also about talent, and even more so about the right timing. When the time comes, I might be able to teach you." "Yes, it's me being abrupt. You saved my father. I'll be your little brother from now on." Wei Yubao climbed up with some embarrassment. He was indeed a bit hasty. However, he was almost certain that Wang Chao was definitely an immortal, and he would definitely not suffer if he followed him. Wei Hoshan has a black line on his face. Lao Zi has not yet spoken, but you are the first to flatter. Coughing, he clasped his fists and bowed. "Thank you, young Wang, for saving my life. If you have any difficulties in the future, just look for me. I'll do whatever you want." Wang Chao hurriedly stepped forward, reached out to help Wei Hoshin up, and said with a gentle smile, "Grandpa Wei is polite." Ding! Congratulations to the host for cutting off Yifan's mainline. Yifan's chi value minus 500. Chi value 18,200. Host villain value plus 500. Available villain value 700. When Wang Chao saw this villain value, he was a little dissatisfied. He had cut off 2 of Yifan's major mainlines, and he had also sucked a lot of villain value from his 2 harems. How come there's still 18,000 chi value? How long will it take to finish it off? However, if Yifan wanted to be powerful, he had to ask him if he agreed. Anyway, the matter was already done, so he didn't feel the need to stay and said to Wei Hoshin, "Grandpa Wei, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Wei Hoshin did not expect Wang Chao to leave so soon, and originally wanted to thank him properly. Contemplating for a moment, he asked, "Where does young Wang live now?" "I live on campus." In the original book, Wang Chao was not originally in Jiangbei, but in Yanjing. Yifan also met him after he went to Yanjing, so when he first crossed over that time, he asked for connections to go to Jiangbei University and be Yifan's classmate. When Wei Hoshin heard this, it was a good time to flatter, and hurriedly said, "How can you live in a school with such a noble status? I have an empty villa, let's give it to you as a place to live." Chapter 9, What a Big Green Hat. Ding! Yifan's chi value minus 500. Chi value 17,700. Host villain value plus 500. Remaining villain value 1200. What's the situation? Wang Chao was confused. How did he suddenly add 500 villain value at once? Soon, Shi Songling walked out with a copy of the real estate license and a set of keys and respectfully handed it to Wang Chao. Wei Hoshin said sincerely when he saw that Wang Chao was dumbfounded. "Young Wang, you must accept it, otherwise, I can't bear it in my heart." Wang Chao immediately returned to his senses and hurriedly swept a glance. "Look out, Mountain Villa." Hiss. No wonder he gained so much villain value at once just now. Wangshan Villa. Exactly where Yifan practiced in the original book. And it's the entire north of the river, where the aura is the most abundant. Ha ha, what a pleasant surprise. Almost forgot about that. Well, then I'll hold it for you for now. Wang Chao was not ambiguous. This thing was originally what he deserved, and he took it with alacrity. In just over an hour, the protagonist had brushed more than 1,000 chi values in the Wei family, which was simply too good to be true. The Wei family hosted a banquet to entertain Wang Chao, and Wang Chao didn't excuse himself, so he stayed. During the meeting, he heard about the Wei family's boxing style, and Wei Hoshin even practiced on the spot when he saw Wang Chao's interest. Wang Chao looked at it and immediately pointed out the deficiencies, which of course were true, and that what he said was originally Yifan's lines. Wei Hoshin was quite shocked and handed the Wei family fist technique to Wang Chao, wanting him to help change some of it. Wang Chao naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, thinking that after the change, it would add another wave of villain value. Finally, he urged Wei Hoshin to stay at home and recuperate for the next week before he went back with peace of mind. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Wang Chao returned to a 5-star hotel his family owned in Jiangbei. Sitting on the couch, he closed his eyes and opened the system interface. Mentally, he began to calculate that he would first fill up his charisma value and still have 800 villain points left. Power is the literal meaning of the word. One's own strength will become stronger. Spirit, which allows him to become stronger in perception. Physical fitness, as the name suggests, is about making the body strong. This power is too strong. The body can't keep up with it, no way. Wang Chao directly ignored the spirit. The most important thing now, naturally, was power. To the system road. Charisma is refilled. The rest is half strength, half physique. Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 160, 100 for normal people. Mental, 100, 100 for normal people. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 150, 100 for normal people. Technique, none. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 3 billion. Villain value, 0. Yifan's luck value, 17700. Wang Chao felt as if his muscles were remodeling all over his body, and it was a very peculiar feeling. Soon the feeling was gone. Wang Chao clenched his fist, feeling like he could kill a cow with one punch right now. Standing up, he wanted to try his strength, but when he looked around, there wasn't a single very heavy item in the entire room. Eventually locking his eyes on the leather couch beside him, the sofa looked like it was at least 200 pounds or more, and under normal circumstances, it would be very laborious for 2 people to move it. Bending down, he grabbed the base of the couch and with a push, actually lifted it up quite easily. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "That light? I can't help but be a little disappointed and throw it to the ground." Boo! The couch made a loud noise, and a large crater was smashed hard into the wooden floor. Wang Chao was flabbergasted. Could it be that he was really powerful now? By the lake of Isin, Yi Fan sat cross-legged by the lake and cultivated for the night. From time to time, he looked at the path leading this way from the lake. Looking at the time, it was already 7:30 a.m. The more he practiced, the more uneasy he became. So he simply got up and muttered, "Why don't you come? Ha? Why am I saying such strange things?" Yi Fan scratched his head, always feeling as if he was waiting for someone, but that person never appeared. Sighing, the aura here was just too little, and in one night's time, he had only reached the early stage of body refining. Walking over to the willow tree by the lake, he subconsciously threw a punch. Boom! The willow tree shifted, and the leaves that remained on the tree swished off. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned away. Wang Chao, who was hiding not far away, quietly watched all of this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising. Yi Fan has really come. It's a good thing that the resources for his cultivation were cut off. Otherwise, that punch just now would have pierced through the willow tree. It can still be in front of the Wei family's grandparents. With a grunt, recalling the original plot of the book. According to the original plot, tonight Yan Rushue will go to a class reunion and then meet Li Jianhao, an underground force in Zhangbei. And Yi Fan took the opportunity to act like a bee. He now had two options. One was to cut off Yan Rushue from going to the reunion. The latter would not have happened, but he was afraid that it would cause trouble. It was impossible to send people to keep an eye on Yi Fan and Yan Rushue all day long. It doesn't fit him either. 2 lets the plot go the normal way and he comes out to play the role of Yi Fan instead. Obviously, the second choice was the optimal choice, pretending to hit the face in front of Yi Fan. While thinking about it, he came to the edge of the willow tree where Yi Fan had just stood, clenched his fist, and smashed it hard. Boom! The willow tree was instantly smashed out of a large hole. That strong? Wang Chao was very pleased. This is not exactly the effect of the original book. Yi Fan pretending, happy to go along with the plot. After the reunion, you should have to move into the Wangshan Villa and build the spirit-inducing grand formation at the Wangshan Villa. However, now that Wangshan Villa is occupied by him, it is expected that the plot will be accelerated, and that is the Lantern Festival in a few days. Yi Fan meets his wife from his previous life, Lv Zixia, and so on. When Wang Chao heard this name, he thought of Lu Zixiao from a comedy movie he had seen in his previous life for no reason, and a chill ran through his heart. This wasn't the main thing. The main thing was that the setting in this book, Lu Zixiao was originally a fiancé with him in a fingered marriage. This dog blood. Wang Chao almost wanted to curse. In the original book, Lv Zixiao was originally married to Wang Chao, who had loved her all her life. But Lv Zixiao couldn't see Wang Chao at all, and even ran away from the wedding on their wedding day, just in time to run into the impoverished and downtrodden Yi Fan. The most doggone thing was that Lv Zixiao took a liking to Yi Fan at a glance, and rolled in bed that day when Yi Fan was seriously injured. Then the two were successively taken away by a great immortal to cultivate immortality. Later, after Yi Fan was reborn, he found her in advance. What a great big cuckold! The corners of Wang Chao's mouth twitched. As soon as he thought of the plot in the original book, this anger was not in the right place. He was the victim just because he was the villain. And in the end, he was also destroyed by the male lead. There is no heavenly reason. The corner of his lips hooked into a sneer and he grunted. Lao Zi crossed over, and will absolutely not allow Lao Zi's woman to be stained by others, even if Lao Zi doesn't want it. Chapter 10, Playing Bleep for the main character. Wang Chao was not in a hurry to meet Lu Zixia, and it would not be too late when he finished pretending today. Thinking so, he instructed the driver to come directly to Wangshan Villa. He also wanted to see what was so special about this place. At this moment, Wang Chao was sitting in the Wangshan No. 1 Villa. Not to mention, it is located at the highest point of Wangshan Mountain, overlooking the entire north of the river, and to the east is Isan Lake and to the north is the Lookout Mountain Group. The location couldn't be better. The key thing is that the air here is unusually fresh. It was written in the original book that Wangshan Villa is the place with the most abundant aura in the entire Zhangbei. With nothing to do at the moment, Wang Chao took out the Wei family fist technique and read it from beginning to end. He was surprised to find that he could read them all, and quickly realized the shortcomings. After the deduction, put pen to paper and wrote a new one. After writing, squinting, Woody guessed. I wouldn't be one of those invincible stream protagonists, would I? A heavenly Dao setter who is too bored to come down to earth to practice. Ding! The system warmly suggests that you are the villain. Pust! Wang Chao almost vomited blood when he heard the system suddenly come with such a sentence. Breathless questioned. So tell me, why would I deduce this kind of stuff now when I didn't even know how to do it before? Ding! Because of me. The corners of Wang Chao's mouth quivered a bit, as if it made sense. The protagonists in other novels are powerful. Isn't it because they have a system? But this system of his didn't seem to teach this, so he skimmed his mouth and didn't bother to argue. Nightfall. Wang Chao changed into a not very conspicuous Versace and put on the cheapest Rolex watch in the house. And out the door he went in his Maybach. Found a nice restaurant for dinner. Looking at the time about the same, he came to the KTV where Yan Rushue and the others were going. When the man and his party had finished their rooms, a private room was opened beside them. It wasn't long before they heard someone arguing outside. Mother asterisk 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 her, you want to run away after bumping into me? I'm warning you. Today either kneel down and kowtow to me, or accompany me to sleep with me for one night, or else, I'll kill you. Wang Chao stood indifferently in the doorway. In the original book, Yan Rushue, who goes to the bathroom, runs into the bully Huang Liang. Huang Liang saw that Yan Rushue had a few good looks, so he intentionally looked for trouble and was violently beaten by Yi Fan, which alarmed the KTV owner, Li Jianhao. Wang Chao moved his wrist and the corner of his mouth lifted. There was nothing for Yi Fan today. Pushing the door out, he drank in a cold voice. Let her go. Huang Liang shuddered at the sudden voice and turned his head to look. Seeing that it was a young lad, he couldn't help but open his mouth to curse. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for death? Yellow Ryu was fat and wore an extremely ill-fitting white suit that looked like a writhing creature. Wang Chao sneered and raised his eyebrows. I went to school with her. Che, classmate? You, old me this clothes, more than $300,000. ING give me dirty. You compensate ah? Huang Liang opened his mouth with a string of expletives, and his voice was so loud that in the private room next door, 5 or 6 punks immediately came out. At the same time, Yan Rushue's classmates also came out at the sound. Among them, Yi Fan was particularly conspicuous in the crowd. After all, he was the one with the protagonist's aura. Yan Rushue looked at Wang Chao, who was pulling all the charm, and thought of one word, heavenly god descends. Too handsome. $300,000? Ha! Wang Chao smiled coldly and sarcastically. A glance showed that the other party was wearing a fake name brand. Take off your clothes. I'll appraise the appraisal. Asterisk 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 brothers. This kid dares to taunt our boss. Get together and destroy him. A little brother beside Huang Liang immediately quit, directly pulled out a knife from his waist and rushed up towards Wang Chao. Look out! Yan Rushue hurriedly gave a reminder. Wang Chao, however, had a calm face and stood there without moving, and even winked at Yan Rushue rather idly. He now knows the Wei family boxing style, which is average, but better than nothing, more than enough to deal with this gang of punks. The moment the other party was about to get close, his eyes glazed over. He made a weird side dodge, and hammered his fist into the man's chest. Click! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Huang Liang's little brother flew out backwards, going ferociously, sweeping the few punks outside of Huang Liang to the ground. Then he fainted straight away. Life or death unknown. Yi Fan, who was standing by the side, showed a hint of complexity in his eyes. He could tell that Wang Chao was definitely not human, but he could not see any cultivation. On top of that, he had a strange feeling, as if it was clearly his treasure that had been snatched away from him by a bystander in a hard way. Taking a deep breath, he consoled himself with the words, it's just a mole cricket. No big deal. Wang Chao calmly withdrew his fist and coldly looked at Huang Liang. Huang Liang had seen his opponent's strong power. How could he dare to steel himself? Viciously, he threw down. You wait for me. Turned around and ran. Wang Chao naturally knew that Huang Liang had gone to call for help, and without a care in the world, he slowly walked to Yan Rushue's side. Class, are you okay? I'm fine. Yan Rushue was a bit shocked, but facing Wang Chao, she had an unprecedented sense of security and said with a red face, thank you. We're all classmates. No need to be polite. At this time, some of the students behind Wang Chao gathered around and started talking to comfort Yan Rushue. Ding! Yan Rushue has a favor value of plus 70 towards you. Favor value of 70. Yi Fan's chi value minus 100. Chi value 17,600. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 100. Ding! Yi Fan couldn't fake it. Luck value minus 100. Luck value 17,500. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 200. Thank you for saving my bestie. Wang Chao was checking the villain value when he suddenly heard a girl's soft and gentle voice and turned his head to look. Hi Kong. Yan Rushua's best friend. Later a famous female singer. And damn well one of Yifan's harem. You're welcome. Wang Chao waved his hand and turned around to leave. Wait a minute classmate. Yan Rushua squeezed out from the crowd. Thank you for saving me just now. Wang Chao was too lazy to be polite with her and directly persuaded her. You guys should get out of here quickly. That group just now definitely won't stop. What are you pretending? It's not because of you. If you hadn't injured someone just now, could you have offended that gang? Wang Chao turned to the source of the voice and realized that the speaker was a tall and thin man. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he heard Zhang Hui retort with dissatisfaction. Gao Yuan. No matter what, it was this student who saved little Shui. You don't have to speak so harshly, do you? When Wang Chao heard the name, he remembered that Gao Yuan was the son of a real estate boss, and his family had a little bit of money and had been pursuing Yan Rushue. He's the one who threw this party. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about Yi Fan, and his afterglow glanced at Yi Fan behind the crowd. Mentally, he sneered. He must be thinking, who am I? Where am I? And am I not here to act like a pussy? At that moment, he heard Gao Yuan cut again, confidently. Che, do we need him? As long as I come out with one word, I can scare the other party into releasing them. Need to fight? As soon as his words fell, he saw Li Jianhao with a dozen people rushing up from downstairs in a murderous rage. Chapter 11, easily knocked down. Wang Chao looked at the raging Li Jianhao, over 1 meter 9, with a stout body and a face like a knife, a black trench coat, stand there, full of aura, the heart size, worthy of being the most faithful dog-leg of Yifan in the original book. This appearance, afraid to go to other novels, when a male second is more than enough. Who hit my brother just now? Step forward. Li Jianhao carried a hostile aura all over his body, and when these words came out, the people next to him all shuddered, except for Wang Chao and Yifan. Most of those present were students, who had seen this kind of momentum, and were immediately scared and at a loss. There were even a few girls that cried on the spot in fear. In the end, everyone looked towards Wang Chao. Wang Chao was full of concern. As far as his punch was concerned, none of the opposite side could carry it. But then again, it seems like someone was trying to play hard to get just now, twisting his head to look at Gao Yuan with a bad smile. Didn't you just a word? Come on, the stage is reserved for you. After saying this, he slipped away and hid behind the crowd, living up to the image of a coward. He knew that Gao Yuan would come out on top. After all, in the original story, Gao Yuan did come out on top. Of course the attempt to pretend was unsuccessful and became a stepping stone for the protagonist. Yi Fan. Gao Yuan heart thumped, instinctively wanted to escape, and cursed in his heart. The old man said that a word can be fixed is just that. This is Li Jianhao, who was known as the Emperor of the Underground, but his favorite woman was here, and running away would be a loss of face, so he absolutely couldn't back down. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Uncle Li, I'm Gao Yuan. Cao Liang of Gao Liang Real Estate is my father. We've met before. Can you spare us this time for the sake of my father? Who the hell is Gao Liang? Worthy of having me give him face? Li Jianhao looked at Gao Yuan coldly and frowned unhappily. Gao Yuan's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, embarrassed and wanting to find a crack in the ground. In his heart, he regretted. Why did he come out strongly? Now he is in trouble. I'll ask again. Who hit my brother? If you don't tell me, I'll break all of your legs. Jian Li drank with a raging voice. Gao Yuan, who was closest to him, directly paralyzed on the ground and hurriedly pointed at Wang Chao. Uncle Li, it's him, he's the one who moved just now. It has nothing to do with me. Uncle Li mustn't break my legs. Yeah, that's him. Nothing to do with us. Nothing to do with us. Yan Rushue's classmates panicked and pointed at Wang Chao at almost the same time. Yan Rushue pursed her lips and wanted to come out in defense, but she was pulled back by Zhang Hui, who shook her head straight at her. Wang Chao saw all this in his eyes and sneered in his heart. How did he not see that Zhang Hui was also timid and fearful when he read the book before? Zhang Hui is the illegitimate daughter of a provincial big shot, but she doesn't know that now. But according to the original plot, the two of them can't hide. It's called fate. As he was thinking about it, he heard the cold voice of Li Jianhao. Very well, you. Li Jianhao pointed at Wang Chao, and then pointed at Yan Rushuet and Zhang Hui. And you two stay. The rest of you, get the hell out of here. It's got nothing to do with the two of us, right? It's not like we're the ones who made the move to hurt someone? Jianghui asked in horror as her little face turned white with fear. It's not relevant. I see you two as good looking. Got a problem with that? Li Jianhao's eyes showed a trace of evil. When he came up he did not pay attention. Just now a look at these two pussy. Long real point. Not stay too bad. Yi Fan's heart was depressed to the extreme. He always felt that he should have appeared, but his strength didn't allow it. Although he was the reincarnation of an immortal exalt, he could at most beat an ordinary person at the moment, and if he went up there and had his legs broken, wouldn't it be a wasted fight? With this in mind, he prepared to retreat, but took a ghostly step upward. When he saw the steps he took, Yi Fan was stunned. What am I doing? Giving away my head? Just as he was about to step back, Kenzo Li glared over and cursed. Do you have a ing death wish? Then, several punks rushed over, ready to surround Yi Fan. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and prepared to counterattack. Although he didn't have the power, with his moves, he should be able to retreat in one piece. Before he could make a move he was pulled behind him by Wang Chao. Stay aside. Wang Chao had an impatient look on his face and turned his head to look at Li Jianhao. I'm the one who hit them. I don't know them. You let them go. Li Jianhao sneered. He, making conditions with me. Who are you? He looked at Wang Chao playfully. I suddenly changed my mind. Cold, hard eyes roved over the group of students. Stay here, all of you, and none of you will leave now. When the rest of the people heard this, they all stood in fear and didn't dare to move, and in their hearts, they all began to silently curse Yi Fan. If it wasn't for Yi Fan foolishly charging forward, they would have all left. Ding! Protagonist attempted to pretend to be a man of honor. Chi value -100. Chi value 17,400. Host villain value +100. Available villain value 300. Wang Chao raised the corner of his mouth. It was time to perform a real technique. Without saying anything, he suddenly rushed out, and the Wei Family Fist technique was instantly executed. This Wei Family Fist technique was created by the ancestors of the Wei family on the basis of the original military-style fist. It's mostly practical, not so fancy, coupled with the fact that Wang Chao's strength had long exceeded that of an ordinary person by too much. One punch at a time. Fighting the minions couldn't have been easier. Li Jianhao froze when he saw this scene. What the hell? How did 5 of his elites instantly fall to the ground? The next second, however, suddenly a sandbag-sized fist slammed into his face. With a muffled grunt, he fell straight to the ground. Then, he was picked up by Wang Chao with his hands. Li Jianhao's men were all confused, all with black question marks on their heads. What happened? Why did the boss look like he was being picked up like a chicken? Yi Fan was also a bit baffled. This mortal had no cultivation at all, but was so easy to take down 5 people and subdue one. When he was at the great perfection of body refining realm, he was just like that. The mind wondered who this man was. The gang of students are equally surprised to look at Wang Chao. The last second they still feel dead, but the next second actually reversed the situation. There is a kind of feeling of life after the robbery. Especially Yan Rushue and Zhang Hui. Both of them had a strong admiration for Wang Chao. Ding! Yan Rushue has +10 favorability towards the protagonist. Favorability value 80. Ding! Zhang Hui has +20 favorability to the protagonist. Favorability value 70. Ding! Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 17,200. Host villain value +200. Available villain value 500. Awesome! Wang Chao almost shouted out. Although the value of the villain is very little, but the number of people this is just how big a moment. 500 villain value to hand. Beautiful. Carrying Li Jianhao, he looked at him with a crooked smile. Now I ask you, can they go? Yes. Yes. Li Jianhao was dumbfounded by Wang Chao, and now that he was still in someone else's hands, how could he dare to disagree? And nodded his head frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Great! Wang Chao looked at Yan Rushue, a faint light smile hanging on his handsome face. Classmates, you can all go back. What about you? Yan Rushue subconsciously asked. You guys leave first, I'll talk to Li Jianhao. Wang Chao looked down at the man in his hand. Is that the name? Seeing him nod, he looked up at Yan Rushue and said, I'll talk to him about ideals. Chapter 12, Take a Little Brother. Talking about ideals? Talk about your grandma's leg. Li Jianhao cursed straight in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything with his mouth. The teenager in front of him was just too powerful. At those words, Yan Rushue also froze for a moment. You carry someone in mid-air and talk to them about ideals? Don't worry, he can't hurt me. Wang Chao smiled confidently and carried Li Jianhao into his box. The rest of the people juniors followed a few steps, but they didn't dare to get close. They only dared to squeeze in the doorway position. Wang Chao threw Li Jianhao on the ground, pulled out Fuchin Mountain Resort from his bag, pulled out one, and slowly lit it. According to the original plot, Li Jianhao wasn't beaten at all. It's just that all of Li Jianhao's men were knocked down by Yifan. And at this time, Qi Songling, who was beside Wei Hoshen, came, and Yifan used Qi Songling's position in the Wei family to make Li Jianhao submit. Now with his sudden addition, it certainly can't follow the original plot. Now that he had cut off any possibility of Li Jianhao defecting to Yifan, he planned to collect a hitman junior, so he's going to wait. Moreover, he had made a deal with the Wei family yesterday, and at this time Qi Songling would come to him to get the Wei family fist technique. Li Jianhao's mouth twitched when he saw Fuchin Mountain residence. He originally thought that he couldn't beat you, and I could call out my little brother. But when he saw the smoke, the thoughts he had just had instantly disappeared without a trace. Are you kidding me? Whoever can afford to smoke this can't be an average person. Quietly, he lay on the ground, not daring to speak, and confused as to what the young man in front of him was waiting for. Soon, Wang Chao's cell phone rang and picked it up. Hey, young Wang, I'm Xiao Qi from Elder Wei's side. Across the phone, Qi Songling's tone was very respectful. It's you. What's up? Wang Chao smoked a cigarette and asked nonchalantly. You instructed me yesterday that I should pick up the Wei family fist technique today. I wonder if you've changed it yet. If it's changed, I'll go over now. Qi Songling thought in his heart. It's really expensive. It's done. I'm at the Imperial KTV. Come over. Wang Chao hung up the phone after saying that. That's right. He was waiting for this call. In fact, if he were to reveal his identity, it would be enough to scare Li Jianhao to death. It's just that he wanted to keep a low profile. If this idea was known to Li Jianhao, he would have to curse. You are smoking a fuchsia, and you're actually telling me you want to lay low? Wang Chao finished a cigarette before noticing that Li Jianhao was still lying on the ground. Ignore it though. You'll have to play hard to get in a few moments. So just lie down. Not long after, Qi Songling, dressed in a suit, walked in quickly and frowned as soon as he entered. He said, why is Kenho Li here? Also, why was he on the floor? And why were there so many people in the room? When Li Jianhao saw that the person who came was Qi Songling, who was beside Elder Wei, he almost pissed himself. What's he doing here? The Wei family, originally not in Zhangbei, but for some reason suddenly settled in Zhangbei. The Wei family was not a powerful family in Zhangbei, but it was an existence that made all the powerful families fear. Because the Wei family's old man, Wei Hoshen, that was the #1 person under the god of war, and his popularity was unrivaled. Thinking about this, he immediately climbed up and squeezed out a smiling face, just about to open his mouth, but realized that Qi Songling did not give him a look at all, and walked straight to Wang Chao's side and respectfully said, Young Wang, Wang Chao nodded his head indifferently, pulled out his altered Wei family fist technique from his bag, handed it to Qi Songling, and said calmly, don't call me young Wang in the future. I came to Zhangbei to go to school. I have to keep a low profile. In the future, call me Master Wang. Qi Songling froze for a moment. I have no problem calling you Master Wang, but this word has nothing to do with low profile, right? When Jianhao Li heard this, the corners of his mouth trembled and he almost cursed. Master Wang? Shame on you. That is the red man beside Wei Lao. Even if you don't stand up to greet him, but also let people call you Master Wang, you are finished. But next, Li Jianhao felt bad about the whole thing. Yes, Master Wang. I'll go back and definitely convey it to everyone in the Wei family. Qi Songling bowed respectfully. The afterglow saw Li Jianhao's surprised face, straightened up and looked at him. The master came here. It should be for fun. But just now, Li Jianhao knelt on the ground, thinking that he had offended the master. Contemplating for a moment, he asked, Master Wang, has Li Jianhao offended you? If he has offended you, I can handle it for you. Li Jianhao almost gave his knees. I've been getting beaten up. Where else would I dare to bully him? No. We were both discussing ideals and having a great time. Wang Chao smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Master Wang and I were just talking about ideals. Li Jianhao was about to cry in fear, looking at the situation just now. If the Wei family knew that he was looking for Wang Chao's trouble, he would have to destroy himself. That's good. Qi Songling nodded and said to Li Jianhao, I'm warning you, Master Wang is a great benefactor of the Wei family. If you dare to show disrespect to the master, Don't blame me for being impolite to you. Don't dare. Don't dare. Li Jianhao nodded his head busily, even more curious about Wang Chao's identity. Which the hell is this god? Even the Wei family's great benefactor? Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Master Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first, Qi Songling said respectfully, and when he saw Wang Chao nod, he slowly exited the room. Wang Chao swept a glance at Li Jianhao. According to the original book, this Li Jianhao was going to recognize the boss when Qi Songling left. How fat 4 ducks. You'd better hurry up brother, back to analyze the sister. Bah, what about analyzing the later episodes? Master Wang, it was all a misunderstanding before. I hope Master won't be offended. Li Jianhao hurriedly apologized and pulled out a bank card. A small tribute. I hope Master Wang won't mind. Wang Chao was expressionless, but in his heart, he was thinking that this bank card should be the $10 million that Li Jianhao gave when he recognized Yifan as his boss in the original book. After that, Yifan used the $10 million to buy a treasure in the ghost market, which turned out to be sold for a few $100 million. And after that, he auctioned off the heavenly spirit treasure at the auction, and his cultivation increased greatly. Reached out and picked it up. Okay, I'll take this money. Yes, from now on, you are my Li Jianhao's boss. In Jiangbei City, as long as you give a command, anything, I'll help my big brother get it done. Li Jianhao thought happily, when he got on the big brother, even the Wei family would have to give him some face in the future, not to mention a few other big families. That's a good call, boss. Ding. Congratulations to the host for truncating the subplot. Main characters Chi value minus 200, Chi value 17,000, host villain value plus 200, available villain value 700. Wang Chao skimmed his mouth. Only 200. It's just that it looks like most of the chakra value is in the male lead's harem. Faintly looking at Li Jianhao, there was no promise or objection. A high person style. Standing up, he took a cigarette out of his cigarette case. Li Jianhao hurriedly and attentively took out his lighter and lit it. Quite an eye. Wang Chao was satisfied and threw the remaining Fuchin Mountain residence to Li Jianhao. Come what may. Though there were only 2 cigarettes left in the box. Enough. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Li Jianhao hurriedly thanked him. In his eyes, this was not just as simple as sending cigarettes. This was Wang Chao's response to him. Wang Chao waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk outside. Li Jianhao couldn't miss this opportunity and followed him with his ass, personally delivering the man. The two had just reached the downstairs when suddenly 2 figures leapt out. Chapter 13, Charmed to Death. Wang Chao subconsciously took a step back when he saw the silhouette. Taking a closer look, it was actually Yan Ruxue and Zhang Wei, who actually hadn't left. Of course he also saw Yifan, who was not far away and pretending to be calm. Yan Ruxue had just been pulled downstairs by Zhang Wei, but thought that she hadn't yet thanked Wang Chao who had saved her, not to mention knowing Wang Chao's phone number or WeChat, so want to wait downstairs. As soon as he saw Wang Chao coming down, he was overexcited and even rushed up directly, red-faced and mouthing, Can I buy you dinner? Zhang Hui followed behind Yan Ruxue, and when she saw that Wang Chao was followed by Li Jianhao, she lowered her head in fear and didn't dare to speak. Some other time. It's late today. You need to go home. Wang Chao politely refused. Well, then, can I leave you a number? Yan Ruxue felt that Wang Chao was imposing, but she had a good feeling about him and didn't want to let go of this opportunity easily. Wang Chao was deliberately silent for a moment, slowly nodded, reported the phone to Yan Ruxue, and waved his hand. I'll leave first. You guys be careful on the road. Bye boss. Li Jianhao also hurriedly waved his hand, and was once again shaken in his heart when he saw Wang Chao get into a Maybach. He had only seen this car on TV, and didn't realize that Zhang Bei had one. Yan Ruxue's small face had been flushed, her heart thumping hard, her eyes flashing with excitement. He actually told me to be careful on the road. Is he hinting at me? Is he in love with me? On the side of Yifan's calm face, some ripples rose. Who in the world is this person? In my last life, Yan Ruxue clearly liked Gao Yuan. Could it be that I changed everything after my reincarnation? Hey, Yifan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry and take a car home? What time is it? Go back late. My mom will have to say me again. Yan Ruxue originally did not treat Yifan well, and after today's incident, she treated him even less well, and did not speak politely at all. Yifan resumed his ice face, but in his heart, he said, Griffin, what you did today, one day, you will regret it. Reaching out to stop a cab, he felt incredibly stifled, but didn't know where it was coming from. Wang Chao drove back to Wanshan Villa, comfortably lying on the sofa, looking at the system interface, and said, "Add strength to 200, and all the rest to physique." Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 200, 100 for normal people. Mental, 100, 100 for normal people. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 180, 100 for a normal person. Technique, none. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 31 billion. Villain value, 0. Main character's luck value, 17,000. Phew! Wang Chao felt that his body had once again become stronger and casually swung out a punch as if it could break the air. Very good. There doesn't seem to be much going on for the next few days, so why don't we go to Jiangbei University for a stroll? Wang Chao made up his mind, stretched, and went to bed. Early the next morning, Wang Chao drove directly to Jiangbei University. In his previous life, he was also a college student. Muddling through for 3 years, and in his senior year, he came to his senses and prepared to study hard, and it turned out to be a crossing. With regrets, come to JNU. The positioning of JNU in the original book is not a national key university, but just an ordinary undergraduate school. At this point, it's the beginning of the school season. A number of students have already returned early. Wang Chao walked on the path of the campus, and from time to time, he attracted the screams of girls. So handsome. He's a big star, isn't he? How come I didn't realize we had such a handsome guy in our school? I must have been blind before. What's the point of chasing after a star when a handsome man is right next to you? Everyone's eyes were attracted to Wang Chao. With his hard face, delicate to impeccable features, and princely height, he was simply the ideal Prince Charming. There are even bold girls who went up to ask for WeChat, confess their love, and threatened to give Wang Chao a monkey. Wang Chao was all extremely gentlemanly in his refusal. "Honey!" An abrupt shouting came into Wang Chao's ears. Wang Chao's forehead hair was black. His stern gaze swept. He was trying to see which boy who was not afraid of death dared to shout like this, but he only saw a back that flew away. Wang Chao viciously thought, "Kid, count on you to run fast. Otherwise I will definitely break your legs." But with this, it seems that one's charisma is off the charts. Recovering his thoughts, he was about to visit his dormitory. Suddenly, he saw a girl who was out of the ordinary, like a fairy, walk out from the girls' dormitory building. That woman he recognized was none other than Yifan's proper wife in the original book, Lu Zixia, who had greened him. There was another girl beside LV Zixia. Her eyes lit up after seeing Wang Chao, and she hurriedly tugged her a bit, saying with a flowery face, "Wow, Zixia, look at that guy. He's so handsome." LV Zixia was surprised and turned her head to look, and she froze when she saw Wang Chao's handsome face. In her impression, Wang Chao was not this handsome. Was he hallucinating? However, he quickly chilled his face and walked over with an air of anger, opening his mouth with a cold question. "Wang Chao, are you done? How dare you chase me to my school?" Wang Chao frowned and pulled himself away from her. To be honest, LV Zixia was very pretty, even the prettiest of the women he had seen, but to the current him, it was just someone who looked at him more than once, and he was completely uninterested. And the thought of the owner of this body being green by the woman in front of her sent a chill down her spine. Thin lips tugged in a sneering sneer. "You misunderstand. I'm here to study. I don't have time to chase you. You're in my way." Wang Chao didn't even bestow any extra eyes on her, crossing straight over her and leaving with a big stride. LV Zixia's face instantly reddened, incredulously looking at Wang Chao's back, not even believing that Wang Chao, who had been kneeling and licking her, would say such words to her. A nameless anger suddenly surged to her heart, and she was about to open her mouth to call out to Wang Chao when she realized that he stopped and turned his head to look over. "On the 15th day of the first month, come back to Yanjing with me. I'm going to withdraw from your marriage." Coldly dropping a sentence, he dashed off. Lu Zixia was directly dumbfounded in place. How was this possible? Wang Chao had been pestering her like a mangy dog before. Even before she came to Jiangbei to go to school, she was pestering her like crazy. So how come she suddenly wants to withdraw? An unusually angry, exasperated shout. "Wang Chao, stop right there." Wang Chao knows the mind of women best. The more you lick, the more you are despised. With a cold snort, he turned around and looked indifferently at Lu Zixia. "Is there anything else, Ms. Lu? You? Lu Zixia opened her mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. She couldn't look at Wang Chao, and she hated the marriage between the two families even more. Now that Wang Chao had agreed, she should be happy, shouldn't she? But for some reason, Wang Chao's unconcerned attitude towards her had a sense of annoyance at being belittled, and a wave of indignation rose in his heart with nowhere to vent it. If it's alright, I can leave first. You mustn't forget the appointment on the 15th of the first month. If you miss it, you can't back out of the marriage for the rest of your life. Wang Chao's eyes deepened as he looked at LV Zixia grimly. LV Zixia trembled for no reason. Although she was born in a prestigious family in Yanjing, compared to the Wang family, it was really a far cry. Father had contracted the marriage back then in order to climb up to the Wang family. The LV family had developed well over the years, and she knew that if she dared to voluntarily withdraw from the marriage, the LV family would not be far from bankruptcy. But why did Wang Chao suddenly propose to withdraw from the marriage? Chapter 14, New Roommate. LV Zixia looked at Wang Chao for half a day unable to say anything, and in the end, she actually had an impulse not to withdraw from the marriage. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth. Is it true what you said about withdrawing from me? Wang Chao guessed the other party's psychology from the other party's expression, and with a cold smile in his heart, he suddenly turned his back. I want to throw up if I look at you one more time now. You tell me that's not true. Dropping a line, he simply strides away. LV Zixia stood in the cold wind with a messy face, not reacting for half a day. Zixia, he's your fiancé. So handsome? Chen Ziruo, the roommate next to Lu Zixia, opened her mouth wide in surprise. Even though LV Zixia was the schoolflower and had a constant stream of suitors around her, her fiancé was still too glamorous, making her sour from the sidelines. Want to withdraw from the marriage. No door. LV Zixia was so angry that she stomped her feet, and her eyes were a little red. It was hard to understand how Wang Chao suddenly disliked her. However, the Wang Chao just now was indeed different from before. Whether it was from the temperament, the manner of speaking, and his looks. Surprisingly, the more he looked at him, the better he looked at him, and he even wanted to lean closer to him. Her cheeks suddenly burned. Lu Zixia hurriedly covered her reddened face. She wouldn't have developed a crush on Wang Chao, right? Ding! LV Zixia has plus 100 favor with you and a favor value of 20. Wang Chao had just walked to the door of the dormitory when he heard a system prompt for no reason, and his footsteps lurched. After waiting half a day, the system didn't follow. Cursed, you sis, why is there no villain value if the good sense value has gone up? Looks like the female lead, LV Zixia, is not easy to handle. Shaking his head, he walked to his quarters. Pushing the door in, he saw that two of his dormitory roommates were already here, all sitting at their desks individually. One is a big fat guy and the other is a bit more skinny looking. Wang Chao saw them looking over and greeted them with a smile. Hello you two. I'm the newcomer Wang Chao. Please take care of me from now on. Cho Sung, the thin man, Zhao Chang, smiled and nodded, but his eyes sized up Wang Chao. The model's body, the handsome face, the exquisite clothes, plus the blinding Rolex on his wrist. There was some sudden jealousy in his heart. Liang Wu only felt that the person in front of him was so handsome. He stood up and leaned over. I heard that you just transferred here. Which university were you from before? Sidai. Wang Chao came to the school where Yifan went to school. In addition to reading and recapturing his youth, there was naturally the most important reason. That was to recruit minions so that Yifan couldn't easily pick up girls in school. After all, Yifan was the protagonist and made his living by picking up girls. He had now snatched away a few of Yifan's harem, in case any more rich white beauties appeared to adopt Yifan. By casually giving him a few herbs that were over 500 years old, Yifan would be able to raise his cultivation level. It will be very tricky at that point. Cygnus University? Cygnus University? Liang Wu asked half-jokingly. Clear Skid University, Wang Chao said, pulling out cigarettes from his bag, taking them out and handing them to the two. Neither of them refused. Wang Chao lit one himself. Qinglu? Ha ha ha, brother, don't brag. If you can get into Clear Slip, what are you doing here in the middle of nowhere? Zhao Chang didn't believe it and pulled out his lighter, snapping it on and lighting his cigarette. Inhaled a mouthful, only to feel the smoke aroma pleasant. Inhaled into the lungs, cannot say comfortable. Wang Chao didn't retort and just smiled. No, who in their right mind would transfer to a place like this when they can get into Clear Slip? Asked with a smile as he took a drag on his cigarette. I just came here. I don't know what kind of beauties there are in our school. I can chase after them. Hissing. Cigarettes is great. Liang Lu sighed and habitually flicked his cigarette. If you want to ask about anything else, I don't know. But if you ask about this, you're really asking the right person. In our term, the four major school flowers our academy accounted for 3. They are Kung Fu, Yan Ruxue and Jiang Hui, but the most beautiful is the English Academy's Lu Zixia. That's really better looking than a star. In addition to these four, Zhang Di from the Academy of Biological Sciences and Zhao Qing from the English Academy are also very good. Wang Chao listened to Liang's eloquent talk and had a rough initial understanding of the beauties of this term. The heart cannot help but sigh. The treatment of the protagonist is good. The four major school flowers are all Yifan harem. However, when you meet him, you won't be so lucky. Hey brother, what brand of cigarettes are these? They're really good. Give me another one. Liang Wu finished smoking one and cheekily asked Wang Chao for a cigarette. Wang Chao wasn't stingy either, and once again handed the two of them one each. After chatting for a while longer, sensing that it was about time, he said, I have things to do. I may not come to the dorm much from now on, so if anything happens, give me a call. Wang Chao left the phone with Liang Wu and gave him the remaining Fuchin Mountain residence as well. How embarrassing. Okay, I'll let you know if anything happens. Liang Wu was a little embarrassed, but still took the cigarettes, mainly because they were too good to smoke. When Wang Chao left, he took the cigarette case and looked at it and exclaimed, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's ing Fuchin Mountain residence. What are you yelling about? What Fuchin Mountain residence? Zhao Cheng's family didn't have much money and had never heard of Fuchin Mountain residence, so he glared at Liang Wu with great dissatisfaction. Do you know how much one of these cigarettes is? Liang Wu carefully put the cigarette case away. How much can it cost? As expensive as a wazoo? The best cigarettes that Zhao Cheng knows are the Huazi, and I heard that the soft packs cost more than 70 a box. Big brother, this one can buy a pack and a half of Huazi. Liang Wu glanced out the window. His brain was a bit insufficient. His new roommate turned out to be a rich master. Smoking Fuchin Mountain residence. What? Are you kidding? Zhou Sun was still not convinced. Liang Wu directly on the phone on the Fuchin Mountain Resort offer posted, 20,000 a line on the market. Cannot buy. AI Young. This is a baby ah. When Zhao Cheng saw the price tag on the phone, the corners of his mouth trembled madly, and that feeling of inferiority became even more intense. After Wang Chao left the school, he drove his car and arrived at the largest antique market in Jiangbei, Daqianmen Antique City. It's not like the train station where all the fakes are. There are still real ones. Wang Chao also did not ink, and directly came to a store called Old Gold Antique Shop. He asked as soon as he came in, Boss, is there any good stuff? The owner's name was Jin Yuan Bao, and with just one sweeping glance at Wang Chao, he concluded that this person was definitely a rich second generation. Hurriedly getting up to meet him, he smiled a toothless smile and said, What does this guest want? Just tell me if there's anything good here. Wang Chao's gaze faintly swept around. The original book said that a painting would be sold here. An imitation by the artist Zheng Daqian, which was bought by Yifan for about $3 million. But this painting is something else. In fact, there is a painting, and that painting is from the northern song master Zhang Ziduan. As for what is painted, the original book is not introduced. Just say that the painting was sold for more than $200 million and was bought by Su Xinghe, the head of the Su family, the number one family in Jiangbei. These dudes can't even look at them? Jin Yuanbao looked at Wang Chao's expression carefully and asked. Wang Chao shook his head. Can't see it. I want to buy a painting to give to the old man as a congratulatory gift. Yes, 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 yes. Jin Yuanbao busily responded, naturally thinking of a pair of Zhang Daqian's paintings that he had just received a few days ago, and hurriedly ordered someone to take them out. Right at this moment, Su Xinghe, the head of the Su family, walked in slowly from outside. Chapter 15 The Painting Within the Painting. Wang Chao heard footsteps and turned his head to look, and he instantly recognized the person in front of him as Su Xinghe. I thought to myself, it looks like the plot still hasn't changed. As long as this painting is for sale, Su Xinghe will come. But this was good, saving him from having to make a trip to Su's house. Receiving the store attendant handed over the painting, slowly unfolded. It was an extremely simple picture of flowers and birds. If it weren't for the words Zhang Daqian, I'm afraid no one else would have given it a second glance. AI Young, isn't this the Su family master? What a rare guest. Rare guest. When Jin Yuanbao saw Su Xinghe, he didn't dare to be slow and greeted him with a smile on his face. After all, that was the head of the first big family in Jiangbei. Rich as hell. I just came to see if I've gotten a good deal lately. Ha! Su Xinghe's face was kind, like a loitering uncle, without a trace of the big patriarch stance. There. Jin Yuanbao pointed to the painting in Wang Chao's hand. This is Master Zhang Daqian Zhang's flower and bird painting. In addition, there's this. Saying that, He took out the palm-sized black box from behind the counter and opened it to see a tiger-shaped wooden carving that was finely carved and lifelike. Su Xinghe glanced at the wood carving without much interest. Something his family had plenty of. Turning his head to look at the painting in Wang Chao's hand, he nodded slightly and commented, "It's a nice painting, but it's a pity it's an imitation. Boss, I'll take this painting." Wang Chao glanced at Su Xinghe, and secretly said in his heart, "You scoff. There will be a time for you to cry in a while." Hey, good. This is Zhang Daqi and Zhang Master's painting. Although it is an imitation, it is also worth a lot of money. Since the handsome man has a destiny with him, I'll bear the pain. A price, $10 million. Golden Dollar showed a look of dismay after a flurry of bragging. Su Xinghe skimmed his lips on the side, but didn't say anything. After all, it didn't have anything to do with him, and turned his head to look at the other goods in the store. Wang Chao smiled. His eyes seemed to be able to read people's minds and said directly, $2 million, if it's for sale, I'll pay now. In the original book, the painting was eventually bought by Yifan for $3 million. According to the author of the original book, the painting was valued right around $2 million. So $2 million should be fine. $2 million? Little brother. This is Master Shang's real handwriting. The collection value is very high. $2 million won't do. At least $9 million. It is true that the estimated value of the gold dollar is around $2 million, but the Wang Chao in front of him gives him the feeling that he is a rich second generation, and he does not slaughter more, and his heart is not balanced. Wang Chao rolled up the painting, put it on the table, and got up without a care in the world and walked out. Little brother, don't go yet. Jin Yuanbao hurriedly called out to Wang Chao. In the back of his mind, he was muttering, does this kid know the price? Seeing Wang Chao stop, he was full of smiles. The price is negotiable. Wang Chao's face was expressionless, but he knew that things were probably a done deal. After all, the original book said that even if the painting was really taken for appraisal, it wouldn't be worth $1 million. The real significance of this painting is to hide Zhang Zidwan's real work. Boss, if you're not sincere, I'll shop elsewhere. Don't this way, I'll give you a minimum price. $5 million. This is after all Master Zhang's real handwriting. Outside anyone. Before the words were finished, Wang Chao's feet moved again, and Jin Yuanbao hurriedly shouted, Hey, don't go. $3 million minimum. I suddenly thought of something. This flower and bird picture. The original painting is also less than $2 million. Wang Chao stopped in his tracks and bargained with a serious face. So, for this painting, I'm only offering $1.5 million. Jin Yuanbao had never seen the original painting of the birds and flowers, but with years of experience, such a simple painting was not really worth much. The corners of his mouth grinned a little, and it looked like he'd run into someone who knew what they were doing today. A hard heart said, okay, I'll take the money lost to make a friend. Without saying anything, Wang Chao directly took out his bank card and paid. Following what Yifan had done in the original book, he looked at the painting again and gave a eek of feigned surprise. There's even another painting in this one. When Jin Yuanbao and Su Xinghe heard Wang Chao's words, they looked over curiously at the same time. Boss, lend me your family's knife. Jin Yuanbao didn't know what Wang Chao was going to do, and fished out an art knife from the counter and handed it over, muttering in his heart, there can't really be another painting, can there? Wang Chao sat on a chair and used a craftsman's knife, moving very gently to cut around the painting, prying the corner of the painting open. It turned out to have a mezzanine inside. Wang Chao grabbed a pinch and cut along the torn opening, carefully following the edge of the flower and bird figure, gently lifting it up. A brand new painting appeared in front of them. This is Zhang Zidwan's real handwriting. Wang Chao had not yet seen a reason, only felt that the painting was great. Suddenly heard Su Xinghe exclaimed, this is definitely Zhang Zidwan's authentic work. Little brother, can you resell this painting to me? Jin Yuanbao stood aside. He also saw the painting's fame. The corner of his mouth straight grin. This Zhang Zidwan's painting $1.5 million. I lost money to my grandmother's house and began to wonder how I was going to get the painting back. Wang Chao's expression was light, without a hint of surprise on his face, and he shrugged his shoulders. Uncle, I'm giving this painting away. Seeing Su Xinghe's disappointed face, he said nonchalantly, even if I don't give it away, this is Zhang Zidwan's authentic work. You think for $1.5 million, I'll transfer it to you? I don't lack that kind of money, but in my heart, I thought, of course I have to sell it to you, even if I have the money, otherwise how can I gain your favor? Su Xinghe has no other hobbies, Just like collecting antiques and paintings, Zhang Daqian's paintings, of which he had several at home, naturally did not see the flower and bird pictures. Zhang Zidwan's paintings are rare and precious, and even if you have the money to buy them, you may not be able to come across them. Just now, he also perceived that Wang Chao is a connoisseur, and said that if he said less, people would definitely not allow it, and smiled. Little brother is joking. Zhang Zidwan's painting, naturally it won't be cheap. I'll offer 100 million. Can you transfer it to me? This flower and bird painting outside is still yours. Wang Chao unconsciously skimmed his mouth. In the original book, Su Xinghe took the painting, but it cost $230 million. Now you want to take it away for $100 million? Shaking his head. Uncle, I really don't lack money. This painting is not bad to take back and hang at home. Su Xinghe was a little depressed in his heart. Why didn't he find out just now? If he had found out, with his influence, Jin Yuanbao would have sold the painting to him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Zhang Zidwan's painting, he had to take it. It could only be brazenly said, "Little brother, I'm Su Xinghe of the Su family, can you transfer this painting to me for my sake? I'll bid 200 million. Wang Chao lightly glanced at Su Xinghe and shut his mouth. I said, how can I sell it if I have to bid as high as before? Su Xinghe saw that Wang Chao still did not agree. His heart was a little anxious. This painting is not Zhang Zidwan's best. The estimated value is only about 150 million, but he really likes it. A bite. 230 million. For sale or not? Uncle Su, as I said, I really don't lack money. If you really want to buy it. Wang Chao laughed. The price is almost right. And suddenly thought of a good saying. And can also cut off the protagonist's upgrade path. Chapter 16, Reversal on the Spot. When Su Xinghe saw that Wang Chao had finally loosened up, he was overjoyed in his heart, but on his face, he tried to maintain his calmness and waited for Wang Chao's next words. Wang Chao naturally did not let go of the subtle changes on his face. He knew how much Su Xinghe loved this painting and would definitely not let go of it easily. Half a moment's silence. Faintly, Uncle Su, I recently want to collect some medicines that are over 100 years old. I can bear to give you this painting, but you have to help me to find out, if there are any. You can tell me. I'll buy them all. In the original book, Yifan raised his cultivation level by using various herbs. Finally, after his cultivation had improved, he created a spirit-inducing formation at the Wangshan Villa, using 5,000-year-old ginsengs. Now he was going to buy up all the herbs in Jiangbei that were over 100 years old, and in doing so, he would be able to stall the protagonist for at least 3 months. 3 months was enough time to drain Yifan's chi value. Otherwise, it was a waste of his status as a traveler. That's easy. I'll take care of it. When Su Xinghe heard that he was only helping to scout for medicinal herbs, he agreed without hesitation. In that case, the painting is transferred to you. Wang Chao smiled and pushed the painting over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist's treasure. Main character's chi value -100. Chi value 16,900. Host villain value +100. Available villains 100. Wang Chao glanced at the system interface. Although the villain value was added more slowly, it was more stable, and that was the kind of steady rise he wanted. Wait! Jin Yuanbao's abrupt voice violently inserted. Wang Chao and Su Xinghe looked at him at the same time. He hardened his head and said in a strong tone, I'm not selling this painting. Jin Yuanbao had just been shocked to no end, and it was the first time he had seen a painting within a painting. In the face of such a valuable painting, he had to get a piece of the pie today even if he was brazen and broke the rules of this business. When these words came out, Wang Chao just raised his eyebrows lightly, while Su Xinghe frowned. Jin Yuanbao took a deep breath and turned directly to Su Xinghe, his attitude still obsequious. Su family master, this painting was originally sold from me. I'll sell it to you directly and give you a 50% discount. Just give me $120 million. He had just seen that Wang Chao didn't even seem to recognize Su Xinghe, and guessed in his heart that he was either a child of a family with a little bit of money in general, or he wasn't from the local area. If it was the former, he wasn't afraid at all. No matter what, this old gold antique store of his still had some fame in the city. As long as Su Xinghe agreed, even if Wang Chao was not happy, he could not say anything. If the latter, by virtue of what he is a rich second generation, the strong dragon is not yet a snake, and even more so, there is no need to worry. At this moment, Su Xinghe did not speak. He was also seriously pondering over Jin Yuanbao's proposal. Only soon did he come to a decision. When he quoted 200 million just now, Wang Chao didn't even blink his eyes. What does that mean? It showed that the opposite family was very powerful. Even if it was not as strong as the Su family, it would not be too far behind. Even with the idea, he still did not intend to speak first, wanting to see Wang Chao's reaction. Wang Chao had long guessed that Jin Yuanbao would make such a move, which was exactly the same as in the original book, but the object was changed from Yi Fan to him. The gloomy sight swept towards Jin Yuanbao and suddenly smiled playfully. Ha! Is the boss sure about this? This was originally mine, and now that I don't want to sell it, you can't force me to buy it? Jin Yuanbao was uncomfortable by his sharp eyes, but the thought of that huge sum of money made him bold. That's pretty ballsy. Wang Chao mocked a sentence and directly called Li Jianhao. Do you have a little brother who doesn't use it and puts it on display? Master Wang. Hello. You can call me. I really have the honor of 3 lifetimes. Really happy. Wang Chao listened to Li Jianhao's slightly excited voice on the other end of the phone and hurriedly interrupted him. Ordering, cut the crap and bring someone to the antique city. I'm at the old gold antique shop. The tone of voice was icy cold, and after saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Then, minding his own business, he pulled out a box of Fuchin Mountain Resort, leisurely lit one, pulled the stool to his side with his foot, and sat down with alacrity. He took a puff like no one else, raised his eyes to Su Xinghe, who was watching, and cursed the old fox in his heart. However, this old man will be extremely useful in the future. Opening his mouth, Uncle Su, you go back first. Later on, I will send the painting to your home by myself. At this time, Su Xinghe could not see through Wang Chao more and more. In the younger generation, but he had seen everyone with a face. But the young man in front of him, he surprisingly did not have any impression at all. If it wasn't for the cigarette in his hand and his supercilious aura, he would have thought that the other party was just an ordinary rich kid or a douchebag. After all, how many years has Golden Dollar been hanging around here? And how dare you look for trouble here? The other side has put their word on it, so I guess they have the backbone to spend more money on it. Twisting his head to look at Golden Dollar, he said in a salty manner, Boss Jean, there's no taking back what's been sold. At those words, a complex color surfaced on Jin Yuanbao's face. He was not afraid of the other side calling, but now even Su Xinghe was favoring the other side. He could not give face to others, not Su Xinghe. After thinking about it for a while, I decided that it would be better to admit my fault, and thought that the matter would be perfunctory. Picking up the tiger sculpture, he handed it to Wang Chao with a smile on his face. It was as if nothing had just happened. Little brother, it's all my fault just now. This tiger sculpture is for you. As if I'm apologizing to you. Wang Chao swept a glance at the tiger sculpture, which in the original book ended up in Yi Fan's hands. The tiger carving itself is worthless, worth only $200,000 or $300,000. But what others don't know is that it is the key to unlocking a treasure. He didn't even pick it up though, just exhaled a smoke ring and didn't say anything. Little brother, I see that Boss Jean has a sincere attitude in apologizing, so let's just forget about this matter. Su Xinghe had known Jin Yuanbao for many years, and now that Boss Jean had given enough face to Wang Chao, he followed up with a word of persuasion. Wang Chao's tone was polite, but hostility tumbled in his eyes. Uncle Su, this is between me and Boss Jean. I still hope you won't interfere. Su Xinghe was stunned, feeling the aura on Wang Chao's body that made him fearful. He subconsciously took a few steps back and did not speak again. He didn't want to leave, though, and stood quietly watching. The store was instantly quiet, but there was a tension in the quiet air. Jin Yuanbao felt a hint of bad luck. This person unexpectedly did not even give Su Xinghe face. With a hard heart, he gritted his teeth. Little brother, I'll give you this painting for nothing, just as if we were making friends. A friend? Ha, do you deserve it? Wang Chao threw his cigarette to the ground and stamped it out with his foot, took out his cell phone and played the game to himself. Seeing that the teenager in front of him remained indifferent, Jin Yuanbao was a bit annoyed. Little brother, don't be too desperate when you have to spare others. So what? Wang Chao smiled faintly. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Rabbits bite when they're anxious. Jin Yuanbao ruthless, by who he is, first calls some people over. A moment really want to accident, can also have a care. Quickly, he pulled out his phone and called. A short while later, there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Jin Yuanbao was startled and turned his head in a panic, only to see Li Jianhao rushing in with more than 40 people, hooting and hollering. Chapter 17, My name is Wang Chao. Ken Ho Li, the underground emperor of Jiangbei City, has countless industries, and his assets are enough to match many second-rate families in Jiangbei. Ruthless and decisive, he is also a vindictive person. Su Xinghe narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew Li Jianhao. Although he could not see this kind of unorthodox character, he was unwilling to provoke. Seeing that Li Jianhao had brought a large group of people in a pressurized manner, and that his face was unkind. Secretly, did the golden dollar call it in? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to help Wang Chao out. After all, his identity still speaks for itself in Jianbei. Moreover, he felt that Wang Chao was not an ordinary person and was very interested in him. Just as he was about to go forward, he heard Li Jianhao rushing Wang Chao from afar. "Boss, I'm here. Which ungrateful one offended you?" As Li Jianhao spoke, he came this way, swept a glance, and was seeing Su Xinghe gazing at him. Heart thumping, he subconsciously stopped in place. He said that the boss wouldn't have offended Su Xinghe, right? That's a little hard to do. It came pretty fast. Wang Chao put away his cell phone and stretched. "Stand aside and wait. This shopkeeper has gone to shout at people too." Once Li Jianhao heard that it was to deal with the shopkeeper, his hanging heart was slightly relieved. But on second thought, in fact, Su Xinghe, he didn't need to be afraid. The boss is the Wei family's benefactor. With the Wei family, the Su family is nothing. However, the two had finally met, so they still walked forward, clasped their fists and said, "Su family master." And at this moment, even Su Xinghe could hardly hide the shock on his face. He heard clearly just now that Li Jianhao called out to Wang Chao's boss. With Li Jianhao's status, how powerful must he be to make him a junior? However, shocked as he was, he still squeezed out a smile and slowly nodded. Jin Yuanbao on the side had long since sat on the ground in fear, his body unable to stop shaking. He could not have imagined in any way that Wang Chao would be able to call the underground emperor. Just as he was thinking, 5 or 6 people came in aggressively from outside. At the head of the group was a man named Huang Yongzheng. As soon as he entered, he saw that it was surprisingly Li Jianhao standing inside the store, and that aura immediately receded for the most part. Warily, he stepped forward and stammered, Big brother, why are you here?" Li Jianhao swept a glance at Huang Yongzheng. His heart was strange. Just now it seems that he did not call him asked in return, "What are you doing here?" Suddenly, he glanced at Jin Yuanbao, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and frowned. "You wouldn't have been called by Jin Yuanbao, would you?" Yes. Huang Yongzheng suddenly had no bottom in his heart. Taking the opportunity to take a look at Jin Yuanbao's face, he secretly said, "It's over. Jin Yuanbao, you grandson, killed me." Li Jianhao's face instantly grimaced as he called out a slap on Huang Yongzheng's head and cursed. "Nima, who the hell gave you the nerve? Do you know who this man offended?" Huang Yongzheng covered his head, and although his heart was aggrieved, he didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wang Chao slowly walked over to Huang Yongzheng, who was shaking like a sieve, and looked at him with a crooked head. "You're the one Boss Kim called?" Huang Yongzheng's teeth cackled as he wiped the sweat from his face and stammered. No, not me." Wang Chao sneered, his tone extremely relaxed. "Okay, guys, it's time to get down to business. Hey, boss, what do you think? What do you want us to do?" Li Jianhao hurriedly ran to Wang Chao's side and also glared at Huang Yongzheng. Wang Chao put away the painting on the table, and the tiger carving that Jin Yuanbao had placed on the table, and said in a leisurely tone, "Smash it all." "Hey!" Li Jianhao answered and waved his hand, and more than 40 people struck in unison. Huang Yongzheng also got involved, but instead of smashing things, he thrashed Jin Yuanbao. Soon, everything that could be seen on the first floor of the store was smashed to pieces and littered the floor. At this moment, Su Xinghe was squeezed out of the doorway. He frowned and glanced at Wang Chao, realizing that Wang Chao's face was cold, and his eyes seemed to contain a dark murderous aura. Even he had to avoid him at the moment. In his heart, he was even more interested in Wang Chao's identity. After a flurry of vandalism, the crowd exited the store. At this time, only Wang Chao, Li Jianhao and the beaten Jin Yuanbao were left in the room. "My name is Wang Chao. I live in Villainous, one of Wangshan. If you want to find me, just come." Wang Chao dropped a sentence and took a big step outside. Jin Yuanbao looked at Wang Chao in awe and shook his head frantically, not daring to say anything, much less call the police. He offended not only Wang Chao, but also Li Jianhao, and calling the police would basically be the same as charging some damages and getting the hell out of Jianbei. Besides, it's good to get away. Su Xinghe at the door was shocked when he heard about Villainous, one on Wangshan Mountain, and his jaw almost dropped. Wangshan Villa is a high-end villa developed by the Wei family. Wangshan No. 1, but also the most luxurious of all the villas. The external price of 1 billion. The Kiwei family treasure is not for sale. It's shocking that it now belongs to this little brother. Uncle Su, you haven't left yet. As soon as Wang Chao went out the door, he saw Su Xinghe fuming in the doorway and handed over the painting in his hand. Since you didn't leave, this painting will go straight to you. Hey, okay, I'll call you the money now? Su Xinghe's tone was surprisingly respectful. There's no rush. Just call me when you have time. Wang Chao's face remained light as he took out a black bank card. Su Xinghe looked at the City Supreme black card and was once again shocked beyond words. This kind of black card, but Citibank's Super Supreme card, there are no more than 5 in the whole country. Surprisingly, there is one in Wang Chao's hand. Is he, by any chance, a child of one of Yanjing's great families? Hurrying to write down the number, he said, Fine, I'll go back and have my secretary call you. Uncle Su, don't forget the favor I asked you before. After saying that, Wang Chao waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the antique street. Ding! The host pretends twice for the protagonist. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 16,700. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 300. Wang Chao slowly hooked the corner of his mouth. It looked like it was impossible to want to keep a low profile. Just as he walked out of the antique street, he saw Li Jianhao waiting for him at the street corner. Wang Chao walked over and patted Li Jianhao's shoulder. Good job today. I can grant you a reasonable request. Hey, thanks a lot boss. Thanks a lot boss. Li Jianhao was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. This promises a great opportunity for him to take off. Much better than a reward or something. By the way, do one more thing for me. Wang Chao suddenly remembered Liang Wu's words that he had to check. The information of the top 10 beautiful women in each college of Jiangbei University. In the original book, Yi Fan was super picky and only liked the pretty ones. You're welcome boss. I'm your little brother. It's my honor to work for you. Li Jianhao hurriedly flattered. Wang Chao nodded and ordered things to him. Hearing this, Li Jianhao busily responded. Don't worry, boss. I promise to complete the mission within a day. Chapter 18, Prepare $1 billion first. It was only until Wang Chao's figure disappeared around the corner that Su Xinghe withdrew his gaze with a complicated expression. With a long sigh in his heart, I'm afraid that Jiangbei is going to change. Turning his head, he re-stepped into the old gold antique store and looked at the beaten and swollen golden dollar. Without a trace of sympathy in his eyes, he said in a cold voice, Lao Jin today's incident, consider it as you spending your own money to buy a lesson. We've known each other for so many years. I kindly remind you, don't ever think of revenge. Jin Yuanbao opened those swollen eyes and cursed in his heart. Are you damn this to comfort me or to threaten me? With great difficulty, he climbed to his feet and spoke with hatred. Su family master, as you can see, that person is really bullying people too much. Smashing all the things in my store, should we just let it go? Su Xinghe shook his head inside. As you heard just now, the one called Wang Chao lives in Villainous. One of Wangshan. He had bitten off more than he could chew about Villainous. One Wangshan, which was already an obvious enough hint that if Jin Yuanbao still insisted on looking for trouble with Wang Chao, it was simply asking for death. Villa 1 on Lookout Mountain? Jin Yuanbao muttered and repeated, always feeling that the name sounded familiar. And for a while, he actually thought of it somewhat. Eyes widened suddenly, and he froze in his tracks. The Wei family. It's the Wei family's villa that's worth $1 billion but not for sale. Connecting with the Wei family, and with Li Jianhao in the picture, one is looking for death if one goes to find trouble with Wang Chao. Taking a deep breath and slowing down from the shock, he still couldn't help but whine. Even if you're related to the Wei family, you still have to be reasonable. If Wang Chao heard this, he would definitely say, I'm a big ing villain. I can't reason with you. A reasonable villain is not a good villain. If you insist on this, you're going against my Su family. When Su Xinghe saw that Jin Yuanbao was still chattering, his face instantly went cold. Ever since he knew that Wang Chao's identity was not simple, Su Xinghe was interested in befriending him, and if Jin Yuanbao still didn't know what to do, he himself would suppress this matter as a way to get close to Wang Chao. Jin Yuanbao thumped in his heart, cursing Su Xinghe for being a hypocrite in his heart, but he didn't dare to have a seizure, so he could only force a smile. I don't dare to dare. I'm just complaining. How dare I find trouble with young Wang? This is all my own fault. Self-inflicted. Good to know. Su Xinghe had said what he needed to say, so he didn't stay long. After leaving the store, he returned directly to the Su family. He wanted to warn everyone in the Su family to be respectful when they saw someone named Wang Chao. Lookout Mountain Villa. Wang Chao leaned back on the soft and comfortable sofa and closed his eyes in deep thought. The plot of the book went through his mind over and over again. He had to make every step of his plan to cut off the protagonist's chi. Ding! Main character's chi value -100. Chi value 16,600. Host villain value +100. Available villains 400. Wang Chao couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the system's prompt without any warning and slowly open his eyes. It's like he didn't do anything. Right. So how did he suddenly increase his villain value? Raising an eyebrow slightly, he murmured, could it be, is it Su Xinghe? In the original book, although Yi Fan didn't smash the curio store, the store owner Jin Yuanbao was subdued by Su Xinghe's words. Just now, Su Xinghe didn't have the time to speak, so he thought that Su Xinghe had gone to warn Jin Yuanbao. Slowly curving the corners of his lips, it looked like Su Xinghe was still a very knowledgeable person. The villain value increased, and Wang Chao was happy. Turning to the system, he said, add physique to 200, and for the rest, add strength to me. Ding! The system prompts that all values except the charm value must all reach 200 to continue. Otherwise, there is a probability of not lifting. Are the hosts sure they want to take the risk? Wang Chao could not help but be filled with black lines. You just say no, not okay? Ding! To reconfirm, is the host taking a risk? Wang Chao grunted, glanced down at his crotch, and said nonchalantly, as a good brother for many years, I can't let you lift your head. I'm not afraid of not lifting my head. I do think spirit is important too. All plus spirit. Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 200, 100 for normal people. Mental, 140, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 180, 100 for a normal person. Technique, none. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 54 billion. Villain value, 0. Main character's luck value, 16600. Just after the exchange was completed, Wang Chao only felt that his perception of the surrounding breath was several notches stronger. He could even hear the little bugs chirping under the building if he wanted to. Cowhide. Wang Chao couldn't help but praise a sentence. Suddenly, I thought of certain novels where the mental power was so powerful to a realm that one could kill people with their thoughts. Wang Chao curled the corners of his mouth, an expectant light jumping in his eyes. I have to mess with the male lead quickly. I really want to try to see if I can kill someone after my mental power is abnormally strong. While this was going on, the phone suddenly rang. Picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Thinking that he had really been meeting a lot of new people lately, he pressed the answer button. Master Wang. I'm Wei Hoshin. Oh, it's Grandpa Wei. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Chao. Wang Chao's tone remained light. In his heart, he pondered the original reason why Wei Hoshin had called. Well, little Chao. Wei Hoshin immediately changed his words. It's like this. Tomorrow our Wei family has an auction. I don't know if you have the time. If you do, I would like to invite you to attend. Wei Hoshin originally wanted Wei Ying to invite them, but the auction was suddenly moved up, and the family had gone to the auction to set up the site, so he had to make a call himself. Wang Chao was flabbergasted when he heard about the auction. In the original book, shouldn't the auction be behind the Lantern Festival, which is ahead of schedule? However, he guessed that Wei Hoshin definitely didn't simply want him to participate in the auction. You're welcome. I will naturally go if Grandpa Wei invites me. What time tomorrow and where is the location? At Cloudy Willow Lodge. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Once Wei Hoshin heard that Wang Chao could come, he was happy and continued. Xiao Chao I still have an unkind request. Wang Chao cut in his heart. It was exactly the same as the original book. I just don't know if Yi Fan will go this time. Anyway, in the original book, Yi Fan went to the auction, was stopped by the security guards, and was taunted by the gang of guests. Then Wei Laosan appeared and invited him in with a respectful face, and Yi Fan punched the crowd in the face. Wang Chao retrieved his thoughts and spoke into the phone. Grandpa Wei and I don't have to be polite. You just say it. An old comrade of mine, after hearing about me, also wanted a chalcedony Dan. Wei Hoshin is a bit of a bottom feeder. He had just gotten a chalcedony pill from Wang Chao, and it was a bit embarrassing to ask for another one, but his old comrade in arms asked for it, and it was really difficult for him. Wang Chao pondered for a long time and slowly said, I can take out a chalcedony pill, but it will have to be put up for auction and whoever bids the highest will get it. According to the original book, Yi Fan did the same thing, and in the end, the chalcedony pill fetched a sky-high price of over $1 billion. After all, this elixir not only cures diseases, but also prolongs life. Those rich people, they really don't care about money, they care about life. Well, I promise. All the expenses of the auction. Not a penny less. Tomorrow afternoon, I will send someone to pick you up. Wei Hoshan responded with delight. It was already a surprise that Wang Chao could agree. And problems that could be solved with money were not problems. And Wang Chao polite a few sentences, hung up the phone, hurriedly called his old comrades again. Will be this? Said something. On the other end of the phone, an old voice came. How much do you think you can get for it? This is not easy to say. After all, Master Wang is also there. We can't not introduce the effects of the potion. Once introduced, all the rich people are afraid that they will go crazy. Wei Hoshan deeply perceived. If he had not already taken the elixir, afraid of dumping his family to take the Chalcedony Dan, thought for a moment and said, you first prepare 1 billion. If not enough, I will help you add. Chapter 19 Cheng Shuangdi. Turning to the evening of the second day, Wang Chao came out of the villa and prepared to go to the auction. As soon as he came out, he saw Wei Ying already waiting in front of his house. She was seen wearing a humongous red low-neck dress and delicate makeup. On her feet was a pair of hateful crystal-colored high heels, and on her hands was a pair of icy green emerald bracelets. Her black hair was permed in big waves, and a pair of red lips was even more conspicuous. The aura is stunning. Seeing Wang Chao, Wei Ying's heart suddenly missed a beat. Her cheeks were vaguely hot, and there were only 6 words in her heart. Handsome and amazing. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly straightened his clothes and greeted him with a quick step. First, he smiled warmly and spoke in a respectful tone. Master Wang, I've come to fetch you to the auction. Wang Chao just glanced at it and had no interest in looking at it, nodding his head with a pale face. With pleasure, with his feet up, he got in the car. A flash of disappointment flashed across Wei Ying's face. It looked like Wang Chao didn't like this outfit at all. She couldn't help it. Her grandfather had to make her look well-groomed. She was also given the task that she must fight to marry Wang Chao, but she usually only liked to practice martial arts. Press simply do not like to smear powder. This dress, or 3 uncle to help her choose, saying that this one, worn on her, but anyone whose eyes are not blind, will definitely be mesmerized by her. But Wang Chao just took one look at it. Wang Chao didn't notice the change in Wei Ying's face. Sitting in the back seat, he suddenly received a WeChat. When he opened it, it was from LV Zixia. I'm already on the moving train. I hope you'll keep your word. Keep your word? Wang Chao raised an eyebrow and put his cell phone away, only feeling amused. I'm a villain. Asking me to keep my word with you? Impossible. There's no way I can keep my promise to you. LV Zixia. In this lifetime. I had just put up my cell phone when it rang. Wang Chao glanced at it and suddenly flinched. The caller, a woman named Cheng Shuangdi. The original book had very little about her, only mentioning that the woman was fond of herself. He crossed over, and his mind similarly didn't have much of an impression of Cheng Shuangdi, as if he was just a fan. The only impression about Cheng Shuangdi was that her beauty was not inferior to LV Zixia's, and that she and LV Zixia were particularly good girlfriends. Wang Chao suddenly thought of the dog-blood plot of a woman stealing her best friend's boyfriend, but didn't care too much. After thinking about it, he picked it up. Hey, Chao, where are you? On the other end of the phone, Cheng Shuangdi's delicate voice rang out, as good as heavenly music. Something wrong? Wang Chao was now only concerned about how to finish off the male lead, and was not interested in women or anything in the slightest. Oops, can't I call you if there's nothing wrong? I miss you, don't I? Tomorrow is the 15th day of the new year. If you have time, you have to have dinner with me. Cheng Shuangdi's voice was soft and pampered at the other end of the phone. If it were any other man, when he heard such a voice, I'm afraid that his bones would be crispy and he would agree to anything. No time, some other time, Wang Chao said impatiently. Okay, some other time then. Cheng Shuangdi was a bit disappointed, but she quickly changed the topic and said, by the way Chao, I heard that Zixia is coming back. Won't you see her? Wang Chao frowned. This woman is sick. Mouth said to ask me to eat, but also asked to see Lu Zixia. Wait, Cheng Shuangdi likes him and knows that LV Zixia is his fiancée. She was also LV Zixia's good best friend and finally escaped on the day LV Zixia married him. Why do you feel that Cheng Shuangdi is behind everything? System, I need to check out the original book. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and secretly said to the system. Ding. Sorry, but the host's request is so unreasonable that access is denied. Wang Chao had a black line on his face. Irrational your grandmother's leg. Lousy is the sky. Lousy is the reason. Hello, Chao. Cheng Shuangdi waited for half a day with no response and softly shouted. I have things to do. We'll talk some other time. Wang Chao said and directly hung up the phone. closing his eyes and trying to think about the plot of the original book. The only thing he could be sure of was that Chung Shuangdi was not Yi Fan's harem. It's very unscientific that such a beautiful woman is not the protagonist's harem. There's definitely something wrong. Master Wang, we're here. Get off. Wei Ying's voice crashed into his eardrums, pulling Wang Chao back to reality. And stop thinking about the last life. Now he's a villain. The invincible kind. Stepping off the car with his slender legs, he pulled out a delicate little box from his bag and handed it to Wei Yingdao. This is the chalcedony pill. Bring it to your grandfather. I'll wait here for some friends. Okay, I'll go in first then. Wei Ying received the chalcedony dan with both hands and was still secretly shocked when she saw the box in her hands. She could tell at a glance that the box containing the elixir was worth a lot of money and was definitely a treasure. Strongly suppressing the excitement in his heart, he turned around and walked towards the lodge. Wang Chao wanted to see here if Yi Fan would still appear here according to the previous plot. So stand in a corner, light a cigarette and wait alone. After waiting for only a few minutes, he saw Yi Fan walking over together with Yan Rushuet and Zhang Wei. The corners of his mouth quivered. This guy is really here? Attending an auction. But you need an invitation. In the original book, Yi Fan didn't have an invitation and was introduced directly by Wei Hoshen's third son. Didn't show up and decided to look aside to see what was going on first. As in the original book, Yi Fan was stopped by the security guards at the entrance when he walked to the door and was taunted. The difference was that Yi Fan fished out 3 invitations from his bag. It was a smooth walk-in. Wang Chao skimmed his mouth. Sure enough, he was the main character. He had already been suppressed like this, and he was still able to get an invitation. It's really cowboy to the core. Thinking about it, it should be Yi Fan asking his mom or sister for it, but it doesn't matter. If you want to compare money, the current protagonist can't even match the cap of his finger. Putting his cigarette out, he followed him in. Young Wang, you're here too. Wang Chao stopped and turned his head to see that it was Kung Fu, who was also dressed up today. A gentlemanly smile. You're here for the auction, too, N. My father was invited here and just happened to have a 1,000-year-old ginseng to auction off. Kung Fu pursed her lips with some restraint. After not seeing her for a few days, she felt that Wang Chao was handsome again. Wang Chao mentally cursed, Author June. As long as I don't grab all of them, there is still a chance to give the protagonist chant. Smiling and nodding. What a coincidence. I heard that there is a herb in this auction and came to take a look. It can't be the one your family is auctioning off, right? Young Wang, do you want to buy ginseng? Kung Fu subconsciously asked. In the past few days, she had been trying to find a chance to thank Wang Chao, but she always felt that she couldn't get her hands on ordinary things. If Wang Chao wanted ginseng, wouldn't it be better to just give it to him? Ginseng would be best. Others would be fine. I'm relieved to hear you say there must be some. Wang Chao deduced that this ginseng had been given to Yi Fan long ago in the original book and should not have appeared in the auction. According to the original plot, at the auction, there will be another herb. Young Wang, you stroll around first. I still have things to do. We'll talk later. Kung Fu was sure that Wang Chao needed the ginseng and was ready to rush to tell his father to bring it out. Wang Chao pretended not to understand and said with a gentle smile, Okay, go ahead and get busy. I'll just look around. Chapter 20, the plot comes as it should. Cloud Willow Villa. A grand auction is to be held tonight. The hall on the first floor was the venue where the auction was held, and on the second floor, there were luxurious private rooms, each of which was guarded by specialized servants, reserved for the rest of guests of noble status. At this time, Kong Junlong was chatting with Wei Hoshen in the private room on the second floor. A knock sounded on the door, and the Wei family servant pushed the door open, guiding a pretty girl in, then respectfully retreated. Kong Junlong saw his daughter come in and waved, dotingly, Little Fu, come over and meet Grandpa Wei. Hello Grandpa Wei. Kung Fu snorted and jogged over to Kong Junlong's side, whispering in his ear, Dad, young Wang is here. It seems like he's here for the ginseng shoot. Fruity? At those words, Kong Junlong's eyes lit up, vaguely excited. He came to Jiangbei. Although it was an invitation from Elder Wei, he really didn't have much interest in the auction. And the reason he was willing to come was inevitably the presence of that one character he was curious about and had to thank. He had heard from his daughter that Wang Chao had spent 2 million knives on them and then let them all go without blinking an eye. Shocked and curious, he had to lament Wang Chao's financial power at the same time. Because of this, the gift of thanks is guilty of being difficult. If it wasn't a treasure of great value, he felt that he really couldn't take it. Seeing his daughter nodding, he felt that the opportunity was rare and turned his head to Wei Hoshen. Uncle Wei, I'm really sorry. I just got the news that one of my benefactors has recently been searching for 1,000-year ginseng. So this ginseng is intended to be given to my benefactor. It's okay, auctioning off items is supposed to be a personal freedom. Wei Hoshin always had a smile on his face and didn't care in the slightest. The auction originally had a medicinal herb, Kong Junlong Millennium Ginseng sent some sudden. Not to take it would not matter. Uncle Wei, excuse me for a moment. I'll be right back. Kong Junlong nodded slightly and took his daughter out of the private room, intending to go to the backstage of the auction to retrieve the Millennium Ginseng. Wang Chao wandered around the auction site and really felt disinterested, and eventually locked his eyes on Yi Fan. As in the original book, Yi Fan sat in an unoccupied corner, his head lowered without knowing what he was thinking. Handsome boy, can you add a WeChat? Wang Chao was about to find a place to sit for a while when suddenly the corner of his coat was gently tugged. Turning his face unhappily, he saw a cute-looking girl wearing a pale yellow sweater, looking at him with a red face and eyes. Shake your head decisively to show your refusal. Turning around and finding an unoccupied seat, he stared at Yi Fan with his afterglow and muttered in his heart. In the original book, at this time, someone should be looking for Yi Fan's trouble, and was punched in the face by Yi Fan. Is there no more in this life? Young Wang, you're here too. While Wang Chao was pondering, he suddenly smelled a warm perfume. Then two girls appeared in front of him with smiling faces. What are you guys doing here? Wang Chao pretended to be surprised as he looked at a pair of beauties. Yan Ruxue and Jiang Hui. Hey, we're blending in. Yan Ruxue blinked and said in a very soft voice. Wang Chao was slightly stunned and looked deeply at Yan Ruxue. He had just watched clearly from outside, but Yi Fan had pulled out 3 invitation coupons, and they had walked in with great generosity. Yan Ruxue looked left and right and made a don't make a sound motion. With excitement, he sat down next to Wang Chao. She was seen carefully pulling a card out of her bag and whispering, "It's a fake. It's a photo that Yi Fan printed from a photo studio." Wang Chao took it and read it over carefully. Not to mention, it really isn't that different from the real thing, and has reached the point where it's as good as the real thing. If you don't differentiate carefully, it's impossible to tell. You're not going to report us, are you? After Yan Ruxue finished speaking, she regretted it, and she didn't know why she said this to Wang Chao. And the side has not been speaking. Jiang Hui is even more nervous. Atmosphere does not dare to come out. The heart complains girlfriends everything to the outside. Don't worry guys, I'm not that bored. Wang Chao shook his head, but there was a strange light in his eyes. Yi Fan, you even have this skill. Let's see how I'm going to break you down. All he had to do now was to find someone to expose Yi Fan's ticket as fake. Of course he couldn't involve Yan Ruxue and Jiang Hui yet. After all, he still had to brush up his goodwill. Then, too, no one can know that he did it. But in this huge venue, no one had a grudge against Yi Fan. The gaze swept faintly around the room, eyes certain, because he realized that the yellow-clothed girl just now was looking at him frequently at the moment. With an unwilling look, Wang Chao curled the corner of his mouth. It would be a waste not to utilize this kind of person. Retracting his eyes, he stood up and asked with a smile, "What would you two beauties like to drink?" "I'll get it. Let's get it ourselves." "What would young Wang like to drink?" Jiang Hui reacted faster and spoke up. "That would be a problem. Get me a cup of coffee. No sugar." Wang Chao smiled faintly and waited for Jiang Hui to pull Yan Ruxue away, waving at the cute girl from earlier. When the girl saw Wang Chao waving to her, she was so excited that she almost jumped up and ran over with gusto. "Handsome, you called me. Yeah, I can give you my WeChat, but then again, you have to do me a favor." Wang Chao glanced at Jiang Hui and Yan Ruxue who were not far away, not noticing this side at the moment, and attached himself to the girl's ear, whispering a few words. The breath came close, and the girl felt tingling, as if an electric current was passing through her entire body, and she was so happy that she was about to fly up to the sky. Glancing at the plainly dressed Yi Fan in the corner, he nodded without thinking. He took out his cell phone, added Wang Chao's WeChat, and quietly left. Soon, Yan Ruxue took a cup of milk tea and a cup of coffee and walked over, handing Wang Chao a cup. "Thanks." Wang Chao said thank you, took the coffee, and gently took a sip. Yan Ruxue sat down, and the two of them had a chat. The conversation was in full swing when suddenly a commotion was heard from the crowd. Then came the stern voice of the security guard. "Kid, show me the invitation ticket you just had." Yi Fan sat in the corner, pretending to look down at his cell phone, and when he heard the security guard's words, his heart thumped. Has it been discovered? No way. Absolutely no way. That owner of the photo studio assured me that the invitation tickets he made were more real than real. Unless it's the right number. There's absolutely no way it can be detected. With a calm face, he raised his head and looked at the security guard with a cold gaze. Didn't you check them all just now? Why are you checking them again? Why? Because we realized that the number on your invitation ticket just now is exactly the same as the invitation ticket number I just checked, the security guard said with a straight face. Yifan was quite calm, and the corner of his mouth even evoked an icy smile. Then why don't you go check his? How can you be sure that the man's is real? Immortal dignitaries descended to earth, and even if their cultivation was not there, their aura was still there. Why? Look at the clothes you're wearing. Can they add up to $200? The one I checked just now. Someone else's watch costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. So who are you checking if not you? The security guard was not the least bit intimidated. He had looked at Yifan in a bad light just now, and after getting the exact news with great difficulty, he naturally wouldn't let Yifan go. Yifan's face was gloomy, and he grunted coldly in his heart, a group of mole crickets. How dare they frame this father? Subconsciously picking up his cell phone, wanting to make a call, but looking at the cell phone interface, there was a moment of disorientation. Subconsciously, he could have called the organizers of the auction, but the other guy didn't even know him, and he didn't have the other guy's phone number. Mentally muttering, then what am I doing with a cell phone? Chapter 21, Brush Up Your Favorites. Inside the auction venue, the crowd looked at Yifan's strange behavior and began to whisper. A man in a customized suit stretched his neck to look at the movements on Yifan's side and curiously said, "Hey, what's that kid doing?" The beautiful woman leaning beside him raised her eyebrows, fiddling with her freshly done nails, and smiled coldly and sarcastically. "Ha, taking out your cell phone and not being able to call. You must have blended in." The people around them nodded approvingly, and someone else chimed in. "Look at his poor appearance. He also deserves to be in the same venue with us. TSK, TSK. I suddenly feel that the air here has become dirty." Another person voiced insults. "I've never seen such a cheeky person who would presume to muddle his way in with a fake ticket. How shameless. Hey, white blind that face. Poorer is okay. The main thing is to bone." Yifan's face, which was originally as black as the bottom of a pot, began to turn green as he listened to the snarky voices around him. Seeing Yifan's look, the security guard was even more sure that he was mixed in. Impatiently took a step forward and once again drank "Hurry up and bring out the ticket." Yifan quickly adjusted his emotions and feigned composure as he put his cell phone away and said slowly, "I just threw it away on the toilet." The security guard turned pale and angrily rebuked. "Throw it away? Do you think I'm stupid?" Turning his head, he waved his hand. "Come over a few people. Throw this brat out of here. The Wei family's territory. Is that something you can just barge in?" As soon as the words fell, two well-built security guards rushed over and directly set up Yifan, about to drag him outside. Yifan struggled hard to break free, but did not break free, inevitably moved to anger, viciously threatened. "A mere mortal. How dare you make a move on me?" But the security guards took his threats in stride and even jeered out, dragging him all the way to the door and tossing him out like a piece of trash. Yifan fell to the ground in a sorry state. It was only a moment later that he slowly rose from the ground, trembling with anger. He had already snooped around, and this kind of auction would never be checked a second time after he went in. An intimidating cold light suddenly erupted in his eyes. Someone must be messing with him behind his back. The security guard cleared away Yifan, suddenly remembered that just now their line was 3 people, raised his eyes and looked around the crowd, and said in a loud voice, "Just now if that kid came in, there are still 2 girls. Sensible, hurry up and walk out on your own. Don't let me find out." Once again, the crowd exploded. "No way. No way. That kid faked it just now, but he still dares to bring someone in? This pretending has failed. Che, must be trying to pick up girls. This is good. Stealing a chicken is not a good thing. Do people still have to be down to earth?" The sound of mockery resounded once again, and Yen Ruxue and Jiang Hui lowered their heads in embarrassment, not knowing what to do as they hid behind Wang Chao. Everyone was looking at the door now, and it would be so humiliating if they just went out like that, but once if they are found out, they are equally disgraced. Thinking of this, both of them cursed Yifan in their hearts at the same time. He had clearly said that there would be absolutely no problems. Wang Chao looked at Yifan, who had been thrown out, with a ghostly gaze, and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Ding! The protagonist loses the opportunity to pretend to be a good guy. With a -100 chi value and a 16,500 chi value. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 100. Wang Chao heard the system's prompts and his heart was so happy. Looking at the 2 girls behind him who were like scared birds, he said with a fake sigh. That kid is really unlucky. Originally there was nothing at all, but he ended up bumping numbers with someone. Saying this, and seeing that the two girls behind her were about to cry, she asked, in surprise, you're not together, are you? Yen Rushua nodded with a sobbing face and twisted her head to look at Zhang Hui. Let's go by ourselves. It's all Yifan's fault. Zhang Hui was furious and stomped her feet. Both of them felt ashamed and were a bit embarrassed to face Wang Chao at this time, and were about to leave, when they saw Wang Chao smiled at them reassuringly and slowly said, Don't you worry, I've got it covered. Then, Wang Chao walked ahead and led the way, saying as he walked, in fact, this auction was organized by my friend. Just now I only felt that the person who was thrown out looked familiar. I didn't remember for a moment. If you guys had said so earlier, I could have stopped it. Wang Chao disguised himself as a movie star and put on a chagrined look as he spoke. In his heart, he laughed to himself. If he went to make a movie, I would be able to get a small Oscar. A few steps later, the trio arrived in front of the security guard. Wang Chao looked out of the corner of his eye at the security guard and spoke quietly. No need to check. I brought these two ladies in. The security guard glanced at Wang Chao, only to feel that he had an extraordinary temperament, and the aura of his body was intimidating. But just now the words had been exported, but still hardened his head and said, Sir, even if you brought them in, we'd have to check the invitation voucher. As soon as she heard that there was going to be a coupon check, Yen Rushua's handsome little face turned red, pursed her lips, and didn't dare to speak. Kang Hai's face wasn't much better, and her heart was in a panic. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows in displeasure, his ink-like eyes staring at the security guard in a heavy tone. Yes? The security guard felt the transcendent aura on Wang Chao's body and instantly lost his strength. Offending a poor man he is not afraid. Offending the powerful and noble. I am afraid that I will not be able to mix in Jiangbei in the future. After a moment of deliberation, he forced a smile. No need to check. I'll leave you to it. The security guard grayly flew away. For a moment just now, he felt that young master could kill him if he spoke out against it. But in his heart, he was really scared and hurriedly contacted the head of security. Seeing that the security guard was quite knowledgeable, Wang Chao turned to Yen Rushua and Zhang Hui and smiled. It's okay, you guys can stay. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Yen Rushua's face was still flushed, but it wasn't because of embarrassment, but excitement. At this moment, Wang Chao was like a god and goddess in her eyes, towering over her, but not allowing a single infringement. To be able to stand beside him, the sense of security was overwhelming, and the value of his favor in his heart was at its peak. A small star also flashed out of Zhang Hui's eyes. Calmness, composure, elegance, and nobility were not enough to describe Wang Chao's position in her heart. At this moment, she was staring at Wang Chao obsessively like a little fangirl looking at her idol. Ding! Yen Ruoshua has reached 100% favorability towards you. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 16,400. Zhang Hui is plus 10 to your favor. Favor value 80. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 16,300. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 300. Wang Chao felt that this night was really enjoyable and waved his hand. We're all classmates. There's no need to be polite with me. Why don't you call Yifan to come back as well? I'll talk to the security guards and let him in as well. Forget it, he'd better not come. As soon as she heard the name Yifan, the disgust on Yen Rushua's face was hard to hide. Wang Chao was also just testing her attitude. So after hearing this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Just kidding, even if you say yes. I'm not going to go plead for the protagonist unless my brain is kicked by a donkey. Chapter 22, Successful Interception. A farce is over. Wang Chao reached his goal and was in a good mood. When chatting with the two beautiful women beside me, I am also willing to compliment them a couple of times and put them in a good mood. When the two girls compared, they simply felt that Yifan was not in the league and could not be on the stage in the slightest. A few people were chatting happily when Wang Chao suddenly glimpsed a figure hurrying down from the second floor and was looking around, seemingly looking for someone. Quirking the corners of his mouth slightly, the person he was waiting for had finally arrived. He didn't get up in a hurry, though, but waited for the man to spot him. A moment later, the man finally saw Wang Chao and took a big step towards this side. It wasn't until he approached that Wang Chao got up unhurriedly and greeted him with a smile. Uncle Kong. Kong Junlong smiled and nodded. I came over when I heard Xiaofu say you were here. I won't delay young Wang's business, right? As he said that, he also looked at the two girls beside Wang Chao, and saw that they seemed to be a bit restrained, so he didn't care. I don't have much to do. Just chatting, Wang Chao said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Kong Junlong hurriedly invited. Young Wang, the second floor is quiet. Why don't you come upstairs with me? I haven't thanked you properly for what happened to Xiaofu. Seeing that Wang Chao seemed to be hesitating, he hurriedly said, these two friends of yours can also be brought along. At this time, Kung Fu also came and first greeted Wang Chao, and suddenly saw the two girls behind him and was surprised. Yuki, Jiang Hui, you're here too. They weren't in the same class, but being in the same department and having taken classes together, they were on pretty good terms. Fuzzy, it's you. Yan Rushue was also very surprised. So you guys are classmates. That's just right. Fu, it's not easy for you classmates to meet. Let's chat together. I'll go to the private room with Mr. Wang. Kong Junlong hurriedly found an excuse to leave his daughter behind and then made an inviting gesture at Wang Chao. Wang Chao naturally knew what Kong Junlong had in mind and just nodded slightly, following him up to the second floor. The two had just reached the second floor when they saw the Wei family servants hurrying over. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows while Kong Junlong was a bit surprised. The servant bowed at Kong Junlong, then faced Wang Chao and respectfully said, Young Wang, your room is in front. I'll take you there. Wang Chao knew that it was probably Wei Hoshen's arrangement and nodded slightly. Grandpa Wei has a heart. Turning to Kong Junlong, he laughed. Together, the two were led by a servant to a luxurious private room. It is the only heavenly room in this mountain villa, and in the past, only the Wei family's old man was worthy of using it, and no outsiders had ever come in. Kong Junlong sat down with shock, but Wang Chao was calm, not at all flattered, as if it was commonplace. Just as he sat down, Wang Chao saw Kong Junlong handing over an exquisite red box. Young Wang, I have 1,000 ginseng here, ostensibly 1,000-year-old portion, but I've gotten an expert to appraise it. 1,000 years shouldn't be there. 500 years is enough. I heard Xiaofu say that you need it, so I'll give it to you. I hope you'll accept our thoughts. The shock in Kong Junlong's heart calmed down a little, and his tone was even more polite than before. Uncle Kong, how can that be a good thing? Wang Chao didn't take it, glanced at Kong Junlong, and said indifferently, however, I do need medicinal herbs now, so let's do it this way. You'll sell it to me at the market price. Hey, young Wang, this is a strange thing to say. You saved my daughter, but you are a great benefactor to our Kong family. If I still accept money, wouldn't I be ungrateful? Kong Junlong said with a serious face. Wang Chao deliberately paused for a moment before he took the box without any hesitation. Then I will respectfully thank Uncle Kong. Young Wang doesn't have to be polite. When Kong Junlong saw Wang Chao accept it, his heart was a little more at ease. With the importance Wei Hoshen placed on Wang Chao, even if he was asked to send a few more ginsengs, he still felt it was worth it. Wang Chao casually placed the box on the table in front of him, and just as he placed it, he heard a system beep. Ding! The host intercepts the main character item. Main character's chi value -100. Chi value 16,200. Host villain value +100. Available villain value 400. Wang Chao listened to the system's prompt and suddenly realized that it looked like the ginseng appeared here. Not for the protagonist, but for him. I give the system full marks for this maneuver. Young Wang, you've come to the auction. Is there an item you want? Kong Junlong took the opportunity to lure him in, thinking about how he would shoot what Wang Chao was asking for and give it to him for nothing. Wang Chao naturally saw Kong Junlong's mind and slowly said, I've heard that there's 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu plant at the auction and I'm ready to shoot it. But in his heart, he muttered, if it wasn't for the sake of intercepting Yifan, what do I need these things for? But to say the least, it was possible to refine some pills with them. Anyway, the value of a random elixir was one that could exceed $100 million. He wasn't short of money right now, but who could ever be too rich? If young Wang doesn't mind, I can film it for you. Kong Junlong felt that it was a good opportunity to flatter. Rushed to be attentive. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows, his tone somewhat serious. Uncle Kong, this won't trouble you. I still have this amount of money. Are you kidding me? That He Shou Wu in the original book was only $10 million. Or was it because someone raised the price with the protagonist? He didn't care about the money at all, but was satisfied with Kong Junlong's attitude. Kong Junlong looked at Wang Chao's expression and knew that he had been abrupt, and reluctantly smiled. It was me who said the wrong thing. Don't take offense. Young Wang. Wang Chao waved his hand and the two didn't mention this again. After chatting about something else for a while, Wei Ying came in and personally came to invite Wang Chao and the others to the VIP seats on the first floor. Then, she obediently sat beside Wang Chao. Kong Junlong took a look, rolled his eyes, and called Kung Fu over as well, arranging him beside Wang Chao. Yan Rushui and Jiang Hui naturally followed and sat behind Wang Chao. Wang Chao had just sat down when he felt countless pairs of jealous eyes coming from around him. One didn't need to think about it to know that those people around him were jealous that he was sitting in the very center of the VIP seats, accompanied by 4 beautiful women, sitting there peacefully without a hint of discomfort. There was only one thought in his mind. The old man was worth it. The auction went well. Without Yi Fan around, Wang Chao also successfully pocketed the 1,000-year-old He Shouwu at a price of $10 million. Ding! Intercepting protagonist items. Main characters chi value -100. Chi value 16,100. Host villain value +100. Available villain value 500. The things that were auctioned later, Wang Chao was not interested at all, and he could not get up and leave, so he could only wait in boredom. Finally, when he was about to fall asleep, he waited for the last finale auction item, Chalcedony Dan. The original introduction of the auction was a female auctioneer, and this time, for the Chalcedony Dan, Wei Hoshan went directly to the battlefield himself, and when he went up, he drew a gasp from the stage. Those who could come here were either rich or noble, and many of them came for Wei Hoshan's face. It's the first time I've ever seen an auction where he's personally on stage. Wow, Elder Wei has really gotten younger. I've heard that Elder Wei took the Chalcedony pill and became 20 years younger. This is true, I've heard about it too, and I've also poked around and found out that the last item in this finale is none other than the Chalcedony pill. I'll take this. Che, for your less than $1 billion, you take your head and ask for it. Chapter 23, Master Wang. Wei Hoshan looked at everyone's shocked expressions and was slightly pleased in his heart. Raising his hand for silence, he coughed softly and raised his voice. Good evening everyone. I'm Wei Hoshan. I'm sure many of you recognize me. With a slight smile, he cut straight to the chase. The last item up for auction is the Chalcedony pill. The venue was instantly abuzz with an unprecedented level of enthusiastic anticipation, and those who were well worth their weight in gold jumped at the chance to try it out, as if they didn't want to wait a moment longer. Seeing this, Wei Hoshan raised his hand and said with great vigor, my body, as most people also know, late in life and about to die, is exactly what took the Chalcedony Dan, and now I'm not only all better from my illness, but I also feel 20 years younger. Wang Chao sat down. This opening statement heard him just want to roll his eyes. It is simply the king's wife sells her own boasting. The only difference, the person speaking was extremely high-ranking, as evidenced by the endless calls and cheers from the stage. The starting price of the Chalcedony pill is $100 million. Each time the price is raised, at a minimum of $10 million, the bidding begins. As Wei Hoshan's voice fell, rich people who had long been waiting for a long time made their bids. 150 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion. In just a few minutes, the price had jumped to $1 billion. Wang Chao looked at the figure of $1 billion, and his face was unperturbed. The original book describes it in much the same way as the scene before us. The Chalcedony pill was finally auctioned off by a man named Li Do at a price of $1.5 billion. Dad, this is too scary, isn't it? How long has it been? And it's already $1 billion? Kung Fu stared with a pair of big watery eyes, incredulously saying to Kong Junlong. Yan Rushui and Jiang Hui were even more surprised with their mouths open into an O shape. $1 billion is definitely an astronomical figure for them. Kong Junlong, however, felt that $1 billion for this elixir was nothing. He had met Wei Lao once 2 years ago, and at that time, in his 60s, Wei Hoshan was already terminally ill. His hair had long been white, and his illness was obvious. When he saw Wei Hoshan again today, countless waves of shock were set off in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Hoshan's speaking voice hadn't changed much, he would have thought that he had met Wei Hoshan's dead oldest son, Wei Yochi. Seeing her father's eyes burning at the stage, Kung Fu moved closer to him again and whispered, "Why don't we film it?" Kong Junlong, however, unexpectedly shook his head and pointed to an old man sitting in a wheelchair not far away. "That one is bound to win today. There's no need to rob with him." Kung Fu sat up straight and stopped talking, while his eyes were looking at the auction table. His afterglow fell on Wang Chao. Suddenly, when she saw Wei Ying sidling up to her head and whispering in Wang Chao's ear, a pang of jealousy could not help but rise in her heart. She was not the only one, but Yan Rushue, who was sitting in the back row, was even more sour and gnashing her teeth, itching to get up and separate the pair of heads that were close together in front of her. Jiang Hui didn't show it, but she sighed silently in her heart. After the conversation, Wang Chao twisted his head to look at Li Do, who was sitting in a wheelchair not far away. The original book doesn't go into detail about Li Do, and the only time he appears is at an auction. Just now Wei Ying told him that Li Do requested to see him, but he didn't have that kind of leisure, and declined decisively. Wang Chao retracted his eyes with a faint face and looked up at the auction table. 1.5 billion. For the first time. Is there anything higher than 1.5 billion? Wei Hoshan stood on the auction stage, holding a small wooden hammer, his eyes glowing, his eyes looking at Wang Chao from time to time. Hey, $1.5 billion. My entire worth is less than 1 billion. I want to be younger too. A rich man in his 60s behind Wang Chao sighed. I shouldn't have come. I can't afford to shoot when I see something so good. I can be so angry I can't sleep for days. What should we do? Let's pool our two families' money together. Keep raising the price up, and end up with half for each of us? Count me in. I want to get in on. The crowd joked as you and I spoke. The atmosphere within the entire venue was instantly high. 1.5 billion for the third time. Congratulations to this friend for winning the chalcedony pill. Wei Hoshan hammered on, and suddenly spoke. Do you want to take it in front of everyone? This plot, he designed in advance. After all, a gray-haired old man in a wheelchair with a disease in his legs is all anyone can see. The elixir is so magical that if you take it, your hair turns black, your appearance becomes younger, and you can walk. It was all too much of a shock for the unusual. I just took this opportunity to give Master Wang a wave of fame. Anyway, Wang Chao had said that he wanted to keep a low profile and put the name of Master Wang out there. So as long as he didn't reveal that Wang Chao was Master Wang, I don't think he would blame him. Of course, there is a more important layer of deeper meaning. It was to forcefully climb into a relationship with Wang Chao, letting the crowd know that they were not close to Master Wang. I'm going to take it on the spot, just in time to check it out. Li Do just couldn't wait any longer. His condition was a little more serious than Wei Hoshan's, and the doctor said that he wouldn't live to see the end of the month anymore. No problem, but then, you have to pay first. In case you don't pay after you swallow it, we don't have the money to compensate Master Wang. Wei Hoshan joked with his old friend. Don't worry, the money was already prepared. Li Do's secretary pushed him to the auction stage and handed a card to Wei Hoshan. Then, he received the chalcedony pill with trembling hands, and just by smelling the scent of that pill, he felt refreshed all over. Taking a deep breath and trying to restrain his inner excitement, he swallowed the chalcedony dan in one gulp. The entire venue was instantly silent. A pin drop. The people under the stage, at this moment, were all wide-eyed and holding their breath, waiting for a miracle to happen. There were quite a few people who pulled out their cell phones, wanting to record this magical moment. At the same time, people remembered the name of one person in their hearts, Master Wang. At this moment, Kong Junlong was also staring at Li Do with unblinking eyes, not even daring to blink. Kung Fu, on the other hand, kept her eyes on Wang Chao, not paying any attention to Li Do at all. Seeing that Wang Chao was unusually calm, a strange thought suddenly came to his mind. Wang Chao wouldn't be Master Wang, would he? Little by little, time passed, and Li Do on the auction stage. His whole body trembled with excitement. He felt his body slowly begin to fill with power as the elixir melted into his body. The wrinkled skin, too, began to become smooth and elastic. The most amazing thing was that his legs, which were originally unconscious, were actually reacting at this time. Whoa, it's amazing! Shouting roared. Everyone saw Li Do's hair turn from white to black, and the creases on his face, surprisingly, began to slowly disappear. Appearance becomes young in a flash. Well, ever feel younger? Want to stand up and take a couple steps? Even though Wei Hoshan had experienced it himself, he was still in awe of the changes in his old friend's heart when he saw them with his own eyes today. Master Wang is really a divine means. Hey. Well, I feel like I have more energy than I did when I was 40. Li Do felt the vigor in his body and his eyes reddened with excitement. It was thought that after years of paralysis, getting up from a wheelchair would take some getting used to, but I didn't want to. Just a lift of the buttocks and easily stand up without a hint of discomfort in my body. The venue instantly exploded. Oh Mom, I think I've seen a fairy. This is definitely a god coming down to earth. It's incredible. It's a medical miracle. No, it's the ninth wonder of the world. Master Wang. The pills were refined by Master Wang. Elder Wei, may I ask who Master Wang is? Did he come today? Yes, please inform Family Master Wei. We are grateful. Master Wang. No one on stage knew who shouted. And then, almost everyone followed. Wei Hoshan raised his hand and the crowd immediately quieted down. He only put on an inscrutable look and said quietly, Master Wang is an extremely low-profile master. He doesn't want to be disturbed by the world, so I'm sorry, I can't disclose any news about him. Seeing that everyone was a bit disappointed, he laughed and said, Of course, if you want to order the chalcedony pill or have any other requests, you can tell me, and I will seek Master Wang's opinion first. As for whether or not Master Wang cares about you, I can't say. Old fox, Wang Chao sneered. In the original book, this kind of shameless line belonged to Wei Yubao. Good lord, now the father has stolen the son's line. Just at that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Chapter 24, The Perfect Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking the place of the protagonist in fame. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 15,900. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 700. Wang Chao arched his eyebrows when he saw the villain value increase. Without Wei Hoshin's hand, even if the chalcedony pill was recognized, no one would know that he had refined it. It seemed that this old fox had really done himself an unexpected favor. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that Kung Fu was staring at him, and there seemed to be deep meaning in his eyes, and asked with a smile, What are you staring at me for? You. Kung Fu opened her mouth. With a woman's sixth sense, she could almost confirm that Wang Chao was Master Wang, but then he thought that Wang Chao wanted to keep a low profile, so he had to change his words. You're handsome. That's what I thought. Wang Chao nodded seriously, then turned his head back. In fact, he saw a flash of avoidance in Kung Fu's eyes and guessed that Kung Fu already knew his identity, but it didn't matter. If she doesn't know, she still has to put some news to her. Otherwise, how can she take in Kong Junlong? The auction ended here, and Wang Chao followed Wei Ying to the backstage. Young Wang, I've already packed the things for you. I'll personally deliver them to you. When Wei Laosan saw Wang Chao, he hurriedly greeted him with a big smile. This was a man of God, and he was determined to hold on to this thick, hard leg. Wang Chao laughed. No need. It's better to let Wei Ying drive me back. As soon as Wei Ying heard this, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and her heart began to thump, and she nodded with a red face. Wei Laosan looked at it. This is a good opportunity to exchange feelings. He cannot be nosy. Laughed. This niece of mine is very fond of young Wang. Wang Chao didn't seem to hear these words as he collected his smile and said with a straight face, Uncle Wei-san, I heard that you are in the medicinal herb business. I still need some to purchase some medicinal herbs lately. Over 100 years old. Not limited to what kind of medicine. Can you keep an eye out for me? Although it was a request for help, his tone clearly sounded like a command, and even had an aura that made it impossible to refuse. Wei Laosan stared and asked, No problem. How much does young Wang want? As many as you want. Unlimited demand. Wang Chao smiled faintly and said indifferently. Wei Laosan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Their Wei family had money, and they didn't even dare to say that they could buy as much as they had, especially those herbs with high vintage, which were worth more. Just as he was secretly lamenting Wang Chao's financial power, he heard him say again, that $1.5 billion. It will be placed at your place first. If the money is not enough, you can come to me at any time. Wei Laosan forced down the throbbing in his heart and hurriedly waved his hand. Young Wang, how can I make you spend money on this small matter? Then, he swore. The other dare not say. The whole Jiangbei, I want more than 100 years of medicine. They absolutely will not sell to the side. At the latest the 16th day of the first month, I will be able to the whole Jiangbei more than 100 years of herbs all for you to buy. The entire Jiangbei now has how many 100 years or more of medicine? He has a number in his heart. 100 years of copies, at most tens of millions. These herbs take to Wang Chao. Wang Chao casually reward a few pills. That is to earn a lot of money, even if you do not sell out. After taking, can prolong life. Wang Chao said with a faint smile. Then thanks in advance for taking the trouble. Okay, then you wait for my news. Wei Yubao was excited in his heart. Finally he was able to climb into a relationship with Wang Chao, but still have to pretend to be calm. Personally help Wang Chao. Will he show Wu to Wei Ying's car? He had been sending Wang Chao to the entrance of Cloud Willow Villa before he hurriedly returned. As soon as I got back, I pulled out my phone and called the owners of the major Chinese medicine houses. This was the first thing that Wang Chao had given him, and he had to accomplish it beautifully in order to be trusted. Wang Chao returned home, placed the He Shaowu and Millennium Ginseng, lying on the sofa, looking at the 700 villainous values that he had brushed up over the night, thinking that he hadn't made a trip for nothing after all. Open the system interface. Dao, add full physical and the rest spiritual. Ding. The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 200, 100 for normal people. Mental, 190, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 200, 100 for normal people. Technique, none. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 4.03 billion. Villain value, 0. Main character's luck value, 15900. After the addition was completed, Wang Chao felt a magical power radiating from his body. That power washed over all parts of the body, and with each stroke, the body grew stronger. After being flushed more than 10 times in a row, the entire body felt like it had been remodeled, and it had been strengthened to a realm. It even feels like it can carry bullets. The body becomes stronger, resulting in fewer changes in stature. All over his body, there was not a bit of flab anymore, and no matter what part of his body, he gave people a feeling of extreme perfection. On top of that, Wang Chao's perception of his surroundings was also much enhanced. Before, he could only perceive things within a 20-meter radius, but now he could clearly perceive everything within 100 meters with him as the center. Just looking at the rest of the 3 items are 200. Only the spirit is 190. The heart is a little diabolical. Narrow eyes narrowed and shot out a brilliant light. Tomorrow for sure. Stretched out and got up, intending to take a shower and then go to bed. At this time, he received another WeChat from LV Zixia. I've gotten off the train. Wang Chao lazily replied and was just about to turn off his cell phone when he then received another message. It's from Cheng Shuangdi. Are you asleep? I can't sleep. Can you talk to me? Green tea? Wang Chao skimmed his lips and came up with a reflex. And without bothering, he turned to take a shower. While taking a shower, I heard my cell phone dripping and ringing on the table. Putting on a bathrobe, he stepped out of the bathroom, picked up his cell phone, and found that it was almost entirely messages from Cheng Shuangdi. In addition to Cheng Shuangdi, there is also a stranger's WeChat. I think it should be the girl from the upper house of the auction. Just ignore it. I was just about to go to bed when I realized that there was a message from Yan Rushue. Something to the effect that he had arrived home and was very grateful for the day. For some reason, Wang Chao inexplicably had an ominous premonition in his heart. And he had a premonition that grew stronger as his brain spun. Could it be that there's been a change in the plot? Wang Chao locked his brows. Yi Fan was after all the protagonist, breaking so many of his lines. God knows what hidden plot would be triggered. Reply message to Yan Rushue. It's good to be home. Is Yefan with you? Yan Rushue replied almost immediately. He was staying at our house for the time being, but probably got irritated and hasn't come back until now today. Still not back by now? Wang Chao mumbled and repeated, holding the cell phone and turning it around on the ground. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Fan wouldn't have used the money he used to prepare things for auction to buy herbs, would he? Thinking of this, he hurriedly put on his clothes and drove to the Yisan Lake. He had to see it in person to feel at ease. Chapter 25, interrupting the main character's cultivation. The night was hazy and a cold wind brushed his cheeks. Wang Chao stepped out of the car, raised his hand and tightened his collar, then lifted his feet and walked quickly towards Yisan Lake. A moment later, Wang Chao suddenly stopped and his eyes were solemn. He saw a young man, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the lake, with a herb cupped in his hand. Wang Chao looked at Yi Fan, who was practicing by the lake, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Worthy of the protagonist, in the face of such suppression, it actually allowed him to find herbal medicine. A ruthless sneer swept across the corners of his mouth and he grunted. You want to refine it properly? That's impossible. Pulling out his cell phone, he quickly sent a message to Li Jianhao. He asked him to bring people to the lake and clear away all the people around Yisan Lake. And of course, snatch the herbs from Yi Fan's hands by the way. After sending the message, light a cigarette and pretend to walk around the lake. Scattered and scattered. He came in front of Yi Fan. Stopping his footsteps, he pretended to be curious as he surveyed Yi Fan and opened his mouth. Brother, are you chanting? Yi Fan had long since sensed that someone was coming, only to lazily ignore it. After all, in his mind, these mole mortals were really not enough to care about. But he didn't expect the visitor to speak first, and the tone of his voice sounded really beaten. He opened his eyes with great displeasure. At that moment, the man across from him looked like he was smiling and even winked at him. Yi Fan was uncomfortable for no reason. Squinting his eyes, he remembered that this person was the boy who violently beat up Li Jianhao at the KTV, called Wang Chao. But what was he doing here at night? Seeing Yi Fan's cold face and not speaking, Wang Chao suddenly looked like he had realized something and laughed. Oh, I remember. Were you with Yan Rushue? Called, what was your name? Then he frowned slightly, seeming to recall it carefully. Yi Fan's face grew colder and colder. His jaw taut, still not uttering a word. After he was thrown out of Cloud Willow Villa by the security guards, he was depressed from walking towards the city. I passed a drugstore and went in to look around, just in time to see a piece of ginger sitting in the pharmacy. He could tell at a glance that the piece of ginger was extraordinary, having survived for at least 100 years or more and gathered quite a bit of aura. Without saying a word, I just bought it for $100,000. He arrived all the way to prepare for cultivation, but he didn't want to be disturbed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had business to attend to and couldn't see the other party's cultivation, he would have done it long ago. Wang Chao laughed coldly in his heart. You just pretend to be high and cold there, and still can't cure you? Just interrupt your practicing anyway. Suddenly raising his voice, he asked, your name is Ye Huan, right? Yi Fan's anger flared up at his noise, and he glanced at him impatiently, his voice icy cold. Something wrong? Wang Chao shrugged and laughed. It's okay. You don't own this place. I'm just bored. Can't I talk to myself? Yi Fan was instantly furious and was about to have a fit when he suddenly saw a group of people hooting and hollering as they surged over this way. What are you guys doing? No one is allowed on this lake. Get out. Accompanied by this voice, Li Jianhao brought a group of minions to surround him aggressively. When Li Jianhao saw that Wang Chao was also there, he glanced at him with some surprise, but realized that Wang Chao wasn't looking at him at all, and immediately understood. Fixing his gaze on Yi Fan's body, Wang Chao said in his heart that he came quite quickly. Then I will not accompany you to consume. It's tiring to waste even a little more breath with you. Spoke to Yi Fan. Brother, hurry up and leave. We can't afford to mess with those people. Then, turning his head, he left without looking back. Yi Fan had some aura in his body at this time, and as this place was the best place for cultivation, how could he, as a reincarnation of an immortal, easily leave? The eyes looked at the visitor with a stern tone. What if I don't go? Not leaving? That's good. Brothers, give him a good treatment, Li Jianhao commanded, and his minions instantly swarmed him. Wang Chao hid in the shadows and watched as Yi Fan fought one against many and only slightly lost the battle. His brain a black line. How long has it been? And Yi Fan is already so powerful? Sure enough, it's the main character. Looks like the crackdown wasn't strong enough after all. Wang Chao stroked his chin and looked at it for a while longer before finally revealing a smile. Yi Fan was kicked to the ground by the gang of punks, and even the ginger in his hand was snatched away and stomped on, and thrown into the lake. At this moment, Yi Fan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How could he not be angry when his hallowed immortal dignity was actually bullied so much by a bunch of punks? Unhelpfully, his cultivation time was too short, and his current realm was, at most, at the early stage of body forging, only slightly stronger than a normal person. Just now also just by virtue of gongfu dodging, gongfu even more subtle cannot defeat the opposite side of the crowd. With an ugly face, he climbed up from the ground and coldly looked at the punks in front of him, and even though his heart was angry again, he knew the reasoning that a good man should not be forced to do anything in front of him. Mentally, when my cultivation improves, it will be the day when your ants will die. Pointing at the leader, Li Jianhao, turned and pulled his legs out to run. Looking at Yi Fan's lousy escape, Wang Chao held back and almost laughed out loud. Although he couldn't directly kill the male lead at the moment, it was really cool to see the male lead get thrashed. Message to Ken Ho Li, well done. Li Jianhao, it's a blessing for me to work for the boss. Wang Chao put away his cell phone and left with a quick step. By the time he drove back to the villa at Lookout Mountain, his sleepiness was gone and he had to sit on the couch and brood. The ginger in Yi Fan's hand was not present in the original book. With the big threads decimated, there will be a few extra little subplots popping up to give the protagonist some warm fuzzies. After all, the biggest point of this book is Yi Fan cultivating immortality. It looks like the process will have to be accelerated. Wang Chao took out his cell phone, found Wu Bo's phone, and called directly. Soon, the call was answered, and Wu Bo's voice came from the head of the line. Young master, Uncle Bo, back home now? It's already in domestic waters, and if nothing else, it'll land in another 5 hours. When Wang Chao heard this, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. Good. When you come back, I'll give you a mission. Use the fastest speed possible to make Oasis Real Estate go bankrupt. In the original book, Yi Fan's mother, along with his sister who was adopted by his mother, started a company together, Oasis Real Estate. This was a time when summer real estate was just starting to take off. Now Yi Fan has no other help. Now the biggest dependence is Oasis Real Estate. Young master, is it the Oasis Real Estate Group in the northern province? Wu Bua asked. Yes, in addition, I'll give you $2 billion to buy land. Exactly where to buy. I'll tell you when you're done with Oasis Real Estate. After Wang Chao instructed, he hung up the phone. Seeing that the cell phone was dripping and ringing again, he swept a glance and it was Cheng Shuangdi. The heart muttered, I can't imagine that this Cheng Shuangdi is still a female licking dog, but licking dogs lick to the end. In the end, there is nothing. Wait a minute. A horrible image suddenly flashed through Wang Chao's mind. Chapter 26 Storytelling in a Circle of Friends. Wang Chao collapsed in a pool of blood covered in blood, his breath weak. He reached out feebly, opened his mouth, and tried to call for help from the man in the shadows. The person swayed and walked out slowly. It was a woman, holding a little boy in her arms. When she saw Wang Chao, who was begging for help, but the corners of her mouth floated out of a smile. It was the smile of a successful conspiracy. This woman is Cheng Shuangdi, and this scene was the image of Yifan beheading Wang Chao in his previous life. Wang Chao's eyes condensed. The book introduced Wang Chao was killed. Obviously did not. Cheng Shuangdi appeared. Could not help but ask the system. System, am I reading a fake book? Ding. This content is from Extra. Holy. Wang Chao jumped straight up. He had just seen the ending when he wore the book, and he hadn't had time to read the extras. System, come down. I promise I won't kill you. No wonder he had always felt that Cheng Shuangdi was strange, but had never been able to remember what was wrong. So it turned out that her details were actually in the extras. Pitiful. Ding. The system suggests that the story of the extra will slowly unfold as the spiritual power is enhanced. Wang Chao gave a beat and coldly said, as long as there's a way out. I've never been afraid of anyone. But in his heart, he felt more and more disgusted with Cheng Shuangdi. Directly turned off his cell phone, and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Wang Chao finished his breakfast and turned his cell phone on. Nice guy. As soon as I turned on the phone, I found a dozen missed calls, 50 or 60 text messages, and WeChat directly 99 plus. All of these were sent by Cheng Shuangdi alone. The approximate content is, what's wrong with you? Why are you ignoring me? Do you not like me anymore? Why did you run away to Zhongbei University? Wang Chao frowned and spat. Is this 100,000 reasons? Lazily ignoring Cheng Shuangdi, he marked all the messages as read. Suddenly, he saw that Kung Fu had also sent 2 messages, asking if he was going to see the 15th Lantern Festival. Lights? Wang Chao pondered for a while. Suddenly, he thought of the original book. On the 15th day of the first month, Yifan designed to meet the female lead, LV Zixia, and then told her about the past life marriage between the two of them, and also gave her a jade pendant. LV Zixia was convinced and has been in love with Yifan ever since. Wang Chao couldn't help but spit. What a doggone plot. It's amazing that the heroine bought into that thinly veiled story. Hey, simplicity. LV Zixia was now in Yanjing, and Yifan would definitely not be able to see her tonight. But as the hero and heroine of the book, the two will surely meet chance. As soon as they meet, according to the original book's urbane nature, the heroine will fall in love with Yifan. After pondering for a while, Wang Chao's brows spread out and he suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Didn't you, Yifan, tell a story to LV Zixia? Laozi told the story to LV Zixia in advance. I'm going to say this to everyone except Yifan. Just say the word and post a long story in your circle of friends. The content is about the scene where LV Zixia met Yifan in her last life in the immortal world. That's right. Wang Chao directly copied the story from the original book. There is no way. Who let the heroine is good at it? After sending it, a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. According to the introduction in the original book, Yifan's cell phone will only be used to make phone calls. As for the internet, it is impossible to access the internet in this life, much less WeChat or anything. Who made him an immortal dignitary? This story, quickly seen by Kung Fu, Yan Ruxue, Zhang Hui and others, have been reprinted to the circle of friends. In just half a day's time, the story, which had been circulating in Zhongbei University, LV Zixia, who had already returned to the Yanjing LV family, had likewise seen the story Wang Chao had sent, and only felt that the picture was really beautiful. Divine couple, love each other for a lifetime. She even had the illusion that the story was about her, because that image was déjà vu, as if it had actually happened. After holding the phone and staring blankly for a long time, he suddenly realized that this story was actually written by Wang Chao. He was instantly annoyed, and his mouthful of silver teeth seemed to be about to be bitten to pieces. Was this sent to me to read on purpose, or are you deliberately trying to piss me off? The more LV Zixia thought about it, the more angry she got. Now she hadn't withdrawn from the marriage. Which Tai Fox was Wang Chao writing this for? Must find Wang Chao to ask for clarification. Gritted his teeth and dialed Wang Chao's phone. Wang Chao was looking at the comments and retweets of the circle of friends, and he doesn't care about the bystanders. He only wants to know whether LV Zixia has seen it or not. As he was thinking about it, he received a call from LV Zixia. With a grunt, he picked it up without slowing down. Hey, where are you? LV Zixia didn't even have a name to call her, and she asked in an exasperated manner. What? Were you moved by my story too? Wang Chao pretended not to hear the anger in her voice and said in a light tone. Che, dog blood story? Who cares to read it? Wang Chao simply wanted to roll his eyes. You didn't see it and you know it's a dog's blood? But now that he had watched it, his task was complete, and his voice had an indescribable coldness and detachment. So what did you want to see me about? You? What do you think I want with you? Don't you want to withdraw from the marriage? When and where? So I can tell my family. LV Zixia wanted to say what do you mean by the story you wrote? But the words came to her mouth and she couldn't say it at all. She was strong by nature, and felt out of place if she questioned the story because of it. It was found that once he faced Wang Chao, he was prone to get angry and act irrationally. At night, at your house. Wang Chao curved the corners of his mouth. Women really like to cover their tracks. LV Zixia was so angry at this moment that her face turned blue and she almost went crazy. Although he wanted Wang Chao to withdraw from the marriage, he didn't want to withdraw in this way, and he couldn't accept the fact that Wang Chao wasn't a dog licker. She returned home and still didn't know how to tell her parents about Wang Chao wanting to withdraw from the marriage. Now Wang Chao wanted to withdraw from the marriage and was planning to run to her house, no matter to her or to the Lu family. It was an insult. Why did you come to my house? Aren't retreats always at a hotel? LV Zixia tried her best to remain calm. After all, the Wang family was an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. Anything else? Wang Chao's voice was cold and lazy to explain. What's the point of explaining? I'm not even going. Okay? LV Zixia was angry and dry-eyed, her heart extremely complicated. Now, even she wasn't sure if she wanted to back out of the marriage. Gritting his teeth, he spoke coldly. I'll be waiting for you at home. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chao was in a good mood, and he decided not to accept anyone's invitation today, and would make his move at night. He had to be vigilant until the last moment. Nightfall. Wang Chao changed into a dark-colored outfit and went out alone, coming to the place where Yifan and Lu Zixia met in the original book. From afar, he saw Yifan looking left and right, walking this way. Wang Chao then stepped aside, hidden in an inconspicuous position. Yifan, who had been depressed for a day, met with his last wife, LV Zixia, at this place, pulling out the mask he had prepared long ago and putting it on. He stood proudly and began to wait slowly. He had also prepared a very moving story and a jade pendant that was an heirloom of his Yi family. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone come, I couldn't help but get a little annoyed. In my last life, LV Zixia came before 9 o'clock. It's almost 12 o'clock. Why is there still no one in sight? Has there been an accident? Wang Chao, who was hiding in the dark, raised the corners of his mouth. Junior, it is impossible for you to see Lu Zixia today. After hovering in the same spot for a while longer, Yifan sighed deeply and left with his head hanging down. Ding! The protagonist has nothing to show for it. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 15,700. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 200. It's really the female lead. Only letting the protagonist return without any success reduces the chi value by 200. Wang Chao sneered and looked at the time. It was already past 20. Finally dragged through. Chapter 27, Tai Chi Technique. Yanjing, LV family. After getting Wang Chao's reply, LV Zixia was apprehensive and didn't tell her father, LV Liang, until the afternoon that Wang Chao wanted to withdraw from the marriage. When Lu Liang heard this, he was so angry that he almost fainted, and raised his hand to slap his daughter Lu Zixia's face. It was because of the Wang family that the LV family was able to gain a foothold in Yanjing for so many years and still maintain its strength at the top of the second rate. He knew that Wang Chao liked his daughter, and he took the initiative to come to the door and offer his love every time. But the daughter is good. As long as the king over, she is either cynical or indifferent. He had originally thought that this was a matter for the next generation and was not going to interfere too much. Now it's good that people are impatient and are going to be ready to back out of the marriage. All this is the result of an ungrateful daughter. And the Wang family's withdrawal from the marriage means that the Lu family is finished. Even if the Wang family didn't deliberately suppress it, without the Wang family's support, the Lu family would inevitably fall out of the ranks of second-rate families. Lu Zixia covered her face and looked at her father in disbelief, her eyes red with accusation. I can't believe you hit me. Ever since she was a little girl, her father had always held her in the palm of his hand and had never even said a heavy word. Now it actually hit her because of the withdrawal. Beat you? If you don't give me a valid reason today, I'll not only beat you, but I'll also break your legs. Lu Anliang's red eyes took down the baseball bat hanging on the wall, with an appearance of wanting to eat someone. Tell me clearly, why did Wang Chao withdraw from the marriage? How should I know? LV Zixia cowered in fear, originally angry and aggrieved, but seeing so furious, he instantly wilted and turned his head to his mother. There was a moment of despair when she realized that her mother, who was sitting on the sidelines, had picked up her coffee and was not looking at her. You don't know? What do you think is wrong with Wang Chao? What's wrong with him? He's handsome. His family is rich. He has a good mind. He's the next successor of the Wang family. And the main thing is that he's not a womanizer. He only likes you. What else do you want to find? Lu Anliang was really heartbroken for his daughter, and he was also really angry and spitting blood. In their opinion, the marriage of the big families is nothing but a strong union, and there is no need for any feelings at all. What's more, Wang Chao was extremely fond of his daughter, which was something that many people couldn't envy. But her daughter didn't cherish it and dragged the whole Lu family into it. LV Zixia opened her mouth. She really couldn't pick Wang Chao's faults. She couldn't say that she didn't like the fact that Wang Chao was a dog licker, right? At this moment, and thinking of Wang Chao's recent changes, her heart was even more conflicted. In fact, she now somewhat did not want to withdraw from the marriage, but it was too late. Lu Anliang sighed, and his attitude was much more conciliatory, but resolute. Daughter, I'm telling you, when the Wang family comes, even if they are splashing around, they will beg Wang Chao not to withdraw from the marriage. If this marriage is withdrawn, our Lu family will really be finished. Although LV Zixia was capricious, she knew what would become of her family after withdrawing from the marriage. Tearfully, he nodded. She knew what Wang Chao wanted, thinking of having a good chat with Wang Chao before he came. But whether it was a tweet or a text message, there was no response to the press. That wait was until 9 o'clock at night. Why don't you come? Lu Anliang ran to the door a moment later to take a look. He had prepared quite a few words to ensure that the Wang family could forgive their daughter. I'll make a call and ask. From the afternoon until now, Lu Zixia has already thought about it. In fact, Wang Chao is also quite good, and is genuinely good to herself. Being cold to her now is nothing more than being angry with her. Pulling out his cell phone, he dialed Wang Chao's number, and was flabbergasted when he heard the tone coming from the microphone. Shut down? 10 o'clock. Is still off. 11 o'clock. Still off. LV Zixia was a bit confused and at the same time a bit annoyed. Lu Anliang, however, was much more at ease, and persuaded his daughter. It must be that the Wang family doesn't allow Wang Chao to come. So it's good. It's good. Okay, when you go back, apologize to them properly. That's your future husband. Got it, Dad. If it's okay, I'm going to bed. I have an early flight tomorrow morning. LV Zixia grudgingly held her cell phone and got up to go back to her boudoir. On the other side, Wang Chao had returned to the car and turned his cell phone on. There was some impatience in looking at the text messaging Weibos, the long list of beeps. If it weren't for the fact that I'm trying to brush up on my villain value, I just pulled the plug on all those pesky women. Every day beeping and beeping, especially Chang Shuangdi. Scanned it and marked the useless message as read. At that moment, he saw a message from Lu Zixia. A bad joke. Must have been in a hurry. Then, tapping on WeChat, his mouth opened slightly when he saw the message on it. TSK, 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 so unreserved. To save the marriage contract, even want to sleep with me. With a solemn look in his eyes, he frowned and, no, shouldn't she be questioning why I wasn't there? That doesn't fit with the original plot. Ding. From LV Zixia's ghostly value plus 9,999. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows in confusion as he heard the system's beep. What's the phantom value? Ding. It's LV Zixia who is scolding you. Your sister. Wang Chao had a black line on his face. There was no need to hint at this, right? But knowing that LV Zixia was unhappy made him happy. System cauldron. Fill me up with spirit. Wang Chao leaned back with a calm demeanor and couldn't wait to fill up his spirit. Ding. The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 200, 100 for normal people. Mental, 200, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 200, 100 for normal people. Technique, none. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 4.03 billion. Villain value, 100. Main character's luck value, 15700. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a small success. Bonus drawing once. Whether or not to extract now. Pump. Wang Chao was still looking forward to this lottery of the system. And last time he had won the alchemy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kung Fu technique, Tai Chi technique. Tai Chi? When Wang Chao heard this name, he wanted to curse the system for being a pitiful. If you want to learn Tai Chi, there are plenty of tutorials on the internet. Why waste a lottery? But with the taijutsu fused in his mind, he just wanted to yell 666. This taiji technique was not the taijikuan of the crowd, but a gong method. With Chinkuan as the disc and the sun and the moon as the heart, it can manipulate the chi of heaven and earth at will, and can transform the shape of all things. This is really bad cowhide. Laozi's power is invincible, and with the addition of the taiji technique, I'm truly invincible. Wang Chao once again sighed. With such a set of gongfu, no matter if he encountered any opponent, he could easily handle it. And the main thing was that this gongfu did not need to be practiced every day. Drove the car, whistling, toward Villa 1 on Lookout Mountain. All of a sudden, another extra episode came to mind. Wang Chao curled his lips and hurriedly checked. This look almost made me curse. Chapter 28, A Difficult Task. Wang Chao took a cursory glance at this extra and felt that the top of his head had gotten even greener and had become a green grassland. In the extra, Chang Shuangdi is also a licking dog, or a green tea, and every day dreams of marrying into a rich family. For this reason, she deliberately became bosom friends with her high school classmate LV Zixia, and she probed that LV Zixia was Wang Chao's fiancé. Learning that Wang Chao's family is not bad, he starts to provoke the relationship between LV Zixia and Wang Chao, causing LV Zixia to hate Wang Chao more and more. After LV Zixia fled the marriage, Wang Chao's temperament changed drastically. Cheng Shuangdi took the initiative to send her arms to Wang Chao and obeyed him so much that she finally married into the Wang family. Since then, she has been exposed as a womanizer and has had private affairs with several men. Even his son is not Wang Chao's. After that, taking advantage of Wang Chao's disillusionment, he began to control the Wang family. Then, he used a trick to frame Wang Chao so that he offended Yifan's sister and was finally killed by Yifan, another big ing cuckold. Wang Chao gritted his teeth, and his eyes flashed out a hint of murderous aura. The big bad was bad enough, and you get 2 cuckolds for it. Ha! Wang Chao smiled coldly and sarcastically. Cheng Shuangdi was of no use at all since she was not the male lead's harem. This woman can't be kept. Early the next morning, Wang Chao had just gotten up when he received a call from Li Jianhao. Hey, Master Wang, I've already checked the information you asked me to check for you. I'll send you all the information later. Yes, Wang Chao did not refuse. According to the original book, not long after the 15th day of the first month, Li Jianhao ran into trouble. Now that the plot has sped up again, I think there's trouble coming. About an hour later, Li Jianhao entered the first floor parlor led by a servant. As soon as he entered, Li Jianhao was stunned. Not to mention the opulence of the villa's decor. The walls were covered with paintings by famous artists and antiques placed around. Any one of them is worth a lot of money, and if you put it outside, you'd have to treasure it as a family heirloom. Young master, people are coming. The maid's voice rang out, and Li Jianhao retracted his gaze in a panic. Seeing Wang Chao was sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking coffee, he walked over quickly and stood in front of Wang Chao in a somewhat formal manner. Wang Chao raised his eyes to look at him and casually pointed. Sit down. Li Jianhao sat down obediently. With a wave of Wang Chao's hand, the maid also arrived with a cup of coffee for Li Jianhao. Li Jianhao looked at the coffee cup in front of him and was once again shocked. This coffee cup he is aware of. Only the royal family of F country can use. A set of tens of millions of dollars. The key is that there is a price without a market. After calming down his emotions, he was more and more glad that he had submitted to Wang Chao in the first place. Wang Chao's body leaned back and faintly said, "Where's the information?" Being swept by his sharp gaze, Li Jianhao immediately felt a great pressure and hurriedly handed over the information. Master Wang, this is the top 10 recognized school beauties of each institution. All the information is here, including height, circumference, home address, hobbies, and the places they often appear. Wang Chao picked up the information and took a random copy. Good lord, that's pretty fine. In addition to what Li Jianhao just said, in which hotel room, have been a few times, and who went, are written in extreme detail. Master Wang, if you're not satisfied, I'll just go and grab all those people so that you can make a good selection. When Li Jianhao saw that Wang Chao did not have a half smile on his face, his heart was not in the right place. Wang Chao had a black line on his face. It is true that he is the underground emperor of Jiangbei. He dares to say anything. I'm a villain, not a criminal. Waving his hand, he said without lifting his head. I'm satisfied. If you have nothing else to do, go on back. After waiting for half a day, there was no response. Looking up, he saw that Li Jianhao was still there and guessed what he was going to say and frowned. Something's up. Hey. Li Jianhao sat on the sidelines, tangled for half a day, before he opened his mouth and said, Master Wang, it's like this. Many years ago, with me to compete for the land of a person, called Chui Ji's, was I broke his leg and fled? Some time ago, I heard, Chui go with a Qigong master to learn Kung Fu, now very powerful, but also said that 3 days later, to come to kill me, so I want to. You want me to help kill him? Wang Chao asked expressionlessly. In the original book, Li Jianhao initially flattered Yifan because of the Wei family, but it was only after Yifan defeated Chuigu that he completely submitted to Yifan. So the pot, he still has to take it. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of anyone now that he had the taijutsu. Even if they didn't, they would be able to finish off Choigak by strength alone. After all, the Chuigu in the original book is just a minion. If even he can't handle it, how can he subdue the bigwigs from all over in the future? Yes, I know my request is rude, but I really have no choice. Please Master Wang, on the basis of my dedication to work for you, save me once. I am willing to give you $10 million as a token of appreciation. Li Jianhao really had no bottom in his heart. Although Master Wang didn't lack money at all, he always felt that no one would have trouble with money. Yes, without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chao agreed. Thank you, Master Wang. Thank you, Master Wang. Li Jianhao was overjoyed, not expecting Wang Chao to agree so painfully. After saying some more words of thanks, he was afraid of disturbing Wang Chao and hurriedly left. After the people left, Wang Chao lowered his head and continued to study the information that Li Jianhao had brought. Rule out the ones that have been in a room and have a boyfriend straight away. After all, the protagonist, Yi Fan, has a heavy cleanliness fetish. In the end there were about 20 people left, eliminating the ones with bad family backgrounds. Once again, in the end there were 11 left. The list included LV Zixia, Kung Fu, Yan Ruxue, Zhang Hui, Wei Ying, and Su Shuyun. These 6 are all Yifan's harem. Apart from them, there are 3 more in the Civil Engineering Institute. Wang Chao looked at it and directly possibly dropped it. Their looks and figures were definitely not Yifan's cup of tea, unless Yifan was starving. The last 2 left. One was called Lu Sueki, the second daughter of the second largest family in Jiangbei, the Lu family. The other was named Chang Lin, the daughter of the third largest family in Jiangbei, the Chang family. It's a tough task. Wang Chao looked at the 8 people on the list and silently sighed in his heart. LV Zixia got off the plane and took a taxi back to the school. Just as she walked to the entrance of the school, she saw a handsome-looking man walking towards her from afar. At a glance, his heart was thumping so hard that he couldn't even feel like breathing. Secretly, it's not good. It's the heartbeat. Settle down. No, I'm a man with a fiancée. I can't be randomly affectionate. Taking a deep breath and pretending to be oblivious, he continued on his way to the school. But I couldn't help it, so I turned my head and looked at it again. And the more I looked at it, the more I liked it. The boy had come to her and smiled gently at her, asking with a magnetic voice, "Class, are you looking at me?" Chapter 29 The Clueless Male Leader. Yifan was also quite surprised that he met his wife from his previous life in front of the school. The heart said, "Now that I've come across it, I'll never miss it again." With a calm and steady pace, he stepped out with the air of an emperor, and strutted away with a dignified manner. With a perfect smile and his magnetic voice, he believed that he could definitely charm LV Zixia. Seeing that she was indeed blushing and a scarlet red color surfaced on her cheeks, she knew that she had succeeded for the most part. LV Zixia always felt that the boy in front of her was very kind, and she was somewhat unable to suppress that impulse within her heart. But as a girl, one must still be reserved and smile. You're way behind on your pickup skills, aren't you? Yeah, I don't agree. Yi Fan, as the reincarnation of an immortal dignitary, could feel that LV Zixia was excited inside, and he believed that LV Zixia, as in his previous life, fell in love with him at first sight. I have a bond with my classmates, so why don't I buy you a cup of coffee? Although LV Zixia liked the person in front of her in her heart, she knew that she should not have any improper thoughts since she had a marriage contract and shook her head. I have to get back to my dorm. Bye. Don't go yet. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown a bit. Things were a bit different from what he expected. Walking 2 steps closely, he stopped in front of Lu Zixa's body and said seriously, "Would you believe me when I say we knew each other before?" LV Zixia frowned slightly, as if she saw a trace of Wang Chao's shadow when he was a licking dog, and stood still without speaking. "Why don't I tell you a story?" Yi Fan decided to make a killer move. He believed that by telling the story of their previous life, Lu Zixia would be moved. After all, a couple in a previous life, having gone through so much together, there will always be a bit of a memory. Seeing that LV Zixia did not object, he coughed lightly and, in a voice, began to speak. Toward the end, Yi Fan himself was touched. Cannot be touched, that is a personal experience. Then, he observed LV Zixia's expression and realized that her frown was getting deeper and deeper, and there was even a hint of disgust. The mind boggles. What's going on here? Bad storytelling? Yi Fan felt that it shouldn't be, kept his composure and forced a smile. How about that? Is there a hint of feeling? LV Zixia nodded. She was indeed quite emotional, and had even scolded Wang Chao for this story before. Originally, he was still relatively impressed with the man in front of him, but after listening to this story, his favor value plummeted, and he even had an urge to hit someone. How can anyone diarrhea me with this story? Yi Fan finally put his heart down and pulled out the Yi family's ancestral jade pendant from his bag and handed it to LV Zixia. Believe it now, we actually knew each other in our last life. This is for you. One day you'll realize that what I'm saying is true. LV Zixia didn't even look at her. She just hummed, her smile extremely sarcastic. Class, your story is wonderful. Then, as soon as he pushed Yi Fan away, he lifted his feet and walked away. Yi Fan was a little unsure and hurriedly chased after him. Looking at LV Zixia's gloomy face, he opened his mouth. Class, you don't believe my story? I believe you. My ass, are you out of your mind? Leave me alone. You can't mess with my fiancé. Lu Zixia secretly compared Wang Chao and the man in front of her, and Wang Chao simply won without any doubt. Height, complete. Sample, complete. Family, complete. Literary brilliance, complete. Yi Fan still wanted to go after him, but when he saw LV Zixia's fierce eyes, his whole body was dumbfounded and froze there for half a day without moving. What the hell? Got a fiancé? Damn! Don't let me know who you are. Don't let me know who you are. I am the wife of an immortal dignitary, and I dare someone to get their hands on her. But damn it, this is the story of me and LV Zixia. How would anyone else know? Yi Fan was so angry that he was going crazy. At this time, a boy who had been watching the show from the side, waddled over to Yi Fan and tapped Yi Fan's shoulder. Bro, don't you have internet at home yet? That story you just told us was all over the school yesterday. Yi Fan was stunned, and then he saw the boy display the content of his friend circle for a while, then put away his cell phone and left with his pockets inserted. Only Yi Fan was left alone in the wind. Ding! LV Zixia has plus 50 favorability to the host, with a favorability value of 70. Main characters chi value minus 200, chi value 15,500, host villain value plus 200, available villain value 300. Wang Chao was sitting at home, pondering on ways to deal with these girls, when he suddenly heard a system beep. Ha! Wang Chao raised his head with a bewildered look on his face. What's the situation? LV Zixia's favor value towards him soared? It also rises as high as 70. This is a value that has reached a very likable level. I've been thinking about this for half a day and can't think of the cause. But, it's so fragrant. Pulled out a cigarette and joyfully lit it. At this time, in his mind, he had also thought of how to prevent Yi Fan from picking up other chicks. Think of it and do it. Wang Chao finished a cigarette, drove his car, and went straight to Jiangbei University. Men's apartment 7, room 430. Wang Chao pushed the door and walked in. Seeing that there was a small man in the dormitory excluding Liang Wu and Zhao Chang. Chao, you're here. Since the last time he got a box of cigarettes, Liang Wu had a sense of admiration for Wang Chao, the son of a rich family, and generous. Zhao Chang didn't like Wang Chao too much, but in the way of living in a dormitory, he just faintly greeted him. And this brother is? Wang Chao took out his cigarettes and handed one out one by one. This is also from our dormitory. A little monkey, surnamed Ho Chang. Liang Wu hurriedly stood up and lit a cigarette for Wang Chao, then said to Ho Chang, Little monkey, this is the Wang Chao I told you about, the big brother of our dormitory. Hello Chao. Ho Chang hurriedly greeted. Chao, why do you have time to come over today? Liang Wu was curious. Today was only the opening report. and classes would not officially begin until a few days later. Isn't today enrollment? I've come to pay a tuition fee and see you guys on the way. Wang Chao also casually said that the tuition fee he had paid a long time ago. By the way, Chao, I forwarded your story. Hey, I go. Just that one story. Several hundred comments. For the first time in my life, Liang Wu hurriedly took the opportunity to praise. Wang Chao smiled and nodded. Let me ask you guys something. Do you recognize Yi Fan? Yi Fan? I know him. He's in the next class. What's wrong? Chao, he wouldn't have messed with you, would he? Liang Wu pointed to the next door and asked carefully. That's not true. I just heard that kid is very philandering and wants to chase after the school flower, Lu Zixia, as well as Lu Sueki and Chang Linlin. So I was curious to ask who this person is. Wang Chao said in a light-hearted manner. Anyway, this was half true. Even if it got out, it was nothing. Asterisk haven't really seen out. This kid ambition's so big. Lu Sueki and Chang Linlin, although not school flower level, is also the biological science and Chinese department ranked the top 3 of the beautiful women. This is also even if he also dared to chase after my Zixia goddess. Too much. When Liang Wu heard this, his heart was instantly a bit unbalanced and he directly cursed. It was as if Yi Fan had snatched his woman. He knew Yi Fan. He was okay looking, but he looked like he was in love with everyone. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Fan's father was nothing more than a civil servant in a small county. So where did he get the courage to chase 3 women at the same time? That's a lot of cowhide plus. Ho Chang couldn't help but marvel as well. Zhao Chang, who was on the side, was expressionless and just took a hard drag on his cigarette without speaking. Wang Chao looked at the reaction of a few people in the dormitory and felt that there was something going on. Smearing others and all that, although it was immoral. But he's a villain who doesn't mind the means as long as he gets what he wants. Laughing. I also heard that this kid threatened to get all the schoolgirls in his pocket. Chapter 30 Inexplicable Events. As Wang Chao dropped his words, Liang Wu was again the first to jump out and cursed somewhat angrily. Nima, this grandson is so shameless? He was very self-aware. The schoolgirl or whatever. He never had delusions of grandeur. But men are still jealous. And I've heard of a man so shameless that he's trying to monopolize the beautiful women in every department. That's not going to happen. Rolling his eyes, he began to calculate something in his mind. How do you know all this? Inside the dormitory, Zhao Chang, who hadn't said anything, suddenly interjected. Wang Chao twisted his head to look at Zhao Chang and narrowed his eyes, thinking that this kid was really talking a lot. Generally, guys discuss topics like women and never bother to argue the source, unless the discussion is about someone who was a very good friend of this person and needs to be defended. Liang Wu slapped the table and said with some dissatisfaction, "What the do you care? If Chao said it, there must be such a thing." Then, the corner of his mouth suddenly raised a bad smile. "No, I'm going to get a few trumpets and post this on the school forum. I'll go too. Hey, I'm the best at this kind of thing." Ho Chang rubbed his hands together, extremely excited. Wang Chao watched as Ho Chang and Liang Wu registered their campus forum trumpets at the same time and started going to post. Just by thinking about it, one could guess that the days ahead would not be easy for Yi Fan. Wang Chao's heart was soothed. Finding a reason, he left from the dormitory, and when he left, he gave a meaningful glance at Zhao Chang. This glance caused Zhao Chang to shiver for no reason. The school gates. Yi Fan had been standing there, practically standing as a statue. He could never figure out why LV Zixia had such a cold attitude towards him. Persuade yourself, the time is not right to meet each other. But in his last life, he had never heard that Lu Zixia had a fiancée. It's just an accident. The two were destined for each other by marriage anyway. With a deep sigh, he went to the registrar's office and paid his tuition. Depressed, he wandered around campus thinking about what asshole had told the story that was meant for him. Eyes glazed over with a chill that would make him look good if he knew about it. Suddenly sensing someone behind him, he pretended to crouch down to tie his shoes, and in his afterglow, he saw 2 tall, athletic-clothed students sneaking around and peeking at him. These 2 men, he was certain, must be following him, but he doesn't seem to have offended anyone lately. Standing up, he went to an unoccupied corner at the back of the school building. Suddenly stopping his steps, a sharp bright light flashed in his eyes. He turned around and looked at the 2 students who were still trying to dodge, and said in a cold voice, "2 students, you've been following me all the way. Is there something you want?" Seeing that they had been discovered, the 2 students exchanged glances and walked together to Yi Fan. One of them, a pimple-faced boy, said, "You're Yi Fan?" "That's right." Yi Fan held up his arms and surveyed the 2 students. These 2 people he didn't recognize, but he saw anger in their eyes, as if they had some deep hatred. You said you're going after Lu Sueki? The pimple man's name is Yang Xingqi, and he is Lu Sueki's crazy suitor. And because of the extreme twists and turns of the pursuit process, basically all the students in the school are aware of his infatuation. Yifan couldn't help but frown, feeling puzzled, and hummed, "What's the point of chasing after the woman I want?" Yang Xingqi was instantly furious. He had heard that Yifan had threatened to take down Lu Sueki, and today he was trying to dissuade this suitor. Who knew that Yifan had spoken so wildly? Gritting his teeth, he swung his fist straight up and charged. The other one, Lu Yang, followed close behind and pounced. Yifan's face darkened as he dodged backward in a quick flash. Although he didn't understand the situation, immortal dignitaries could not be insulted, let alone two regional mole crickets. Lifting his foot, he kicked Yang Xingqi in the chest. Although Yang Xingqi looked strong, he was actually just fat, and was actually kicked away by Yifan. He fell heavily to the ground and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Yang naturally not much better, although not bleeding, but also fell to the ground. Half a day cannot climb up. Still coming? Yifan carried an aura of a heavenly god. Ever since he was reborn, everything had gone wrong, and only now did he have a trace of the dignity that a strong man should have. Bah! If you dare to hit me, I won't let you go. Yang Xingqi fell to the ground with a defiant look on his face. Tough mouth. Yifan narrowed his eyes, walked up quickly, stepped on Yang Xingqi's chest with force, and pressed down hard on it. Kneel down and apologize, and I'll let you go today. His kick was extraordinary. He now possessed the cultivation of an early stage of body refinement. This kick can have a force of several hundred pounds. Yang Xingqi was pressed and spat out a mouthful of blood again, some fear in his heart, but he wanted him to kneel down and apologize. He was deathly unwilling to do so. Stalking his neck, not speaking, Lu Yang got on the ground and threatened. Yifan, I'm warning you, killing is against the law. We're all seriously injured by you now. If the school finds out, you'll definitely be expelled. Yeah? How dare you threaten me? An intimidating cold light shot out from Yifan's eyes, filled with a full fury. Two mole crickets, how dare they sneak attack him? They will surely die. Those two boys felt the strong killing intent, and were instantly scared into a cold sweat, and were about to open their mouths to beg for forgiveness, when they suddenly heard a loud shout coming from not far away. What's up? What's going on? Stop it! Yifan's heart thumped when he heard someone coming. Secretly, hasty, his current cultivation level was not high, so if he really killed someone, he would definitely be inevitably arrested. The two boys were so excited to see their teacher appear that they shouted under their breath, "Teacher! Teacher! Help us! What did you do to them?" Director Wu of the Academic Affairs Office walked over a few steps closely, looked at the two students lying on the ground, and then glanced at Yifan. His face changed greatly. "Teacher, Yifan wanted to sue first, but damn it, just as he opened his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Those two guys are laying on the ground, and one is spitting blood. Anyone who looked at it wouldn't think he was being bullied. Teacher, I think my leg is broken." Lu Yang hugged her legs, her voice tinged with tears. Director Wu was shocked to see that the other student was still vomiting blood. "Rush out your cell phone and dial 120. In between waiting for the ambulance to come, he asked Yifan, "What department are you in?" "Teacher, his name is Yifan, from class 1 of the Economics and Accounting Department." Without waiting for Yifan to speak, Lu Yang spoke for him. "Yifan, why did you take action against your classmate? What deep hatred do you have, as to beat someone up like this?" Director Wu's face was serious and his voice carried a hint of anger. "Teacher, these two guys tried to hit me." "Teacher, he lied. We were just passing by and happened to know him, so we asked him if he was Yifan and he beat us up." Lu Yang snaps. "You, Yifan, as the reincarnation of an immortal dignitary, had never fought over words, and used to just not push when he could, and there were no cameras here, and the other guy was literally knocked to the ground, so he had to eat this dumb loss." The heart was so depressed. The most depressing thing was that until now, he hadn't even figured out how exactly he had offended these two people. Director Wu looked at Yifan coldly, very dissatisfied with him. According to the school rules, this kind of brawl are enough to be expelled, but this kind of thing, originally is not honorable. Looking at Yifan, soft and weak, also strange pity, after a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Student Yifan, you violated the school rules. I'll mark you down once. If there's a next time, I'll definitely expel you. Alright, you'll compensate for the medical expenses of these two students." Yifan's hands hidden in his sleeves were tightly cupped. His face remained calm. Got it, Chief. He felt like he was having an extremely bad day and was drinking cold water. What he didn't know, however, was that at this time, a video had quietly appeared on the school's forum. And in just a few minutes, the number of hits had skyrocketed. Chapter 31, Qigong Master Meng Jiang. Ding! The protagonist fails to pretend to be a man of honor, with a chi value of -100 and a chi value of 15. 400. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value 400. Wang Chao had just returned to the villa when he heard the system beep. The face is like this. Asterisk. People sitting at home. Joy from heaven? Nice. Wang Chao curled his mouth, too lazy to think about what was happening. As long as it abetted the protagonist's chi value, it was all good. That's when he received 2 more WeChat messages. One was from Liang Chao. Look at the school forum. Yifan is on fire. There was another one, from Cheng Shuangdi, brother. I've arrived at Zhongbei Airport. Can you come and pick me up? This has really come. He. Since you're here, stay in Zhongbei forever. Wang Chao smiled coldly and sarcastically, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ignoring Cheng Shuangdi, he replied to Liang Wu. Then, hurriedly registered for the school forum account. Logged on to see that the post that was topped at number 1 was called, "What exactly is the grudge?" Yifan even beat his classmates to serious injury. After clicking on it, he saw that it was a video of Yifan kicking 2 boys and beating one to vomit blood and one to break his leg. The comments below are already over 10,000. Most of them were vocally denouncing Yifan and advocating for his expulsion from school to ensure the personal safety of his classmates. There are some who choose to be neutral, saying that the full picture is unknown and not commenting on it. There was also a small group of people who said, there is no sound, so who knows if it's real or not, maybe it's malicious editing. But both of the following statements have been sprayed all over the place. So that's it. Wang Chao had just wondered why the villain value had suddenly increased. I think it was this video where Yifan pretended to hit someone and was caught by the teacher. System, take the villain value and add it all to power. Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 220, 100 for normal people. Mental, 200, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 200, 100 for normal people. Technique, Tai Chi technique. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 4.03 billion. Villain value, 0. Main character's luck value, 15400. In a flash, Wang Chao felt his power rise once again. However, it was slightly different from the time when he had boosted his power before. But what the difference was, he couldn't tell for a moment. For the next 2 days, Wang Chao didn't leave the front door. Except for Wei Yuba, who came once to deliver Chinese herbs. He didn't see anyone. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the appointment with Li Jianhao. Early in the morning, Li Jianhao personally drove to Wangshan No. 1 Villa, taking Wang Chao to a place called Chess Spirit Mountain in the suburbs. Halfway up the hill, there is a gazebo. Wang Chao got off the car and saw from afar that an old man was already sitting in the gazebo. In the original book, Li Jianhao hired Qigong Master Meng Jiang as a precaution. Meng Jiang is the most famous Qigong master in Zhongbei, and this time, Li Jianhao has really put his blood on the line. Master Meng, let me introduce. This is my big brother, Master Wang. Li Jianhao brought Wang Chao to the gazebo and hurriedly introduced. Big brother, this is the most famous Qigong master in Zhongbei. Meng Jiang, Master Meng, Master Wang? Meng Jiang raised his eyes and faintly swept a glance at Wang Chao, his eyes filled with contempt. Looking at this young man, I'm afraid he's not even 20 years old. You're telling me he's a master? Cold smile in his heart. Nowadays, really any cat or dog dares to call himself a master. Besides, if he was invited to answer the battle today, why did he have to invite a little kid? Was that an insult? With a face that showed no hesitation, he questioned in a cold voice. Mr. Li, what do you mean you brought him here? Master Meng, don't be angry. This is not a precautionary measure. You also know that Chui Gu is very powerful. Li Jianhao was very embarrassed and rushed to pacify him. In fact, the first person he invited was Wang Chao, but subconsciously, he always felt that Wang Chao was too young, and I'm afraid that he would have some difficulty coping with it. So he invited Meng Jiang. Now that he had attracted Meng Jiang's displeasure, he was also in some difficulty. Humph, with me here, the district Chui Gu is nothing. Meng Jiang snorted and looked provocatively at Wang Chao. Since you call yourself a master, I think you should have 2 tricks. As the saying goes, One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. What a lot of crap. Wang Chao was full of impatience. He hated it when people pushed Lai Lai, and did not wait for Meng Jiang to finish his words. A flash came in front of Meng Jiang, not even bothering to use Tai Chi technique, and rushed him with a punch without slowing down. Meng Jiang flinched and cursed in his heart, "Are you going to give me a massage? In that case, I'll let you know how powerful Qigong masters are. Raise your fist and take his punch." Click. The two fists collided with each other. Wang Chao looked at Meng Jiang with an air of calmness and smiled slightly at him. Meng Jiang, on the other hand, stared at Wang Chao in horror, his body unexpectedly shivering uncontrollably. Just now, it was as if his fist had smashed on steel. At this moment, the bones of the entire hand were all shattered. Not only that, he also felt that his right arm, which was shattered along with it, was no longer conscious, and he didn't even feel any pain. He really couldn't figure out where the young man in front of him came from and what kind of technique he was using. That punch just now was obviously flat. Why was it so powerful? After half a day of not slowing down, he heard Wang Chao's ghostly words again. "Don't disgrace yourself here. Get lost." Actually, in the original book, Meng Jiang wanted to fight Yifan, but was persuaded by Li Jianhao, and Yifan decided to take a back seat and put on a show again. So he didn't even make a move against Meng Jiang. The plot that followed was that Meng Jiang was seconded by Chuigu with one move, and Chuigu was seconded by Yifan with one move. Yifan was simply pretending to the extreme. However, Wang Chao does not think so. The old man a big villain, and not to pretend, have to personally give you a lesson. At this moment, Meng Jiang's face was blue. No matter what, he was also the #1 Qigong practitioner in Jiangbei, and was over 60 years old, and was being out and out sarcastic by a junior who was less than 20 years old. It's really hard to accept, but he really didn't dare to say anything beside that, and turning his head to look at Li Jianhao, he could only take his anger out on him. "Mr. Li, since you've invited such a powerful figure, why did you invite me?" Li Jianhao also looked dumbfounded just now, and at this time, being questioned, he really didn't know what to say. Muttering in my heart, "How did I know that Wang Chao was so powerful? I asked him to invite you. Any comments?" Wang Chao sat on a stool in the gazebo and looked at Meng Jiang with a raised eyebrow. "You are so good. What are you inviting me for?" Meng Jiang turned to Wang Chao again, holding back his temper and trying his best to suppress his anger as he questioned. "Playing hard to get. Got a problem with that?" Wang Chao unapologetically spread his hands. Meng Jiang opened his mouth and almost lost his breath. "Dying on the spot. Pretend? Do people talk? I greet you." Wang Chao furrowed his brows and spoke in a leisurely tone. "If it's okay, get out of my sight, or else, break your other hand too." Yes, I'll go now. Now." Meng Jiang was shaking with anger, glaring fiercely at Li Jianhao and turning to leave. Li Jianhao just shrugged his shoulders. Since Wang Chao was so powerful, he had nothing to worry about anymore. That's when a helicopter circled over. It circled around their head several times, and finally, stopped 100 meters away. The hatch opened and a figure majestically jumped out of the plane. Chapter 32, Hurry Up and Die. When Wang Chao saw the scene, he just raised his eyebrows lightly, not feeling the least bit surprised. After all, the original book introduced that Chuigu had arranged an airplane to show how pushy he was, and then flaunted it as if it were flying in mid-air. Finally, he then jumps out of the airplane. After that, he stepped over the treetops, performed Qigong, and swept over. To put it bluntly, it's the likeness of being in a martial arts novel. However, this fancy set of maneuvers of his was a rookie performance compared to Yifan, the protagonist of the book. The Yifan in the original book, that was the reincarnation of an immortal, and could directly step into the air. One step is hundreds of meters. Even Wang Chao wanted to call for Yifan when he recalled it. Compared to Wang Chao's disdain and a look of watching a monkey show, Li Jianhao on the side had already looked dumbfounded. His eyes were going to stare out, his mouth slightly open as he muttered, "This is an operation that only the gods can do." When he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that this was inappropriate and subconsciously looked at Wang Chao. It was found that Wang Chao's face was like stopping water, as if he was able to eyeball everything, and the corner of his mouth even had an inscrutable smile on it. Hurrying to stabilize his mind, when he looked at Chuigu again, he had already floated down from the tree and stood with his arms folded. Chuigu narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his chin, looked disdainfully at Li Jianhao, and hummed disdainfully, saying, "Li Jianhao, I didn't expect that you would still dare to come to the appointment. Really out of your depth." As the distance closed, Li Jianhao felt the intimidating aura on Chui Ji's body and began to regret it a little. He admitted that Wang Chao was strong, but Chui Gu could fly, and after silently comparing them, he felt that the two of them were not at all at the same level. But in the end, he was the underground emperor of Jiangbei. Even if he was afraid in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and straightened his back. I thought to myself, the big deal is death, but I can't lose my dignity. Just when he wanted to speak, he saw Wang Chao reach out and clap his hands, speaking sarcastically. You're Choi Gaku, aren't you? Not a bad show. Chui Gu was stunned, and his icy cold light shot towards Wang Chao with a heavy killing intent. Just now he noticed a small young man in the gazebo. Originally thought it was Li Jianhao's little brother. Lazy arms him a look, but he didn't want this kid to be so rude and dare to be sarcastic. In that case, I'll take you first. As for Li Qin Ho, I'll torture him to death slowly. Your big brother hasn't spoken yet. Who are you? Accompanying Chui Ji's words, his right hand took out a steel ball the size of a corn kernel from his pocket with a swift movement. Snapping his fingers, he flicked at Wang Chao with a whoosh. The steel ball was so fast that if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell what it was. It sliced through the air, leaving only a shadow behind. It was also glowing with an icy, cool light. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Jianhao didn't see Chui Ji's small action. He only saw an extremely strong force rushing towards Wang Chao. He had long heard that Qigong masters practiced to the extreme could turn the qi in their bodies into substance and kill people through the air. Though he didn't know exactly what that qi was, he didn't believe it before, but now he really did. Flustered, he turned his head to look at Wang Chao, and saw that Wang Chao had a smile on his face, and even stood still without moving, while his hand made a pose of clamping a cigarette. Heart thumping. Secretly, it's over. Wang Chao even wanted to use his hand to stop the Qigong master's qi. Wasn't this a mantis blocking a car and an ant trying to shake a tree? Finished. If Wang Chao died, he is not a little chicken to be slaughtered. Asterisk 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 face. I want to live. Li Jianhao subconsciously gulped, sweat sliding down from his forehead and hanging on his jaw. With a clench of his teeth, he decided to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Maybe he could get Chui Gu to spare his life. As soon as he turned his head, he suddenly realized that Chui Gak's face looked like this. Still with an incredulous look on his face, he shook his voice. This, how is it possible? Li Jianhao was even more confused. Ying killed someone and said how is it possible? Suddenly sensing that something was wrong, he turned his head to look at Wang Chao again and saw that Wang Chao was actually surveying a small steel ball in his hand. Dang clenched his fists in excitement. As long as Wang Chao was alive, there was still a possibility of life. With Wang Chao's current reflexes as well as strength, catching a concealed weapon that was several meters away was simply not too easy. He tossed the small steel ball up gently, then slowly caught it again, repeated the toss several times, and suddenly turned to Chui Gu and said in a serious manner, Uncle, how old are you and you still play marbles? My 3-year-old nephew thinks marbles are childish and stopped playing a long time ago. At this moment, Chui Gu was shocked and afraid. His face was horribly gloomy. How could he have thought that his sneak attack stance, which he had hit 100 times and never missed, would be cracked by a child less than 20 years old? Steadying himself, he put away his contempt and asked, what sect or faction is little brother from? No clan, no sect. Wang Chao did not even lift his eyelids, continued to play with the small steel ball, also looking forward to the first time with this kind of expert duel. The ghost said, hurry up and come over to die. This young master has a lot of things to do today. Chui Gu clenched his fists together and cackled. As the former underground emperor of Jiangbei and now a Qigong master, he had never been so humiliated. Never seen such an arrogant person either. A sneer. Kid, do you think that if you catch one of my moves, you can really beat me? In that case, then are you going to fight? If not, get lost. Wang Chao ruffled his eyelids with some impatience. Abrasive. Are you the Tang monk? Outrageous. Go to hell. The veins in front of Chui Ji's forehead rippled, and he was so angry that he was about to spit out blood. He's been in so many fights, and what fight doesn't have some harsh words before it? I was hoping to leave the kid with a little chance to say his last words, but now it seems that won't be necessary. Take a deep breath and regulate your mind to its best. Open your hands, rotate them clockwise for half a week. Put your palms together and silently recite the Qigong mantra, mobilizing the qi in his body. A iffy qi then appeared around his body. Leaping up, his right hand stretched out, like an eagle swooping down from the sky to hunt, heading straight for Wang Chao's face. This was one of his most powerful killing moves. The eagle strikes the sky. He had defeated countless experts with this move, and as long as this move was made, the opponent would be seriously injured without dying. Wang Chao skimmed his mouth. It was really nothing new. In the original book, when Shui Ge beat up Yi Fan, he used this move. However, Yi Fan could fly, and he could fly even higher than him, so this surname Shui only made one move and hiccuped. Jussie, marbles back to you. Wang Chao knew that this move was very powerful and didn't fight him hard, throwing the marbles in his hand with all his strength towards Shui Ge. Whoosh! The marble was like a meteor, wrapped in a huge killing aura and flashed away. Chapter 33, The Unexpected. Shui Ge looked at the marble that was flying and spinning towards him, and only felt that the air around that marble seemed to carry a killing intent, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. Quickly adjusting his breath, he prepared to dodge the marbles. However, what surprised him was that the moment the marble was about to approach him, it actually slowed down. The heart cursed with joy. Brat! I was almost fooled by you, so you're nothing more than that. Instantly adjusting his posture, he dodged the marbles and went without stopping, concentrating all of his chi on top of his right palm, instantly increasing his power. Sweeping past, the murderous aura that was like substance went straight towards Wang Chao. Li Jianhao's mouth was wide open in shock when Shui Ge dodged that marble's attack, and now he saw that he had already killed in front of Wang Chao, and Wang Chao actually didn't move at all, and seemed to have been stunned. His heart immediately jumped into his throat and he hurriedly shouted, "Master Wang, be careful!" However, Wang Chao still didn't move a step. Then, he saw Cui Ji's hand stop in front of Wang Chao's forehead, stopping in mid-air, and his entire body didn't move at all. Li Jianhao instantly became pale, his legs a little weak, looking at this scene in disbelief. Master Wang was killed? However, in the next second, he saw the corners of Wang Chao's mouth hooked into a grim smile as he slowly raised his hand and lifted Cui Ge off the ground with a palm. Cui Ji's body traced a perfect arc in mid-air, and finally fell heavily to the ground, not even twitching a bit before he lost his breath. Wang Chao indifferently looked at the corpse on the ground and arrogantly said, "If you want to kill old me, be born 200 years earlier." In fact, when he threw the steel ball just now, he had utilized the 10,000 things transformation in the Taiji technique. Hit two steel balls at the same time, one real and one imaginary. The real intentionally misses and has no power, while the imaginary steel ball is his real power. No one but himself could detect it, and that was the true meaning of a sneak attack. Li Jianhao's mood was like a roller coaster. The excitement was a little too much for him to react. Rushing to Cui Ji's side, he looked down, dead on the ground. Cui Ji's eyes were wide open, clearly dead in the water, and on his brow, there's actually a little bit of red. Turns out, he didn't dodge the marbles after all. Not far away, behind a large tree, Meng Jian never left. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. The realms of Qigong are categorized into 4 realms: external strength, internal strength, master, and grandmaster. The Cui Ge of the inner strength realm couldn't even take a single blow from Wang Chao, and he was still merciful to him just now. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. The original idea of seeking revenge on Wang Chao had long since dispersed without a trace. Wiping a handful of non-existent cold sweat, he no longer dared to stay and hurriedly turned around to go down the mountain. As the sound of footsteps approached, Li Jianhao finally came back to his senses and immediately rolled over onto his knees, touching the ground with his forehead. "Many thanks to Master Wang for saving me and relieving me of a major problem. I, Li Jianhao, hereby swear that I will be your little brother from now on, and I will absolutely be loyal to you to the death." His words came from his heart, and at this moment, he had been completely convinced by Wang Chao. It was so cowhide. Qigong Master Cui Lai was killed by Wang Chao in one move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting one of the protagonist's loyal minions. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 15,200. Host villain value +200. Available villain value 200. When Wang Chao saw that there were only 200 villain values, his expression did not change much. It was better than nothing. It looked like there was still a need to glean sheep from Yifan's harem such as LV Zisha. The rest of these guys are given way too little villain value. Faintly, he glanced at Li Jianhao. "Get up. It's time to pay. Or not." "Hey. Yes. Li Jianhao hurriedly got up and carefully followed Wang Chao down the mountain. While walking downward he also asked, "Master Wang, can I treat you to dinner tonight?" "It's not necessary." Wang Chao decisively refused. He was very busy. It suddenly occurred to him that he could ask Li Jianhao to send someone to keep an eye on Yi Fan, and as long as he always had a good grasp of his whereabouts, He could be the first to know what he was doing. Twisting his head, he said, "You, help me track someone down. There's no need to be polite to me, Master Wang. Just do as you please." At this moment, Li Jianhao couldn't wait for himself to help Wang Chao more. "Do you remember the guy you guys beat up the other day at Lake Eason?" Wang Chao asked. Seeing Li Jianhao nodding, continued, "Turn around. I'll give you a copy of the information. You send a few people to track it every day. What does he do? The first time to report with me. Remember to be sure to stare from afar. Don't ever be discovered." "No problem. Promise to get the job done." Li Jianhao thought what a difficult task. It turned out to be just tracking a person, which is too simple for him. The underground emperor of Jiangbei. If he finds out, it's... Wang Chao's heart also has no plan. After all, Yi Fan is the protagonist. Awareness is quite strong. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. Thought for a while, then find a random reason to beat him up. "Don't worry, Master Wang. I know what to do." Li Jianhao once again patted his chest and assured him. Wang Chao nodded with satisfaction. This little brother was quite useful. Noon. Wang Chao returned to Wangshan Villa. Turning the phone back on, there was another series of message alerts. The one who sent the most messages was Cheng Shuangdi. "It's just that I miss you. Where are you? Can I come to see you?" That kind of thing. There were actually a few selfies taken in the background, heavily made up and even alluring and extremely seductive in their movements. But looking at Wang Chao's eyes, there were only two words to describe it. Do-over. Wang Chao directly pulled Cheng Shuangdi's cell phone number. WeChat. All into the blacklist. The man won't be able to jump around for a few days anyway. Just pulled the plug and it felt like the whole world seemed quiet. Read the rest of the message again. Conf asked why he hadn't come to class today. Liang Wu, the teacher called your name today and I answered for you. There were also messages from Wei Ying and a few others that he didn't bother to read. Instead, he accidentally discovered that LV Zixia had actually sent him a message as well. "Come to the North Iris Hotel tonight and have dinner together. I have something to tell you. Say your grandma's leg." Wang Chao casually threw his cell phone aside and began to recall the later episodes. The next big event, according to the original book, was the birthday of the Yi family's old man, around the middle of February. That's one of the biggest cool things about the early part of Rebirth of the Immortal Cultivation Big Brother. In the original book, Yi Fan made friends with a large number of big shots in Jiangbei, including the Wei family in Jiangbei, Li Jianhao, the Su family in Jiangbei. So the Yi family's old man's birthday, the scene is very grand, can be named in Jiangbei. All came. It was very busy with people coming and going. Wang Chao frowned. Right now none of the people in this circle knew Yi Fan, so Yi Fan ironically couldn't pretend. The protagonist can't pretend. He can't get the villain value. And the plot speeds up later. Wang Chao mused. And suddenly his eyes lit up, slightly curling the corners of his mouth. How could you forget such a superb man? Chapter 34, Miss Eating Pancake Fruit. The big shot Wang Chao was thinking of was the original book, Wei Hoshen's superior, the commander of the Jiangbei military department, Han Sun. Han Sun had heard about the amazing deeds of Wei Hoshen in Lido, and had also heard that Yi Fan had defeated Qigong master Cui Ge, and decided that Yi Fan was at least at the level of war god or above. He wanted to ask Yi Fan to be the chief instructor of the Jiangbei military department. For this reason, he even personally attended Yi Fan's grandfather's birthday banquet, lowering his status and inviting Yi Fan, pushing the plot to its climax. After the birthday banquet, Yi Fan really did become the chief instructor. With this heavy identity, it made a great padding for Yi Fan to pretend and hid his face later on. Now that he had replaced Yi Fan, then I was afraid that Senator Han would come after him next. Suddenly, Wang Chao's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Picking it up, it was actually Wei Hoshen. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "Could it be that Hansen found Wei Hoshen and asked him to come to me?" That's so true. The episode fast-forwarded a little too quickly. Without slowing down, he picked up the phone. "Grandpa Wei. Ah, Chow Chow. You started school, right? Busy?" On the other end of the phone, Wei Hoshen opened his mouth to exchange pleasantries. "Not really busy," Grandpa Wei called. "But is there something wrong?" Although Wang Chao had some guesses, he wasn't sure if it was what he thought it was. "It's something. I have a friend who wants to meet you," Wei Hoshen said with some embarrassment on the other end of the phone. "Grandpa Wei. I just want to study hard right now. I'll be missing your friend." At this moment, Wang Chao had already determined who Wei Hoshen was talking about. As soon as he went to see Senator Han, the man would surely be moved to speak to him, and then drag him to the military headquarters. This chief instructor position. He had to have it. Otherwise, according to Yifan's protagonist Aura's enchantment, the two of them would still get hitched. Of course, it's not that simple to invite him. Chow Chow. I also know that it's difficult for you. But, before Wei Ho could finish his sentence, Wang Chao interrupted him. Grandpa Wei. I'm just a student. I'm really not interested in meeting any other people. Okay then. I'll talk to my friend then. Wei Hoshan sighed and then hung up the phone. Wang Chao knew that Hansen could never let go and would definitely come to visit. So he had to come up with a good set of words at that time. The most important thing is to negotiate a good deal. After lunch, I decided to take a stroll around the school. Gotta go brush up on my good sense. Yifan's so many harems were all in the school. And in the School of Economics and Management alone, there were 4 or 5 of them. It was an opportunity he wasn't going to miss. Drive a limousine and come to school stuck on time. The first class of the afternoon, a civics class, was held with both classes together. When Wang Chao stomped into the step classroom, he caused a burst of screams from the many girls. Wow! So handsome! Who is this handsome guy? Why haven't I seen him before? He's looking at me. He's looking at me. Oops. Dizzy. I'm dying too. Call an ambulance. Wang Chao listened to the bursts of screams from the people around him, and had long been accustomed to it, with no ripples in his heart. As a super rich, big, second, anti-generation faction, this kind of scene, or quite used. Looking around, he had wanted to see where Liang Wu was, but he found the kid sitting in the pile of girls and waving at him, showing off to the female classmates next to him. That handsome guy, my roommate. Really? Let him come over here and sit here. You change seats. Sun Yan had a flowery face and even pushed Liang Wu with her hand. Liang Wu's face was dark. What do you mean? Wang Chao just happened to see Zheng Hui and Yan Rushuet. There were still empty seats at their place. Slowly walked over and asked in a gentlemanly manner, "Can I sit here?" "Sure. Have a seat." As Wang Chao approached, Zheng Hui only felt her breath stutter. She couldn't wait for Wang Chao to sit beside her, and hurriedly nodded her head. Wang Chao thanked him and took a seat there. And the rest of the women were all looking at this side with a burst of envy and jealousy. Originally, there were many girls in the School of Economics and Management, and boys were a rarity. Now that there was such a super handsome guy, naturally he attracted everyone's attention. Wang Chao directly ignored those hot gazes and started to look for his target. According to the original book, there was another girl in class 3 that was Yifan's harem. That is the daughter of the number 1 family in Zhangbei, Su Xinghe, Su Shuyun. In Zhangbei University, Yifan's harem group is only left with Su Shuyun, whom he hasn't seen yet. The rest of them, more or less, have taken a liking to him. Looking around, he didn't see Su Shuyun either. He said that it is not right. The original book said that Su Shuyun is the 3rd class. This big class should be with him. At that moment, the bell rang and the teacher walked into the classroom and began to lecture. About 3 or 5 minutes later, a girl with a double ponytail suddenly crept in through the back door. She bent over and gingerly made her way inside while looking for a seat. At a glance, he saw that there was still an empty seat next to Wang Chao, walked a few steps quickly, and quickly sat down before the teacher turned his head. Wang Chao sensed that someone was there and looked sideways to see a girl with a round face. The girl's features were very delicate. Her skin was fair, especially the noble temperament, coupled with her body smell of faint F-country perfume. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows. This was Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun glanced at the teacher, put her head on the table, faced Wang Chao, and asked in a small voice, "Class, the teacher didn't call the roll, did he?" "No." After Wang Chao finished, he pretended to listen to the lesson properly, thinking about how to strike up a conversation. And at this time, Su Shuyun pulled out a pancake fruit from her bag, as if she was a thief, glanced at the teacher and lowered her head to take a bite. Wang Chao was speechless for a while. What about the said rich family lady? Pancakes and nuts in class? Su Shuyun glanced at Wang Chao in embarrassment. "I'm sorry I didn't eat at lunch. I'll just have a couple bites." "It's okay. You eat. I'll watch the teacher for you." Wang Chao smiled gently and inwardly felt that Su Shuyun, this woman was also quite odd. "Thanks." Su Shuyun very trustingly buried her head to eat. Will a whole big pancake fruit all eaten into the stomach. Only then contentedly took out the handkerchief paper and wiped her mouth. To the seat of a paralyzed. Not the slightest bit of a lady's image. Rubbing his stomach, he turned his head to Wang Chao. "I'm exhausted. You don't know. I drove 5 hours from Yunzhong City. I'm tired and sleepy, and I didn't even have time to eat in order to catch this afternoon's class." "What are you doing in the clouds?" Wang Chao asked curiously. In the original book, During the Qingming festival, the city of Yunzhong will hold a black fist competition, while the underground forces of the 5 cities, including Jiangbei, will be reshuffled. Yi Fan took advantage of this opportunity to put on a lot of pressure and subdue a lot of forces. Don't you know? This Saturday, it's the 5 cities underground power competition. Our Su family is representing Jiangbei. I went to help, but my dad insisted that I come back to class. Su Shuyun's tone was a bit dissatisfied. Wang Chao grinned. Nima, this plot in advance a little too much, right? Well, this couldn't be blamed on the bystanders. In Jiangbei, Yi Fan no longer had room to pretend. Su Shuyun is very talkative. The two of them this chat is a whole class. After class, Su Shuyun waved her hand at Wang Chao. You're a lot of fun to talk to sometime. Wang Chao was stunned. This girl told him everything. Originally thought that she knew her identity. Good lord, so you didn't even know. Standing up, not noticing Zhang Hui and Yan Rushua's grudging eyes in the slightest, he waved his hand at the two of them. I'm going back to my dorm first. But just as he reached the door, he was stopped by a playful figure. Chapter 35, Schoolgirl Rejected. Wow, isn't that the school beauty? LV Zixia, why is she here with us? So beautiful. The goddess of my heart. Hey, wake up. You're a girl, hey. I'm a female, I love beautiful women too. Asterisk 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 look pretty. Look pretty. The students who had just left class and went out saw LV Zixia at the door. They all exclaimed and crowded at the door to see what was going on. The main reason was that LV Zixia was just too beautiful to be true. Tall, gorgeous, just stand there. No less than a big star. Even many girls fell for her. Wang Chao was also a bit surprised to see LV Zixia, but unlike the other students who were mesmerized by her beauty, her heart was even a little disgusted with her. Stopping at the door, he looked at Lu Zixia faintly. Something wrong? Why don't you reply to my messages and why don't you pick up the phone when I call? LV Zixia's eyebrows knitted slightly as she directly questioned. Since she came back from Yanjing, she had figured out that Wang Chao was actually quite good. Thinking of all the things Wang Chao had done to her in the past, she was really in a blessed state. I've been trying to find Wang Chao to make things clear for the past few days, but Wang Chao phone does not answer. Text messages do not return. I wanted to invite Wang Chao to dinner, the best kind that you can eat until the dormitory closes, but I didn't expect to still get no response. She was really anxious and inquired about Wang Chao's class and came to block Wang Chao after class. Wang Chao's gaze was cold, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who are you? Why would I return your call? Although LV Zixia's body was full of villainous values, when he thought of all the things he had done in his last life, Wang Chao only felt disgusted. There are plenty of ways to get villain value. The big thing is to squeeze it from Yi Fan's other harem. As long as he didn't let her get together with Yi Fan, he would be considered successful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's the situation? The schoolflower is chasing after Chao, but Chao is actually ignoring him. No, I have to take pictures. Today's post will be hot. Ho Chang excitedly climbed onto the table, opened his cell phone, and clicked and clicked and clicked. Liang Wu, on the other hand, glared at Ho Chang. This kind of thing can be sent out indiscriminately. You have to ask Chao if he agrees or not. And Zhao Chang, who stood beside Liang Wu, clenched his fists into a cackle, and the wave of jealous rage in his eyes was undisguised. The rest of the students were all looking at Wang Chao with surprise and a look of incomprehension. That's the school flower, the goddess of many people's hearts. The goddess called you and you didn't answer? There is simply no justice. Do not pick up the phone to me. I pick up the plate all. LV Zixia had thought that if she personally came to Wang Chao, she should be able to dissolve all the previous unhappiness, but she had never thought that Wang Chao would be so desperate. It seems he hurt him too much. Holding back the exasperation in his heart, he reminded, I'm your fiancé. Gah, fiancé? When these words came out, the onlookers, who were still discussing, froze. What the hell is going on here? The school beauty is actually Wang Chao's fiancé? Seriously? Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and said lightly, not anymore. In fact, he was also a bit surprised in his heart. In the original book, LV Zixia was an extremely high-strung woman. Now in front of so many people, announcing that it was his fiancé was really out of line. Wait, this isn't a lickspittle too. Rub. The crowd was once again petrified in place when they heard Wang Chao's reply. The goddess turned out to be really Wang Chao's fiancé. Wang Chao actually rejected the goddess. What a doggone plot this is. When Lu Zixia heard these words, she only felt an instant surge of qi and blood, and her body swayed slightly and unnoticeably. She thought that Wang Chao didn't go to Lu's house that day to withdraw from the marriage, and everything would be over. Red eyes, tears welling up in his eyes somewhat uncontrollably, gritting his teeth. Our marriage contract is still in place. As long as we don't withdraw, I will always be your fiancé. Wang Chao secretly admired LV Zisha's perseverance. It is just a pity that some hats are put on. They cannot be taken off. Okay, then let you die a little more. Looking backward, he turned to LV Zisha as he pulled over Zhang Hui, who was closest to him. Think what you want. This is my girlfriend Zhang Hui. Don't bother us in the future. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Hui to react, he pulled her and headed out. Lu Zixia opened her mouth, unable to say a word. Looking at Wang Chao's walking away figure, tears crackled down his face. Yan Rushue was also stunned. When did Zhang Hui become Wang Chao's girlfriend? If that happened, wouldn't she have no chance at all? When the melon-eating crowd saw that Wang Chao had left, there was no more drama to watch, and they all dispersed in a flurry. At the door of the classroom, only LV Zixia was soon left alone. Zhao Chang pulled out a pack of paper from his bag, walked out of the classroom, and handed it to Lu Zixia. Classmate, don't be angry. I'm in the same dormitory as Wang Chao. If you have anything, you can talk to me. I'll help you to persuade Wang Chao. LV Zixia turned her head to look and wanted to blow away the lewd-looking man in front of her. But when she heard that he was Wang Chao's roommate, she silently took the tissue. Thanks. Ding. LV Zixia's grudge value against you is plus 99,999. Favorable plus 10. Favorable 80. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 15,000. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 400. Wang Chao pulled Zhang Hui all the way from the school building to the outside when he suddenly heard a system alert. A look of confusion. He humiliated LV Zixia. LV Zixia scolded him and then her favor value increased? What the hell kind of operation is this? But he couldn't think about that right now because there was one more thing to take care of and hurriedly let go of Zhang Hui's hand. I'm sorry, I had to do it just now, and I hope you don't mind. Zhang Hui's little face was flushed, her heart was thumping, being pulled by Wang Chao was like a dream. Of course she wished that she was Wang Chao's girlfriend, but unfortunately she clearly knew that just now. Wang Chao just wanted to get rid of LV Zixia. However, it was certain that Wang Chao didn't like LV Zixia, so she still had a chance. Lowering her head and mouthing, "No, it's okay. Tell you what, to make it up to you, I'll buy you dinner tonight." Wang Chao looked at Zhang Hui's reddish little face, and said that he should strike while the iron is hot and hurry to pull the other party's favorability value upward again. And there may be unexpected gains. Ah, yes, yes. Zhang Hui felt that this was an excellent opportunity and subconsciously agreed. Okay, then the night will be at Shangri-La. I'll pick you up at 6. Go ahead. Wang Chao waved his hand and turned around to leave quickly. He could feel Zhang Hui's favor value towards him still increasing. But when the favor value reaches 80, it's hard to break through to the next level. He also fights for villain value. That's when the call came from Wu Bo. Hey young master. We've used some means. Oasis Group is now experiencing a serious capital break. At most 1 month, their company will declare bankruptcy. Wu Bo said smugly on the other end of the phone. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes. A month? That was too long. This Saturday is going to be a black boxing match. Yi Fan cannot pretend to be in the clouds. He is going to go to join his old sister. Coldly. 1 week at the most. No matter what connections are used, let them go bankrupt within a week. Young master. This is a bit difficult. Although the Oasis Group is not a big company, but I want to use formal methods to make him go bankrupt. Wang Chao was speechless for a while and rubbed his eyebrows. Did I say for you to use regular means? Chapter 36, Shocking Images. Wang Chao hung up the phone and wanted to go to the dormitory to find out what had happened recently about Jifan, when he suddenly heard Liang Wu's voice coming from behind. Chao, Chao. Turning his head to look, Liang Wu and Ho Chang ran over together. Chao. Is big school girl Lu really your fiancé? Liang Wu really couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and came forward to ask. It was. It isn't, only it hasn't been retired. Wang Chao didn't hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Moreover, he had already thought about it. Even if he withdrew from the marriage with Lu Zixia, no one would want to touch this woman. This woman I cannot want, but no one can move. Let her die alone. That's still your sister-in-law. What about Zhang Hui? Liang Wu blinked, becoming even more curious. She and I are just normal friends. Liang Wu and Ho Chang looked at each other and saw their thoughts in each other's eyes. Why don't we have such a common friend? Sure enough. Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Wang Chao ignored the hopeless looks of these two people and asked indifferently, "By the way, how is Yifan doing these days? I heard that he was given a big demerit. What's going on?" Hey, I know about this." Ho Chang gave a bad smile and immediately became excited. Looking around to see no one, he began to speak vocally. On that day, he discussed with Liang Wu and decided that the post would be sent by Liang Wu and he would be responsible for finding someone to forward it. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Xingqi, who was infatuated with Lu Sueki. The post was purposely sent to Yang Xingqi. Previously, when someone had looked at Lu Sueki a little more, Yang Xingqi had gone to find someone to argue with. It was simply to the point of a kind of madness. So knowing about this, he would definitely go to Yifan. As expected, he guessed right. Not long after he sent Yang Xingqi a post, Yang Xingqi went to follow Yifan. He found a good position just in time to capture the footage of Yifan hitting the man, followed by another post. Wang Chao heard, gave a thumbs up. Can have the potential to be a villain. This move to sow discord to play the fire. With a glance of his eyes, he suddenly saw Yifan leisurely walking towards the back of the school. That back mountain is a holy place for couples to date. Yifan went there. I'll rub it in. No way. This is still getting girls? The protagonist's aura is so damn strong. You guys go back first. I still have some things to do. I'll buy you dinner sometime. Wang Chao threw down a sentence and ran towards the back of the mountain at a fast pace. When he had just arrived at the back of the mountain, he saw from afar that Yifan was talking and laughing with a girl whose appearance was not inferior to that of LD Zixia. Wang Chao almost stared his eyes out. The woman who was joking with Yifan was unexpectedly Cheng Shuangdi. This green tea only came to Jiangbei University for a few days and she hooked up with the main character? All the way to the back of the hill for a date? Take a deep breath and try to stay calm. Anyway, in the original book, Cheng Shuangdi was also Wang Chao's wife in the future. This kind of green tea, although he didn't rare it, but it definitely couldn't be cheap for Yifan. Cheng Shuangdi came to Jiangbei University to get close to him so she could marry into the Wang family. Then according to the original book, Cheng Shuangdi was still his licking dog. So, the corners of Wang Chao's mouth involuntarily rose, and he suddenly thought of a brilliant solution. At that moment, there were footsteps behind them. Wang Chao's stern gaze swept back, frightening the two people behind him to involuntarily shiver. One of them rushed on. "Brother, I was sent by Big Brother Li. My name is Xiao Zhang." Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and nodded lightly. The name is rather arrogant and the looks are quite swell. Since these two were sent by Li Jianhao to spy on Yifan, it was even more interesting. Giving him a look, he looked in Yifan's direction again. Understood. Xiao Zhang was good at reading eyes. This was meant for him to go and beat up Yifan violently. He gave his companion another look and the two of them walked straight towards Yifan. "Gu, pretty girl, quite good looking. How about making a friend?" Xiao Zhang swaggered in front of Cheng Shuangdi and put on a flowing appearance, treating Yifan on the side as heir. He knew that Yifan would definitely be in charge. If he didn't care, he would say something else. Anyway, finding a reason to beat up Yifan violently would be it. Cheng Shuangdi looked at the incoming person with a gangly look and was so scared that she went straight into Yifan's arms and panicked. "I have a boyfriend." Yifan frowned and didn't push her away. As an immortal duke, he had absolute confidence that he could attract girls. Cheng Shuangdi did not have much involvement with him in his last life. Thinking about this, suddenly thought of the Wang Chao that I saw a few days ago. Cheng Shuangdi's husband in her last life was Wang Chao. It can't be the same person, right? Hiss. Thinking of this, Yifan's heart burst with irritation. If it was one person, then Wang Chao really deserved to die. In that case, don't blame me for taking some interest from you first. This woman, I'll take her. Reaching out to protect Cheng Shuangdi in his arms, a cold light flashed in his deep eyes. "This is my girlfriend. If you don't want to die, get lost. Asterisk. Who are you to be arrogant with me?" Xiao Zhang was furious and directly took out a dagger from his waist. "This, I'll take it today." His companion also pulled out his dagger and stammered. Fight, Rob, Avon." Cheng Shuangdi looked at the brightly shining knife. Her heart was really scared, and she screamed in shock, and vigorously arched into Yifan's arms. Her little face turned pale too. What if it scratched her? "Don't be afraid. Just two mole crickets." Yifan gently patted Cheng Shuangdi's back and softly said, "You go wait over there first. Leave it to me." Cheng Shuangdi felt that Yifan made her feel safe and nodded. "You be careful." Yifan smiled faintly. Then his eyes released a trace of murderous energy, the opposite side of the moving knife. As self-defense, even if he killed them, he would not bear any responsibility. He could also pretend in front of Cheng Shuangdi and take her down in one fell swoop. As for Wang Chao, humph, when my father recovers his strength, he will definitely destroy your entire Wang family. Provocatively, he hooked his hand at Xiao Zhang, his face full of contempt. Brother, 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 he, too, arrogant. Me, you shut up and hurry up on. Xiao Zhang's biggest headache is to listen to this buddy talk. Usually talk okay, every time a nervous. Finished, he said, and was the first to rush up. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Although he didn't have the medicine as an aid, he was after all an immortal reincarnation. Even in this earth where aura was barren, through these few days of cultivation, he had already reached the middle stage of body forging. If it was compared to a Qigong master, it was equivalent to the peak of external energy, which could be compared to these mole crickets. Both hands lifted, only in an instant, and grabbed the arms of the two people across from him. No matter how hard the two of them tried, they couldn't get rid of it. Eyes glowing fiercely. Dare to offend my father, you have to pay the due price. Was about to break their arms with force. Suddenly, he sensed a dangerous force coming from behind him. Chapter 37, a chance to brush up on villain value. Yi Fan felt that the force behind him was extremely strong and even felt a deadly threat. His heart was startled, and he quickly threw the two people in his hands away, raising his hand to try to defend against that force. However, the moment he turned around, an imposing force split his head. At that moment, his eyes were smashed, and he took several steps back, stumbled, and planted himself on the ground. And at this time, Xiao Zhang and his duo reacted and quickly rushed up, punching and kicking Yi Fan. Although Yi Fan had the power to fight back, he didn't dare to do it again at this moment. He had to guard against the person who sneaked up on him. That person was the one who could really kill him. Red eyes, clenching his teeth, the hatred in his heart reached the extreme. He had never been so humiliated as today. Damn, you were quite cross just now, but now you're not arrogant? Xiao Zhang didn't know how long he kicked. Anyway, the beating he finally had no strength left. Spat, damn, beat you up. I'm not even interested in women anymore. Let's go. Kicking Yi Fan again, he cursed and walked away. Are you okay? Only after Xiao Zhang and his duo left did Cheng Shuangdi dare to run up and check Yi Fan's injuries. Remembering that when the two met at the school gate, Yi Fan helped her with her luggage and also helped her with the enrollment procedures, and now because she was injured, her heart was really overjoyed and her eyes were red. I'm fine. Yi Fan was exasperated in the bottom of his heart. He had defended for such a long time, but the power that attacked him just now never appeared again. If he had known this, he would have returned the favor and chopped those two mole crickets to the ground. Now it was good. He was beaten for nothing and lost face in front of Cheng Shuangdi. And you say it's okay? Look at you bleeding. Go to the hospital and get bandaged up. Cheng Shuangdi frowned and helped Yi Fan up from the ground. Yi Fan's face was hard to see, but he didn't reject Cheng Shuangdi and the two of them left together. Brother, is it okay? Wasn't it a little too hard? Xiao Zhang saw Yi Fan and Cheng Shuangdi leave and hurriedly ran to Wang Chao's side with a pleasing smile on his face. Not bad. Wang Chao threw a leaf in his hand onto the ground. Just now, he himself was able to knock Yi Fan to the ground by striking out a force with the Taiji technique. However, he really didn't expect that Yi Fan's power had increased so much while being so suppressed by him, and there was a hidden sense of crisis in his heart. If he hadn't made his move just now, Xiao Zhang and his duo would have been afraid that they would have died. Anyway, the system said that as long as he didn't kill Yi Fan now, there would be no accidents. So he just shocked Yi Fan just now. Then we'll keep watching him go. Xiao Zhang was praised by Wang Chao and was happy from the bottom of his heart. It's not necessary. Tell Li Jianhao to stay away from Yi Fan in the future. You're no match for him now. Wang Chao didn't care about the life and death of Li Jianhao's gang. If Yi Fan found out that it was done by Li Jianhao, with his character, he would definitely go after Li Jianhao. The most important thing was that Yi Fan's cultivation had improved a lot now, and Li Jianhao was not his opponent at all. Coupled with the protagonist's aura, once Li Jianhao was beaten, Yi Fan would definitely be able to get the items he needed. Therefore, Wang Chao couldn't take any chances. Not a rival? Xiao Zhang had a hard-to-understand look on his face. Just now they had clearly beaten Yi Fan without any power to fight back. However, looking at Wang Chao's cold expression, he didn't dare to question him and nodded his head in response. Okay brother, I'll go back and convey your message now. Go on. Wang Chao waved his hand and took the cell phone out, the corner of his mouth raising a playful smile. Pulled Cheng Shuangdi's number from the blacklist. Raising his feet to catch up with Yifan, who had walked out a short distance away, he followed them unhurriedly. The main reason was that he was really curious if Yifan would also go and get a room with Cheng Shuangdi while he was injured. After following it for a while, I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yifan finally went to the school's health room. Wang Chao pondered for a while and called Cheng Shuangdi. Inside the sanitary room, Cheng Shuangdi was personally applying medicine to Yifan. Suddenly I heard the phone ringing, and at first I was too lazy to answer it. Scanning the phone number on it, the note is for the brother. The heart was tight, the force in the hand was a little uncontrolled, and the cotton swab exerted too much force and pressed hard on Yifan's wound. Hiss! Yifan was still in mortal flesh now, and disliking the wound with the cotton swab caused him to grimace in pain. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After Cheng Shuangdi apologized, she began to get tangled up inside. She wanted to fall for Wang Chao, but the man in front of her was too charming, and she didn't know how to decide for a while. That's okay, go ahead and answer the phone. I'll just get it myself. Yifan smiled gently at Cheng Shuangdi in a particularly gentlemanly manner. Excuse me, I'm going out to take a call. Cheng Shuangdi picked up her cell phone and hurried to the door. Taking a deep breath, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted before he picked up the phone. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice called out sweetly, "Brother, you finally remembered to call me back." Wang Chao only felt goosebumps all over his body, forced himself to endure the nausea and coldly said, "Cheng Shuangdi, do you want to die or live?" There was silence for about a minute before Cheng Shuangdi's trembling voice came through. "Are you kidding me, brother? I don't think it's funny at all." The corner of Wang Chao's mouth held a cold smile, his voice was ghostly, and the coldness in his words was like substance. "You think I'm kidding you?" Cheng Shuangdi involuntarily shivered. Her voice permeated with panic. You're not like that. You wouldn't do this to me." Wang Chao suddenly let out a low laugh. "Don't presume to marry into the Wang family. Stay away from me and you'll live longer. Understand?" After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, and the killing intent in his eyes gradually condensed. His purpose of making this call was to push Cheng Shuangdi towards Yifan. As long as Yifan was with her, she was Yifan's private property. At that time, if he killed her again, he would definitely be able to gain enough villain value. It would be a shame to waste such a good opportunity to brush up on villain value. After wandering around the school and checking the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. He decided to call Kong Wei, having promised to invite her to dinner. Naturally he couldn't miss his appointment. After all, he still had to brush up on his goodwill value. It took a long time for the call to connect. Kong Hai's deliberately lowered voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hey, young Wang, I'm in front of the school. Where are you?" Wang Chao lit a cigarette and cozily looked into the distance. "Young Wang, I'm really sorry. I have something to do today. I can't make it to the appointment tonight. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. I'm really sorry." Zhang Hui's voice was even lower, as if she was afraid of being heard. "That's okay, I'll buy you dinner some other time." Wang Chao said on his lips that it was okay, but in his heart, he was thinking that Zhang Hui's favorability value to him had reached 80, and if there was no big deal, he would not miss his appointment. The original book mentions great things about Ginger Wise. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he was here? Chapter 38, Let You Pretend for a While. The man Wang Chao talks about is Zhang Hui's real father in the original book, the richest man in the North Province, Yang Wanqian. Zhang Hui's mother had not been able to give the Yang family a son since she gave birth to her, so Yang Wan's mother used all her tactics, and in the end, kicked Yang Hui, who had just learned how to walk, out of the Yang family along with her mother, and only gave a little bit of money for living. The dog blood is that although Yang Wanqian was unwilling in his heart, he did not oppose it and turned a blind eye, only secretly sending people to protect his wife and daughter. Zhang Hui was too young when she left home, and coupled with her mother's resentment towards the Yang family, she never told her who her real father was, so Zhang Hui always thought that her father had long since passed away, so she took her mother's surname. The original book describes that in March, Kong Wei had a serious illness, a recurrence of a hereditary heart condition. Then, Yang Wanqian had to show up to save his daughter. Zhang Hui was eventually able to get out of danger. Naturally, because the book's big male lead, Yi Fan, stepped in. From then on, Yang Wanqian saw Yi Fan as his son-in-law and provided Yi Fan with a great deal of help. If Yang Wanqian showed up right now, but Kong Hai was alive and well this afternoon, it's not because of me, is it? Wang Chao suddenly thought of a possibility that his actions in the afternoon had made Zhang Hui too agitated, so it led to an early heart attack. When he connected it to Zhang Hui's voice that was deliberately lowered just now, the person must be in the hospital. But Yang 1,000,000 cannot come so early. If Jiang Hui is not comfortable, the first thing to be sent to must be the school health room. Wang Chao's eyes were solemn. The health room. Yi Fan was there. Yi Fan's protagonist aura was just too strong. Just give him a chance and he would be able to fly. With that thought, he walked quickly toward the health room. In the doorway of the infirmary sat a balding, middle-aged doctor in a white coat. Heard footsteps and glanced up lazily. Classmate, what's wrong? I'd like to ask if a girl named Kong Hai has been here? Wang Chao inquired. The middle-aged doctor frowned and contemplated for a moment. Then, slowly said, well, it came, but it was quickly taken away. Wang Chao simply couldn't help but want to burst his mouth. Nima, should it be so coincidental? I've been staring at it for half an hour and just as soon as I leave, Kong Hai comes here? Without stopping, he turned and ran out the door. Yi Fan should have still been here when Jiang Hui came, so he thought that the two had run into each other. Walking out of the health room, it suddenly occurred to me that it was written in the original book that after Jiang Hui got sick, she was admitted to the First People's Hospital of Jiangbei, a senior ward. Yi Fan helped Jiang Hui diagnose her pulse with the help of the name of visiting, after which he refined a golden marrow pill. The golden marrow pill has the effect of strengthening the body and remodeling the bones, curing Jiang Hui's hereditary heart disease. If we were to follow the plot of the original book, at this time Yi Fan should also be at the First People's Hospital. How could the matter of pretending be left to Yi Fan? Wang Chao's eyes erupted with an intimidating cold light, and he drove directly to the First People's Hospital, came to the information desk and asked, hello, I'm Jiang Hui's classmate. I heard she's hospitalized. Can you check which ward she's in for me? He mainly wanted to double-check in case the book's plot changed a little and would waste his time. He waited for half a day, but realized that the nurse lady across the street had been staring at him without blinking. Wang Chao frowned unhappily and reached out in front of her. Asked you? Ah, I'm sorry, just a moment. The nurse lady finally came back to her senses. Her face flushed red for a moment, and some of her hands were scrambling to make inquiries there. In 701. Thanks. After making sure, Wang Chao turned around and walked away. Then he caught a glimpse of the nurse behind him covering her chest and murmured, so handsome. Being too handsome also delays things. Wang Chao sighed and directly took the elevator upstairs. Just as he came to the door, he heard someone talking in the room. Uncle, I'm Jiang Hui's classmate, Yi Fan, who once received guidance from a high-ranking person and knows some medical skills. Wang Chao heard that the voice was Yi Fan. Really? It was the voice of Yang 1,000,000. Of course, if you don't believe me, I can take her pulse. And then, you'll know. Fine. Please trouble Mr. Yi Fan. Wang Chao stood in the doorway and really wanted to curse. Do you want to be so hasty? You believe the protagonist on 2 words? Raising his hand, he knocked gently on the door. Come in. Yang Wanxian shouted and the bodyguard in the room opened the door. Yi Fan heard someone at the door, turned his head to look and saw that it was actually Wang Chao. For no reason he was a little hairy. The hand that reached out for the pulse stopped in midair. He always had an intuition that all the previous upsets had something to do with Wang Chao. After all, in his last life, Wang Chao hadn't appeared in Jiangbei at all. Hello uncle, I'm Hui's classmate Wang Chao. I heard she was sick so I came over to see her. Wang Chao walked into the room in a calm and relaxed manner. His attitude was courteous and polite, coupled with his appearance. Anyone who looked at him would like a few points. Chao, what brings you here? Jiang Hui slapped away Yi Fan's hand in disgust and waved to Wang Chao with a surprised face. Because of something that happened before, she had an extremely bad impression of Yi Fan. She didn't expect Yi Fan to actually find his way here and say that he could cure the disease. She only had 2 words to evaluate Yi Fan in her heart. Shenanigans. But it was strange in his heart. How long had it been since he called just now? And Wang Chao had rushed over. It seemed that Wang Chao really cared about himself. I just heard you speak in a vapid manner, and always felt that something was wrong. So I asked someone to inquire. And only then did I realize about your fainting. Wang Chao walked slowly to the side of the hospital bed and squeezed Yi Fan, who was about to take Jiang Hui's pulse, aside. Are you alright now? It's okay. It's old. Kong Hai hung her head in some embarrassment, her heart beating uncontrollably and frantically again. Yi Fan, as an immortal exalt, had never been ignored like this before, and his face was a bit gloomy. But Jiang Hui is the only one who can save her from this disease. Looking at Wang Chao, his tone was even more chilling. Classmate, get up for a moment. I'll take Jiang Hui's pulse. Yeah. Wang Chao glanced at Yi Fan and raised his eyebrows and smiled. I said, I'll let you pretend for a while. Getting up unhurriedly, He looked at Jiang Hui and said, since Yifan knows how to see a doctor, it's fine to let him show you. Suddenly fainting is not a small matter. Yes. Jiang Hui blushed and nodded obediently. Very reluctantly, he held out his hand. Yifan sat down again and placed one hand on Jiang Hui's right hand and began to take her pulse. Yang Wanqian, on the other hand, looked at Yifan with unblinking eyes. He had long known about his daughter's disease, not to mention his daughter. Even he had this congenital heart disease. It can't be cured at all, and it can be life-threatening at any time. Just now, I heard Yifan say that he had been instructed by a senior person. Anyway, he looked at this person as not bad, and it was him who sent his daughter to the hospital, so he was relieved to let Yifan go to the clinic. A moment later, Yifan stood up, turned to Yang Wanqian, and slowly said, Uncle, Hui Hui has congenital heart disease. She can't get excited. When she gets excited, she will have an attack. I think she must have gotten too excited before she had the attack. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanqian couldn't help but light up. It really was a divine doctor. This kind of congenital heart disease is hard to detect, unless it is detected by particularly advanced instruments. Excitedly, he stood up and asked with anticipation in his eyes, since you were able to find out about Hui Hui's illness, is there any way to cure her? Don't worry, uncle. I'll refine the golden marrow pill. A small illness like Hui Hui's is nothing to fear. Yifan spoke in a cloudy, completely confident manner. That's great. Great. Yang Wanqian, as a father, also feels guilty about his daughter. If he could cure his daughter's illness, he would be willing to do so even if he had to dissipate his family's wealth. Yifan's face was faint as he added, however, I don't have any pills on me, and to refine the golden marrow pill, I need 1,000-year-old ginseng, or 2 ginsengs of 500-year-old portions. And, at this time, an abrupt laughter sounded, and Wang Xiao did not wait for Yifan to finish his words. His tone leisurely. Yifan, there should be a bottom line even when pitting people. Chapter 39, Never. Pit? Yifan looked at Wang Xiao with a dumbfounded expression, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It's already a great honor for this immortal to treat Jiang Hui. How can I say that I'm screwing her over? Yang Wanqian was likewise a bit puzzled. Yifan knew so much about Jiang Hui's illness that he must not be an ordinary person. Besides, isn't it normal to use 1,000-year-old ginseng to treat congenital heart disease? Eyes narrowed slightly. This kid wasn't here to cause trouble, was he? His face clouded over, and his tone had a few hints of displeasure. Wang Chao, why did you say that student Ji pitched a fit? I'm warning you, if you dare to make random false accusations and delay my daughter's condition, I, Yang Wanqian, will definitely not let you go. Dad, Jiang Hui has always liked Wang Chao and didn't like others questioning him. She jumped down from the hospital bed and stood in front of Wang Chao. You don't even listen to what Xiao Wang says. You just favor Yifan? I won't treat this disease. Hey, Hui, listen to Dad. Yang Wanqian was startled. Her daughter is still sick. She cannot be too excited. In her heart, she silently sighed. Her daughter was still too young. She must have been mesmerized by that face. A divine doctor like Yifan who could refine pills was something that could not be found. Who doesn't have an illness or a disaster? Besides, a guy like him doesn't lack money. What he lacks is his life. No listen. Kang Hui also became obstinate and covered her ears directly. Uncle, don't be in a hurry. I also want to hear why student Wang Chao said that I'm a pitiful person. Yifan was breezy on the surface, but in his heart, a hint of killing intent had arisen. A mole cricket is just a mole. How dare he denigrate the immortal sovereign like this? He really deserves to die. At this moment, Yang Wanqian more and more feel Yifan's smooth eyes. Look at people. This measure. Then look at Wang Chao. Apart from that face, he was just like a villainous clown. Coldly looking at Wang Chao. Then tell me, how did ye screw me over? Wang Chao mentally gave a thumbs up to the author of the original book. The protagonist was so trusted by Yang Wanqian even though he was now nose to nose and in such a sorry state. Not bad for one of the protagonist's lapdogs in the original book. Clearing his throat, he trailed off. Uncle, I don't know about anything else. The golden marrow pill can indeed cure congenital heart disease. It's not a secret. Just find an elixir for him and you'll be able to find out. Saying this, he paused for a moment, glanced at Yifan, raised the corner of his mouth, and continued. I also know the practice method of golden medulla dan. It doesn't need any 1,000-year-old ginseng at all. It only needs herbs that are more than 100-year-old. 100-year-old ginseng with some unusual herbs will be able to refine 7 or 8 golden medulla dan. Am I right, student Yifan? Yifan looked at that smiling face and really wanted to immediately cut Wang Chao down. This man is pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The golden marrow pill, similar to the marrow cleansing pill, is considered an immortal pill. On Earth, people practiced qigong, and no one would even know how to refine the golden marrow pill. Of course, it was true that one could not use that many ginsengs to refine the golden medulla pills, and one 500-year-old plant could refine about 2 to 3 golden medulla pills. He wanted 2 plants because he wanted one to take for himself so that he could enhance his cultivation. Looking back at Wang Chao, he said in a cold voice, "It's simply a bunch of nonsense. A ginseng of 500 years portion can only be refined one. I thought that Hui has congenital heart disease, and my uncle or aunt must have it too, so I wanted to refine too." Wang Chao wore a smile on his face and said unhurriedly, "Quite the sophist." Then, facing Yang 10 million, "Uncle, my family also has several golden marrow dan. When I went to the terminal mountain, I begged an old Taoist to refine it, $100,000 apiece. Since Hui needs it, I'll send her 2 just. Fight with me, I'll piss you off." Impossible. Golden marrow dan. Those old men at Terminal Mountain will never refine it. Yifan was trembling with anger, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. $100,000 for a golden marrow pill? Are you eating it like a candy bean? When Wang Chao saw that Yifan was finally angry, the smile on his face deepened. How do you know they won't? He knew that Yifan must not dare to answer. After all, Yifan didn't dare to reveal his identity as a reborn person. Sure enough, Yifan didn't answer. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and continued, "Uncle, you wait, I'll go back and get it for you. What kind of person this is? Still want to cheat people 1,000 years of ginseng? Really shameless," said. Lifting his feet, he was about to walk out. Walking to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. "I heard that Hui and Yifan went to the same high school. When Hui had her medical checkup in the past, was there any heart disease detected?" "Yes." Jiang Hui nodded her head and suddenly came to a realization. Looking at Yifan in disgust, "Yifan, you are so shameless. I remember that you have read my medical report before. You already knew that I have congenital heart disease." Gah! This statement was made. The whole atmosphere in the hospital room was instantly strange. Yang Wanxian didn't believe Wang Chao's words at first. Seeing that Wang Chao came true and was going to get the medicine, he started to look at Yifan suspiciously. As the richest man in the northern province, if Yifan could cure his daughter's illness, he would definitely not treat him poorly. But why would Yifan lie to him? At this moment, the eyes that looked at Yifan were not quite the same. Yifan's eyes were also odd as he tried to remember. It seemed like there really was such a thing, but he swore. He really diagnosed it by taking a pulse. Yifan felt Yang Wanxian's very unfriendly eyes, as if they were about to shoot through him, and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, listen to my explanation. That Wang Chao is nonsense." He was now in great need of old medicines of upper years, and had originally wanted to take this opportunity to get a 500-year-old herb, and in the process gain Yang Wanxian's favor. It's a no-brainer. The entire Jiangbei city, overnight, all the century-old herbs, all sold out. He asked a pharmacy owner, who said that it would be impossible to get any more herbs for some time in the near future. The most annoying thing is that originally his sister supported him with $5 million. Turns out something happened to his sister's company and he called it all back. It's really a bad year. Yang Wanxian felt more and more that Yifan was arguing strongly and questioned. "Yifan, did you read my daughter's medical report?" "Yes, I've read Hui's medical report, but I also did diagnose Hui's illness, and that her illness can only be cured by me." Yifan, as an immortal dignitary, didn't care and wouldn't lie. But that sounds like a contradiction. A hint of disappointment flashed in Yang Wanxian's eyes. He also didn't know why he had just been convinced that Yifan hadn't lied, but in front of the truth, there was no way for him to distinguish. Wang Chao was pleased with the scene and interjected, "I'm going back to get my medicine, and we'll see if it's curable or not." Yifan's fists were clenched and he had an urge to kill Wang Chao. This grandson really deserves to die. Is this going to hit him in the face in front of everyone? Good. Then I'll trouble Mr. Wang. Yang Wanxian had already been convinced that Yifan was a big liar at this time, and now he could only rely on Wang Chao, and his attitude changed extremely quickly. "You're welcome, uncle. I'll be back in half an hour at the most." Wang Chao looked deeply at Yifan and waved his hand at Zhang Wei. "Wait for me to come back." Then, striding away, Yifan didn't believe that Wang Chao really had a golden marrow pill at home. In his previous life, the method of refining the golden marrow pill was still something he had taught to those old guys from the Terminal Mountain. Calculating the time, at least another 20 years. The guys at the end of the mountain now would never. But for Wang Chao's confidence, He was suspicious again. Did he really buy the golden marrow pill from somewhere else? No, absolutely not. Chapter 40, Escape. Wang Chao raced all the way and soon arrived at Wanshan Villa. Anyway, the house was full of herbs and he didn't lack anything. It only took less than 10 minutes to refine a furnace of as many as 8 golden marrow pills. Holding it in his hands, the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly. Next, it's time to watch the old man pretend. At that moment, the servant hurried in and bowed and saluted. Young master, there's someone looking outside the door. Wang Chao was stunned and lifted his feet to walk out of the door when he saw a jeep parked at the entrance of Wangshan No. 1 Villa. 2 people came down from the car. One was Wei Hoshan, and there was also an old man who was a bit older than Wei Hoshan. Wang Chao recognized at once that the person who came was Hansen. However, he didn't have time to receive them now. Slowly, he walked over and laughed. Grandpa Wei, long time no see. Xiao Chao. I took the liberty of coming over to disturb you. Don't mind. Wei Hoshan first apologized in a fake manner, and then introduced. This is Commander Han of the Jiangbei Military Department. Commander Han. Wang Chao nodded lightly. Hansen unexpectedly glanced at Wang Chao. In the face of the two of them who were not of low status, this young man was able to be so calm, and could not help but look at him 2 more times. Wei Hoshan hurriedly introduced Hansen to him again. This is the Wang Chao I mentioned to you. Master Wang. Hello Master Wang. I know it's a bit sudden to come today, but I do have something important to find you. Even though Wei Hoshan had long praised Wang Chao to the skies, now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Hansen felt that Wei Hoshan's words should not be false, so when he spoke to Wang Chao, there was no hint of contempt. No need to be so polite. You guys go sit in the house for a while. I'm in a hurry to go to the hospital to save someone. I'll be back in half an hour. Not being driven away. These 2 old guys were already happy and rushed to say, go ahead. I apologize for the poor hospitality. Wang Chao beckoned, and the servants rushed forward to welcome Wei Hoshan and the others into the villa parlor. Wang Chao knows that Hansen cannot run away, but in the hospital, there are a lot of villainous values. That cannot be missed. When they were far away, they drove and sped back to the hospital. Pushing open the door of the ward, Wang Chao saw that Yifan was indeed still there, but he was alone, staying in a corner, couldn't help but laugh at the sight. In the original book, Yifan was in the hospital, but he was highly regarded and admired by millions. When Yifan saw Wang Chao return, his heart became more and more uneasy. Walking out from the corner, he stared at Wang Chao dead in the face, with a jealousy that seemed to be trying to put a hole through Wang Chao. As soon as Yang Wanqian saw Wang Chao, his eyes also released a bright light. Hurrying to greet them, his tone was surprisingly respectful. Young Wang, you're finally back. Wang Chao nodded lightly and pulled out 8 golden medulla pills from his bag, displaying them in front of Yifan and asked with a smile, Mr. Yifan, come here and see if this is true? The moment Wang Chao pulled out the golden marrow dan, Yifan could smell a peculiar fragrance of the dan. It was certain that the 8 pills in Wang Chao's hand were all real, and all of them have reached the extreme level. The gods were shaken, half speechless. If this kind of elixir was placed in the other world where he used to cultivate immortality, this kind of counted for nothing. But on Earth, even if he used 1,000 years of ginseng and let him refine it, he couldn't refine such a superb product. The heart is greatly confused. Wang Chao's hands of pills, in the end, where does it come from? Is it really as he said? From the terminal South Mountain? Is it true? Say something. After waiting for half a day and not seeing an answer, Wang Chao impatiently asked. Yes. Yifan gritted his teeth as a single word popped out from between his teeth. As an immortal dignitary, it was impossible for him to lie. Hearing this answer, Wang Chao was very satisfied, as if this thing didn't cost any money, and stuffed Yan Wanqian with a brain. Uncle, it's important to treat Jian Hui. If you don't have enough, ask me again. Pust. Yifan almost spat out blood and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly a few times. You've already taken out 8 extreme golden marrow pills. I can't believe there's more? He was beginning to wonder if this was Earth. 2 is enough. 2 is enough. Yang Wanqian's face was not so big, and he hastily took 2 of them. With great excitement, he swallowed one into his mouth and handed the other to his daughter. Thank you, Chao. Jiang Hui looked at Wang Chao with a mesmerized face. She felt that she had fallen in love with Wang Chao, or the kind that she couldn't help herself. After you eat, have the doctor give you a checkup later. Wang Chao put away the extra golden marrow dan. It would be good to keep this thing for rewarding people in the future. In the original book, Yifan was the one who used pills to buy people's hearts, so he could give it a try as well. It's called going the way of the protagonist and leaving the protagonist with no way out. With a red face, Jiang Hui took the golden marrow pill. Yang Wanqian instructed his men to go get the doctor and help both him and Jiang Hui with a checkup. This is unbelievable. MS. Kang's heart disease, it's all healed. When the doctor in charge of treating Jiang Hui saw the test results, his eyes almost glazed over. He was suspicious that the machine was broken. How long has it been since the man was brought in? And he's already cured? Even a small cut from a knife won't heal in such a short time, let alone a congenital heart condition. May I ask how MS. Kong was cured? This is a medical miracle. The doctor looked excited and walked over to Yang Wanqian, who had just finished his examination. Yang Wanqian twisted his head to look at Wang Chao, who had some plans in his mind, and said in a serious manner, "It could be a problem with your instruments and a wrong diagnosis." Yang Wanqian lazily ignored him again, waved his hand and walked straight towards Wang Chao. The doctor wanted to ask further questions, but looking at the crowd of bodyguards in the room, he endured and endured before swallowing his latter words and silently exited the ward. He didn't believe that it was a problem with the instrument and rushed to find the dean to explain the situation. Wang Chao saw Yang Wanqian walk over and curled his mouth, just about to open his mouth to punch Yifan in the face when he turned his head. Where are the people? Slipped? Yifan actually slipped away. TSK, slipping away wasn't really Yifan's style. Ding! Jiang Hui has plus 20 favorability towards the host, with a favorability value of 100. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 14,900. Ding! The protagonist fails to pretend. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 14,700. Ding! The host cuts off the main line. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 14,500. Ding! Protagonist's hate value for the host plus 9,999. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 14,400. Host villain value plus 600. Available villain value 1000. Ooh. As Wang Chao listened to this series of prompts from the system, there was just one word. Cool. He wasn't surprised that Jiang Hui's favorability value towards him increased, and he wasn't surprised that he chopped off the main protagonist's main line. Unexpectedly, making the protagonist hated adds to the villain value. In that case, after Chang Shuangdi is with Yifan and beheads him, wouldn't the villain value be super high as well? Wang Chao felt that he couldn't wait a bit to see the two of them together. Xiao Chao, thank you so much. You haven't eaten yet. Let's go have a meal together. Yang Wanqian excitedly held Wang Chao's hand. Not only did he meet up with his daughter, but he was cured of a genetic heart condition. All of this was due to Wang Chao, so he must thank him properly. At this moment, the more he looked at Wang Chao, the more he could not wait for Wang Chao to become his son-in-law. Uncle, it's not easy for you to come here. Just keep Hui Hui company. I have guests at home, so I'll leave first. Wang Chao was in a good mood, and he was able to harvest a wave of villainous values when he went home. That's fine, then I won't delay Xiao Wang from doing his job. I'll definitely come to the door to thank you some other day. Yang Wanqian didn't hold back too much. After all, the meal was just a pretext, and the thanks really needed to be more solemn. Why don't we poke around and find out what Wang Chao's preferences are, and then come to the door someday to say thank you. And in the meantime, wouldn't it be better to set up a match between him and his daughter? Chapter 41, An Additional Identity. Villa 1 on Lookout Mountain. The servant guided Wei Hoshan and Han Sen and the two of them to the living room on the first floor. Before even entering the door, a light fragrance of dandelion greeted us, smelling soothing. Pushing the door in, he saw that in the center of the living room, there was a Dan furnace. That Dan fragrance was released from the Dan furnace. Elder brother Han, the chalcedony pill that cured me last time was refined by Master Wang. You still don't believe me when I say so, but you should believe me when you see the furnace, right? Wei Hoshan sat down on the sofa with a big smile. His task was to help introduce Senator Han to Wang Chao. As for whether or not he could persuade Wang Chao, that wasn't something he cared about. Hansen had heard Wei Hoshan talk about Wang Chao's divine alchemy before, and at the time, he didn't believe it at all. Alchemy, that only exists in legends. He came to Wang Chao because Wang Chao had improved the Wei family fist style, and secondly, he heard that Wang Chao had defeated Meng Jiang and Cui Gu successively. This kind of expert was almost like a god of war. He hoped to talk Wang Chao into becoming an instructor. Now that he had seen the furnace with his own eyes, and the refreshing medicinal fragrance coming out of it. Originally, he was still a bit uncomfortable about Wang Chao's departure, but at this time, that exasperation dissipated without a trace. He was certain that Wang Chao was definitely a man of the world, and pondered in his heart whether the price for inviting Wang Chao was a bit low. After pondering for a moment, he turned to Wei Hoshin. How do you think I can impress such a tall man? Wei Hoshin thought seriously for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. After all, Wang Chao lacked nothing. Hansen frowned and whispered, don't you know him well? How could you not know? Wei Hoshin shrugged his shoulders and said in a serious manner, actually, I don't know him very well. Those two eyebrows of Hansen almost squeezed together in confusion. Why don't you know him well? Wei Hoshin said. Why would I know him well? In the midst of the two of them, why? Familiar or not? Wang Chao came back. Before entering the door, Wang Chao had listened to all their conversations and thought to himself that Wei Hoshin was really an old fox. Master Wang. Han saw Wang Chao return and immediately stood up with a gentle smile on his face. Wei Hoshin also stood up and asked with a smile. Little Chao, what kind of elixir are you refining again? Wang Chao sat himself down and said to the two of them, sit down and talk. You too. Then in reply to Wei Hoshin's words, the one I refined is the golden marrow pill, which promotes bone regeneration, and it has similar effects as the chalcedony pill I refined for you last time. Wang Chao didn't hide it, but he remembered that in the original book, Yi Fan also conquered Han Sen because of his alchemy. Ha! And so on. I'm the villain. Isn't this thread only for protagonists? Did I steal the main character's chance? Guess it should be. After a few more polite pleasantries between the several people, Han Sen stated his intentions. Master Wang, I heard that you defeated Qigong masters Cui Go and Meng Jiang with a single move. Is that really true? Wang Chao's expression was still light, and there was no arrogance at all. A trivial matter, not worth mentioning. At those words, both Han Sen and Wei Hoshin's expressions were extremely wonderful. Little things? To be able to defeat a Qigong master, you call that trivial? Speaking of Meng Jiang alone, that was also a peak external strength expert. Even if it was the god of war against him, I'm afraid that one move wouldn't be able to determine the winner. But they had heard that Wang Chao had defeated Meng Jiang with just one move. Shocked, Han Sen once again marveled at Wang Chao's strength and continued. Master Wang, I actually came here this time to hire you as the Jiangbei Dragon Scale Department Chief Instructor. The corners of Wei Hoshin's mouth couldn't help but tremble when he heard the Dragon Scale Department. In every military department, there are special departments that exist. The Jiangbei Military Department. It's called the Dragon Scale Department. These departments are the highest warfighting forces of the various military departments, and the most likely places to produce a war god. Before Senator Han came here, he had prepared Wang Chao for the position of Special Warfare Instructor, which instantly became the Chief Dragon Scale Instructor. This is tantamount to originally recruiting a teacher and then directly placing him in the position of Vice Principal. Commander Han, I'm still just a student. My studies are the main focus. Even if I promise you, I don't have time to go to your place. Wang Chao was not surprised. Yi Fan's position in the original book was the Chief Dragon Scale Teacher. You don't need to go often. Once a week. That's fine. Hansen said with a sincere face. As long as Wang Chao didn't balk, there was still room for maneuver. In his thoughts, a master like Wang Chao, who went there once a week and casually gave some pointers, could make the Dragon Scale Department skyrocket. Wang Chao had a reluctant look on his face and pretended to wrinkle his brows in a tangled manner. It's just that I'm usually very heavy with schoolwork. Hansen looked at Wang Chao's eyes and was a little unsure in his heart. But the other party was in existence comparable to the war god or even stronger. He really didn't want to give up on this kind of talent, and clenched his teeth. Once every half month is fine. Wang Chao was satisfied in his heart, but he still kept his mouth shut and pretended to look at Wei Hoshin in a difficult situation. Little Chao, once every half a month. Just think of it as taking a walk and giving some random instructions. Most of all, with the identity of Dragon Scale Chief Teacher, it will be very convenient to walk around anywhere in the future. Wei Hoshin was old and cunning. He knew that Wang Chao's family was not bad, but Wang Chao wanted to keep a low profile, and with an additional identity, he would be able to better keep a low profile and hide the identity of the alchemy master better. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke to Wang Chao's heart, and at the same time ingratiated himself with Senator Han. Alright, Commander Han, I'll oblige. But I won't have time this week. Let's do it next weekend. I'll report to you. Wang Chao borrowed Wei Hoshin's step and reluctantly agreed. Not to mention, in the original book, Yi Fan used the identity of the chief teacher to put on a lot of invisible pussy. Fine. In that case, I'll have someone send your identity card tomorrow. Hansen couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he really couldn't wait to have someone come over immediately. The matter having been settled, he stood up and said, We two old men have disturbed master long enough, so we'll take our leave. Xiao Chao. We'll be going. Wei Hoshan also said. Okay, take care you too. Wang Chao was also too lazy to keep them and asked the servants to send them out nicely. The duo had just walked away when Wang Chao heard the system's beep coming. Ding! The host truncates the protagonist's route. Main character's chi value minus 600. Chi value 13,800. Host villain value plus 600. Available villain value 1600. That much? A smile spread across Wang Chao's mouth. The 500 villain value was the single largest villain value he had obtained so far. Stretching and ready to go to rest. Suddenly the phone rang. Chapter 42, the opportunity has finally arrived. Wang Chao looked at the name jumping on his cell phone and guessed that he probably had something to do again. Sitting back down on the couch, he picked up the phone. Master Wang, there is something on my side that I need to report to you. On the other end of the line, it was Kenzo Li's voice. Wang Chao lazily leaned back and faintly said, Say it. Just now, my little brother told me that he saw Yifan take a woman and go to the country bumpkin hotel to get a room. Li Jianhao hurriedly reported back. Today, a few of his juniors were hanging out and inadvertently saw Yifan with a beautiful woman entering the hotel. Just tell him right away. Then, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately called Wang Chao. A redneck hotel? Get a room? The corners of Wang Chao's mouth quivered, instantly coming to life. With whom? This I don't know. But pictures were taken and I'm sending them to you now. Not long after, Wang Chao received a photo in his WeChat. Opening it, a cold smile swept across the corner of his mouth. The opportunity had finally come. Sitting up straight, he asked, What time did it go? Just got a room. Li Jianhao answered on the other end. Report to me the location of the Hillbilly Hotel and send someone to harass them. Don't let them get things going so fast. After Wang Chao instructed, he hung up the phone. There was a cold, chilling glint in his eyes. It's true that you are the main character, so soon you have to go to sleep with a woman. I have to scare you not to lift. Walked out of the villa and drove his car out the door. Soon, a location message appeared on the phone, along with a WeChat message. Hillbilly Hotel, room 106. Wang Chao followed the map and arrived outside the Countryman Hotel after 10 minutes. He opened the car door and walked down, and just as he walked through the doorway, he heard a loud noise coming from the hotel. Open the door, open the door. Who are you? Checking the room. Is Tianhua Huadi in there? No. Ems, if you say it's not there, it's not there? Get out, or I'll be rude to you. What's the point of being mean? If it's not there, it's not there. Wang Chao heard clearly that one of the people who spoke was Yifan. Standing in the doorway, he swept in and roughly located room 106. Going around to the back of the hotel, I found a high wall not far away, and on the other side of the wall, a field of bungalows. That high wall, it was as if it cut off two worlds. Leaping forward, he landed gently on the high wall. Listen carefully and you can clearly hear the conversation in room 106. Fan, who are those people out there? Cheng Shuangdi came out of the bathroom, revealing a head, and asked with some fear. A bunch of punks. Don't worry, I've already chased them away. Come out. Yifan sat on the bed, his eyes deep in color as he waved towards Cheng Shuangdi. Because in the hospital, he had been humiliated by Wang Chao. He was furious to the extreme. So he wanted to collect some interest from Wang Chao. So he called to ask Cheng Shuangdi. Unexpectedly, Cheng Shuangdi agreed without hesitation. When he thought of Wang Chao, Yifan clenched his fists in anger again. It was abominable. He was an immortal exalt, but he was so humiliated by a mole cricket. That's disgusting. Wang Chao rubbed his arm, which already had a layer of goosebumps on it. Quickly switched positions and moved to the back of room 106. A room on the first floor of the Hillbilly Hotel with only a very small rear window. Wang Chao stood on the high wall just enough to see the scene inside through the window. He listened for movement inside while he waited. The mind also judges. The original book never described the details of Yifan and women, which can't be written here. Now it looks like this Yifan can old-fashioned and experienced hands. It's worthy of being a son of Qi, powerful in everything he does. Listening to the, not to be written here, voices coming from the room. A bad smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Gently lifting his right hand, a marble-sized gas ball formed in Wang Chao's hand, as if it had a spirit. The air mass quietly rested on Wang Chao's finger, waiting for Wang Chao's order. Wang Chao quietly waited. Are waiting for some impatient. You damn fast to engage Finally, 5 minutes later, the room was charming. Cheng Shuangdi took off Yifan's, not to be written here. She ruffled her hair and looked at Yifan with a charming smile. Yifan gently caressed her back. And then Cheng Shuangdi bent down, not to be written here. Yifan seemed to be a little emotional, and took the initiative to kiss, not to be written here. Then, not to be written here. No comments here. TSK, TSK, TSK. I wish I could watch the last scene of this live-action version, but alas, the time has come. Wang Chao saw the right moment and pointed the air mass in his hand with force. Whoosh! The air mass seemed like it had a spirit, directly penetrating the glass of the back window and smashing into Cheng Shuangdi's back. Yifan's perception was also very strong, and he instantly detected a crisis. Mental curse! Holding Cheng Shuangdi in his arms, he quickly rolled to the side, trying to avoid the air mass. Whoosh! The air mass turned a corner and stabbed directly into Cheng Shuangdi's heart. Cheng Shuangdi stiffened, her eyes were wide open, her mouth slightly open, and her face was a look of horror. Yifan was shocked in his heart and hurriedly went to probe Cheng Shuangdi's nostrils and found that she had lost her breath. Shout I! Shout I! Yifan's face turned blue as he shouted a few words in vain. His eyes suddenly filled with blood and his expression turned menacingly toward the back window. The glass was intact, and a bright moon, covered by dark clouds, instantly turned dark outside, and no movement could be seen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yifan clenched his fists in anger and looked at him for half a minute before retracting his sight with hatred. Quickly putting on his clothes, he placed Cheng Shuangdi on the bed and checked her body. Surprisingly, there was not a single wound. A chill ran from the soles of his feet all the way to the back of his head, causing his teeth to chatter. He had become an immortal exalt for thousands of years, and it had been a long time since he had felt intimidated. On the tiny planet Earth, there was someone who could make him feel a touch of terror yet be powerless to do anything about it. But he didn't understand who, exactly, was targeting him. A dense killing intent tumbled in his eyes and he gritted his teeth. Could it really be Wang Chao? Clenching his fists tightly, don't fall into the hands of my father, or else, I will make sure that your life is worse than death. Wang Chao yawned and walked back to the car without slowing down. Ding! The protagonist is in shock. Main character's chi value -400. Chi value 13,400. Ding! The protagonist has lost his lover. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 13,200. Ding! The protagonist is very angry. Main character's chi value -100. Chi value 13,100. Host villain value +700. Available villain value 2,300. Not bad. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. But he was more concerned with another issue right now. About to load the bases when he's abruptly interrupted by the Can Yevon still lift? Chapter 43, Vomiting Blood. Lookout Mountain Villa. Wang Chao lazily laid down on the sofa, pondering what he was going to do next. Green Tea Cheng Shuangdi is dead. He cannot let go of this opportunity. He must ride the news to spread the news. Let's just say that Yifan had a room with a girl, which led to that girl's bizarre death. If this explosive news spread out, Yifan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to pick up any girls in the whole of Jiangbei. In a mood like never before, he opened the system panel. Looking at the overabundance of villain values in the system, he muttered, "It's a shame you can't add charisma." Ding! What do you need all that charisma for when you're a villain? Wang Chao had a black line on his face. Lousy just wants to be charming. You have an opinion. Ding! Nice try. Wang Chao rubbed the corner of his forehead and was too lazy to bother with this 2-bit system. However, the most important thing right now was to plunder the chi luck value. Scanning through the options, all are redeemable except charm. Mentally, I'm going to go black boxing next. Those guys, they are all a lot more powerful than Cui Ge, and they can even still meet experts of the Zhongshe realm. Contemplating for a moment, he said slowly, "System, increase the strength to 300 again for me, and add the rest to my physique. No matter what age, strength is king, but of course being too physically weak doesn't work." Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 300, 100 for normal people. Mental, 200, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, full, 100 for normal people. Physical fitness, 230, 100 for a normal person. Technique, Tai Chi technique. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 3.04 billion. Available villain value, 100. Main character's luck value, 13200. Hee. Wubo actually spent $1 billion of my pocket money. It's okay, it's worthy of being my man. Wang Chao saw at a glance that there was a lot less money, and without thinking, he knew that it was used by Wubo. The last thing he needed was money, and he didn't care how much it was as long as it was used to cut off the protagonist's route. Moreover, He had the chalcedony pill, the golden chalcedony pill, in his hand at random, easily billions. What's more, he had the identity of the young master of the Wang family, whose assets were in the trillions. Wang Chao was satisfied. It was time to implement his plan. He opened the 430 dormitory group established by Liang Wu and sent a message. Just got word that Ji Fan went to a room with a woman, and the woman hung up. Liang Wu, hung up? What do you mean? Hung up? The naked kind? Indistinct. Ho Chang, brother Chao, do you have a video? Let the brothers have a look. Wang Chao lit a cigarette and continued to send a message. The woman he was rooming with is dead. Hands splayed. Liang Wu, my day. Chao, don't scare me. I'm timid. Scared. Hou Chang, this. Question. Wang Chao, specifically I do not know. A friend of my friend's friend just happened to be in the hotel where Yi Fan opened the room, is what she said. As if to say, the woman suddenly died of a heart attack. Ah, the death of two people are. Give a look. You guys experience. Applause. Liang Wu. Ho Chang, ah. Now what? Wang Chao, I don't know. I should go to the hospital. It's also an unlucky child. You guys talk. I'm going to have a meal. After posting this, exited the group chat. He was certain that the news of Yi Fan would be discussed all over the school tomorrow. It's a little exciting to think about. Casually ate some lobster and abalone seafood pasta and dragged my tired body to bed. Center Hospital. Yi Fan sat on the seat in the corridor, his hands resting on his cheeks with a lifeless look on his face. Originally, he wanted to take it out on Cheng Shuangdi, but the damn person actually died in his bed. Fail. I'm an immortal. It must have been counted. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll destroy your whole family. Yi Fan clenched his fists tightly, his face twisting a bit in anger. Are you Cheng Shuangdi's family? In the emergency room, a doctor in a white coat walked out, a sheet cupped in his hand. I'm her boyfriend. How is she? Yi Fan was so depressed that he was dying. If he recovered his strength now, a woman is just a woman. Death is death. But now he was too weak to escape, and escaping would involve his mother and sister. What's more, she didn't kill the person, but there's no one to prove it to him. So in the end, he could only pretend that Cheng Shuangdi had a heart attack and was sent to the hospital. The person was brought in too late, had a heart attack and has passed away. Can you contact her family? The doctor sighed and asked about the loss of people at a young age. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if he could contact it, he couldn't. In that case, I can only call the police. In a while you can tell the police comrade about the situation. But you don't have to worry. She had a sudden heart attack. It has nothing to do with you. I can help you prove it. The doctor looked at Yi Fan pitifully and persuaded him. Thanks. Yi Fan felt suffocated and wanted to kill someone. A hallowed immortal dignitary had been reduced to the point where he had to explain to a group of mole crickets when he did something. Thinking back then, his hallowed southern heavenly immortal venerable had always done things without needing an explanation. Thinking about it, he let out another long sigh. Finally, he was taken to the police station. Yi Fan stayed at the police station for the whole night, and it was only the next day that someone came to ask questions. Cheng Shuangdi and I are really just boyfriend and girlfriend. It's not too much for boyfriend and girlfriend to have a room, is it? Yi Fan explained all morning. His voice was smoking, but the police just didn't believe it. At this time, he especially regretted why he had acted on impulse and messed with Wang Chao's woman. It's not too much to ask for a boyfriend/girlfriend room. Don't you know your girlfriend has a heart condition? The one who interrogated Yi Fan was an uncle in his 40s. Looking at Yi Fan with a disgusted face, I read the hospital report, and the doctor explained that Cheng Shuangdi died of a heart attack induced by a particularly agitated situation. Even if you are innocent, Cheng Shuangdi died because of you. Do you not have any sense of guilt at all? Yi Fan clenched his teeth and almost didn't take a back seat. The truth is not like this. The truth is that someone wants to assassinate Cheng Shuangdi, but no one would believe it if they said it. Brother Shui, there's a call for you. Outside the interrogation room, a police officer pushed the door in and handed the phone to Shui Jiaowei, who was being interrogated. Shui Jiaowei frowned and picked up the phone. Hey, this is Shui Jiaowei. Go ahead. After listening for half a minute, he hung up the phone and looked at Yi Fan with a cold face. Count on your kid's life. Someone helped you to prove that this matter indeed has nothing to do with you, and the Cheng family side will not pursue your responsibility. You can go now. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Someone helped him prove it? He didn't meet anyone last night. Was it a doctor? But it's good. It's good to get out of here. Walked out of the police station and took a cab back to school. As soon as he entered the campus, he heard people around him talking about him. Have you heard? Yi Fan from the School of Economics and Management. Roomed with a woman and actually played someone to death. Holy, that's quite a fancy play. Not true. You need to stay away from people like that in the future. Yeah, a prude on the outside, but a beast behind the scenes. Yifan cold face, fists clenched cackling, all the way to the dormitory. The road to hear all the things he opened the room. Angry then a mouthful of blood spit out. Strange shame. Absolutely bizarre. Chapter 44 Invitation from the Su family. Ding. The protagonist's grudge against you is worth plus 99,999. Ding. The protagonist's grudge against you is worth plus 99,999. Wang Chao slept until he woke up naturally, and just as he opened his eyes, he heard a prompt from the system. Flabbergasted for a moment, he muttered in his heart, Yifan has a pit in his brain. Right, early in the morning, what do you resent me for? Ding. Main character's chi value minus 100. Chi value 13,100. Host villain value plus 100. Available villain value, 200. What? What happened? Wang Chao was a little confused, and after thinking for half a day, he didn't come up with anything, but he gave a bad laugh indifferently and climbed up from the bed. In that case, feel free to resent me. The next time, he should be ready to consider going to Yunzhong City. In the original book, Yifan would take a bus to Yunzhong City and then meet his other harem, Zheng Haixio. To say that this Zheng Haixio also has a tragic life, the youngest daughter of the Zheng family, the largest family in Yunzhong City, is not treated well by the family. Later on, she was fostered by Yifan and finally allowed her to stay in Yunzhong City and manage the Zheng family for herself. And the dog blood is that Zheng Haixio is the only girl that Yifan has not had skin to skin. The bus, the robbers, Yifan called someone, the robbers called their father. Wang Chao thought about the plot of the original book. Come on, since Yifan likes to pretend, let him pretend enough. Just as he was thinking, the servant hurried over and reported back. Young master, the Su family's eldest miss outside wants to see you. Miss Su? Wang Chao frowned and thought of Su Shuyun at once. What was she doing here? After a moment's thought, he thought he was here for the underground boxing match and said, let her in. Not long after, Su Shuyun walked in with a graceful figure and a few moments of respect on her face. As soon as he entered, he was struck by the opulence of the room. She thought that the Su family was already the richest in Jianbei, and her family had countless exotic treasures, but when she came in and saw the room's arrangement, every piece was worth a lot of money. Even she, who was accustomed to seeing treasures, sucked in a breath of cool air. What a great deal, worthy of a villa worth more than $1 billion. When he saw Wang Chao, he was once again dumbfounded. There you are, make yourself at home. What would you like to drink? Wang Chao looked at Su Shuyun, who was dumbfounded at the door, and greeted her with a smile. You, how are you? Su Shuyun froze in place. How could she not be dumbfounded? Her father had originally asked her to invite Master Meng Jiang. Who knew that Meng Jiang had his arm broken by someone else, and that appearing in an underground boxing match was out of the question. And from Meng Jiang, get a name. Wang Chao. It was only through Li Jianhao again that he found Wang Chao's place. But when she saw Wang Chao himself, she was embarrassed to realize that Wang Chao was actually the boy she had talked to for an entire class on the opening day of school. Wang Chao. It's surprisingly Master Wang. Why can't it be me? Wang Chao asked rhetorically. Su Shuyun gave an awkward laugh and sat opposite Wang Chao, a little uncomfortable. When I was in school, I only thought that Wang Chao was handsome and had a good sense of humor. But now he felt that Wang Chao had a kind of superior's pressure on him, which made her a little anxious. What did you want to see me about? Wang Chao saw that Su Shuyun didn't speak, so he had to take the lead and waved at the maid. 2 cups of coffee. Put more sugar in the guest's cup. Yes, the maid answered in turn to make coffee. Thanks. Su Shuyun hurriedly said thank you. In fact, I came here this trip because I have an ungrateful request. I would like to ask you to represent Jianbei to fight in the 5 cities underground boxing championships. Lucha Underground? Wang Chao pretended not to know and asked indifferently. Why are you looking for me? Su Shuyun was a little embarrassed. She had come in great haste and hadn't really thought of any reason. We can't say it's for the sake of gangbuck. Besides, those who can afford to live here must not be short of money at home. At this time, the maid came over with 2 cups of coffee and placed them beside Su Shuyun. I heard you defeated Qigong Master Meng Jiang. Su Shuyun had to tell the truth. So, there was no emotion in Wang Chao's voice, and it was calm and inscrutable. I want to let you represent Jianbei in the boxing championship. As long as you can win the championship, you can become the boxing champion. Su Shuyun became less and less confident. Wang Chao looked at Su Shuyun's expression and wanted to laugh a little. In the original book, it was originally Su Xinghe who went to Yifan for help. Now it should be because the plot was adding up too fast and Su Xinghe really didn't have the time. So he asked Su Shuyun to come to him. Pendulum said, I don't have much interest in the champion, but I would like to see that championship match you mentioned. So let's talk about it then. The original book introduced the so-called 5 cities underground boxing champion competition. In addition to being a black boxing, involved in gambling boxing, there is also the strife of the power of the 5 cities. Generally, it was the first great family of each city that fought, and whichever city won, the remaining 4 great families, in the course of the year, both will submit to the winning side. It's a bet and an opportunity at the same time. Of course Wang Chao would choose to fight, because in this battle, he would replace the protagonist and become famous in one battle. That was what he wanted the most. And of course, by the way, he was able to gain the support of the Su family. But now he wouldn't say yes. Su Shuyun saw Wang Chao said resolutely, also not good to say more, casually chat a few sentences and then retired. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday. According to the original book, Yifan would be early, arriving in Yunzhong City by bus. Wang Chao counted the time and drove to the place where the bus was robbed in the original book. Pull over to the side of the road, lean against the door, smoke a cigarette and wait quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long to see a van pull up not far from him. 4 burly men with machetes came down from the car. At the head of the group was a bald man with a face full of scars and a fat, round body, and with every step he took, the horizontal flesh on his face would tremble several times. Big brother, that guy who smokes. He seems to be rich. Behind the bald head, a white-faced boy wearing glasses, pointed at Wang Chao. Yell, it's true, look at that car, it's a little gold man? Rolls Royce? The bald man's eyes lit up when he saw the luxury car, and he quickly surrounded Wang Chao with his 3 men. The bald man raised his machete and pointed at Wang Chao, viciously saying, Kid, hand over all the valuables you have on you, or else I'll chop you up and make a human meat bun today. Wang Chao faintly raised his eyebrows, threw the cigarette butt to the ground and stepped on it with his foot. Then, charging the bald man with a faint smile, then with a swift momentum, he snatched the machete from the bald man's hand and slashed it down. Ah! A murderous squeal rang out. Chapter 45, Robbery. The bald man's name is Gu Guangzhu. He is a bully in Ji's house, and behind him, he relies on Chu Xiaotian, the underground emperor of Yunzhong City. He thought that the black boxing tournament in Yunzhong City was going to start. So he took a few brothers with him, thinking that he would rob some money and go to gamble on boxing. And right now, out of the blue, blood was slowly making its way down his cheek, down his jaw, and dripping to the ground. Along with the bright red blood fell his ears. But, apart from a few wails, he didn't dare move a muscle, because the machete in Wang Chao's hand was placed across his neck. The aura of blood was so close that he couldn't help but shudder all over his body. The rest of the people who followed Gu Guangzhu here were stunned. Just now, Wang Chao's movements were too fast, they didn't even see what happened. And then the knife in Gu Guangzhu's hand ran to Wang Chao. Wang Chao glanced faintly at the bald head and waited for him to finally stop screaming before he spoke in a nonchalant manner. What did you just say? I didn't say anything. Gu Guangzhu stammered in response, his body sweating from the pain in his wounds. At this time, he had long been scared out of his wits by Wang Chao. How dare he mention the robbery? He had followed Chu Xiaotian and knew that the man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. When he thought of the harsh words he had just let out, his gut was green with remorse, fear of being chopped into pieces. Yes? Wang Chao looked meaningfully at Gu Guangzhu with a grim smile that made the people around him tremble for no reason. Big brother, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have gotten the idea on you. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I promise to listen to you in everything. Gu Guangzhu practically howled an apology, his teeth chattering. It better be, or else. Wang Chao's eyes were solemn as he casually threw the machete towards a large tree by the roadside. Whoosh! The machete pierced right through the tree and then landed behind it. Gu Guangzhu's 4 men all gulped in fear and hung their heads in trepidation. Is this nigga still a human being? What the hell kind of force is this? Understand? Wang Chao looked around the circle with a ghostly gaze. How could those 4 people dare to say anything else? They all nodded their heads busily. Wang Chao was satisfied and faintly said, find a way to stop the bleeding yourself. Don't die here, and get on with your heist plan. Gu Guangzhu heard, as if amnestied, rushed to call his own little brother over. A few people hand in hand will be his wound bandaged up, and coated with medicine, temporarily stop the blood. Wang Chao glanced at his wrapped wounds and thought to himself that these guys were quite skillful and even brought medicine with them. Then, he realized that Gu Guangzhu and the others were looking at him carefully, as if they had something to say. If you have something to say it. Big brother. What do you mean by continuing just now? Gu Guangzhu opened his mouth with trepidation, fearing that he would say the wrong thing and do the wrong thing. Literally. Wang Chao's face was expressionless as he flipped out a photo and handed it to Gu Guangzhu. When you see this person in a while, brutally beat him up. Gu Guangzhu bowed his body and received the photo with both hands respectfully, and seeing that it was a young man on it, who was good to deal with at first sight, he hurriedly responded. No problem. I'll take care of it. Wang Chao waved his hand, moved his car to a hidden place, sat in the car, and leisurely lit a cigarette. Gu Guangzhu and the others are repeat offenders, doing things that are very efficient. Soon, a bus was stopped. Robbery. Hand over everything of value you have on you, give it all to me. Gu Guangzhu, carrying a machete, walked aggressively into the car, and one of his minions followed behind him with a cloth bag in his hand and began to collect the money. The other two minions, one kept the driver under control while the other guarded the doorway to prevent anyone from escaping. The passengers in the car had never encountered such a situation before. They were all stunned and confused. Surprisingly, none of them dared to step forward. Be a good boy and hand over your money. Collecting and collecting. They came to the back row. Gu Guangzhu immediately noticed the clean-looking boy in the back row, and hurriedly took out the photo in his pocket and compared it carefully. Hey, that's the kid. Yi Fan sat in the last row, but his eyes looked at the front seat position. He saw a girl about his own age, tearing at the thugs, and the two were grabbing a jade pendant. Clenching his fists, he was about to step in to help when he suddenly saw the bald man come to him with a machete and pointed at him. You, get out of the car. Gu Guangzhu blared ferociously at Yi Fan, waving his machete uncontrollably. That's you. Get the down here. Yi Fan raised his eyes and looked indifferently at the bald man, and his afterglow caught a glimpse of the thug who had already snatched the jade pendant and thrown it into his bag. At that moment, his chi and blood surged. How could he allow a few mole crickets to act recklessly in front of him? Not to mention, he had refined his cultivation a bit more in the past few days. Without hesitation, a kick was delivered. He directly kicked one of Gu Guangzhu's minions to the ground. With a grunt, he eased his way to the front seat and gently tapped the girl in the front seat. Don't worry, I'll get the stuff back for you. Thanks. Zheng Haixio was in shock and her small face was still a little white. Looking at Yi Fan at the moment, he felt that he was like a god coming down to earth, handsome and powerful. You're welcome. Yi Fan gave her a soothing smile, stood up straight and looked at the Gu Guangzhu on the ground. Let's go down there and settle this. Good. I like your kind of pretentious. Come on, get off. Gu Guangzhu got up from the ground, carrying a machete, and took the lead to walk off the bus, and his minions followed him down. Yi Fan jumped down from the car with a calm demeanor, but he didn't want Zheng Haixio to follow him. Yi Fan frowned and turned his head to her. What are you doing down here? It's safe up there. That jade pendant is very important to me. Zheng Haixio pursed her lips. She was actually worried that something would happen to Yi Fan. Wang Chao saw the girl who followed Yi Fan down from afar and gently shook his head. TSK, this is Zheng Haixio, isn't it? She's really quite average looking. No wonder Yi Fan can't look at her. A ball of gas was gathered in his hand, ready to attack Yi Fan. This was because he knew that Gu Guangzhu's 4 men were definitely not Yi Fan's opponents. I advise you to leave your stuff behind and get the hell out. Yi Fan looked at the 4 people in front of him with disdain. He was now about the same as a Qigong master at the peak of his external strength. Against 4 ordinary people, it was as easy as beating up a 3-year-old child. Hey young boy, you are very rampant. Brothers, on. Gu Guangzhu took a step back and greeted his brothers to go up. He's got a cut on his ear, so he can't do much about it. Moreover, in his opinion, the person in front of him was soft and weak, and 3 of them would have no problem fighting one. Look out, young Heisu hastily reminded. Don't worry, these few people are not enough for me to fight. A cold smile spread across the corners of Yi Fan's mouth and he was just about to make his move. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying force running towards him, and it was déjà vu. Darkness is not good. Directly giving up on attacking Gu Guangzhu's few people, he placed his hands against his chest. Boo! The force slammed into Yi Fan's hands, shaking him to the bone. Meanwhile the 3 robbers rushed up at the same time. Chapter 46. Yi Fan was shaken by the mysterious power and looked in horror at the direction from which the power came. In that instant, the bald man's men swarmed over him, and Yi Fan was kicked straight to the ground. Next, he was confronted with a barrage of punches and kicks. He was depressed to the core. Almost like the last time he was at school. Yifan slowed down a little, and with a clench of his teeth, he decided to counterattack. Flat on his back, he flipped backwards to avoid his opponent's attack. The three robbers were startled by the sudden rise of Yifan and cursed. "How dare you get up and beat the out of me?" Yifan's fists clenched, his eyes filled with fury, and he was just about to return the favor when he suddenly felt the force coming again. Grass, come again! One could only give up attacking the robbers to fend off the forces that were hitting them from the shadows. However, because of his distraction, he was once again knocked to the ground by several robbers. Yifan could only protect his face with his arms in a lousy manner. He understood that as soon as he tried to make a move, the person behind him would strike. The heart is depressed and curses. What kind of decent person is a sneak attacker? Have the courage to go head on. Zheng Haixio, who was next to him, opened his mouth and couldn't help but mutter in his mind even as he recalled Yifan's words. "Didn't you say these guys weren't enough for you?" But looking at the beaten Yifan, she could only stand by and be anxious, but never dared to go forward to stop. Old man Gu Guangzhu was refined. Seeing Yifan's two sudden turns, he already knew that it was that big brother who was secretly helping them just now. Seeing that Yifan didn't dare to fight back again, he raised his voice from the side. "Give me a hard fight. Dare to be rampant with my old man. Do not look at their own virtues." Bah! Yifan was in a sorry state. The hatred in his heart reached its peak and he roared inwardly. "You wait for me. When this immortal goddess regains her power, all of you will die. All must die." Not far away, Wang Chao, who was playing with a ball of gas in his hand, coldly looked at the beaten Yifan and said in a morose tone, "At this moment, it doesn't matter if I can't kill you. It's good to find someone to beat you up to take out your anger." Looking almost ready, he snapped and crushed the air mass in his hand and started the car. The car roared and whizzed by. With a beautiful tail swing, it drew a blue curve on the road and stopped directly in front of Gu Guangzhu and the others. Originally, all eyes were focused on Yifan and the robbers. At the moment, all were attracted to the Rolls-Royce. The car door slowly opened. Wang Chao's slender legs poked out, then walked off the car unhurriedly, looking at the surprised expressions of the crowd, and finally landed his eyes on the beaten Yifan, raised an eyebrow and faded. Too many people bullying too few. The robbers had already stopped when Wang Chao got out of the car, and at this moment, when they heard his words, they all shivered in fear and looked at him with some confusion. Gu Guangzhu, in particular, had the most wonderful expression on his face. "Big brother, what are you playing at? A hero to save a beauty? But what the hell is lying on the ground is a manhwa, or you ordered to let the heart beat?" When Yifan saw Wang Chao appear, his eyes were whiter than a tea bowl. It was truly an enemy meeting an enemy. He already knew that the rumors circulating about him on campus were all spread by Wang Chao. For that alone, Wang Chao deserved to die. The passengers in the car, seeing the sudden appearance of Wang Chao, and seeing that the robbers had stopped, all stood up and stuck to the side of the bed to watch the fun. Of course, they prayed in their hearts that Wang Chao would drive the robbers away. Wang Chao stood beside the car with a cold face and continued his performance. "Who are you people? Don't you know it's against the law to hit someone?" The bald little brothers were a little short of brains, looking at Wang Chao, and then twisting their heads to look at Gu Guangzhu, as if to say, "Big brother, you see what to do." Gu Guangzhu was smart after all. Just now Wang Chao had asked them to violently beat up Yifan, and now he appeared to save the people. It was nothing more than pretending. And the underlying reason for pretending. He noticed that Wang Chao's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards a woman. The woman who had followed Yifan down. Earl, it's ugly. Though, in case the big guy's tastes are different. Straightening his back, he raised the machete in his hand and pointed at Wang Chao. "It's none of your business. Get the hell out of here." The other three robbers were in a cold sweat when they saw that their boss still dared to point his machete at Wang Chao. "Brother, why don't you have an ear? Have you forgotten so soon?" Wang Chao looked at Gu Guangzhu and said that this kid is quite on the road, and continued, "Ha, looking at your outfit, you're a roadblocker, aren't you?" Gu Guangzhu has just seen what it means to be ruthless. Now that Wang Chao had told him so much, it meant that he had guessed correctly. The heart was happy, but the expression on his face was even more ferocious. "So what if I am? I see you're quite rich too. Brothers, rob it together." "Big brother, not a good deal," said your mom's head. This a car, are not as valuable as others that car. Are you stupid?" Gu Guangzhu was afraid that his little brother would misspeak and directly cut off his words. Just as soon as those words fell, he saw Wang Chao rushing over. In just a few moves, All four of them were knocked to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. Wang Chao didn't even use his full strength, walked over, picked up Gu Guangzhu, said something that only the two of them could hear, and then raised his voice. You still want to rob me? Seek death. Another kick to Guangzhu's ass. Poof. Gu Guangzhu had a dogfight. Biggie, you don't have to act so realistically. It really hurts. Gu Guangzhu climbed up and roared arrogantly. Good boy. You even dare to hit me? I warn you, the underground emperor of Yunzhong City, Chu Xiaotian, is my big brother? You damn dare to touch me. Just you wait. I'll call someone now, he said, pulling out his cell phone and running off to the side, his mouth perking up. Really? I still know Kong Junlong. You ask your boss to call and ask Kong Junlong if he knows Wang Chao from Jiangbei University. Wang Chao felt that Gu Guangzhu, this kid's acting skills were explosive, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In the original book, Yifan knocked a few people to the ground and Gu Guangzhu called someone while Yifan called Kong Junlong, who, as the most powerful big brother in the 5 cities, called Chu Xiaotian, almost scared Chu Xiaotian to pee and hurriedly kneel down to beg for forgiveness. Since Gu Guangzhu is such a great actor, let him improvise. On the other hand, Yifan had already climbed up from the ground and stood aside grayly. At this moment, he wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's so humiliating. I just bragged about it in front of a woman, and then I got my ass kicked. And Wang Chao's appearance always felt like he did it on purpose. Gu Guangzhu pretended to make a phone call, and asked the air for a while, with a self-same pang of horror on his face. Then he hung up the phone, rushed over, and dropped to his knees. Big brother, I have eyes to recognize and Tai. Spare me this time. The remaining 3 robbers looked at each other and also rushed over to kneel down. The people in the car, all of them had their mouths open in surprise. So it turned out that Wang Chao was a big brother. Young Heisu only felt her heart beating a little harder. This was the hero of her heart. Her eyes turned to Yifan with a few moments of contempt. She hated people who played the hero the most. The play has been finished, and Wang Chao put down his last words. Leave what you've robbed and get the hell out of here as far as you can. And don't blame me for being rude to you if I see you again. A one-off, flawless scene. Gu Guangzhu and the others were ordered to put down the looted property and drive away in a gray car. Wang Chao twisted his head to look at Yifan, sneering in his heart. Just now was just an appetizer. The real show has just begun. Feel the despair. Junior. Chapter 47, refusing to ride with him. Wang Chao drove the robbers away, and the passengers in the car rushed to get out of the car, grateful to Wang Chao for his bravery. There was an older old man who was even excitedly pulling Wang Chao's hand and couldn't stop praising him. Wang Chao waved his hand with a smile on his face. You're welcome, everyone. Take all your stuff back on your own. Then, he handed the bag left behind by the robbers just now to Zhang Haixio, who was at the side. Classmate, help make them claim it. Before he could hand it out, his eyes rested on Yifan's body. When Yifan saw Wang Chao's eyes, even as an immortal reincarnation, he was a little hairy. Yifan? Weren't you locked up for murder? How come you're here? Wang Chao's tone had a few moments of doubt in it, and accompanied his words by retracting the cloth bag in his hand back. As long as the sack is in his hands, no one here will leave. And he said this. The people around them, all shivering with fear, began to discuss it in whispers. I really didn't see that this svelte man is a murderer. Don't you know there's a term for it, svelte scum? And the more svelte looking a person is, the more likely they are to be a psychopathic murderer. Get the hell away from. In the end, Yifan was an immortal dignity, and after being screwed over last time, he had adjusted his mindset in time, and at this time, he was faced with so many people's comments. Still calm, coldly looking at Wang Chao, he said, Wang Chao, does it benefit you to make up rumors to slander me? When Wang Chao heard this, he froze for a moment instead. He knew that Yifan, as the reincarnation of an immortal duke, naturally wouldn't just falsely accuse others. But the thing that created the rumor about Wang Chao, he only told the 3 people in the dormitory, and the rumor was spread by the people in the dormitory. At this moment, Yifan questioned him. Could someone have tipped him off? A hint of murderous intent rose in his heart at the thought. With a calm face, he looked at Yifan. Rumor? Ha! The news that you asked someone to go to a room and played them to death. The whole of Jiangbei knows about it. Do you still need me to make rumors? Don't be ridiculous. When Yifan heard this, he was instantly nonplussed. As a high and mighty immortal duke, he asked Cheng Shuangdi out and the person died in bed. It was the biggest stain in his life. It was a disgrace. Che, nonsense. Brother, the school has come out with a statement. If not for the woman's unwillingness to pursue responsibility, you'll be sentenced to at least 10 to 8 years. Wang Chao was too lazy to argue with Yifan anymore. Anyway, his purpose was achieved. Handing the cloth bag to a shocked young Heisu. Young Heisu was scared silly at this point. The man who he thought was so handsome just a moment ago was a psychopathic murderer. After receiving the bag, he leaned behind Wang Chao with some fear. Falsely accuse me. Damn it. Yifan had already endured more than he could bear at this point. Where could he endure being framed by an ant when he was a hallowed immortal dignitary? He had seen Wang Chao go beyond his hands before, and he was confident that he would not lose to Wang Chao in terms of strength. Plus, he had countless feats. Killing him, a mole, was no big deal. After saying that, he moved his chi to his dantian, gathered his chi in his palm, looked at Wang Chao's position, and slapped out at a very fast speed. This move of his was called the sky-destroying palm. Originally, it was aura-enhanced, carrying a heaven-destroying pressure. No one in the same class can avoid it. Buzz! As soon as this palm of his came out, a cyclonic black hole appeared with his palm as the center. Even without the aura enhancement, it carried a daunting pressure, like the momentum of a landslide. Wang Chao's face was stoic. His current strength was as high as 300, and one move could kill a person in the middle stage of internal energy in seconds. Yifan was now only equivalent to the peak of external strength, and was nothing in front of him. If it wasn't for the system not letting me, I would have slapped and hollered him to death. Seeing Yifan slap over, a cold smile spread on the corner of his mouth and he flicked to the side to avoid Yifan's attack. Then he deliberately raised his voice. Oh, I know. You must be in league with the 4 robbers just now. Once these words came out, when the crowd looked at Yifan again, their eyes were filled with anger. Almost got blindsided by this kid. Yifan was infuriated as he missed a move. How could a tiny mole cricket dodge the heaven-destroying palm? Hearing Wang Chao's words, he was also stunned. Robbers? What a load of crap. I was almost killed by the robbers just now. Wang Chao. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Yifan clenched his fists tightly and threatened a sentence as he once again slapped out a heaven-destroying palm. Wang Chao was not balking at all, and after dodging again, he slowly said, "Are you being disemboweled and trying to kill someone?" When Yifan heard this, he really stopped his hand and gritted his teeth. Fine. Then I'll give you a chance to explain. If the explanation doesn't work, new grudges and old grudges will be counted together. This still need to explain. I think you want to save the beauty of the hero. Just now I drove over and saw that when those 3 robbers beat you, but did not use force. Wang Chao hit the nail on the head. Beside that, it is true that Yifan wanted to heroically save the beauty. Seems like hey, the robbers didn't want his stuff. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, yeah, I can prove it too. The robber must have deliberately torn in front of that girl for a long time just now. I also saw this kid, just now, blowing awesome in front of a girl. The crowd began to talk in tongues. Originally, these people, when they heard about Yifan's identity, were somewhat disgusted with him, so someone took the lead and it was quickly echoed by everyone. Whether it was true or not, the more Zhang Haixio thought about it, the more scared she was. When the robbers robbed other people's things, Yifan didn't do it, and only did it when they robbed her things. It doesn't take much to figure out what he's going to do, and to top it all off, playing the hero in front of her. If Wang Chao hadn't appeared in time, there was no telling what would have become behind him. Naturally, the failure to pretend later was automatically ignored by her. Outrageous, outrageous. Facing the denigration of the crowd, Yifan's face turned green with anger. He had long ago learned that 3 men make a tiger, and today he had seen it. The fact that he had just launched 2 attacks on Wang Chao, both of which were fruitless, showed that Wang Chao was much stronger than he had expected. If he continued to dwell on it, he was afraid that he would be the one to suffer. And for a moment, he was surprisingly unable to do anything about Wang Chao. Let's all go back to the car and divide up the stuff. And as for him, I advise you to stay away. Wang Chao said cryptically and turned around to get into his car. Then the bus started to get noisy. Driver, I refuse to ride with this man. I refuse to. We can't let him in the car anyway. Everyone expressed their unwillingness to sit with Yifan, and some even directly blocked the door of the car to prevent Yifan from getting on. The driver looked at Yifan and wondered. I'm sorry brother. This will soon be Yinzhong City. You'd better walk there yourself. Yifan's raised foot slowly fell, full of anger with nowhere to vent it. Then the passengers find their seats. The driver starts the bus, and off they go. Wang Chao looked at this scene, sneered, also started the car, and left. Ding! The protagonist fails to pretend. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 12,900. Ding. Cutting off the main protagonist's main line. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 12,700. Ding. The protagonist hates the host to the point of bursting. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 12,500. Host villain value plus 600. Available chi value 800. Chapter 48. Wang Chao looked at Yifan's lonely and unruly figure in the rearview mirror and felt incomparably happy in his heart. He was certain that next, Yifan would definitely go to black boxing, because he needs money, and he needs it badly. The corners of his cocked mouth slowly straightened as he drove straight to a place called Shuishi Town under Yunzhong City. Find the small inn where Yifan stayed in the original book. Pulling up in front of the inn, he saw a young girl of 17 or 18 standing in front of the door. As written in the original book, this little girl is very watery, with surprisingly exquisite features, just like a porcelain doll, so that people just look at a glance. They cannot forget. The girl's name is Xinyu. Her family is extremely poor and she dropped out of school at the age of 14 or 15. Front desk at the inn in town because of the beauty of the birth. It was later spotted by Yifan. However, in the beginning, this girl did not become Yifan's harem, but rather became Yifan's first disciple. After that, Yifan was wounded in a battle, and then the two had sex. How come I didn't realize the protagonist had this fetish before? Wang Chao thought about the plot in the original book, and a vicious chill ran through his body. The moment you get hurt, you have to have sex with a woman. It's just a lot of grooves and no mouth. Hello, are you staying? Xinyu had been in the town for 4 or 5 years and had seen many luxury cars, but she had never seen a car like the one of the guest in front of her. Just thought it was a beautiful color and should be worth quite a bit of money. Yes. Wang Chao nodded and followed Xinyu to the front desk, pulling out 100,000 from his bag and handing it to Xinyu. Prepare me the best room. I want to stay until the end of the Fighters Championship. It doesn't take that. It doesn't take that much. Xinyu was shocked to see so much money, and hurriedly shook her head. One of the best rooms. 500 a night. And for the boxing championship, there are only 5 days, so at most $3,000 will be enough. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows. Xinyu was indeed an honest and kind girl as stated in the original book. Strongly, he shoved the money into her hand and smiled. I'm new here. I need a guide. For the next few days, you be my guide, and the extra money will be your payment. Xinyu held a thick pile of money, her heart shocked and excited. Guided tours she knew, just showing guests around the town. But this was too much. It was so much that it scared her a little, but she did need the money very badly at home and asked tentatively. This guided tour you speak of, is it to show you around the town? Doesn't do anything else, does it? Do what? Wang Chao couldn't help but frown. In the original book, when Yifan gave 10,000, Xinyu didn't say anything at that time. Just, sleep. Xinyu's face swished red and her voice was like a mosquito. She knew there was such a career as a sleeping companion, and it was available at their inn. Some people had also tried to pay high prices to sleep with her, but she had refused them all. The man in front of her was just too handsome, and the key was to give more money, just when she needed a sum of money urgently, if he asks for it. Sleep, too. Wang Chao was pondering the following plot and didn't even notice what Xinyu said afterward, not to mention that her voice was extremely low. Xinyu saw that Wang Chao did not say anything, thought that she had guessed, tangled for a moment, bit her vermilion lips, hung her head, and said with a red face, I promise I'll stay with you the days you're here. Wang Chao finally retrieved his thoughts and nodded his head faintly. Yes, his purpose was just to hire Xinyu first, so that she wouldn't be able to be with Yifan for the next few days, cutting off the possibility of their contact. This threat is kind of a big one, so I'm not sure how much villain value I can give it. Xinyu's face turned even redder and stammered. I will be a good tour guide. With this money, my father's medical expenses will be covered. Another quiet glance at the contemplative Wang Chao. More and more felt that this person, handsome and bubbly. Wang Chao started thinking about the next episode again. After Yifan met Xinyu, he would run into a few soy sauce fakers. Naturally, the pretender attempted to pretend and was violently beaten by the protagonist. Yifan. Little student Yifan. It looks like you're going to get your ass kicked again. Wang Chao slowly curved the corners of his mouth, somewhat impatient to see this image. There. Xinyu was mesmerized by Wang Chao's smile. She forced herself to hold back the throbbing and handed her room card to Wang Chao. You go to your room first. I still have to go and give a word to my boss. I'll be by your side all the time in the next few days. By the way, my name is Xinyu. Wang Chao. Wang Chao took the room card, reported his name, and turned around to the second floor of the inn. Soon, Xinyu gently knocked on the door and came in from the outside, asking in an anxious manner, "Young Wang, are you going to sleep now? What's the point of sleeping in the middle of the day? Come on, show me around town." Wang Chao estimated that with Yifan's status as a protagonist, he would definitely be able to find a car and come here on time. After all, he had to play hard to get. Xinyu was a bit surprised, but it was good, so she could rub her feelings with Wang Chao first, take Wang Chao and come out from the inn. As soon as he came out, he was greeted by a handsome man walking into the inn. Strange images suddenly flashed through his mind, but the images flickered away. He only felt puzzled and guided Wang Chao towards the west side of the town. Wang Chao naturally also saw Yifan. His heart was satisfied with the original author, and really did not let him down. If the protagonist does not come, the back of the matter, I am afraid it is not good. It was just a pity that Yifan came in a hurry and didn't see him. Up ahead is the sculpture of the most famous dragon out of water in our town. Xinyu pointed to a small river not far away and introduced. Originally, our town was called Dragon's Breath Town, and then a fortune teller said that our place pattern was too small, and this name could not be suppressed, so the name was changed to Dragon in the Water West, and then later on, it evolved into the Water West Town, and in our town, there are a total of 18 dragon sculptures. Wang Chao followed behind Xinyu, but he didn't have the heart to listen to her introduction. In the original book, after Yifan came to Shuishi town, seeing that not far away, a man and a woman were making out, Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. In the original book, the object of Yifan's pretense appeared. Chapter 49, Contributing to Young Wang. The woman Wang Chao saw was named Chao Sisi, also from Zhongbei University, and there was one of her in Li Jianhao KTV last time. Young Wang. Chao Sisi saw Wang Chao at a glance and flew over. Last time she met Wang Chao for the first time in Li Jianhao's KTV, she was in love with Wang Chao. And then she found out that Wang Chao was a huge rich man, and she was even more desirous. A man behind her had a flash of anger in his eyes. Chao Sisi was his girlfriend, and when he saw a man who was more handsome than him, he jumped on him. It was simply too much for him, but still, he followed with a black face. "Why are you here?" Wang Chao asked nonchalantly. "I'm coming to watch the fights with my boyfriend." Chao Sisi had a joyful look on her face and hurriedly waved to the man on the side. "This is the rich classmate I told you about. Wang Xiao. Xiao Wang, this is my boyfriend, Tian Boren." "Humph." Tian Boren snorted disdainfully. So what if he was rich? He was Meng Zhang's disciple. Chao Sisi glared at Tian Boren somewhat unhappily, always feeling that he had no eyesight. Wang Chao had guessed that Tian Boren would have such an attitude. After all, he was the disciple of a Qigong master, so he was naturally more proud. If we didn't have to use him afterward, he would have been killed for his attitude. Raising his eyebrows, he spoke faintly. "I heard that Rin is Meng Zhang's disciple?" Tian Boren also clasped his hands to his chest and raised his chin condescendingly. "That's right, TCH. I'm really sorry that I broke your master's arm so that your master couldn't come to the underground championships." Wang Chao apologized without the slightest bit of sincerity. Just this sentence fell into Tian Boren's ears, as if it was a thunderbolt, bombarding his brain with a buzzing sound. "Young Wang? Wang Chao? You're Wang Chao?" Tian Boren looked at Wang Chao in shock, and his voice trembled. His master had once specifically warned him that he could not offend anyone but Wang Chao of Zhongbei University, because he was just too terrifying, killing the mid-inner strength Chui Gu with a single move. Seeing Wang Chao nodding, his legs softened and he almost fell on the ground. Masters can't be insulted. Wang Chao is more cowhide than a master. He just disrespected a master. Walking with trembling legs to Wang Chao's body, he said in a respectful tone, "Young Wang, just now it was me who had no eyes. It was my mistake. I apologize to you. I hope you don't mind." Wang Chao just smiled lightly. "It's okay, as long as you do something for me." Then, attaching himself to Tian Boren's ear, he whispered a few words. Tian Boren's jaw dropped in surprise after hearing Wang Chao's words. "You're a grandmaster. Wouldn't you just punch Yifan to death and be done with it? Why do you need him to go?" But he didn't dare to pursue the matter and nodded hurriedly. "Young Wang, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. Go ahead. I'll just hang around here." Wang Chao didn't pay any more attention to him and turned his head to the shocked Xinyu. "Let's go. Stroll along the river." Yes. Xinyu was a little scared when she heard that Wang Chao had broken someone's arm. He answered and led Wang Chao forward along the creek, introducing himself more carefully than before and with a gentler tone. Chao Cece stood aside and looked at Tian Boren suspiciously. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? However, with such a powerful character like Wang Chao, if his boyfriend could flatter him, he himself could take the opportunity to get close to him. After Wang Chao walked away, he asked in a low voice, "What did Young Wang ask you to do?" "Secret. You stay here with me for a while. I'm going to get something." Tian Boren was mysterious and didn't care about Chao Cece. He directly ran towards the pharmacy in the town. Soon, carrying a case of beer, some food, and managing to borrow a small table and 3 small benches from the store next door. "What are you doing with all this stuff?" Chao Cece was surprised. "Come here and drink with me." Without explaining, Tian Boren pushed the small table one and sat down on the stool, getting up and opening 2 bottles of beer. He poured one for Chao Cece and one for himself. "I heard that there's a kid named Yifan in your school?" "Yes, there is such a person." Chao Cece found it inexplicable, but when it came to Yifan, it really opened up the conversation. Said all the things about Yifan in school as a joke. As he was speaking, he glanced away and his voice came to a screeching halt. "Say it, what are you waiting for?" Tian Boren was listening with great interest. When he saw that there was no sound, he urged with some displeasure, Yifan actually came here too." Chao Cece was a thief and had the embarrassment of saying something bad about someone and being met on the spot. Tian Boren turned his head to look and saw a handsome-looking boy skulking by. He said, "Wang Xiao is really a god. He can even calculate this." Quietly, he took a packet of white powder from his bag and poured it into the bottle. Raising his head, he said to Chao Cece, "The time has come to contribute to young Wang. Go call Yifan over and let's treat him to a drink." "What?" Chao Cece stared at Tian Boren with wide eyes, thinking that she had a problem with her ears. What kind of man is Yifan? He's so bad that he wants to buy him a drink? "Go!" Tian Boren glared at her and urged in a low voice. Chao Cece was full of reluctance, but when she heard that it was for Wang Xiao, she tolerated it. Standing up, he greeted, "Yifan, Yifan." Yifan heard someone call out to him and looked up, only to realize that the person in front of him looked a little familiar, and for a moment he couldn't recall who it was. Still, he walked over and frowned. "You are? I'm Chao Cece. We're from the same university, same department, and I was there that day when Xiao Shui had her birthday." Chao Cece laughed. "It's you. What are you doing here?" Yifan was a bit curious while glancing at Tian Boren next to him. "I'm coming to watch the fights with my boyfriend." Chao Cece looked at Yifan's handsome face and for some reason, it was a little creepy. Forcing himself to be calm, he pointed at Tian Boren. "This is my boyfriend, Qigong Master Meng Zhang's great disciple, Tian Boren. This is the classmate I told you about, Yifan." "Hey, brother Yi, long time no see." Tian Boren was an old man when he opened his mouth, hurriedly pouring a glass of wine. Come. Since they are Cece's classmates, they are all friends. Come and have a drink." Yifan frowned, thinking, at this time of the day and in the middle of winter, "You're drinking beer by the river?" Always felt something was wrong and shook his head. "Can't drink. All college students. There is no one who doesn't know how to drink. Besides, we are all from Jiangbei. Meeting is fate, and you are still a classmate of Cece. Come on. No need to be polite with me," Tian Boren said, stuffing the wine in Yifan's hand. Taking up his glass, he gulped it down. Seeing that Yifan still didn't want to drink, he said with some exasperation, "Brother Yi, you won't even give this face, right?" Yifan, how can you not know how to drink? When you first went to college, I heard that you drank all the junior seniors down." Chao Cece had once liked Yifan. After all, he was too handsome, so he paid extra attention to Yifan's moves. Yifan's face was a little dark. After all, Chao Cece and Yan Rushua were bosom friends. This face still had to be given. Said a sentence. "Okay, I'll have a drink." After that, he finished his glass of beer in one shot. A faintly unrecognizable smile appeared on Tian Boren's face. "It's done. The next step is to find things to do." Picking up the bottle, he smiled. Come, sit. Since we're friends, let's have a little drink and blow off steam." Saying that, he wanted to pour wine for Yifan again. Yifan wine just went down. Felt a hint of wrong. How this beer will have a strange flavor. Is the wine poisoned? Whether it is or not, this wine should never be drunk. Swinging, "I have things to do. Let's drink some other time." "What the do you mean? You don't give me face?" Tian Boren was waiting for Yifan's words. "I'm a great disciple of the Qigong master. Inviting you for a drink that's for Cece's sake. What the hell do you mean by pushing and yelling?" Yi Fan immediately blew up a bit. Old me, an immortal dignitary, need to give you face? An overriding aura was released all of a sudden, and he coldly said, give you face? You deserve it? You're looking for death. Tian Boren directly swung a beer bottle and smashed it into Yi Fan's head. Chapter 50, that's okay. When Yi Fan saw Tian Boren smashing up with a bottle, a hint of killing aura flashed in his eyes. Little mole cricket, how dare he take the initiative to attack himself? Today he will die. With both hands raised, he wanted to use the heaven-destroying palm to shatter the wine bottle, after which he would kill Tian Boren with a palm strike. However, the moment he raised his palm, he suddenly felt weak and his arms went limp. The heart is in a state of shock. What is going on here? Where's my power? With a sweep of his eyes, he saw the glass he had just been drinking from. It must be Tian Boren who drugged the wine just now. Boo! This bottle of wine from Tian Boren swiftly hit up and exploded directly on Yi Fan's head. Snap! The bottle with the wine instantly shattered into countless petals, and the wine poured over Yi Fan's head. Asterisk 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 don't give me face. I'll get you killed. Tian Boren spat. In his heart, he was glad that he had put down the full 10 dosage of medicine. Just now, Yi Fan actually didn't faint, so it was evident that his strength was indeed not low. Just now, he was reminded by Wang Chao that Yi Fan was very powerful and was about the same level as his master, Meng Jiang. So the drugging trick came to mind. Not to mention, this little pharmacy really does have a drug that makes people pass out, just at a higher price. I can't believe it's $1,000 for a small package. Yi Fan braced himself to stand, feeling giddy throughout, his voice soft and threatening. You will regret what you did today. Tian Boren sneered and lifted his foot to kick Yi Fan to the ground. I never regret what I do. Then, swinging 2 more bottles, he charged. But don't dare to hit the head again. Really make a person's life will be trouble. So pick the place where there is more meat to hit. Chao Cece didn't expect the two to suddenly move, and somewhat fearfully ducked back, covering her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Young Wang, there's a fight over there. Xinyu led Wang Chao to stroll around the river for almost a circle, and suddenly heard shouting and cursing over there, and hurriedly took a few steps forward. Fixing her eyes, she realized that the boy who had been beaten she had seen before, the same man who had been in front of the inn in the afternoon. Wang Chao stopped where he was, not stepping forward or speaking. Pulling out a cigarette, he slowly lit it and watched the action. Xinyu looked again and exclaimed, Young Wang, the one who hit him is your classmate's boyfriend. Wang Chao turned his head to look at Xinyu and said nonchalantly, the boy who was beaten up, harassed my classmate like crazy. You see, even chased her here. Her boyfriend was there. Getting beaten up was inevitable. When Xinyu heard this, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Isn't this a perverted stalker? Got punched in the face and deserved it. In the original book, Xinyu took Yi Fan and ran into Tian Boren by the river. At that time, Chao Cece liked Yi Fan, so she was very excited to see Yi Fan and went up to say a few words to him. Then Tian Boren mindlessly rushed up to him, declared himself, was ignored by Yi Fan, and wanted to hit him. This incident directly led to Chao Cece breaking up with Tian Boren, while Yi Fan also won Xinyu's favor. And I don't know if there's any villain value in screwing up like that. Wang Chao secretly pondered. Ding! Xinyu's favorability value to the protagonist -50. Favorability value 20. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 12,300. Ding! The protagonist's heart raged, but there was nothing he could do about it. Luck value -200. Luck value 12,100. Host villain value +400. Available villain value 1200. Ha! So it's really possible. The corner of Wang Chao's mouth rose and he twisted his head to look at Xinyu. Don't look. Let's go. Oh. Xinyu took a step and once again turned her head to look at Yi Fan on the ground. Feeling that the other party had hit him too hard, sighing silently, he guided Wang Chao to the ring of Black Fist again. The ring for Black Fist, set up in a huge tent outside the town. There is enough room for tens of thousands of people inside. Young Wang, this is where the ring is, but to get in, there's an entrance fee of $1,000 per person. Xinyu introduced. Wang Chao nodded. This is not too different from the original book. $1,000, buy a ticket. This ticket is only valid on this day. It's pretty dark. According to the original plot, Yi Fan with Xinyu was going to go inside to point out the world and start pretending. In that case, let's honor the original plot. Pretending not to understand, he asked. Now, it started yesterday, but it's all just a little bit of fun. Saturday is the main event, and it's rumored that there are immortals coming to participate. Xinyu didn't know what the so-called immortal was. Anyway, he heard his colleagues say that he could fly through the sky and could knock down a cow with one punch. Come on, get in there. Wang Xiao followed Xinyu to the door, bought 2 tickets, and drilled into the tent. By now there were quite a few people in the tent, all cheering and roaring with piercing sound. Above the ring, the 2 competitors have a back-and-forth match. Wang Xiao found a random place and sat down. As depicted in the original book, the fights leading up to the main event were controlled. In other simple words, it's all fake boxing. Who wins and who loses depends on the betting situation. Dude, don't you want to buy one? Wang Xiao and Xinyu had just sat down when they saw a bearded, middle-aged man with black-framed glasses coming over. He was small and wore a green camouflage outfit. Let me see first. Wang Xiao pretended to be a novice, and after all, he had to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The middle-aged man was still standing on the sidelines with a big smile on his face. This is your little girlfriend, isn't it? She's so good-looking. His name is Zhao Liang, the head of the fight. As soon as Wang Xiao came in, he could tell that Wang Xiao was a super-rich second generation. The other not to mention. Alone this a customized suit. Afraid of not 1,000,000 or 200,000 down. The wrist of the Patek Philippe. Although you cannot see what style. The look alone. At least 1,000,000 or more. And the characteristic noble temperament. Must be a super-rich lord. Anytime you can pull him in. It's 10 million at a whim. Would Wang Xiao not know what this bearded man was thinking? Impatiently ruffled his eyelids and faintly said, "She's not my girlfriend." Xinyu sat next to him, and for some reason, there was a trace of loss in her heart. Zhao Liang suddenly realized, come here to play. Who still bring a girlfriend without a trace of embarrassment, laughed. Let me introduce you to these 2 people on stage. No need. I'll take the one in black to win. Wang Xiao was here to play hard to get, and the best way to play hard to get was, naturally, whoever he bought to win. In the original book, this kind of small competition are a one-off. Anyway, Yi Fan is very stable, specializing in buying the weaker side. Each time to buy not much. The results were all victorious, much to Xinyu's admiration. Black? Zhao Liang frowned. This one, betting on black to win by a very large margin. So just now he had already given instructions to the stage that black would lose. But Wang Xiao chose black. If we don't let him taste the sweetness, how else can we pit him for money? After a moment's silence, he continued. You, no longer think about it? No need. What are the odds? Wang Xiao kept his eyes on the ring. 1 for 1. Then bet $10 million first. Wang Xiao's face was expressionless as he twisted his head to look at Xinyu next to him. Do you want to place a bet with me? Xinyu shook her head. She wouldn't dare. In case she lost, her father's money for treatment would be gone again. Dancing grass. A light flashed in Zhao Liang's eyes. Just now, he was still torn between letting Wang Xiao win first, but then he heard that Wang Xiao was so bold and directly $10 million. At this moment, he had already made up his mind that he was going to put in a long line to catch a big fish, and he wasn't afraid that Wang Xiao would leave after winning anyway. Chapter 51, Cutting the Chives. After Wang Xiao placed his bet, his body lazily leaned back. He could be sure that he would win. The original book featured a big man who also came up and put down $1 million. The organizer let him win a game in order to keep him, and in that game, Yi Fan also bought behind the big man and explained to Xinyu in a low voice. As expected, black wins. To place a bet in this boxing ring, you register a special app with your cell phone and just enter the amount of the bet each time, and the winners and losers are displayed on the app. You settle at the end when you have to leave. Not long after, the app on Wang Chao's phone showed a win of $10 million. Wow, Mr. Wang, you're great. You've won $10 million here. Xinyu opened her mouth wide in surprise and looked at Wang Chao incredulously. This money is too good. Ding. Xinyu's favorability to the host plus 20. Favorability value 20. Wang Chao's face darkened when he heard the system's prompt. Hoping that Xinyu didn't have any good feelings for him just now? It's really the life of a villain. With a charisma value that's more than double that of a normal human being. And it's still not a normal human being. It's okay. Wang Chao felt that the task was arduous. There was no way. In the original book, Xinyu loved the protagonist too much. It was at this moment that he saw a man lumbering in from outside. Yi Fan? Wang Chao curled the corner of his mouth. This guy can he even dares to come here. In that case, that's interesting. Wang Chao took another deep look at Yi Fan, but Yi Fan didn't seem to see him, silently opening his cell phone and looking up at the stage. It was mentioned in the original book that Yi Fan, at this point in time, was very good at meeting and had excellent eyesight, only buying the weak ones. Lose until you lose your pants today. Wang Chao retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Xinyu. You come and place your bets too. Don't worry. It's on me if you lose. Xinyu shook her head. She was a kind girl. She had already asked Wang Chao for so much money. Where could she take advantage again? It's okay, come on. Wang Chao spoke sincerely because he knew that he would never lose. Xinyu looked at Wang Chao's firm eyes and felt that such a rich young man would not be able to cheat her. Torn for a moment, he nodded, but in his heart, he decided to spend up to $40,000, because the remaining $50,000, he wanted to help his father with his illness. In the ring, 2 more men appeared. One wore black pants and was over 2 meters tall with a toned muscular body. On the other side, wearing red pants, 1 meter 7, an extremely skinny little man, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. In contrast, anyone knows which side to support, unless they are brainwashed. Zhao Liang looked at Wang Chao from afar, a hint of playfulness in his sinister eyes. If I don't screw you out of your money today, I won't be called Zhao Liang. Then, he hooked his hand to the little brother next to him. Go, keep an eye on that 1118 bets and keep me posted. Yes, the little brother answered and hurried to the office. In the office, there is a large screen with the betting. No, 1118, the very number that Wang Chao registered. Through the walkie-talkie, report the situation to the boss. Big brother, number 1118, bet $20 million on black to win. And overall, by black to win, that's $29 million. By red to win, that's $700,000. Great. Zhao Liang heard the betting situation, pressed without thinking, directly began to cut leaks. Then, giving a gesture to the man beside him, the man nodded and turned to leave. Young Wang, we're sure to win this time. I've got $20,000 on it. Xinyu felt that this was a free gift of money, and in the ring, it was too obvious which was stronger or weaker. You can add more, Wang Chao said with a smile. He could guess that Zhao Liang would manipulate the game, and this kind of belonged to the system bureau, which was clearly here to cut leaks. However, he wasn't scared at all, as long as the stage wasn't fake to the core. He had a way to turn things around. Xinyu pursed her lips, a little afraid, feeling that 20,000 is already much more. Wang Chao wasn't persuading and turned his head to look at Yifan, who was not far away, only to see that his face was very relaxed, as if he had calculated that he would win. Soon, the contest in the ring began. As soon as it came up, Red began to attack frantically, in a state of complete and total suppression. This guy looks like a little teddy, and he's so fierce. It's over. I've put all my value on the stupid big guy, but I didn't want this little guy to be so ruthless. Damn. Or I'm smart. Only bought a stupid big $2,000. If I bought all of them, shall not lose my life. Eyesight. The crowd looks at the match in the ring and goes crazy with profanity. Yifan listened to the shouts and curses of the people around him and glanced at the $5,000 bet on little Teddy's win on his cell phone interface. A sneer ran through his mind. Ignorant mole crickets. The dealer is obviously cutting leaks, but also stupid to follow the win to buy. Young Wang, why is that little man so powerful? The big guy is going to lose. Xinyu saw the lopsided situation on the stage and was so nervous that her little heart was scared that it was beating extremely hard. $20,000. And it's going to be gone? Don't worry. Black will surely counterattack. Wang Chao's face was bland and his tone was very certain. As soon as his words fell, a change had already occurred on the stage. Black has begun to counterattack. Except that, on the whole, it's Red who has the advantage. Inside the arena, everyone is down on Black at the moment. They feel that although Black is big and powerful, the small man is too agile. Only Wang Chao and Yifan can see that the real strength of these two people, in between, really want a fight. In fact, the black side has a better chance of winning. They were the only ones who knew that these two were putting on a show for the onlookers. The situation on the court began to change quietly. At first Red was strong and Black was weak. Then Black slowly counterattacked, and then Black gained a slight upper hand. Then the two sides started to be evenly matched. Then Red got the upper hand again, and Black was on the verge of defeat. From start to finish, there was not a single break, and everyone assumed that this was the true strength of the two. Hey, little Teddy was so fierce. The silly big man tried his best, the crowd said with an exclamation. And just then, a dramatic scene suddenly appeared on the field. Chapter 52, Winning. Above the ring, the big guy in the black pants is being beaten back by the smaller red guy. He gasped with his mouth wide open, his face covered in sweat. His chest rose and fell violently, and it looked as if, with just one more blow, he would surely fall. Seeing that he had no power to fight back, the smaller man suddenly used all his strength and lunged forward, ready to jump up and deliver a fatal blow to the larger man. Almost everyone at the scene stood up, all staring at the scene with wide eyes. Mentally, he was either worried or cursing. Most were in despair, and some were expecting a miracle. However, just as the smaller man jumped, his foot suddenly broke. His body slumped and poof, his whole face fell down on top of the ring. The big man in the black pants had made all the plays and was just waiting for his opponent to come up, and then he collapsed to the ground and the scene came to a successful end. But see the red side actually fall down. They're all professional fighters. And you fell down at a ing critical time? Seeing this, someone finally reacted and shouted, "There's a chance! There's a chance! Big guy! What are you waiting for? Get on! Get on!" The audience off stage doesn't get that much theater. It's about money. Some people even rolled up their sleeves and couldn't wait to get up there and make up a couple of punches for him. "Riu? Hurry up! Do you fight black?" Seeing the big man standing still with a stunned face, there were even more excited people, who directly opened their mouths and shouted "Black Fist." The rest of the group responded with a call to arms. This is clearly a suspicion of black boxing. "Black Fist! Black Fist! Hurry up and give us our money back! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Refund." Zhao Liang was originally sitting calmly at the very front of the ring. When he saw this scene, he jumped up in a mischievous manner, and at this moment, he had the urge to kill someone. The eyes seemed to be able to kill, and he cursed angrily in his heart. "Get your ass up, is it that cool on the ground?" However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the small man remained on the ground as if he had run out of strength. The big black originally wanted to wait for the red side to get up, but listening to the shouts under the stage getting stronger, he didn't dare to stay too long and muttered in a low voice, "Dude, what the?" Helpless, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward, lifting his leg and kicking it up. It looked extremely strong and went straight for the opponent's face. In fact, only he knew that he hadn't exerted any force at all, and that he was preparing to pick his opponent up with the force of his feet. If the other man had any strength left, he would have cooperated with him in getting up. After that, the two will then continue as explained by the person in charge. The crowd saw that the big man finally moved, instantly holding their breath and dying, clenching their teeth. Whether they can earn money depends on this kick. Wang Chao saw the big black man kick over and faintly raised his eyebrows, cocking his mouth. His right hand flicked up in a gesture of grasping and crushing the air, and that's when the little man jerked his head up. At this point, Black's big man's foot just kills it. Boo! That was a solid kick. Straight away, the little man kicked the little man, foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and passing out. The big black square was dumbfounded. Dash, your ing up and ing the mother. Grass, a plant. Zhao Liang was also dumbfounded and clenched his fists. How is this even a death blow? It's over. It's over. $30 million is gone. The audience in the arena was equally dumbfounded, and there was a moment of eerie silence. After all, the game was so dramatic that it made your heart rise and fall, and no one expected this result. But soon someone reflected and exclaimed, "Win! Win! Ha ha ha! I won!" Immediately afterward, the field instantly exploded. Those who had bet on black all cheered. Yifan originally didn't pay attention to the situation on the stage. In his opinion, this kind of system bureau was 100% error-free. Hearing the cheers of the people around him, he couldn't help but flinch. There's a feeling that all these people are buying red to win. Slowly raising his head, he was seeing that red had been pulled down by the crew and that the referee had declared black the winner. I'm out. One. Big. Yifan's eyes were wide open as he looked at the ring incredulously. It's an obvious system game. Is the dealer crazy? He's only got $5 grand left in his hand, and this one's gone? His face was grim as if it could drip water. His fists clenched tightly, and his icy eyes seemed to shoot through the ring. Ha ha, win win win. Young Wang, we won. $20,000 ah. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Xinyu could not suppress her inner joy. It was only a few minutes, and she earned $20,000, which was like a pie in the sky. And all of this is thanks to Wang Xiao. If not for Wang Xiao, this money she definitely can't get. His favorable impression of Wang Xiao rose again. Yes, Wang Xiao did not refuse. This was also a piece of people's heart, and most importantly, it could cultivate goodwill values. The remaining light glanced at Yufan's iron face not far away and slowly pulled out a cold smile. Backstage at King of the Ring, Zhao Liang coldly looked at Big Black and Red Slim who had just been rescued. Tell me, What was going on just now? You two losers caused me to lose $30 million. Big brother, this can't be blamed on me. I was waiting to admit defeat. Who knew that little sword suddenly fell to the ground? The big black man had an innocent look on his face, and hurriedly explained. I didn't dare to stay for too long, and I originally wanted to fake it, but little sword got up at this time. Zhao Liang did know about this scene, so this question appeared to Xiao Jian. Thinking about this, he twisted his head to look at Xiao Jian. The small man called Xiao Jian. At this time there was still a huge shoe print on his face, and his whole face was twisted up as he cried out, Brother Rio, do you believe me when I say that a force held me down just now? Believe you MLB. Zhao Liang's fury rose at the sound of it, and he kicked at Xiao Jian. Men, pull them out and deal with them. Rio, I'm telling the truth, please forgive me this time. Xiao Jian was so scared that his face went white. He couldn't stop begging for forgiveness, and even went down on his knees. Just before he could finish his words, he was slapped on the head by an old man in a white robe. Then, instantly out of breath, he fell to the ground. Elder Zhua, what do you think about what happened just now? After killing Xiao Jian, Zhao Liang was still uneasy and always felt that this was too fishy. Gu Xiaoxuan narrowed his eyes, in the style of a high-ranking person, putting his hands behind his back in an inscrutable manner, and said slowly, Look again. Zhao Liang heart some annoyed. Cuma few. I spent so much money to invite you to see the scene. So to lousy answer? What's so great about a Qigong master? But although annoyed, he didn't dare to say anything beside that. After all, his opponent was strong enough to participate in the main event on Saturday. Exhaling indignantly, he stared at the screen to place his bets. A glance at a string of abrupt numbers. 40 million. Take another look at the betting account number, 1118. Narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a hunch that this matter had something to do with 1118. Chapter 53, The Grumpy Immortal Dignitary. Wang Chao swept a glance at the next match. The red side was an old man in his 50s or 60s with skinny bones, and the black side was a muscular man with a ferocious look on his face. What a pair! Wang Chao sneered. In the original book, nature was introduced. The pair's bout ended up being won by the old man, much like the last one, which was also a system game. At that time, Yi Fan bought the same old man because the old man was really strong. Young Wang, who do we buy to win this hand? Xin Yu felt that Wang Chao had won 2 in a row, so he must have an excellent vision, and following Wang Chao was guaranteed to win. Go ahead and buy black. Look at that little black. Muscular, looks like he can fight. Wang Chao casually explained. Okay, I'll take 40,000 then. Xin Yu was ruthless and bet all the money she had just earned, plus the principal of $40,000. Yi Fan was in the crowd, frowning tightly. At this point, he was a bit elusive. Just now it is obvious that more people are buying black, and just now red is obviously letting go of the water. Could it be a deliberate move by the dealer? In that case, it must be right to buy the old man in this game. The dealer can't do the game twice. Dude, which one do you think is a good buy? A tall and thin man next to Yi Fan saw that Yi Fan was so calm and had an extraordinary demeanor. Everything looked like a high-level person. The old man on the red side. Yi Fan said with certainty. Why? The tall and thin man looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. That old man looks like he's walking unsteadily. It's obvious that the muscular man is more powerful. You think the dealer is a cutie? Would put someone with this kind of disparity of strength up their 2 games in a row? Yi Fan asked rhetorically from his soul. The tall and thin man's eyes lit up at once and he slapped his thigh. Right. The banker is not a philanthropist. The last hand must have come with confusion. Brother, thanks for reminding me. My name is Sun Kai. If I win this hand, treat me to a drink. Saying that, Sun Kai immediately entered 100,000 on his cell phone. After confirming this, the beauty looked at the ring, glad that he had met a superior man today. Yi Fan is also sure that this hand can turn over the money, but afraid that if he inputs too much, the dealer will change his mind. So he inputs $500,000 very conservatively. He was sure that $500,000 would never hurt. Anyway, it's a gamble before you pay. And he trusts his judgment. Zhao Liang looked at the betting situation. Black bet 57 million and red bet 600,000, and was in a good mood. Ha, only 2 of you bought red to win. So you're just sorry if you don't cut this wave. Tell the old man to win the game as fast as he can. The ring contest begins. This one was a lot faster than the last one, and the old man started out with full power. Black has no way to fight. Straight to the ground for black. Asterisk. Is this muscle man so hit and miss? The crowd on the stage is on their feet again, looking at the ring in shock, almost all of them screaming and cursing. The tall and thin man next to Yifan's eyes flashed brightly, looking at Yifan with some admiration. A tall man, definitely a tall man. Yifan, on the other hand, was expressionless, with a look that this honored one had already seen through it. Young Wang, that old man is awesome. Xinyu's little heart hung in the air once again. Her nervous palms began to sweat. After all, she had cast quite a lot this time. Wang Chao was also slightly surprised. This was too fast. Directly skipping the foreplay? Narrowing his eyes at the ring, he gave a sarcastic smile. Looks like the first two have left the bookies extremely unhappy. Get up. Get thee up. The people under the stage were all cursing anxiously when they saw the Black Fang muscular man fall to the ground and hesitate to get up. After all, they had bet on Black to win. However, no matter how much the people on the stage scolded him, the muscular man just collapsed on the ground with no intention of getting up. Yifan silently looked at the time. As long as the contestant lay on the ground for more than 30 seconds, or was knocked out of the ring, or surrendered and admitted defeat, it would be recognized as a loss. Seeing that more than 20 seconds had passed and the old man hadn't bothered to attack, it meant that Black had basically lost. Exhale softly. However, as time was about to run out, the black square muscle man actually magically stood up. Even he himself was in a daze. He was already pretending to be dead. And that was the message exchanged with the old man with his eyes before the fight started. Stall enough for 30 seconds, and you're down for a drink and a meal. But a force came from somewhere and yanked him up hard. The old man was shocked. How did this Nima get up? Inquiring with his eyes. What's going on? He sees that the muscular man on the black side looks confused, and with his fists clenched, he charges forward, trying to knock his opponent right out of the ring. But just as he moved, he suddenly felt a force appear on his leg. Click. Folded. He broke his left calf. With a plop, he fell to the ground, clutched his leg and began to wail. This scene made the entire crowd look dumbfounded. What the kind of operation is this? Tripping over yourself and breaking your leg? No way. Yifan stood up with a totter. He was an immortal dignitary, and he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with this old man. And just now he vaguely felt a familiar power, looking around the room, trying to see who the hell was messing with it. And at that moment, the whole room boiled over. People shouted and cheered, some of them standing on their stools in excitement. Asterisk 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 caused me to lose $100,000. When Sun Kai saw that the old man had lost, he was so angry that he slammed his fist at Yifan. Seek death. At this moment, the drugs in Yifan's body had long disappeared without a trace, and his physical strength had recovered quite a bit, so how could he tolerate a mole to make a move against him? Quickly raising his hand, he grabbed the other's hand and squeezed it. Click. Sun Kai's wrist was directly clutched by Yifan. Ah! A heartbreaking scream came out. Unfortunately, the people around him were going wild, instantly burying the sound of his screams. Yifan threw Sun Kai aside and said in a cold voice, "Get out!" Sun Kai was trembling in pain. He didn't expect this man to be so powerful. Not daring to dwell on it, he dragged himself by the arm, turned and ran out the door. He's going to call someone. A broken wrist is not an option. Wang Chao had been staring at Yifan's side, thinking that the immortal dignitary had gotten cranky to break someone's arm at random. But what he wanted to see most right now wasn't Yifan getting punched. Instead, Yifan lost money one game after another. As expected, Wang Chao won the next two matches again, and at this point, the amount he had bet had reached 200 million. Looking at Yifan's face burning with anger from afar, he knew that Yifan was afraid of losing his pants. At this time, Sun Kai rushed in with 7 or 8 strong men, and while walking inside, he said, "Dad, people are in there. What a big dog's guts. How dare you hit my son? I have to waste him today." The one who opened his mouth was a middle-aged man with a cross-faced face, wearing a suit and a big thick gold chain, cursing and searching at the same time. Chapter 54, the main character actually knows this trick. Wang Chao was naturally the first to notice Sun Kai coming in at the door. The fat man with a face of horizontal meat is called Sun Kong Tai, the bully of Shuishi town. The same as the henchman of Chu Shaotian, the underground emperor of Yunzhong City, who is ruthless, and he is also the organizer of this black boxing. In the original book, Sun Kong Tai's son, Sun Kai, similarly had a verbal altercation with Yifan because of the bet. Yifan broke Sun Kai's wrist, and when Sun Kong Tai came with his men, he was brutally beaten by Yifan again. Finally, it was learned that Yifan was Kong Juanlong's benefactor, The Sun family's father and son were so frightened that they knelt down and apologized. Now that this situation had changed drastically, Wang Chao wanted to see how Yi Fan was going to respond at this time. Retracting his eyes, he turned his head to look at Yi Fan. Aha! Where's Yi Fan? Holy! Running away? Wang Chao looked around and was seeing Yi Fan hurrying toward him. The speed was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him. Wang Chao looked at Yi Fan inexplicably and said, "This kid can't be here to fight, right? Ha! If he really dares to come to a fight, then he'll just throw the kid to Sun Kai's father and son." Anyway, Yi Fan had the protagonist's aura and couldn't be hacked to death. Yi Fan's heart thumped as he faced Wang Chao and twisted his head to look at the position. There was always a feeling that the old man's broken leg just now, the little teddy lying on the ground and not moving, as well as the several competitions behind, were all tricks played by Wang Chao, but he had nothing to prove, and at this point someone else was chasing him. Stopping briefly, he darted straight for the other side of the tent. Wang Chao saw that Yi Fan didn't make a move, so naturally he wouldn't take the initiative. Anyway, the system doesn't allow to kill the protagonist right now, so it's quite interesting to see him fleeing. Eyeing Yi Fan, he ran to the edge of the tent. What blew his mind was that Yi Fan squatted towards the ground and quickly punched a hole, drilled straight out. It was a 1-2 punch, without a hint of stalling. The corner of Wang Chao's mouth trembled. The protagonist would still have this skill? Why wasn't it written in the original book? It was a scene he had never seen before. Young Wang, that man can even make holes. Xinyu recognized Yi Fan as the person who had been beaten up by the river and was also dismayed. The favorability value for Yi Fan continued to drop, and with another glance at Wang Chao, he still felt that Wang Chao was the most handsome. That made her over $200,000 in a while. So much money is something that she dared not even think about, worshipping Wang Chao from the bottom of her heart. Ding! Xinyu's favorability to the protagonist drops to 0. Xinyu's favorability to the host plus 50. Favorability value 70. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 11,900. Ding! The protagonist lost 4 in a row. Luck value minus 800. Luck value 11,100. Ding! The protagonist loses his cool. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 10,900. Ding! The protagonist flees in a state of disarray. Luck value minus 300. Luck value 10,600. Host villain value plus 1,500. Available villain value 2,700. Wang Chao almost exclaimed in shock when he heard the sudden surge in villain value. I'm really going to make a fortune today. It turns out that if you let the protagonist lose one game, you can earn 200 villain value. If I had known this, I would have stopped Yi Fan just now and let him continue to place his bets. Dad, that kid was just here. Sun Kai gritted his teeth and pointed at the seat where Yi Fan sat just now. Where are the men? Find them for me. If you find him, chop off his hand and feed him to the dogs. Sun Kantai bellowed, taking the men row by row. He was sure that no one could escape here, but after a big circle, really did not find. Cursed, damn, such a big living person, cannot disappear? Sun, go to the door. Today's boxing match is going to end. I do not believe that grandson does not come out. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the doorway with a group of murderous men. Young Wang, it's the last game of the day. Should we keep betting? Xinyu was playing at this time, and she was no longer as nervous as she was when she placed the bet at the very beginning. Wang Chao shook his head and said that it is okay. Leave a game for the other dealer, or the dealer will really cut people. Meaningfully, one must learn to be content with what one has and take what one has. Shan Yu, just take it as it is? You won over $300 million. But she also understood this and nodded her head vigorously. Her heart's favor towards Wang Chao increased a little more. Go! Wang Chao stood up from his seat and led Xinyu towards the door. At the exit, there is a special desk where you have to settle the bill when you go out, and you can leave only after you have settled the bill successfully. Wang Chao walked over and opened the cell phone app. Settle. Just a moment. The waitress was a 6-point-looking girl with a professional smile on her face the whole time. Entering Wang Chao's registered number, a check revealed a surprising 350 million. The mind was shocked. He looked up at the handsome drop-dead gorgeous Wang Chao and confirmed once again that it was indeed 350 million. A half-smile after a long moment of contemplation. Sir, this is a huge amount of money you have. So please go to our backstage to handle it. Follow the ring to the back. There's an office there. Our person in charge will personally handle it for you. Wang Chao face cannot help but cool down. You will open black boxing match. The daily liquidity of more than $1 billion. Say with the old man. This amount is somewhat large. Cannot handle it? Obviously. He called himself inside, threatened, then intimidated, and finally, if he couldn't, he just killed him. Ha, you're asking for it this time. Taking his cell phone back, he turned his head to Shinyu. You go ahead and process yours. I'll go inside and do it later. Yes, Shinyu answered and showed her cell phone to the attendant. The attendant looked at Shinyu's cell phone and couldn't help but frown. While $240,000 isn't a lot of money, the point is that this little girl actually won it all, and the girl was with the guy, pondering whether to stay together. When Wang Chao saw that the waiter was hesitating, his gloomy sight swept and a cold smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth. What? Over $200,000 and you need to go backstage too? The waiter was chilled by Wang Chao's sharp eyes, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his back as he hurriedly shook his head. No need. No need. Then, asking Shinyu for a bank card, he didn't dare to hesitate and quickly punched the money over. Wait here. I'll be right back, Wang Chao said to Shinyu and turned around to walk towards the office at the back. Pull back the curtain and go straight backstage, which is a makeshift office. Wang Chao slowly stepped in and swept his gaze coldly. Who's in charge? Zhao Liang leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette. He had been keeping an eye on Wang Chao, so he wasn't surprised that he appeared here. After looking Wang Chao up and down, he asked in a salty manner, "Where's home, brother? I'll settle the bill." Wang Chao looked at him expressionlessly. Zhao Liang played with a cigarette in his hand, sitting up straight without slowing down, and sneered, "Dude, do you think you can take that much money from me?" Originally, I wanted to ask Wang Chao which big family he was a member of before deciding what to do. Since the other party didn't say anything, it was fine for him not to ask. Anyway, this scene is owned by Boscong, and even in the entire northern province, the power can be ranked at the top. Wang Chao faintly raised his eyebrows, his smile chilling. I've never been unable to take the money I want. Zhao Liang narrowed his eyes and gently knocked on the table. In a flash, several men armed with machetes rushed in from outside. Chapter 55, This man will die. Wang Chao looked at the several people who surrounded him. His face was not shocked, and he even felt a little sorry for them, dying at a young age. Zhao Liang took a sharp drag on his cigarette and threw it on the ground with a snort. Kid, now I'll give you two ways out. The first. Wang Chao didn't want to ink, and without waiting for Zhao Liang to finish his sentence, he raised his hand and condensed a few air masses, directly throwing them at a few machete wielders. Put! Each power shot straight to the opponent's head. After a few sounds, Zhao Liang's men all fell straight to the ground, out of breath. There wasn't a single wound, just a little red on the brow. Ahem! Zhao Liang coughed violently for a few moments and almost backed out of breath, jumping straight up from his chair. At this moment, he was shocked and afraid, and swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Looking at the blood flowing from his men's brows, he knew they were dead. When he looked at Wang Chao again, he only felt a numbness in his scalp. Who the hell is this guy? Is he a Qigong master? It's over. Kicked the can down the road. Wang Chao lowered his hand nonchalantly, his black pupils gently sweeping over Zhao Liang's terrified face. Just now, what did you say? At the moment, he didn't intend to kill Zhao Liang. If he did, this boxing match wouldn't be able to run smoothly. No, it's nothing. I'm going to call you, right now. Zhao Liang answered warily, his teeth chattering madly. His soul was scared out. Luck kills, Qigong master undoubtedly. Just do not know if Shuolao can beat this kid. Wang Chao directly reported the bank card number. Waiting for Zhao Liang to make a successful money call, he said in a cold voice, "You'd better not have any crooked thoughts, and also, I can tell you clearly, your people, they are all controlled by." With that, he turned and walked out of the office. Zhao Liang instantly understood when he heard Wang Chao's last sentence. He had been wondering, clearly giving the fighters the eye, but those fighters, bizarrely, failed. It turned out to be controlled by Wang Chao. A shiver of shock ran through his body at the thought. Him, controlled? He can control the game? Did he break the old man's leg? Hiss. Zhao Liang sucked in a mouthful of cool air while the murderous aura in his eyes intensified. If Wang Chao could control the match, then what the hell is this black boxing match for? Won't you lose your pants in the end? This man must die. Shuolao! Shuolao! Zhao Liang muttered, practically scampering to the back door of the tent. Wang Chao walked out of the office and came to Xinyu's side. Come on, aren't you going to buy me dinner? Aha, what would young one like to eat? In our town, the most famous, is the fried earth chicken, grilled fish. I'll treat you to this. The more Xinyu looked at Wang Chao, the better he looked at him. So handsome. I wish he was my boyfriend. Too bad he can't seem to see me. Thinking of this, Xinyu lowered her head somewhat dejectedly and silently walked beside Wang Chao. At this moment, it was completely dark outside. Xinyu guided Wang Chao to a store in town called Fried Chicken Super Delicious. Young Wang, this is the place. It might be a bit crowded today, but there's still a spot there. Wang Chao glanced inside. Not to mention, although this store is not big, it is quite clean. Only, just after taking his seat, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him. It didn't take much thought to guess that Zhao Liang had sent an expert. In the original book, the underground black boxing competition was initiated by Kong Junlong, the strongest underground force in the 5 cities, and was hosted by the Zhang family, the #1 family in Yunzhong City, to implement it. And before the official start of the tournament, none of the big powers of the 5 cities would show up, and this black boxing tournament was fully handed over to Zhao Liang to take charge of. In order to watch the scene, he invited Gu Xiaozhua, an expert at the early stage of inner strength. If he hadn't guessed correctly, the one who had come at this moment was Gu Xiaozhua. In the original book, Yi Fan also fought with Gu Xiaozhua, only that Gu Xiaozhua was too weak and was directly seconded. But that contest stunned Xinyu, and the idea of worshipping a master was born in her heart. Later on, Yi Fan defeated all the heroes and was crowned a god in a battle in Yunzhong City, incidentally accepting a harem, Zheng Haixio, and a disciple, Shen Yu, and doggone it, Yi Fan accepts Zheng Haixio as his harem on the grounds that Zheng Haixio is weak and helpless and needs help. The real reason was that the Zhang family had an ancestral spiritual jade that could help him raise his cultivation level. Young Wang, I ordered a fried chicken, a grilled fish, and 2 green vegetables. If it's not enough, we'll add more. Xinyu returned to her seat, unable to stop the smile on her face. It felt like a dream when she earned over $330,000 in one day today. Enough! Wang Chao smiled faintly at her, and his mental power stayed locked on the person behind him who wanted to attack him. Young Wang, would you like some wine? It suddenly occurred to Xinyu that she had just forgotten to order drinks. It's not necessary. Wang Chao could feel that the person staring at him had already entered the small store. Sure enough, the next second, an eerie voice could be heard coming from the doorway of the small store. Idle people, get the hell out of here. Hey, who are you? What are you yelling for here? I haven't finished my meal yet. An older man in his 40s, sitting in the doorway, said disgruntledly. Just as his words fell, Gu Xiaozhua threw a punch in the air, and the uncle's table was instantly shattered. The meal that just went up spilled on the uncle. The uncle jumped up in anger and fear, gritting his teeth and glaring at Gu Xiaozhua, but seeing his horrifying aura, he didn't dare to argue with him. I'll say it again. Get out of here, or it'll be your heads that I'll smash with my fist. Gu Xiaozhua carried a cold and chilling aura that made people shiver. The people in the small store all came to watch the underground boxing matches, so they naturally knew about the existence of Qigong masters. No matter how reluctant his heart was, he didn't dare to continue to stay here, and ran out of the store with a frightened huff and puff. Young Wang, let's hurry up and leave too. Xinyu's face was blue with fear, and she was facing Gu Xiaozhua, looking very carefully. It's so awesome, the fist didn't even touch the table and that table shattered. This is the legendary immortal, right? He's coming at me. Wang Chao sat on the chair, not moving a muscle, and twisted his head to the small store owner's wife, who was hiding under the table. Boss lady, hurry up and go cook for me. Kid, you've got some nerve. Gu Xiaozhua looked at Wang Chao coldly. His heart was a little annoyed that this kid had ignored him so much. Your name is Veil Xiaozhua, I believe. Wang Chao still didn't turn around, as if he was speaking to the air. I don't want to kill you. Get lost and go back and tell Zhao Liang that I'll give Kong Junlong face and leave him alone this time. Gu Xiaozhua frowned. This kid even knew about Kong Junlong? But what does that matter? He was invited by Kong Junlong. Kong Junlong has to be polite when he sees him. This boy should have been damned for being so disrespectful to the master. With a cold snort, a cold light appeared in his eyes. What an arrogant brat. Go to hell. Gathering all the strength of his body on top of his right fist, he went straight towards Wang Chao. Chapter 56, the other one is broken too, right? Gu Xiaozhua, as an internal energy master and Qigong master, had his own pride. Being ignored so much by a junior could not be tolerated. Therefore, he used the full power of this punch, without the slightest intention of letting Wang Chao have the possibility to live. He wanted to strike a blow, kill Wang Chao in seconds to show his majesty. Xinyu sat across from Wang Chao, facing Gu Xiaozhua. She could clearly feel a murderous aura on Gu Xiaozhua's body as he barged over with vigor. A frightened shriek. Wang Xiao, However, she saw that Wang Chao was actually sitting steadily in his seat and didn't even return his head, as if he didn't notice it at all. Deng was so scared that he turned pale and hurriedly closed his eyes, his whole body trembling. Click! A sound of bones breaking. How? After a long time, Gu Xiaozhuamu's incredibly horrified voice came out. Just now, he used all of his strength and hit Wang Chao heavily. His own wrist was surprisingly broken. Nothing happened to the other side at all. How is this possible? Absolutely not. It was at this time that Wang Chao turned around unhurriedly and lightly glanced at Gu Xiaozhua before he could open his mouth. He saw Gu Xiaozhua plop down on his knees and frantically snap his head. Master, spare your life. Master, spare your life. It's all about having no eyes and offending the master. I still hope that the master will give a chance. I'm willing to serve you. Gu Xiaozhua had long been scared to death. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolling down, his body drenched in cold sweat. Who cares about the image of a master? Saving his life is important. At the moment, he couldn't even feel the pain of his broken wrist because of his excessive trepidation. The moment Wang Chao turned around, he understood that the other party was afraid to be at least at the Zhongshe realm. That punch he had just thrown was tantamount to an ant trying to shake a tree, hitting a stone with an egg. Shen Yu had originally thought that Wang Chao would surely die. When she suddenly heard the old man kneeling down and begging for mercy, she could not help but be stunned, torn and emboldened. He slowly opened his eyes. To his dismay, he realized that Wang Chao was not at all bothered, and was even calmly smoking a cigarette. Countless waves of shock were instantly raised in his heart. Reverence, adoration, exaltation, all sorts of emotions mingled together. She had always envied those powerful high achievers on TV and hoped that one day, she would be able to meet them herself. And today, she felt she had met it. Give you a chance? Well, tell me, how am I going to give you a chance? Wang Chao looked at Gu Xiaozhua with disdain. Do not be such a wimp, just now that overbearing spirited? Gu Xiaozhua decides to be brave in order to disabuse Wang Chao of the idea that he wants to kill him. Raising his left hand, he channeled his chi above his left hand and punched his left leg with force. Click! Left leg is broken. Even so, Gu Xiaozhua didn't even grunt, bracing himself on the ground and saying, Master, do you think it's okay now? Wang Chao did not say anything. This grandson is really ruthless, but it is just a bad brain. If the guy hadn't been useful afterward, he'd be a dead man by now. But a mortal sin is a mortal sin. Isn't he ruthless? Then give him a chance. Fade. Break the other one too. The corners of Gu Xiaozhua's mouth trembled furiously, and in his heart, he furiously cursed Wang Chao's 18 generations of ancestors. But the mouth says, yes, 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 yes. With a roll, he sat on the ground, and once again lucked over his left hand and slammed it hard into his right leg. Click! Broken bones in the right leg. Rao Gu Xiaozhua, who was in the inner strength realm, had broken his legs and was showing some signs of fainting at this time, but he did not dare to faint, and once more he turned over with the strength of his back. He could no longer kneel, but could only prostrate himself on the ground. Master, can you spare my dog's life now? Did I say I'd spare you? Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and coldly looked at Gu Xiaozhua. Gu Xiaozhua froze in place, veins rippling on his face. If you want to kill me, just say so. You made me break both my legs, and now you want to kill me? Clenched his teeth and said, how can the master spare my dog's life? Wang Chao dusted off his sleeves. I have this dress, but it's customized, and now you've soiled it. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Gu Xiaozhua only wanted to live now. Money was most useless to him. Hurriedly pulling out a bank card from his bag. Master, there are $20 million in this card. Do you think it's enough? If it's not enough, I'll go back to Zhao Liang's grandson and ask for it again. Shen Yu looked at Gu Xiaozhua and her jaw dropped in surprise. $20 million? Just the money to pay for the clothes? But the old man deserved to have his legs broken. Okay, go back and tell Zhao Liang to just pay out whatever he wants. Wang Chao laughed in a bizarre way that gave people chills. He then reached out and pulled what was left of Gu Xiaozhua's hand, saying quietly, your hand is useless nowadays, said the man, giving it a gentle push. Click. Broken. Gu Xiaozhua's face was twisted up in pain, and his eyes were bubbling with endless hatred, but he didn't dare to speak or even look at Wang Chao. That power just now was too strong. Today, this young man is in a good mood, so I'll spare your dog's life. Get lost and go back. Wang Chao picked up Gu Xiaozhua and directly threw him out of the doorway. Then, as if nothing had happened, he twisted his head and rushed at the boss's wife, who had been stunned, and said with a faint smile, Boss's wife, is the meal ready yet? When the boss's wife heard Wang Chao call out to her, Her body went limp and paralyzed on the floor, shivering as she answered, "Ma, right away, right away, right away," climbing up several times before getting up off the floor. With a shaky walk, he headed for the back kitchen. Wang Chao sat down with a flourish, and when he saw that Xinyu had been staring at him with a glint in her eyes, he knew that his purpose was about to be accomplished. On the other side, Yi Fan returned to the inn with a face full of mud, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He was a hallowed immortal dignitary, but to escape by hitting a dog hole, it was really humiliating to talk about it, but he really can't help it. He saw that there were actually several Qigong masters among those people Sun Kai had called. Although his strength was quite a bit weaker than him, he had just been counted in the afternoon and his body was still weak. He could only vanish in ways he had never used before, even the most disdainful ways, and to think that today was a bad day, and I actually didn't win a single bet on boxing. If I hadn't escaped so quickly, I'd be in debt. Poof! A mouthful of blood. Spat out. Wang Chao. It must be Wang Chao. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought back to the entire day. When he came to Yunzhong City, he was robbed and originally wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by a familiar force. As he fell, he vaguely saw a car pull out from the curb. Then Wang Chao appeared, and the black boxing ring. He felt that power again and saw Wang Chao again. He hadn't cared much before. Too much of a coincidence now that I think about it. It must be Wang Chao. But why would Wang Chao target him? Could it be Wang Chao, the head of the Wang family in Yanjing who was killed by me in my last life? He was reborn too? Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he thought of this. Yes, it must be. Although Wang Chao's appearance was different from his previous life, his own intuition must not be wrong. Griffin, going against this immortal exalt. When this immortal exalt recovers his strength, you still won't be able to get rid of the fate of your last life. I want you to die. You will never live. Chapter 57. It's really him. Ding. The protagonist vomits blood in exasperation. Luck value -200. Luck value 10,400. Host villain value +200. Available villain value 2,900. Wang Chao was eating with his head down when he suddenly heard the system prompt and froze. Breathless and spitting blood? TSK. TSK, 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 TSK. However, thinking about it, a hallowed immortal dignitary was like a mouse, digging a hole to escape. Whoever could be angry and spit out blood. Very well. More blood, please. 3 liters to hit the bottom. Xinyu sat opposite Wang Chao and stared at him obsessively, thinking about the handsome scene of Wang Chao throwing someone out just now, and even forgot to eat her meal. That was a bit of an immortal just now. Wang Chao didn't even put up a fight and won without a fight. It was simply mesmerizing. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Wang Chao raised his eyes and was seeing Xinyu looking at him dumbfounded. Secretly this girl would not want to worship the master now, right? In the original plot, it was after Yi Fan defeated Gu Xiaozhua that Xinyu developed the desire to become a master at that time. Young Wang was so handsome just now, he even knocked down the immortals. Are you an immortal too? When Xinyu heard Wang Chao's magnetic voice, she immediately returned to her senses and her face brushed red. However, his eyes were still fixed on Wang Chao without any desire to retreat. No, Wang Chao's face was faint. What immortal? Just a rookie in the inner strength realm. Can you teach me kung fu? I want to be as strong as you. Xinyu pursed her lips and asked with an expectant face. What's coming, is coming. In the original book, Xinyu was very talented. After becoming Yi Fan's disciple, within a short period of time, he became Yi Fan's most capable assistant. And Xinyu was extremely high in the original book, second only to the heroine Lu Zixia. So accepting her as a disciple should be the only way to cut off Yi Fan from Xinyu. Even if Xinyu's favorability value towards Yi Fan is now reduced to 0, it is not guaranteed to be foolproof. After all, Yi Fan really was the reincarnation of an immortal Dharma, and his means were extremely numerous, but he wasn't in a hurry now, and faintly said to Xinyu, eat first. Yes, Xinyu answered. Surprisingly Wang Chao didn't reject it outright, showing that there was still hope for her. After eating the meal, Wang Chao didn't have much to do, so he returned to the inn, thinking back to Yi Fan's knowledge of the news he had put out. In fact, he had already guessed who had told Yi Fan about this. It was obvious that the video and post were posted by both Liang Wu and Ho Chang together, and the two of them wouldn't be stupid enough to sue themselves. The most crucial issue was that Yi Fan's matter was something he had only talked about in a small group of the dormitory. The only people who know about it are the people in the dormitory. The only possibility is that it was done by Cho Sung. As he was thinking, he suddenly received a Weibo message from Liang Wu. Chow. Cho Sung hasn't been right lately. Wang Chao was about to ask Liang Wu, and quickly returned. What's wrong? Liang Wu, I saw Zhao Chang often sneaking out behind our backs. And guess what I saw? Liang Wu, I saw that he actually dined with his sister-in-law. Liang Wu, photo, JPG. Wang Chao looked at the 3 consecutive messages sent by Liang Wu, and the last photo was a picture of Zhao Chang and Lu Zixia having dinner. The photo was taken through glass and was obviously a sneak peek. Liang Wu, should we teach him a lesson? Wang Chao thought that in the original book, Lu Zixia was not a double-minded person and only liked the male lead. I don't think that character will ever change. He didn't want to kill the heroine just yet. He had to make LV Zixia desperate first. If Zhao Chang dared to approach LV Zixia, he would only die. He wanted to tell everyone in the world that whoever touched LV Zixia would have to die. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chao returned. No, I'll take care of it myself. Then, immediately contacted Ken Ho Lee. I'll give you information about a man and do him quietly. Li Jianhao immediately responded. No problem. After hanging up the phone, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was really Zhao Chang. If he can do it, don't blame yourself for not being able to tolerate him. Lying in bed, thinking about the next episodes in the original book, Yifan pretended enough on the first day, and on the second day, he was still bored of pretending. It's the beginning of Saturday that is the climax of the black boxing tournament. It's also the pinnacle of Yifan's pretense. Moving his neck around a bit, it was a bit of a tiring day. It's just a matter of getting some sleep. I have more important things to do tomorrow. Inside the office, Zhao Liang smoked cigarettes in a depressed manner, one after another, practically soaking himself in smoke. Kong Chunlong called just now, asking about the income and expenditure of this day. He shrugged off the fact that he hadn't settled the bill yet and would report back when he did, but in reality, it was already calculated. A total of $400 million was lost. Now he only hoped that Zhuo Lao could bring back Wang Chao's $350 million. He can still deliver to the top. If he can't get it back, Kong Junlong will be the first one who won't let him go, and then he's afraid that someone will really die. In the midst of his despondency, he suddenly saw a man covered in blood crawling through the doorway. Frightened, he jumped straight up from his chair, thinking he had seen a ghost, his heart beating so wildly that it was practically jumping out of his throat. When he saw that the person who came in was Zhuo Lao, he was even more scared than if he had seen a ghost. His feet shifted back involuntarily, his voice shaking badly. You, Zhuo Lao, how did you become like this? It took half a day of shaking to complete the short sentence. Ahem, Gu Xiaozhua coughed, his mouth full of blood. His legs are broken and his hands are ruined, leaving only his arms still working. Climbed all the way up and wore out my clothes. You can imagine how hard it was for him to come back that way. Elder Zhua, what exactly happened? Zhao Liang took a few deep breaths and his voice finally stopped shaking. He obviously sent Zhuo Lao to kill Wang Chao. How come Zhuo Lao came back covered in wounds? Zhao Liang, that Wang Chao is a high-ranking person, can't be messed with. Gu Xiaozhua said a few words and then crooked on the ground panting heavily. Then, spitting blood out of his mouth again, he said vaguely, he told me to give you a message to send the money over, or else he's going to kill your whole family. Elder Zhua, you can't be joking, right? When Zhao Liang heard money, he only felt a surge of rawness. With a deficit of over 400 million today, he didn't know how to explain it to Kong Junlong. If he went to give money to that Wang Chao again, he might as well just kill him. Ha, just kidding, look at my limbs. If he hadn't asked me to come back and give you a message, I'd be dead. Gu Xiaozhua was weak and powerless on the ground, without a trace of the master's elegance. All that was left was remorse. Chapter 58. I'll give you an explanation. The night was getting late. A hurried figure came to the door of the room Wang Chao was staying in, and he hesitated at the door for a long time before gathering the courage to gently knock on the door. During the time he waited, he held his breath, not even daring to breathe. A moment later, an icy voice came from inside the house. Who is it? Great, master, it's me. I'm Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang bowed slightly and hurriedly responded respectfully. When he heard Wang Chao's icy voice with a few hints of displeasure, his heart was beating madly and he had an urge to turn around and run. He originally wanted to call Kong Junlong, but when he thought about it, Kong Junlong had all the respect for Elder Zhua. If he really knew that he had offended an expert who was countless times more powerful than Zhuo Lao, he would definitely die. So, drove straight to the inn, trying to beg for Wang Chao's forgiveness. As for Kong Juan loans, he had already thought of a set of words to say. When Wang Chao heard that it was Zhao Liang, he subconsciously assumed that this kid was here to cause trouble. Jumping off the bed, he moved his wrists and opened the door. Just as he was about to do so, he saw Zhao Liang plop down on his knees and present a card with both hands, raising it above his head. Master, in this card is $100 million to compensate you for your clothes. Buying clothes? Wang Chao frowned. What kind of clothes to buy? Suddenly, he remembered what he had said to Gu Xiaozhua earlier, and it turned out that he had come to deliver money. Don't for nothing, reach out and take the bank card. Okay, go for it, he said, and closed the door directly behind him. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Zhao Liang hurriedly kowtowed and screamed in his heart. What if this big man goes back to the track tomorrow? A deep sigh. Never mind. Let's just get through the day. He was just about to leave when suddenly he heard the room shouting. Zhao Liang. Master. I am. Zhao Liang had a moment of panic in his heart for no reason. The master wouldn't change his mind and want to kill someone. Would he? Wang Chao walked into the room before he thought of something and reached out to open the door. Come in. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Zhao Liang couldn't tell what Wang Chao's attitude was and was a little apprehensive. Upon entering the room, he stood in the center of the room, standing in a slate-like manner. There is a sense of the student making a mistake and being called into the office for a lecture. Do you have enough fighters? Wang Chao suddenly remembered that Yi Fan had escaped from the ring and should not dare to go to the ring to place a bet. As long as he goes, he has to be beaten to death by Sun Kongtai. But Yi Fan doesn't go to bet on boxing. Hell, how is he going to take the villain value? So gotta give him a hand. Hey, for the sake of the protagonist, he or she, like an old mother, is also worried. Enough to go around. We have over 100 fighters. Although Zhao Liang didn't understand why Wang Chao asked this, he still replied truthfully. Wang Chao's eyelids pulled back as he coldly looked at Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang was a bit unresponsive, thinking, this big guy isn't going to go into a fake boxing match, is he? Ugh, you don't want a boxing match, do you? I'll have to. If that were true, 100 fighters wouldn't be enough for this big man to fight in a day. There was no way to save my life, so I hurriedly shook my head. Not enough. Satisfied, Wang Chao asked Zhao Liang to come closer and whispered to him. Downstairs room, there's a guy named Yi Fan. Went to your place to gamble on boxing today, and lost several games in a row. Conservatively estimated, lost several $1 million. Zhao Liang didn't understand what Wang Chao meant and didn't dare to ask. Standing straight there, not daring to blink his eyes, waiting for Wang Chao to continue, he left without checking out. Wang Chao straightened up, pulled out a cigarette, and slowly lit it. The master is trying to get me to do him? Zhao Liang was busy guessing, but when he thought about it, he felt that it wasn't right. It was embarrassing to have the words out and not be able to take them back. You people, why do you always like to fight and kill? All civilized people. Naturally we should do something civilized. Wang Chao rebuked a few sentences without slowing down and smoked a cigarette. You still have a few people who know Qigong, right? Take them all with you, talk to him properly, and let him go to help you pay off your debt with black boxing tomorrow. If you can't negotiate, the 100 million you gave me will be my starting bet tomorrow. Yes, I'll get right on it. Zhao Liang wiped his cold sweat as he responded to whatever Wang Chao said. It's a ING starting capital of 100 million straight up, and you're going to double it. That's dozens of shows a day. The richest man in the country doesn't even have enough to lose. However, after hearing Wang Chao's words, he remembered something. There were a few games where the accounts didn't match up, so it was that Yi Fan kid. Fighting to pay off debts is a good method. No matter what methods we use, we must get Yi Fan over. Talk to people nicely, okay? Wang Chao smiled meaningfully and gently slapped Zhao Liang's shoulder. Go! Hey! Don't worry, master, don't worry. I'll handle it properly. Good night, master. Goodbye, master. Zhao Liang almost fled out of Wang Chao's room. As soon as I left the house, I immediately changed my face, pulled out his cell phone and started calling. Let all those who have practiced Qigong in their positions come to the inn. After asking about Yi Fan's room, he took more than 20 people and went straight to Yi Fan's room. Knock knock. Open the door. Open the door. One of Zhao Liang's men, wearing a small black hat, opened a standard duck voice. Yi Fan was meditating and practicing in his room. His mind was very unstable, and every time he thought of Wang Chao, he was shaking with anger. Suddenly, He heard a knock at the door and became even more distracted. Standing up, he asked in a dark voice, "Who? Hurry up and open the door for me. If you don't blame me for being rude." The Cockney roared. Yi Fan was getting angry in his heart and thought that Sun Kai had brought someone. The heart said that he had just fled because he hadn't regained his strength. Now that it had recovered to the 7th degree, it was no problem to fight 10 of them. "Since you have come to my door, don't blame me for being rude to you." Standing up, he moved his fists, ready to go big and take a good breath. "Come to the door and open it." Straight up dumbfounded. Why are there so many people? And all of them have practiced Qigong? The afterglow swept around, did not see Sun Kai, and wondered in his heart, what are all these people doing? "You're the Yi Fan who bet on black boxing and didn't settle the bill?" Zhao Liang sized up Yi Fan, at most 175 in the original book. After this guy cultivated, he suddenly grew in size. It's just so bloody, not bad looking, a bit thin and weak, and doesn't look like boxing material. But this was what Master Wang had ordered. Even if he was killed on stage, it should have nothing to do with him. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart fluttered. It was outrageous that the gang knew he hadn't checked out, and no one saw him when he escaped. The best part is that these people even know his name. And so on. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Wang Chao seems to have seen him make a hole. It's Wang Chao again. Yi Fan clenched his fists with a cackle as he thought of this. Outrageous. I am a southern heavenly immortal venerable, being repeatedly bullied and humiliated by a mole. I really deserve to die. Over $2 million. He can't afford to pay it back. Looking around the room, there were about 20 people here. He could knock out 4 or 5 of them in an instant and give them a run for their money. Then using the skill he was famous for, the rapid cloud step, he should be able to escape to the door. Follow the doorway. Don't know this place well. Chapter 59, Please continue to hate me. Yi Fan eventually gave up the idea of escaping. It wasn't true that he could fight 10, but there were 20 on the other side. Kill 10, then he'll have to wait for death. Damn Wang Chao. After weighing his options, he made the decision to save his life and concede. Before he could open his mouth, he heard Zhao Liang continue. Kid, I checked. You owe us a total of $2,005,000. Now settle up. Or what? Big brother, can we hold off for 2 days? Yi Fan felt that his dignity had been insulted. But people have no choice but to stay in the Green Mountain. Not afraid of no firewood. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. A 2-day reprieve? Do you think we're a charity? Zhao Liang raised his eyebrows in displeasure. And thinking that Wang Chao had asked him to talk properly, he eased his tone a little and said, Now I'll give you 2 ways out. One is to pay back the money now, or else, cut off your arm. The second one, fight for us and pay back the money. Yi Fan's heart was like this when he heard the first path. Angry. After hearing the second one, it went like this. Buzz, asterisk. However, his face remained unperturbed, with a haughty look. But something didn't feel right, and his brain spun rapidly, trying to find that hint of something wrong. Hurry up and choose. Don't make me do it. Zhao Liang saw Yi Fan's hesitation and impatiently urged. The men behind him rolled up their sleeves as well, as if they were about to strike. I'll go boxing with you. Yi Fan took a deep breath and finally made this stifling decision. In his previous life, he was a high and mighty immortal dignitary, doing anything without the need to look at other people's faces, and he had always been the only one to threaten others. Now, the tiger was bullied by the dog, and was actually threatened by a group of earthly ants, but it had to be done to save his life. Don't worry, as long as you fight well, I definitely won't treat you badly. Pack up, don't live here, we have staff quarters. A smile also appeared on Zhao Liang's face, and he breathed a long sigh of relief when the big brother's account was done. However, to be on the safe side, it was better to throw Yi Fan onto his heels. In case he ran away, that would be a big trouble. Wang Chao stood in front of the window and kept listening to the movement downstairs. Hearing that Yi Fan was deflated, his body was refreshed. He stretched and was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a system alert. Ding! Protagonist's hate value for the host plus 99,999. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 10,200. Ding! The protagonist absconds and is discovered. Luck value minus 300. Luck value 9,900. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Luck value minus 500. Luck value 9,400. Host villain value plus 1,000. Available villain value 3,900. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows in confusion. How come Yi Fan was starting to hate him again? He had heard everything just now, and Zhao Liang hadn't said a word to him. Ha! It's true that the protagonist has great reflexes. Wang Chao quickly figured it out. Just now, Zhao Liang directly called out Yifan's name. In the entire town, there were only a few people who knew Yifan's name, and Yifan had seen himself before he fled. The corner of his mouth hooked up in an evil smile. Clever and smart. Thanks to your hatred, the old man has increased his villain value again. But at the same time, Wang Chao was also thinking about another problem. He had sent people to bully Yifan before, but that time there was no villainous value. And after that, in the robbery of the bus, and just now, there are villain values. Does the other guy have to know that I'm the one screwing him in order to have the appropriate villain value? Wang Chao's eyes lit up. In that case, wouldn't it be fine to confront him head-on? Ding! The system prompts that it is important to do things sensibly. Otherwise, the protagonist will increase the value of qi. Wang Chao rolled his eyes breathlessly, still thinking of finding someone to violently beat up Yifan every day. It seems that this method won't work. That's fine. Just get someone to beat him up as badly as is reasonable. Happy to go to bed with that thought. The next day, Wang Chao slept until he woke up naturally. The mood was unbelievable and it was another day of watching the action. Young Wang, do you want to go watch the fight today? Or do you want to stroll around the town? Xinyu carried the breakfast she had cooked with her own hands and sent it to Wang Chao's room, asking with a reverent face. She stayed up almost all night, excited at the thought of Wang Chao's handsome face and strong power. Go on, watch the game. But no bets today, Wang Chao said. Why? Xinyu looked at him in disbelief. Yesterday, Mr. Wang was a big winner, so why don't you continue? Gambling on fists, not desirable. The so-called 9 out of 10 gambles. You have to understand this, Wang Chao said in an inscrutable manner. Xinyu had so many question marks on her head. However, seeing that Wang Chao seemed unwilling to say more, he didn't pursue the matter further and handed over the breakfast. Outside the ring field, the crowd stirred. Everyone crossed their fingers and waited for the black fist to begin. Yesterday's betting on boxing saw the vast majority of people win the pot. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. The people who originally just came to watch the fun. Once they heard that someone earned how much and how much, their eyes reddened to the point of being unable to do so. So 7 or 8 times more people came today than yesterday. Zhao Liang was in a good mood when he saw the crowd on the periphery, and according to Wang Chao's instructions, he arranged for Yifan to appear a total of 3 to 5 times today. In the first match, it was arranged that the strongest and most card-carrying man in their fights would come out. The two fought until the sky and the earth were dark. In the end, Yifan lost by 1 move. In the second match, a medium-strong man was arranged to fight against Yifan. The two still had a back and forth, and in the end, Yifan lost. In the third match, an extremely weak person was arranged to fight against Yifan. The two fought to the death, or Yifan failed. After the 3 fights, depending on the state of the scene, 2 more fights were arranged, both of which were arranged for Yifan to lose. If anyone questioned it, he or she would have already found a reason to do so. Let's just say that Yifan had consumed too much in the previous match and had to continue on stage. So he lost. As for the money lost, it is nothing at all, and it can be recovered by arranging a few random system games. After the plan was finalized, Zhao Liang called Yifan and a 2-meter-tall strong man over. You two, be the first to come out. Remember, you must fight for a longer period of time, injuring each other, and in the end, Yifan loses in 1 move. Got it? Defeated? When Yifan heard this word, he only felt very unfamiliar and felt that the person in front of him was really humiliating him. He was an immortal exalt. How had he ever been defeated? When Zhao Liang saw that Yifan was not happy, he also coldly lowered his face. What? You don't like it? If you don't like it, pay back now. $200 million. Chapter 60, Stunning the Crowd. When Yifan heard that he had to pay out $200 million, his face instantly grimaced. As an immortal duke, he would never repudiate a debt he owed, but he would never allow others to screw him over either. The tone of his voice was cold. Why is it 200 million when it's clearly 2 million? You're ing. When Zhao Liang saw Yifan questioning him, his little temper rose instantly, and he just wanted to start cursing. But suddenly he thought of Wang Chao saying that he wanted to have a good talk. Strongly suppressing his anger, his tone immediately softened a lot. You do owe me $2 million. Didn't we sign a contract last night? You have to finish this underground boxing match for me and unconditionally listen to my arrangements. If you breach the contract, the breach of contract is $200 million. When Yifan heard this, killing intent rose in his heart. He was actually careless, and he didn't even realize that they had tampered with the contract. A group of mole crickets dared to cheat his hallowed immortal dignity. It was simply unbearable. Take a deep breath and clench your fists. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that the two juniors behind Zhao Liang had one of them pull out a black-holed pistol. In his heart, he couldn't carry the bullets yet, and it was hard to dodge them at such a close distance. Gritting his teeth, he compromised once more. Yes, kid, have a vision. Follow me. There's money to be made. Zhao Liang bared his teeth in a satisfied smile and turned his head to his little brother at the side. Has the host arranged for it? Rio, it's all set up and the lines memorized. The little brother nodded. Zhao Liang was complacent and raised his voice. Don't make any ing mistakes, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Open for business. The entrance to underground fights opened slowly. The people waiting outside rushed inside as if they were crazy. Wang Chao was at the end of the crowd, walking unhurriedly from the distance. Walking into the ring with Xingyu, he found an unoccupied corner and sat down. Soon, a host in a suit, holding a microphone, makes his way to the ring. The crowd couldn't help but be surprised. Yesterday there seemed to be no host, just a man with a full beard, said the rules of the ring, straight off the bat. I can't help but look forward to it even more as it actually seems formal today. The host came on and said something nice, then went over the rules. Finally, Zhang said, just yesterday, there was a friend who lost $2 million here, and he was probably the only one in the whole place who lost money. As a result, he escaped, right there, and actually dug a hole in the ground to escape, the host said, pointing to the place where Yifan dug a pit to escape yesterday. The look on everyone's face, all of them, equals, punching holes? Is that even possible? Is this guy a rat? Holy, I've been taught. Old Iron 666, Yifan, who was preparing to go out in the background, did not expect at all that the host would suddenly say this. The original face of a high-flying man looked particularly twisted at this moment, almost spitting out another mouthful of blood. He cursed Wang Chao 100 times in his heart. But then, this brother, whose name is Yifan, recognized the mistake in time. The host deliberately paused for a moment, glanced at the speech, and continued impassionedly. And Yifan came in person, asking for a fight to pay off his debt. And we, as the organizer, in the spirit of serving the public, so we agreed to it. So for the first match, he's going to challenge our great demon king, Liang. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anyone who was here yesterday knows about Philip Young, a big 2-meter guy who weighs over 300 pounds. The key is especially flexible, and against him, you basically get seconded, and it's ridiculously strong. These organizers are big philanthropists. Isn't it obvious that they are giving away money to the crowd? Don't let the organizers hear you. Yeah. Backstage, Yifan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Why are you still bringing this up? Didn't we agree to just fight? That's a lot of embarrassment. Cold face. Only one thought now. Mask your face. Ding. Main character's grudge against the host plus 99,999. Host minus 200. Luck value 9,200. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 4,100. Wang Chao's eyebrows flew up when he heard the system's prompt. There was no better feeling than this. It was estimated that he would be able to add quite a bit to his villain value by doing nothing for the rest of the day. Opening the system interface, without realizing it, he already had 4,100 villain values. It's time to get stronger. Mental math shows that you can redeem 200 points. System, can't you really add more charm? Everything else is 300. Just the charm is 200. It's terrible to look at. Ding. The system prompts that it can't. Stingy. Add up to 300 for each value. And for the extra, add it to strength. Ding. The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 330, 100 for normal. Mental, 300, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, full. Physical fitness, 300, 100 for normal people. Technique, Tai Chi technique. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, 5 billion. Available villain value, 100. Main character's luck value, 9,200. Hiss. After the system addition was completed, Wang Chao suddenly felt that even with his eyes closed, he could clearly feel the presence of everyone in the venue, including the likes of Zhao Liang who was smoking backstage. His ears had also become more intelligent, and he could hear the whispers of everyone in the arena if he wanted to. The body didn't change much, but only felt that the strength of the body had increased quite a bit again. As for a punch right now, what level it could reach, He wasn't sure yet. Wang Xiao. Isn't this the kid who got beaten up yesterday? Xin Yu originally thought about whether to place a few more bets. After all, she had quite a lot of money, but she was afraid that Wang Qiao would be angry. While he was torn, he suddenly saw Yi Fan come out. She instantly thought of Yi Fan's beating and digging the hole in the ground yesterday. Wang Qiao nodded. Yes, that's him. Xin Yu was surprised. Why is he here? Wang Qiao shrugged his shoulders and was too lazy to explain. I don't know. Xin Yu didn't pay attention to listen just now and just felt strange, but didn't think much about it and focused on the ring. After Yi Fan came on stage, he naturally caused a lot of hot debates. The crowd took a look at Yi Fan's small physique standing in front of young Fei Li, and there was a sense of vestigial vision of a father and a 7 or 8-year-old child, originally optimistic about young Fei Li. At this moment is even more to eat a pill of certainty. Zhao Liang grinned straight as he watched the bets being placed in the background, because all the people involved in the betting were betting on Philip Young to win. Yesterday, excluding Wang Qiao's participation, the highest single game bet was over $12 million. Today, good lord, the first one reached $80 million. A long sigh. Suddenly the phone rang. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was Kong Junlong who had called, and he could not help but shiver. Trying to exhale a few breaths, he picked it up stiffly. Hey, Lung, Rio yesterday's gain, how come it's negative? Kong Junlong's voice was so cold that it seemed to be freezing Zhao Liang through the phone line. He checks the company's earnings every day, and although the black boxing tournament is now settled, the app backend is accessible to him. I ended up going in and my jaw almost dropped in surprise. After 2 days of fighting, not only did he not make any money, he hitched over $400 million into it. Rio, let me explain. It's like this. Zhao Liang originally wanted to slow down for a day today, and then go and tell Kong Junlong when he earns almost back his capital after today's fight. Who knew that Kong Junlong called first, and did not dare to hide anymore, told him everything. Wang Qiao? Which Wang Qiao? Kong Junlong couldn't help but frown as he listened. Chapter 61. A man is dead. Yi Fan and young Fei Li were on the stage, having a back and forth, fighting for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Yi Fan intentionally revealed a break and was hit in the face by a punch from young Fei Li. With a plop, he fell to the ground and didn't get up. This little man can even fight with young Fei Li for so long. Some people marveled at Yi Fan's strength. No, it scared me. I thought the little man was going to win. False alarm. Yi Fan fell, and the crowd's collective emotions rose. No matter what, it was good to win. As for how strong Yi Fan really was, that was a matter of opinion. Yi Fan, who was lying on the stage pretending to be dead, listened to the discussion under the stage and wanted to jump up and argue with them, but he couldn't, clenching his teeth in exasperation. In his heart, he cursed Wang Qiao. Ding! The protagonist hates you plus 99,999. Main character's chi value minus 200. Chi value 9,000. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Luck value minus 400. Luck value 8,600. Host villain value plus 600. Available villain value 700. Wang Qiao's heart was happy when he heard the system's prompt. This way of earning villain value is a blast. What was even more enjoyable was watching Yi Fan, who could clearly beat his opponent, not being able to fight back and fall to the ground with hatred. Sheesh, it's not right. Last time Yi Fan's dignity was trampled on, didn't he give 500 villain value? How come this time it's 400? Has the dignity of the immortal dignitary become weaker? But it doesn't matter. Am I someone who cares about that 100 villain values? Xin Yu looked at the collapsed Yi Fan, the good feeling value once again lowered. No ability, but also on the stage. The key is also betting on losing and running. It was still Wang Qiao who was more handsome, and the immortals were able to beat him down. The rest of the day was slightly boring, and Zhao Liang arranged for 2 consecutive system games. After the $80 million we lost in the first game, we made $150 million. The mood was very soothing. Wang Qiao couldn't care less about the rest of the people and only wanted to see Yi Fan come out to be abused again. Just thinking about it, suddenly received a phone call, took out his cell phone to see, but it was Kong Junlong who called. Pick it up without slowing down. Uncle Kong. Hey, Chow, where are you? Kong Junlong was shocked to hear that a supermaster had appeared in the Fighters Championship and his name was still Wang Qiao. He drove directly to Shuishi Town and asked Zhao Liang in detail. Didn't ask any questions either, so call personally to confirm that this Wang Qiao is not the Wang Qiao of Jianbei University. If so, Then Wang Chao's identity was just too terrifying. I'm in Waterloo West. I heard there was a boxing championship here, so I came to have some fun. What can I do for you? Wang Chao's tone was as cold as ever, and no emotions could be heard. In his heart, he thought, the big fish has finally come. I wonder how much the villain value can be increased by subjugating Kong Junlong. Hiss. Once Kong Junlong heard that Superman Wang was in Shueshi town, his pupils widened more than 3 times than before. What kind of person is Wang Chao? Who can afford to drive a yacht, smoke a Fu Chun, live in a villa on Wangshan Mountain, or be a Qigong master? Hurry up and say, you're also in Water West Town. I made this boxing championship. Where are you now? I'll go over to find you. I'm inside the arena watching the game. Wang Chao faintly said, I'm on my way. Soon, Kong Junlong brought Zhao Liang, and a bunch of his men, and hurriedly walked out from the temporary office. Out. Brother Long, Master Wang is there. Zhao Liang had sharper eyes and saw Wang Chao at a glance. Sure enough, it's him. When Kong Junlong saw Wang Chao, he came to him as fast as he could and smiled in a very cordial manner. Xiao Chao. You came here. Why didn't you tell me? Uncle Kong is polite. I just came over to have some casual fun. I didn't expect that this was opened by you. Wang Chao still had a face like water and said in a nonchalant manner, is this your girlfriend? Kong Junlong's heart thumped when he saw Xinyu. Mr. Wang has a girlfriend? Then won't the daughter have no chance? No, she's my tour guide. Wang Chao really wanted to laugh when he looked at Kong Junlong's sudden change of expression. In the original book, Kong Junlong's expression was the same when he saw Yifan followed by Xinyu, and knew whatever was on his mind. Oh, so this is the case. Xiao Chao, here are a lot of people. Let's go to the office, just at noon to treat you to a meal. Since the last time you saved my daughter, have not invited you to eat a meal. Yes. Wang Chao didn't refuse and turned his head to look at Xinyu. Just stay here. I'll call you this afternoon. Okay, young Wang. Xinyu nodded obediently. Kong Junlong guided Wang Chao just as he walked into the office. When he heard someone shouting, Rio, it's bad. Someone's dead. Zhao Liang frowned. He wasn't too worried about a fatality. Wang Chao had killed 3 people yesterday. But the problem was that there were so many people here, and it wouldn't be good if the people around them heard. Hurriedly chortling. Slow down. What's going on? Yi Fan. It's Yi Fan. He killed Yang Feili. The little brother lowered his voice in horror. He had followed Zhao Liang for a long time and had seen many Qigong masters kill people. However, Yi Fan was too ruthless and directly pierced through Yang Feili's heart with a punch, directly ripping out the heart. Then, he actually shoved the entire heart into young Philip's mouth again. He almost didn't throw up when he saw this scene. As Kong Junlong listened to his men's account, a cold light leapt across the bottom of his eyes and his entire face went cold. Daring to kill someone in his ring, simply living out of his mind. But now that Wang Chao was there, even if he was angry, he had to be concerned about this honorable guest beside him. After contemplating for a moment, he was just about to say a few polite words to Wang Chao when he heard Wang Chao say quietly, get it together. Good. Young Wang, follow me. Kong Junlong led Wang Chao backstage towards the ring with him. Just as he arrived backstage, he saw Yang Feili, who had collapsed on the ground and was out of breath. His mouth was full of blood, his heart still seemed to be beating in his mouth, and his eyes were as wide as the size of light bulbs in death. Yifan squatted beside the water basin on the side, leisurely washing his hands as if nothing had happened. He had just heard that the boss behind this place had come, and that Yang Feili was their strongest fighter here. How could he let himself go after having just insulted himself so much on stage? Just the thing to take him down. Lure the boss here, and as long as he holds him hostage, he'll have a chance to escape. Wang Chao looked at the rather relaxed Yifan, and a strange thought suddenly came into his mind. If he was preparing to kill Yifan, what would happen? Chapter 62, Accidents Happen. Wang Chao pondered for a few seconds and probably guessed the purpose of Yifan's murder. Surely it wasn't just because Philip Young had humiliated him. If that was the case, he should have done it a long time ago without having to wait until now. In the present words, Wang Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. Kong Chunlong. Because of Kong Junlong's appearance, Yifan also noticed it. He did this, presumably to draw Kong Chunlong over to him. And then, Wang Chao slightly curled the corner of his mouth. It seemed like Yifan was being pushed. However, in the original book, Kong Junlong, as an underground bigwig in the 5 cities, was only more ruthless than the protagonist. Yifan did something like this, Kong Junlong would definitely not keep him. But how can you leave such a thing as cleaning up the protagonist to outsiders? It's better to do it yourself. Although the system had previously hinted that it was impossible to kill the protagonist himself before the protagonist's chi value dropped to 0. But this time, he wanted to try. At the same time, let's also see how Yifan can survive the Jedi in this situation. Zhao Liang was shocked and confused for a few minutes when he saw Yang Feili who was dead on the ground. He didn't expect Yifan to be so ruthless in his strikes. It didn't match his appearance at all. And naturally, Kong Juanlong's face was blue. Yang Feili was his most relied upon player. And he was actually killed by Yifan by digging his heart out. This kid is really rampant to the extreme. This person cannot be capped. At this time, Yifan also noticed someone coming in behind him and thought to himself, he really did count well. Unperturbed, he stood up and turned his head to look. At a glance, he saw Wang Chao among the three, and for no reason, he winced. Him? What's he doing here? Eyes solemn. Whatever. It has to be done quickly. The one in the center should be the owner of this place. Kong Juanlong. Without saying a word, he directly made a hasty cloud step and rushed up. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning, and in just an instant, he killed in front of Kong Juanlong. At this moment, Kong Juanlong had only just removed his sight from the ground when he saw a silhouette coming straight towards him, and that shadow carried a thick killing intent. Even after years of mixing, he was shocked into a cold sweat. It was too late for him to dodge, and just as Yifan immediately reached out to grab him, suddenly another large hand appeared on the side. Miso. Yifan's outstretched hand was instantly grabbed, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. Terrified, he glanced sideways and saw that it was actually Wang Chao. At the moment, was looking at him with a wry smile. His heart was horrified. Why was Wang Chao's power so strong? But at this point, Yifan didn't want to be a sitting duck. If he was caught, he would only die. Raising his other hand, he gathered his chi and rose up, and a sky-destroying palm slapped at Wang Chao. Right now, he knew that he couldn't catch Kong Juanlong if he wanted to, and now he just wanted to crash through the tent and quickly escape from here. As for whether or not he could escape, he no longer had time to think about it. If you don't escape, you will die today. Wang Chao sneered when he saw Yifan use the heaven-destroying palm again. It's a trick that doesn't work for him at all. However, he didn't want to waste Yifan's palm. The moment the sky-destroying palm slapped at him, a hand pulled the dazed Kong Juanlong backward. With his other hand, he stiffly pulled Yifan's right hand against him. Yifan cursed in his heart. Based on his immortal dignity's experience in fighting for so many years, when he struck out with this move, his opponent's first reaction would be to dodge. Why don't you follow the rules? Young man, no martial virtues. In the nick of time, Yifan quickly put away the sky-destroying palm. If this palm hit his right hand, he was afraid that it would be ruined. However, despite this, the two palms were almost fractured when they faced each other. The palms of his hands tingled, and even his bones ached with them. That's a pretty quick response. Wang Chao secretly marveled at the fact that he could put away his attack at such a short distance, and was worthy of being the protagonist. But so what? You'll end up in my hands. Fury overflowed in his eyes, and his right hand gathered the strength of his entire body. Regardless of whether the other party died or not, they were prepared to give Yifan an all-out blow. Yifan felt a threat of death and turned around to flee. Trying to escape? Wang Chao was unimpressed. At such a close distance, trying to escape the attack range of his fist was harder than climbing up to heaven. Boom! Full power to the punch. And it's out. Wang Chao fantasized countless unexpected images in his mind, such as the sudden appearance of a high-ranking person who used bizarre means to take Yifan right away. Or perhaps, Yifan suddenly found a life-preserving equipment that made his punch useless. What he wished for the most was for Yifan to be killed by his punch. Whoosh! This chi-swallowing punch of Wang Chao wrapped a huge pressure to hit Yifan. Then, hit lonely. The moment Yifan turned to flee, he didn't know what he stepped on and actually fell. Falling down. System, don't be so bloody. Wang Chao face black line. You damn cannot wholesome cowhide means. Also let lousy open eyes? Yifan was also depressed to the extreme. How unlucky was this? To step on the soap when escaping. That fall really chewed up a mouthful of mud there. I'm the reincarnation of an immortal. Even if I die, I'll die with dignity. Before he could get up, however, he saw a big kick coming up. Darkness is finished. Born again a loneliness. Boo! Wang Chao's kick landed on Yifan's waist, directly sending him flying out. Pust! Yifan's body ripped away from the tent and flew out. The look on Wang Chao's face was extremely exaggerated. Sigma, degree. I didn't mean to kick him. I wasn't trying to kick him off. That's what the accident was? There's too much power. Master Wang Yilpi. Zhao Liang stood at the back and was the first to open his mouth to kiss ass. Beside that, being able to kick someone out so far was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Yifan must not be able to survive being kicked out. At this moment, Kong Junlong finally came back to his senses, and in just a few seconds, the situation was reversed. Wang Chao saved him from Yifan's hands, and also kicked Yifan out. After calming down, he plopped down on his knees. Thank you Master Wang for saving my life. Junlong is unable to repay you. In the future, if there is anything big or small, just order me. I, Kong Junlong, am willing to follow you. I hope that master will not refuse. Wang Chao withdrew his gaze, turned to look at Kong Junlong on the ground, and faintly said, we'll talk about this matter later. I'll go see if Yifan is dead. Then, sprinted off as fast as he could. Following the direction that Yifan flew out, he searched all the way, and kept searching for 100 or 10 meters, but still did not find Yifan's silhouette. That's when he saw a Mercedes, from a bridge not far away, speeding past. Chapter 63, The Man is Gone. Wang Chao looked coldly at the Mercedes that flew by. He knew that this was what the system called an accident. It's impossible to chase a car, but he memorized the license plate number. Pulling out his cell phone, he called Wubwas. Get me a license plate number. Then, the license plate number was stated. Young master, wait a moment. I'll get someone to check right away. Wubwa didn't ink, hung up the phone and went to find someone. Wang Chao held his cell phone, his eyes blandly looking at the direction the car was leaving, and a name flashed in his mind, Zheng Haishou. This black boxing match. The Zheng family in Yunzhong is also involved. Even if there are accidents, they should be within reason. It made the most sense for the Zheng family to save Yifan, but he still had to make sure first. Taking a deep breath, he turned and walked back. Young Wang, has Yifan's body been found yet? At this moment, Kong Junlong and Zhao Liang led a group of people, walking and rushing out from the tent. Seeing that he saw Wang Chao coming back, he hurriedly rushed up and asked, saved? Wang Chao glanced at Kong Junlong. Whose car is the Mercedes with license plate number 888? Mercedes? Isn't it North S77888? Kong Junlong asked in surprise. And when he saw Wang Chao nodding, he frowned. That's Chu Xiaotian's car. Chu Xiaotian? Upon hearing this, Wang Chao could not help but be stunned. In the original book, there wasn't much description of Chu Xiaotian either. -1 appearance when he was carjacked. After being slapped in the face by Yifan, there was no more drama. The book only said that he later followed Kong Junlong to submit to Yifan. How could it be him? At this time, Wang Chao's phone rang. Swept a glance at it was Wu Bo calling and picked it up. Young master, I've found it. It's the car of the underground emperor of Yunzhong, Chu Xiaotian. Has he messed with you? Do you want me to get someone to take care of him? Wu Bo had just heard a hint of anger in the young master's tone, and thought that it was Chu Xiaotian, the ungrateful one, who had offended the young master. No need. Wang Chao didn't want to use his family's power right now. After all, the villain value thing, he had to personally step in to get it. Suddenly thought of the Oasis group in the North Province. Account for what you do. How is it done? Young master, Oasis group has gone bankrupt. I have already sent someone to take over Oasis group. In addition, according to your orders, began to frantically buy up land all over the place. In addition to using the 1 billion you gave me, the old master heard that you want to enter the real estate. He provided you with $10 billion, all of which was placed in my place. On the other end of the phone, Wu Bo reported respectfully. Okay, let it go. And if you don't have enough money, ask my dad for more. Wang Chao hung up the phone expressionlessly. The dad in the book is kind of mean. He injected him with $10 billion without his consent. It's almost as if he's not in his sights. But, just be happy. Turning his head up, he turned to Kong Junlong. Take me to see Chu Xiaotian. Okay, young Wang, follow me. Kong Junlong didn't hesitate for a second. He also guessed that Yifan might have been saved by Chu Xiaotian. Then Yifan had just tried to kill him, and Chu Xiaotian had saved Yifan, which was against him. He'll have to be reprimanded later. Ding! Kong Junlong submits to the host. Main characters chi value -500. Chi value 8100. Host villain value +500. Available villain value 1200. Wang Chao sat in the car and listened to the system's belated prompt. Originally, I thought that after violently beating Yifan, there would be some rewards, only to find out that there was no pressure. This was probably the system's punishment after one's murderous intentions towards the protagonist. In that case, before the protagonist's luck value disappears, it is better not to kill him again. However, as the plot progresses, It's even worse to be sure later on. In the original book, Yi Fan became famous in the black boxing tournament, won the title of master, and unified the 5 cities. Then, he helped Zhang Haishou obtain the position of the family head, and after that, he went into the deep forest to cultivate. Yi Fan was already very powerful at that time. Then later, Yi Fan began to rectify the martial arts and kill people to seize treasures, eventually unifying the martial arts, seal the gods on earth, and finally ascend to immortality at the final mountain. No, we must block Yi Fan in the metropolis. He's going to go to the deep forest. A lot of things will become uncontrollable. Wang Chao somewhat regretted why he had to skin that. Wouldn't it smell better to keep Yi Fan well and let him continue to make a fool of himself in the black boxing ring and sit back and collect villain value? Kong Junlong personally drove and brought Wang Chao to Chu Xiaotian's home base, Superman Bar in Yunzhong City. As soon as Wang Chao got out of the car, he saw the Mercedes-Benz E-Class with license plate number North S77888. A trace of murderous aura quietly arose in his eyes. Daring to help Yi Fan? What a death wish! Kong Junlong also saw the Mercedes-Benz and swept a glance at Wang Chao with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He was the biggest power in the 5 cities, and Chu Xiaotian was his right-hand man. If Wang Chao is really anxious to kill Chu Xiaotian in a moment, should he ask for a favor? Send men to block the exits. Not a single person can be let out. Wang Chao gave a cold command and entered the bar with a big stride. At this time, the bar was in a state of business, but there were not many people. After all, it's not even noon yet, so who's fine with going drinking in the middle of the day? Kong Junlong hurriedly ordered his men and walked into the bar with Wang Chao. Hey, what are you doing here, dragon? Chu Xiaotian knew the first time Kong Junlong got off the bus and hurriedly welcomed him. Where's the man you just saved? Wang Chao stopped in the center of the bar, his stern gaze looking around, his face devoid of any expression. Kong Junlong has already made a choice at this time, resolutely stand on Wang Chao's side. As for whether Chu Xiaotian can live or not, listen to God's fate. Involuntarily, he took a few steps back and stood behind Wang Chao without saying a word. At this time, Chu Xiaoi only noticed Wang Chao beside Kong Junlong. He only felt that Wang Chao's aura was extremely strong, and he was handsome and had a perfect body, just like a famous model. It just wasn't a tone he liked very much. In the boundaries of Yunzhong, even if the head of the Zhang family met him, he would have to be polite. A junior, at best a subordinate of Brother Lung. It's just as well that he doesn't call out a master, but he even uses a questioning tone. His face went cold for a moment and he drank. What are you? No rules at all. Your big brother hasn't. He hadn't even finished saying this when he saw a shadow rush to his body and tear his right arm off hard. Even though he had lived on swords for decades and had been injured countless times, he was unable to endure such severe pain at this time, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. Kong Junlong saw the scene from the side and was similarly scared white. Patriarch angry. That is a thunderous anger. Death of a Chu Xiaotian is no harm. In case he is involved, then it will be troublesome. In his heart, he cursed Chu Xiaotian for being unselfish. He stood behind Wang Chao so respectfully. Are you blind? Wang Chao threw Chu Xiaotian's arm over Chu Xiaotian and asked slyly, where is the person you just saved? Chu Xiaotian's arm was bleeding. He felt like he was already going to faint. His heart trembled wildly. Who the hell was this young man? How can it be as if it were a horrible power? Is it a Qigong master? Yes. When he raised his eyes, he saw Kong Junlong standing respectfully behind him. Damn! Why didn't I react earlier? Thinking of this, not daring to hesitate, he twisted his face and said, got off halfway. Chapter 64 Arrangements of the System. Wang Chao couldn't help but tighten his brows. Getting off halfway? Scratch that. This plot shift is a bit quick. Was Yi Fan planning to go straight to the deep mountains to cultivate? If that's the case, he needs to be stopped and brought back quickly, even if it means arresting him. Chu Xiaotian's body tightened when he saw Wang Chao's changing face. Was Biggie not satisfied with his answer? Taking a deep breath and trying to control his voice from shaking, he hurriedly added, Master, I said it's all true. Everything I said is true. My car just drove out of Water West Town. The kid I saved was about to get out of the car. I couldn't stop him. I didn't mean to contradict you just now. Please spare my life, Master. Then he touched the ground with his forehead with great devotion. Wang Chao naturally believed that Chu Xiaotian wouldn't lie, but instead thought about the original book, where Yi Fan cultivated. Approximately. Even if there was an accident and Yi Fan couldn't get to the Zhang family, it should be pushed back. Chu Xiaotian's scalp tingled when he saw that Wang Chao was ignoring him and his face seemed to be a bit more somber than earlier. Raising his head, with a bitter face, He looked at Kong Junlong behind Wang Chao as if seeking help. Brother Lung, save me. You know me. I would never lie. Kong Junlong carefully glanced at Wang Chao. Masters should not be insulted. An elder Zhua had said that young Wang was at least a master above the level of a zongsher, so he should not be insulted even more. If he snatched Yifan, he could still beg for some mercy, but if he dared to insult the patriarch, it was up to him. Faintly withdrawing his own eyes, he remained standing on the sidelines without opening his mouth. When Chu Xiaotian saw Kong Junlong's cold response, his body's strength seemed to be drained all of a sudden, and he directly sat down on the ground. He knew that no one could save him, but he didn't understand what the identity of the person in front of him was, and why even Kong Junlong was afraid of him. Why did you save Yifan? Wang Chao was puzzled and asked in a cold voice. The plot had long since changed, and now the guy didn't recognize Yifan at all. How did he suddenly appear outside the ring and save Yifan so coincidentally? Chu Xiaotian stammered for half a day, shook his head blankly and, I don't know. Looking at Wang Chao, a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes and almost cried out. Hurriedly, he explained, I really don't know. I just came to the boxing scene on a whim, and after strolling around, I felt that it was not interesting, and I was about to go back. But then a man flew down from the sky, opened my car door and drilled in. Wang Chao looked at the aggrieved Chu Xiaotian and guessed that this might be arranged by the system. Secretly, the system is a bit strong. This can be arranged. Speak again. Someone gets in your car and you drag them away? He said for me to drive. So I did. And just as I got out of town, he said to get out of the car. So I parked. When Chu Xiaotian said this, he himself was flabbergasted and muttered. Yeah, why would I let him in my car? He's covered in blood. Waste. No use at all. At this moment, Wang Chao had probably guessed it. I think Yifan created a simple mesmerizing spell formation after he got on the bus. After all, Yifan was the reincarnation of an immortal, and there were many ways to deal with ordinary people. Lazy to talk nonsense with Chu Xiaotian. Intercepting Yifan is important. Turning around and walking out. In the original book, the location where Yifan practiced, it seems to be a canyon entrance just outside the town of Waterloo West, all the way in. However, in the original book, Yifan's cultivation was already quite strong, roughly equivalent to the Earth Immortal realm in the Qigong Masters. And in Qigong Masters, there are outer strength, inner strength, Zongshi, Earth Immortal, Human Immortal, and Heavenly Immortal. One could ascend after refining to Heavenly Immortal, and a patriarch was already a very strong existence. Right now, Yifan is only equivalent to the peak of external strength, and he's injured, so he shouldn't be able to run fast. Wang Chao pondered for half a minute. It shouldn't be difficult to catch up with Yifan. In the bar, Kong Junlong pulled out a blackened pistol from his waist and aimed it at Chu Xiaotian. Brother Lung, spare my life, Brother Lung. I really didn't lie. Chu Xiaotian had a feeling of holding back his anger and not being able to vent it. He didn't seem to remember anything at the time, but it was really hard to know how to explain. Grow a brain in your next life. Your family, I will take care of them for you. Go in peace. Kong Junlong finished in a cold voice. No matter how Chu Xiaotian begged, bang a shot, right on Chu Xiaotian's head. Giving a wink to the men next to him, he signaled for them to take care of it, turned and ran outside. Young Wang, it's been taken care of. Are we going after Yifan now? Is there a helicopter? Wang Chao turned his head to look at him. The Zheng family in Yinzhong City has 2 of them. If you want to use them, I'll requisition them over for you now. Kong Junlong said without hesitation. Okay, all requisitioned. Call up the men. Let's go to the mountains and wait for Yifan. Wang Chao hooked up the corner of his lips. Anyway, just don't kill Yifan. Do something else. It's not too much, right? Kong Junlong answered and hurried to make arrangements. After Yifan entered the canyon, he followed the only path and fled all the way in. Secretly, I was glad to be alive. I just met a car going to Yunzhong City. Otherwise, I really don't know how to escape. In the city, it's easy to get caught, so I want to hide in the deep mountains for a while. When you have cultivated to a certain level, you will come out and kill all these ants. Immortal dignity, not to be insulted. Alas, the only thing I'm worried about now is my sister and mother. Yifan dragged his injured body and walked towards the mountain for more than an hour, thinking that Wang Chao would never be able to find him. Even if we find the car he was traveling in, it's no big deal. After all, the driver won't remember where he got out of the car. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily stopped moving forward, sat cross-legged, and began to regulate his luck. Suddenly, overhead, 2 helicopters were heard flying through the sky, but without stopping and going nowhere. There was always a trace of uneasiness in Yifan's heart, so he hurriedly stood up and continued to walk down the canyon. After another long, exhausting walk, I was about to take a break when I suddenly saw a group of people in front of me, pitching a tent. Outside the tent, there were people there eating kebabs. With a cautious glance, he made sure that among those people, there was no Wang Chao, or Kong Junlong. Guess the gang probably came for a picnic. He was now tired and hungry and decided to grab some food. Pursing his lower lips, he walked over quickly, a haughty gesture, looking down at the man on the ground. "I'll take these kebabs." The man in charge of the barbecue looked up, suddenly smiled, and turned his head to the tent. "Big brother, the people have arrived." Yifan was stunned and said that it was bad, turning around to escape. But just as he turned around, he saw 7 or 8 men with guns in their hands surrounding him. Chapter 65, Spitting Blood as a Sign of Respect. Yifan shivered when he saw 7 or 8 lances aimed at him. The thought of escape was mostly dispelled. Who the hell is it? All he wanted to do now was to quickly find out what the hell was that asshole that had chased him here. And at this moment, Wang Chao slowly walked out from the tent with a bunch of freshly roasted beef in his hand. Slowly, he took a bite of the beef, chewing as he did so. "If you don't come, I'll be stuffed." Kong Junlong followed behind Wang Chao and stood respectfully, his gaze coldly looking at Yifan. When Yifan saw Wang Chao, he subconsciously took a step back. "Wang Chao. It's Wang Chao again. It's an abomination." But how did he know I was headed here? I couldn't have remembered where I got out of the car when I had clearly unleashed a mesmerizing spell on that driver. The bottom line is that the old man got off at a random place. Taking a deep breath, he tried to suppress the anger inside. He knew that if he wanted to escape, he was afraid that it would be impossible. Now we can only take one step at a time, and in the end, if we really can't, then we will fight hard. The big deal is that we will die. The eyes were dead set on Wang Chao. "Wang Chao, I have no grievances with you. Why do you have to put me to death?" "Ha, to your death? Are you worthy?" Wang Chao ate all the beef in his hand into his mouth, eating it with a particularly sweet flavor. Yifan had been running for more than 2 hours, plus so many things had happened that he hadn't had time to eat. Seeing Wang Chao eat, his stomach couldn't stand it a bit. Gulping and clenching his fists, he endured a double layer of torture from both the physical and the mental. Seeing Yifan's look of exasperation, Wang Chao smiled blandly. "We are all classmates after all. I've already begged the boss for you, the underground boxing match, so you won't be allowed to fight." Wang Chao, with a superficial look of having his heart broken for you, then said, "But then, you still have to pay what you owe people. Kid, why don't you hurry up and thank young Wang, or else, just the fact that you killed someone is enough to get you shot," Kong Junlong said helpfully from the side. Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart, and for a moment, even felt that Wang Chao was quite good. But on second thought, Wang Chao had packed him up so badly before. How could he suddenly be so kind? "There must be a bomb," asked through clenched teeth. "Is it really just a matter of paying back the money?" "Of course, if you have no place to earn money, I can offer you help." Wang Chao looked like a good old boy. "In Li Jianhao's KTV, there is a lack of male escorts. I can introduce you to them. With your looks, you may be able to catch a rich woman. Young Wang, I also have a KTV. If Li Jianhao's doesn't work out, I can also provide help to Yifan, and I will definitely package Yifan as the #1 cowboy." Kong Junlong spoke up again and chimed in. These 2 words fell into Yifan's ears, and it was 100 times harder than killing him. He was an immortal exalted, but he was trampled on by 2 mole crickets like this. It is simply outrageous. An immortal dignity has its own dignity. "Killable, not humiliating." With a determined demeanor, he said in a cold voice, "You might as well kill me." Wang Chao looked at Yifan and sneered in his heart. "Kill you? Ha, if I could kill you, you'd be dead 1,000 times over." Judging from Yifan's chest that was heaving violently with anger, he should be angry to the point of despair. "It won't work. Still not angry enough, it seems." Didn't even spit blood. Slowly, he pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Kong Junlong hurriedly took out his lighter and helped Wang Chao light it. "Cozy." Wang Chao slowly spat out his eyes, and the more he looked at Yifan's exasperated appearance, the happier he became. Flicking the ashes of his cigarette, he said, "Young man, don't always think about fighting and killing, you have to think about it. You're not alone." At that, there was a pause. "You're not a pig either. You need to think more about your family. What will your family do if you die?" "Family? Yi Fan instantly thought of his wife in his previous life, Lv Zixia, as well as his sister and mother. He could almost conclude that Wang Chao was also a reborn and had come to take revenge. Even if he died, he would definitely not let go of Lu Zixia, much less his sister and mother. A shiver ran down his body at the thought. An unmistakable rage bubbled in his eyes. What did you do to my family? Upper Road. Wang Chao secretly gave a thumbs up. He just liked to see Yi Fan's anger. Wanting to beat him up but not daring to do so. Of course he couldn't fight if he dared. Putting the cigarette to his mouth, gently holding it between his thumb and forefinger, he took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. It seemed that Yi Fan did not exist at all. It took a while before he spread his hands and said, "You're misunderstanding me. Your mom's company went bankrupt. I didn't do it." When Yi Fan heard this, he almost couldn't hold back from rushing forward. You mother asterisk. Who else would it be if not you, asshole? Before he could rush forward, he heard Wang Chao leisurely say again, "My men did it." Pust. Yi Fan was furious. A large mouthful of blood spat out of his mouth. Yi Fan, who was originally weak, was so angry that he was so weak that he plopped down and half-kneeled on the ground. If he hadn't forced himself to save his face, I'm afraid he would have been on the ground. When Wang Chao saw Yi Fan spitting out blood, the corner of his mouth that was originally curved down slowly turned up. Is this the right thing to do? The old man's taking it all on himself. It's not appropriate for you not to spit blood and show some respect. I'll just earn money to pay you back. This has nothing to do with my family. Don't hurt them. Yi Fan really couldn't accept such humiliation. I wish I could just die. But then he thought of his family and decided that no matter how humiliating it was, he would endure it. Even if he didn't have the resources, he could still rely on the air, the barren aura, to slowly break through. It's not just longer years. Once he was allowed to break through, he must trample these mole crickets under his feet. Let them repent and live as if they were dead. TSK, Mr. Yi Fan really does know what he's doing. Wang Chao smiled coldly and sarcastically, having guessed that Yi Fan would agree. Turning his head to look at Kong Junlong. Uncle Kong, how much did it come to? 200 million, right? Kong Junlong hesitated for a moment. Not 2 million, how did it become 200 million? But it didn't matter. As long as Wang Chao was happy, he hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Yes, $200 million. $200 million? Not 2 million? Yi Fan stared at his eyes. This immortal father has already yielded so much. How the hell do you still want to squeeze me? Classmate, you're in breach of contract. It's clearly written in the contract. $200 million for breach of contract. No problem, right? Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and patiently explained to Yi Fan. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth quivered. It seemed like it was really written that way in the contract. It's a self-inflicted pitfall. Uncle Kong, Yi Fan and I are classmates. You charge less interest. $2 million a month. It's not difficult for you, right? Wang Chao asked, not waiting for Kong Junlong to open his mouth, then turned to Yi Fan and said, "It's settled. 1 month interest of $2 million, calculated from now on. By the way, you don't want to think of tricks. Your family, I'll take good care of it." Chapter 66, Dizzy with Anger. Yi Fan's heart was depressed to the point of exploding as he listened to Wang Chao's unquestionable tone. $2 million a month in interest? Are you being sarcastic about me owing $2 million and having to pay back $200 million? You want to kill a man with a heart of gold? How dare you threaten me with my family? That's good. Wang Chao, wait for me. It took half a day to squeeze a word out of his teeth. Yes. Oh, by the way, you can't leave Jiangbei City. You have to report to Li Jianhao every day. As long as there's a day that you don't go, I can't guarantee the safety of your family. Wang Chao's gloomy sight was fixed on Yi Fan, and he continued to open the conditions without any hesitation. Mentally calculating, he pressed the protagonist into the city of Jiangbei. As for villain value, just loot from those harems of the protagonist. The rest of the harem, find someone to give capture to Jiangbei. Anyway, can't follow the plot right now. How dare you threaten me? Yi Fan's gaze flinched, feeling like he was going to turn his back in anger. It's an abomination. Uncle Kong, this man doesn't listen. Give him a beating. Wang Chao smiled coldly and sarcastically, took out his cell phone, pretended to dial a number, and said in a sinister manner, "Hey, Yi Fan is not cooperating. Let's gouge out one of his sister's eyeballs first." Yi Fan didn't think Wang Chao was joking. This grandson was just too ruthless. Of the people he cared about the most in this world, Lu Zixia ranked first, his sister ranked second. and his mother ranked third. Wang Chao, this pervert, wanted to gouge out his sister's eyes. No, absolutely not. For the first time, he lowered his stance, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Don't touch my sister. I promise you everything. Wang Chao twisted his head, raised his eyebrows faintly, and looked at Yi Fan coldly. Are you just going to stand and talk to me? This isn't like begging. Yi Fan's air and blood churned in his chest, almost spitting it out again. At this moment, the veins on his face were bulging and his eyes were glowing scarlet. Look at Wang Chao and think of the devil. No, it's scarier than the devil. He was an immortal dignitary, and a mole was making an immortal dignitary kneel and beg for forgiveness. Can you afford it? But if he didn't kneel, he didn't dare to guarantee that Wang Chao would not do something even more perverted. Gritting his teeth and trembling, he knelt on the ground. His eyes were lightless, and there was infinite despair in his heart. Please, don't touch my sister. I'll do anything you ask. For being so sincere. Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction and turned his head to look at Kong Junlong. Uncle Kong, what are you still staring at? Let someone beat him up. Oh, don't push too hard or you won't be able to work to pay back the money. Yes, Kong Junlong looked flabbergasted, unable to follow Wang Chao's thinking. Even more, he couldn't figure out what kind of operation Wang Chao was doing. If you don't like Yi Fan, just kill him. Yi Fan looks like this. What's the point of keeping him? But Wang Chao didn't dare to disobey his words. Greeting a few minions beside him, they surrounded and punched and kicked Yi Fan. Yi Fan was beaten and covered in blood, but he didn't dare to fight back. When he was first reborn, he was still thinking that he would get rid of the people who had harmed him in his previous life, the people who had harmed his sister, and to be a god on this earth with tons of money and beautiful women. But now, it's eating punches. Damn, it's good not to make flags. Almost got it. Wang Chao slowly walked up and took the opportunity to kick Yi Fan. That's a kick that's straight to the point. Yi Fan felt his lifeblood tighten, almost passed out from the pain. Wang Chao squatted on the ground, in front of Yi Fan, and shook his cell phone. You don't have to worry. In fact, just now I didn't call at all. Yi Fan lifted the face that was swollen into a pig's head and said with eyes wide open. You tricked me. Pust. A mouthful of blood was spat out and he directly fainted from anger. Wang Chao bristled. TSK, that's quite a bit of gas. Ding. The protagonist's grudge against you plus 99999999999. Luck value minus 200. Luck value 7,900. Ding. The protagonist's dignity is trampled on XN times. Luck value minus 1,000. Luck value 6,900. Host villain value plus 1,200. Available villain value 2,400. When Wang Chao saw the system's prompt, the corners of his mouth lifted up. Not that he cared about that little bit of villain value. The main thing was to make the protagonist, Yi Fan, pass out in anger. Just be happy. The protagonist also has 6,900 chi value. There's still quite a bit of villain value to be collected in the fight. Gotta finish loading up and get back in there. Wang Chao had made his plans and didn't want to let go of the opportunity to brush up on his villain value, since he knew the plot anyway. Turning his head, he looked at Kong Junlong and said, Uncle Kong, take him back to Water West Town first. Yes, Kong Junlong responded and hurriedly greeted his little brother. Lifting Yi Fan up, he threw him onto a helicopter not far away and flew in the direction of Shuweishi Town. JNU. In the girls' dormitory building, Lu Zixia sat by the window and took out her cell phone, wanting to give Wang Chao a call, but I don't know what to say. When he thought about what he had learned from Zhao Chang that Wang Chao had a dozen or so girlfriends, he hated it with a gnashing of teeth. A bunch of us dare to hook up with my husband. Taking a deep breath, he decided to send a message to Wang Chao. I'm sorry, it was my fault in the past. I won't blame you for how many women you find outside. I want to see you once. After waiting for half a day, he didn't see Wang Chao replying to his letter, and he was a bit annoyed in his heart. So he dialed Zhao Cheng's number to ask Wang Chao what he was doing recently, but the caller was prompted to turn off his cell phone. Frowning tightly, he said, what's the point of turning it off when it's fine? Zixia, have you heard? A man jumped off a building in Yangchun Mansion in the morning. Chen Ziruo walked in from outside, his heart palpitating. Jumping off a building? That's just sick. LV Zixia couldn't understand how those who jumped off the building thought, wanting to die, but also not so loud to jump off the building. Chen Ziruo frowned her eyebrows and stammered. That guy, it seems to be the boy you ate with in the cafeteria yesterday. She'd heard the news of someone jumping at first, curious at first, and then went to take a look. It turned out that the more I looked, the more I realized that I had seen that boy somewhere. Suddenly thought of yesterday. She saw the man who ate with Lu Zixia, wearing clothes, is not a gray-green down jacket. Thinking of this, his face turned white with fear and he hurriedly ran to the dormitory. The boy I had dinner with? Lv Zixia instantly thought of Zhao Chang. Since going to college, she had only eaten with one boy at the same table, and that was Zhao Chang. However, she also had no choice but to accept Zhao Chang's invitation to dine together in order to understand Wang Chao's situation. Her heart couldn't help but beat hard, and she hurriedly found a selfie that Zhao Chang had sent her. Isn't that the guy? What it looks like. I didn't dare look, but the clothes are quite similar. Chen Zirua wrinkled her little face and pointed at the piece of clothing. When Lu Zixia heard this, her face swished and turned pale, and she had an urge to vomit. How could Zhou Sung, who was having dinner with her yesterday, die today for no reason at all? At this time, Chen Zirua's cell phone rang. When he looked down, his pupils instantly became larger, and he subconsciously took a step away from Lu Zixia, confirming a glance again. His mouth trembled slightly as he hurriedly said, Zixia, you, check the forums. I have something else to do. I'll go first. Then, running away as if he were fleeing. Chapter 67, Invitation to Battle. Lv Zixia looked at Chen Zirua who ran out, and inexplicably, a feeling of uneasiness welled up in her heart. Rushing to open the school forum, a glance at the heat explosion of the post, at the moment, has been top. It's called, A Woman of Color? The courtship did not work out and she committed suicide. When I opened the post, the first picture was of a man who had fallen to his death and was bleeding all over the floor. The picture was accompanied by a line of text. Zhao Chang of Jiangbei University jumped off a building in despair because of his failed pursuit of the schoolgirl. What's all this? Lv Zixia was shocked when she saw the accompanying picture and couldn't help but tremble when she saw the words on the picture. It's a blatant smear. Zhao Chang was just going to tell her something about Wang Chao. When did he pursue her? Stiffly, he continued to look down the page, getting more and more exasperated the more he read. When I saw the end, I was so angry that I slammed my phone right on the floor. That post ended up saying that she was a bad god and that she had killed Cho Sung. What infuriated her the most was the countless others who followed below. Your whole family is a demise. Lv Zixia's eyes reddened with anger. She took a deep breath, tears snapping down her face, gritting her teeth. Surprisingly, she didn't know how to retort. Picking up her cell phone, she tried to call her father, only to find that it was broken and she couldn't dial the number. Exasperation, helplessness, and despair all came together, and she couldn't hold back any longer. Flopping down on the bed and bawling, Wang Chao returned to Shueixi town and was too lazy to watch the boxing match afterward. Dismissing Kong Junlong and returning to the inn alone. Get comfortable on the couch and turn on your cell phone. Received a message, and a couple tweets. The message was from Ken Ho Lee, Master. It's done. It's on the news. Wang Chao frowned. Let you quietly mess with the death of a person. You messed up on the news? Lazy to care. Anyway, screw Zhao achievement and forget about it. As for the consequences, only Jianhao to bear the burden. Opening WeChat again. It was from Liang Wu. Chao, that kid Zhao Chang actually jumped off a building. There is a link attached. Wang Chao clicked and scanned. It probably means that Zhao Chang was mesmerized by Lv Zixia and surrounded her all day long. But her pursuit of her was rejected. And finally Lv Zixia said she would promise Zhao Chang as long as he jumped down from the building and didn't die. As a result, Zhao Chang really went to jump off the building. This post, it's kind of interesting. After Wang Chao read it, he didn't need to think about it to know who sent it. And this kid was really on the ball. Now I could think of the scene where Lv Zixia was so angry to the point of despair and helpless after seeing this post. TSK. That's the second best thing about today. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Wang Chao stood up from the sofa and opened the door to see that it was Su Xinghe and Su Shuyan's father and daughter. Although he felt surprised, he was still polite. Uncle Su, you guys are here too. Young Wang, I'm sorry for disturbing you at the door. Su Xinghe had long heard from his daughter that Wang Chao would come to Shueixi town, so he secretly sent someone here to keep an eye out. It finally gave him his chance. Uncle Su is polite. What do you want to see me about? Wang Chao let the two of them into the room and asked in a salty manner. Young Wang, I have an unkind request. I would like to beg you to fight for Jiangbei. When Su Xinghe said this, he felt guilty inside and continued. I know that this request is very difficult for you, but I'm still brazen enough to ask for your help. Our Su family has been suppressed for many years. It really doesn't want to be oppressed any longer. In fact, he has long thought about it. Boxing, not boxing. he does not value, even if he became the boss of the 5 cities, but also within a year. More income, more respect. A year later, it was unknown who the deer would die, but holding on to Wang Chao's thigh was many times stronger than the 5 city bosses, so his coming here and inviting Wang beyond the battle was just an excuse. When Wang Chao agrees, he excuses his allegiance. When he doesn't, he requests it. Tomorrow. How could Wang Chao not know Su Xingha's intentions? In the original book, Su Xingha had personally seen Yifan's power, so he had long planned to pledge his allegiance. It's just that the plot is loading really fast right now, and a lot of the pussy that should be loaded isn't getting loaded. Su Xingha couldn't figure out Wang Chao's thoughts. Anyway, he had already made his decision and half-kneeled on the ground and said, "Many thanks to Xiao Wang, regardless of whether Xiao Wang goes out to battle tomorrow or not. My Su family, in the future, will swear allegiance to Xiao Wang to the death." Wang Chao's brain was full of black lines. This old fox, really pervasive. However, Su Xingha's attitude is already clear, and it also truncates one of the main lines of the protagonist. The next step was to accept Xingyu as a disciple, conquer Su Shuyun, and shock the 4 directions. I understand Uncle Su's feelings. Get up. Wang Chao's face was unperturbed, and his afterglow glanced at Su Shuyun next to him. Aha! What's with the nymphomaniac look? Turning to Saturday. The real sense of the 5 cities contender boxing tournament has begun. Wang Chao wasn't interested in this boxing match in the slightest. In the original book, the bigwigs of the 5 cities, all of them hired Qigong masters at high prices, and this 5-city boxing match, which was a keep-away fight, resulted in Zhang Bei's defeat, and Zhang Bei's crowd shouted out Yifan. Yifan, this guy is also pretending enough, directly under the stage to hold 5 minutes, before not slow to go on stage. Then he defeated a peak inner strength expert with a single move, and no one dared to go up to the stage to fight against him again. And at this time, Chui Pavilion's senior brother, Wang Badan, came treading water, drawing a gasp from the crowd, only to be seconded by Yifan in 3 moves. Yifan pretended to the extreme, and all the bigwigs in the 5 cities all submitted to Yifan. It's a pain in the ass to pretend. Not only do you have to watch the rookies peck at each other, but you have to make people wait 5 minutes in order to create a sense of anticipation in the crowd. Wang Chao couldn't help but spit out a sentence as he thought about the plot in the original book. This real fight is the one where the tents are taken down because you can't bet on official fights. The fight gets down to business after a boring host's speech. Wang Chao didn't even bother to look at the order of appearances, all of which were similar to the original book. In the end, Liang City had invited the Peak Nei Jin Master, by Ji Fei, who was known as the Little White Dragon of the Waves. He came out of the gate with a power move and beat the previous ringmaster to death on the floor in a very vicious manner. So much so, that no one dared to go up and compete. I remember last year, Su swore that he would take a champion back this year. Qi Yuan, the head of the first big family in Liang City, proudly picked up the tea bowl, gently sipped it, and said with slight regret that, the rest of the city's 3 slots have all been used up. I have to remember correctly. You still have a slot in Zhangbei, right? Called up to practice. Our white masters have not yet warmed up. There is no one. You say not spoil the fun? Brother Su Xing looked around and wondered if Wang Chao had come, although he didn't care much about the outcome of the boxing match, but being insulted like that was a little too much to bear. Standing up, he addressed the crowd, clasped his fists, and raised his voice. Brother Zhangbei Su Xing, please invite Master Wang. Zhangbei Li Jianhao, please invite Master Wang. Zhangbei Wei Yutsai, please invite Master Wang. Please welcome Master Wang. Speaking, basically all on our Zhangbei front to see all the boxing rich, after all, won the boxing, but also their Zhangbei's pride. Most importantly, the 5 city bosses were from Zhangbei, so they could follow suit and get a lot of benefits. And at that moment, a sudden discordant voice came. Namo Kong Junlong, please invite Master Wang. Chapter 68. Because Kong Junlong's voice was so abrupt, the scene was surprisingly silent for a few seconds. Zhangbei invited the master. People have invited. Respect, that is right. You, as a competitor, have a hammer for someone else? However, before the crowd could react, several more voices came in turn. Namu Jiang Chang, please invite Master Wang. Nanmo Kon Yudong, please invite Master Wang. Almost all of the Nanmu tycoons had stood up at this moment to have an invitation to that mysterious Master Wang. Who on earth is that Master Wang, that he can make so many rich people compete for him? Finally someone couldn't help but ask in a whisper. Who knows? Maybe it's the king next door. The man sitting next to Wang Chao returned with a sour tone. Wang Chao's eyes slanted at the man. really wanting to tell the man. Yes, the old king next door is Master Wang. Others don't know why Namo City all stood up and invited him, but he does. Kong Junlong is the top black and white big brother of Nanmu. He stood up and invited the rest of the people of Nanmu, but all have to follow together. And that's when another voice came. Yunzhong Chu Yuntian, we have an invitation for Master Wang. The crowd was once again stunned. The underground emperor of Yunzhong City was Chu Xiaotian. Which onion was this Chu Yuntian? Wang Chao also felt puzzled and narrowed his eyes slightly. There's no such person in the original book. Young Wang, this Chu Yuntian is Chu Xiaotian's younger brother. I heard that Chu Xiaotian was killed yesterday and Chu Yuntian took over Chu Xiaotian's position. Xinyu had been paying attention to Wang Chao, and when she saw that he seemed to be puzzled, she hurriedly explained next to him. Wang Chao suddenly realized that this was the case. Okay, so the ones who invited him to the stage can be more than twice as many as the ones who invited Yifan in the original book. It's very dignified. However, back then, Yifan had been pretending for a full 5 minutes before going on. He's a socialist triple threat. Then, wait 10 minutes, time passes by. The bigwigs from Jiangbei, the bigwigs from Nanmu, and Chu Yuntian, bowed there, their necks stiffening and their hands aching. But none of them dared to move without authorization. The audience, who were present, all began to whisper, becoming more and more curious about who Master Wang was. Above the ring, Bai Jifei frowned rather disdainfully and sneered. How long has this ing been going on? Is that Master Wang you guys are talking about pissed off at me and went back to change his diapers? Master Bai, this boxing match doesn't specify how long it should be anyway. Let's just wait patiently and make them lose convincingly. Qi Yuan snorted back, deliberately raising his voice to make sure everyone could hear him. Right now this scene of no one coming up to the stage was very flattering to him. The White Master, who had dragged a lot of connections to invite him, had really earned him a lot of face. What the hell, Master Wang? Master Li, if you're here, hurry up and roll up to me and send me to my death. I still have a lot of things to do today. Bai Jifei waited really impatient. This is 5 or 6 minutes. How much of a rack? You think you are the Jade Emperor? Those present, however, thought otherwise. Instead, they felt more and more mystified by Master Wang, and looked forward to Master Wang's appearance and destroying the rampant Bai Jifei on the stage. Jiangbei Su Xinghe. Once again, I implore Master Wang to appear. Once again, I implore Master Wang to appear. The people who had just invited, at this time, coincidentally, shouted after Su Xinghe. Wang Chao sat steadily in a fishing boat, not to mention, watching others anxious, but had to wait for him. It was really quite enjoyable. Look at the time. 7 minutes. Just in time for a smoke. Slowly, he pulled out a cigarette, snapped it, and lit it. Young Wang, tell me, who exactly is this Master Wang? Is he afraid to go up and challenge? Xinyu was also curious to the extreme, and for a moment, she even felt that Wang Chao was Master Wang. After all, Wang Chao could easily pinch off an immortal's wrist, but Wang Chao looked like he didn't want to go up at all, so he thought he shouldn't. Me, Wang Chao said indifferently. Xinyu immediately became agitated and was just about to speak when a disdainful voice came. Cut, just you? The uncle who just said the old king next door turned his head to look over when he heard Wang Chao's words and almost didn't swear. Just this kid. Except for that handsome face, his body doesn't look good at all. Boxing isn't a face contest. Handsome is useless. What? Uncle doesn't believe it? It was the first time Wang Chao had been questioned since he crossed over. But thinking about the original book, where all sorts of soy sauce characters came out to question the protagonist and then got punched in the face, it was pretty cool to watch at the time. Ha, if you're Master Wang, I'll eat. The older man sneered and pressed on, not believing Wang Chao's words. Pretty good at cheating on your food. Wang Chao exhaled smoke and said, asterisk. What if you aren't? He's got a stubborn streak. I'm not afraid of you. No ifs. Remember what you just said. Wang Chao threw his cigarette to the ground and stood up from the stool without any hesitation. The older man's heart thumped, and he said no way. It can't be. He can't really be Master Wang, can he? Seeing that it was not a good idea to act, Wang Chao had already walked towards the ring. He stood up with a bent waist and turned around to escape. Are you kidding me? Eating in public. That's not playing with him. But after just a few steps, he suddenly felt a force that smashed down from the sky, and then it was like he was being crushed by a huge mountain. Can't move. Su Xinghe saw Wang Chao stand up and was so excited that he almost had tears running down his face. Master Wang had finally come. God raised his voice in excitement. Master Wang, Welcome Master Wang. Welcome Master Wang. When the rest of them saw Wang Chao, they all hurriedly bowed and saluted. Wang Chao lightly nodded his head and grabbed in the air. A force tugged the uncle who wanted to escape and ran to his side. Uncle, what are you doing? We're going to see you perform later. Everyone present was shocked beyond words when they saw the scene of Wang Chao grabbing someone in the air. Even Bai Jifei in the ring couldn't help but stare. What a powerful tactic. Directly grabbing someone across the air. I'm afraid this is a power that only an earth immortal would have. Gollum gulped, thinking about how it would be more decent to admit defeat later. The uncle was even directly scared silly. What kind of divine operation was this? Directly capturing him? Finished. Just blowing awesome, blowing a big deal. Plop. Kneeling on the ground. Shaking like a sieve chaff road. Master Wang, spare your life. Master Wang, spare your life. It's all because I can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. At this moment, Wang Chao did not want to pay attention to this person yet and threw him directly in front of Kong Junlong. Uncle Kong, this man just made a bet with me that if I were Master Wang, I'd have to eat. So let him put on a show once I've cleaned up the people on stage. Yes, Master Wang. Kong Junlong answered and gave a look to the little brother next to him. The two minions rushed up and brought the older man under control. Wang Chao skimmed his mouth. How boring. In the original book, the protagonist is really happy to pretend this kind of force? The answer now is, really happy. With his eyes glazed over and his face like frost, he walked slowly to the top of the ring in full view of everyone and stood with his hands in the air, sweeping his eyes with a sharp edge towards the opposite by Jifei. He said quietly, "You're the white cockfee that's going to get me killed?" Chapter 69, A Slap to Death. Bai Jifei's heart was flabbergasted, shocked by Wang Chao's powerful pressure on the opposite side. He was 100% no match for that hand just now that grabbed him through the air alone. Originally impatient, as well as ferocious face, at this moment emerged a trace of excitement like seeing a relative. "Brother, you misheard me. What I said just now was that if you don't get me killed, I'll call you daddy." Chi Yuan, Master White? Kong Jun Long, what did he say? Sushing, calling dad? Everyone who was present was in a daze. Just now, he was ruthless and powerful, a peak inner strength expert. That's it? Where's that murderous swagger you had just now? You were impatient just now. Where's that heaven-swallowing bravado? Wang Chao is also a bit baffled. This transformation makes me a bit bad to answer. It said that you can't beat a man with a hand out. How can I beat you if you're so perverse? Luckily, the old man is the villain. With a cold glint in his eyes, he chided. I don't have an ungrateful son like you. A casual slap. This palm seemed extremely random, but it was actually using the transformation in Taiji technique. He condensed the chi around his body into a substantial palm, and struck with a power that was half a point stronger than the power he would have had if he had simply struck with his fists. Phew! After this plain and ordinary palm was slapped out, in the air, a huge vortex of air pressure appeared. From a distance, it looked like the air had been flattened. That terrifying pressure made everyone present watching the fight feel intimidated, as if the sky was about to fall. Bai Jifei looked at the large palm that came rushing in, and was even more frightened, turning around to run. But just as he turned his toes, the immense pressure was like a Tarzan pressing down on him, directly crushing him to the ground. At this moment, he was terrified and remorseful as to why he had spoken out just now. Masters should not be insulted, and the Master Wang in front of him, who was at least of the earth immortal realm, was even more unshameable. However, it was too late to say anything at this point. He was like a fish on a plate, unable to move, waiting for the sentence of death. Boom! A palm went down and the ring collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Bai Jifei was even slapped into a meat cake and died. Thought it was so great. What a white chicken fee! Wang Chao withdrew his fist indifferently and stood proudly, like a god or goddess. He said, "This slap, it should be enough to pretend, right?" Then, raising his eyes, he looked around the room. Ooh! Almost everyone's jaw dropped to the floor in shock. Asterisk. Chi Yuan, even more directly scared from the chair, fell down, paralyzed on the ground. Who the hell is this? A slap. With just one slap, he slapped the peak internal energy master he had spent hundreds of millions of dollars to hire to death? Long live Master Wang! From the crowd, I don't know who shouted. Then, everyone instantly boiled over. Long live Master Wang! Master Wang is so handsome. I love you, Master Wang. Su Xinghe straightened his waist, his eyes red with excitement, and the corners of his mouth curled up to the sky, almost as if he were to say to someone, "That's my big brother." Su Shuyan had little stars in her eyes, and her admiration for Wang Chao had reached a point of no return. At this point, She's already living a shameless life in visions and kings over. Even the cemetery after death has been chosen. Ding! Su Shuyun is so good to you. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 6700. Ding! Shinyu is so good for you. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 6500. Ding! Su Xingha has a good feeling about you. Cutting off the main protagonist's main line. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 6300. Ding! The host was successful in pretending to be a hero instead of the protagonist. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 6100. Host villain value +800. Available villain value 3200. Wang Chao listened to the system's face string of tips, and his heart was happy. Wait a minute. Su Xing has got a crush on me? System, have you made a mistake? The system was speechless, and Wang Chao was speechless. Okay, now is not the time to be happy. After all, the real big boss hasn't appeared yet. As he was thinking, a man in the crowd stepped forward. Everyone, don't be too happy. This competition isn't over yet. Everyone shut up almost simultaneously when they saw the man who stood up, because this person was the head of the first big family in Yunzhong City, Zhang Wanluan, Clan Master Zhang. Your Yunzhong City's quota was used up a long time ago, and now that all the quota has been used up, how come this competition isn't over? Kong Junlong looked at Zhang Wanluan with cold eyes and was a little upset. Master Kong, have you forgotten that I, as the host, can have an extra spot? And that I have conferred to all of you long ago, and that you all have no opinions? Zhang Wanluan said in a serious manner. Kong Junlong frowned. It seemed like there was really such a thing, but why didn't this grandson let anyone on before? Could it be that the person he invited is even more powerful than Master Wang? Su Xinghe, as the representative of Jiangbei, heard Zhang Wanluan's words and was a little unhappy in his heart. In previous years, he did not have this privilege at all, but this year it does give the host an additional slot. The reason given out by the Zhang family at the time was that the Zhang family had been at the bottom of the list every year and had never won, so they asked for the privilege. The remaining 4 are fine with it. After all, in their opinion, there was no difference between 3 and 4, except that it was Wang Chao in the ring right now. I'm going to use the privilege now. Zhang Wanluan didn't care what the other people's faces were. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, Master Wang, it's your turn to appear. Come over here. Then, running to the river next to the ring, he knelt down directly in front of it and shouted at the very far end. Yun Zhang Zhang Wanluan, please welcome Master Wang Ba Dan Wang to the stage. Wang Chao hadn't cared much about it before, but when he suddenly heard the name, he suddenly realized that the person invited by the Zhang family was also surnamed Wang, also King of Dan. Cut, is just a, in the original book, is the senior brother of Cui Gu, and he learned that Yi Fan is also participating in the boxing championship. So he came here, wanting to take revenge for his senior brother. The appearance was even more high-profile than Shuei Kaku, coming directly from the water on the waves. It earned a lot of attention, and people called out to the gods. This phone call made by Zhang Wanluan just now was thought to be telling Wang Baodan that it was okay to pretend. Ha! Pretending in front of me. You're afraid that you'll really turn into a cuckold. Wang Chao slowly curled the corners of his mouth, preparing to give Wang Baodan a surprise. Chapter 70, Strange Drowning. Wang Chao put away his expression and his eyes looked faintly above the river. His hands were slightly open, and clutched in his palms were 2 chi clusters that only he could feel, that were leaping and throbbing. This was the surprise he had prepared for Wang Baodan. Not far away, a figure with a thin figure came speeding quickly from the water. The crowd was shocked and turned their heads to look. It was an old man in green robes, in his 50s or 60s. He sawed his feet pointing at the water waves and swept across the river. His body was steady as if he was stepping on the flat ground. Eyes like a torch, sleeves fluttering, solemn look, really like an immortal descending to the earth. Marvelous. Wow, that's awesome. It must be the legendary lightweight floating on water. Fart cum, hairy lightweight floating on water. People are qigong masters. Is luck in the body, equivalent to the air, sailing through the air? So powerful? I didn't expect that Wang Taiju, would be able to see a real immortal in my lifetime? This life is enough. The crowd looked at the surface of the water, the Wang Baodan who stepped on the water. They all exclaimed immortal, when it was really earning popularity. Wang Chao listened to the crowd's comments and said, don't you like to pretend? Then I'll let you fake it. Sweeping the crowd and seeing that everyone was watching Wang Baodan, he flicked the 2 masses of gas in his hand and dived under the water. Utilizing the Taiji technique, He controlled the two masses of qi and flew quickly under the water in the direction of Wang Badan. Wang Badan has come here on the orders of his master, and this time he will go out to fight and shock the nation. As for avenging his senior brother, it's just a pretext. And this treading on waves is the unique skill of their school. It's not practical in combat, but it looks gorgeous and looks extremely high quality. It was a great satisfaction to look down on the shocked crowd out of the corner of his eye from on high. He was now a Qigong master. Not to mention the small place of Yunzhong City. Even in the northern province, there were not many masters. You can definitely make a name for yourself today. No surprises there. Faster footwork. About to fly to the shore. Suddenly, he noticed an unusually strange force swimming underwater. His heart could not help but be shocked, and his expression, which had been maintaining a high level of coldness, cracked for a moment. Boom! A pillar of water rose up to the sky, directly blocking his path. Secretly, are there monsters underwater? Hastily stopping, his body hovered above the water. He was about to look down to find out what was underwater when he suddenly saw an invisible sword stabbing up from underwater. Pust! Almost instantly, Wang Baodan's legs lost consciousness. Then, the qi in his body was dispersed. Poof! The whole thing fell straight into the water. A sharp pain came from the soles of his feet, and in a flash it spread all over his body. Wang Badan struggled with both hands and kept flailing in the water. However, it was as if there was a weird force in the water that grabbed his legs and pulled them hard underwater. He gasped for air and was about to scream for help when he saw another force that hit him in the chest. Put! This strike directly pierced his heart. He presses on, not even knowing what's going on, and dying before he even sees the opponent he's about to fight. To an outsider, it looks like a loss of footing and drowning. If he knows, I'm afraid that he will be angry with the dead, and reach out to her Kong hand. I'm not drowning. You listen to my explanation. Is this depth charge? Surprise? Surprise? Wang Chao looked toward the river that ripples returned to calm, raised the corner of his mouth, and said softly, ding, cutting off the protagonist's route to pretending. Main character's Qi value minus 200, Qi value 5900. Ding, cut off the main line. Main character's Qi value minus 200, Qi value 5700. Host villain value plus 400. Available villain value 3600. Wang Chao listened to the system's voice and was satisfied with 2 fights and 1200 villain values. It's a good deal. I'll take Xingyu as my disciple later, and clean up the Zhang family in the meantime. And there's quite a bit of villain value. The crowd of onlookers didn't know what was going on, and as they watched Wang Badan struggle in the water, none of them thought he was drowning, or that something had happened. It even feels like he purposely got into the water and popped out of another place to surprise people. People wait quietly for the surprise to happen. However, after waiting a few minutes, a body was seen floating up from under the water, and that corpse was none other than Wang Badan. Zhang Wangluan blinked in bewilderment, unable to believe the scene he saw in front of him. Grandmaster Wang is a patriarchal powerhouse. He can even fly on water. How could he have an accident and sink into the water? But the body was right in front of him, so he couldn't believe it. At this point he regretted it so much that he shouldn't have agreed to Wang Badan's proposal of rushing over on the water in the first place. Hate cursed, killing the old man. Just now. What happened? It took a long time before someone in the crowd asked softly. Wang Badan fell into the water and drowned. Isn't he a sovereign master? How could a sovereign master drown? Playing hard to get. Let him pretend and drown. Ha ha. Su Xingha was an old fox. He didn't believe that Wang Baodan had drowned, and turned his head to Wang Chao, narrowing his eyes. He believed that Wang Chao must have used some means. Hiding the smile on his face, he asked Zhang Wangluan in a high voice, Master Zhang, is this what you call a master? If you don't have that ability, don't learn how to float on water. Look at drowning, right? Zhang Wangluan's face was horribly gloomy. He originally thought that he had invited a Zhongsher level master, and that he would surely win the championship this year, but he never thought that it would end up in this situation. With a cold snort, he ignored Su Xingha and got someone to pull up Wang Baodan's corpse. After careful examination, there was not a single wound on the body. It was undoubtedly drowned. Now, does anyone else want to challenge Master Wang? Kong Junlong had long heard that Wang Chao could put people under control, so he could also guess that Wang Baodan's death was the work of Wang Chao. More and more, I felt that I had to hold on to this thick leg. Where would the rest of the clans dare to challenge? Qi Yuan was the first to stand up. I, the Qi family, have lost with conviction, and in the future, the Jiangbei Su family will be my big brother. My Yin family is convinced of our loss and is willing to follow Big Brother Su's lead. Representatives of Qilian City and Shangzhou City successively made their gestures. Kong Chunlong has shown it long ago. Needless to say, Zheng Wangluan gritted his teeth. His heart was unconvinced, but there was nothing he could do, and he said hopelessly, I, the Zheng family, am willing to follow the Su family's lead. Everyone, I've already submitted to Master Wang, so you don't need to submit to me either. Submit to Master Wang. Su Xinghe finished speaking to the crowd with a serious face. Then, solemnly, half-kneeled on the ground. My Su family swears to follow Master Wang to the death, and would like to worship Master Wang as the Lord of the 5 cities. My Kong family swears to follow Master Wang to the death and would like to worship Master Wang as the Lord of the 5 cities. My Chi family swears to follow Master Wang to the death and would like to worship Master Wang as the Lord of the 5 cities. My Yin family swears to follow Master Wang to the death and would like to worship Master Wang as the Lord of the 5 cities. 4 voices sounded successively. No one was stupid. Wang Chao was at least above his own share. Submitting to him was definitely not a loss. Zheng Wangluan was very reluctant, but he also knew that if he did not take a stand at this time, he was afraid that something would happen. Half kneeling on the ground, he said, My Zheng family swears to follow Master Wang to the death and would like to worship Master Wang as the Lord of the 5 cities. Wang Chao lightly looked at Zheng Wangluan. His thin lips tugged, and his voice was like quenching a layer of cold ice. If you have sworn to follow, then die. Chapter 71 New Attempts. Zheng Wangluan heard the word death, shivering with fear. What did he do? Is he going to be killed? No matter what, Yunzhong City was also his territory. Even if Wang Chao was more powerful, a strong dragon could not suppress a snake in the ground. Lifting his head, his eyes held a surge of anger. Master Wang, what mistake have I made that you want to kill me? Nothing, it's just that I don't like you. Wang Chao's voice was cold as he raised his hand and gathered a ball of qi on his fingertips. A bullet to Zheng Wangluan's heart. Whoosh! An invisible killing aura rushed into Zheng Wangluan's chest. In just the blink of an eye, Zheng Wangluan collapsed to the ground in shock and disbelief, out of breath. When the rest of the people saw this scene, their hearts were racing with thoughts. The answer given by most people is that Zheng Wangluan disrespected Master Wang and was not sincere in his submission, so he was killed. There were also those who felt that Master Wang had originally had a grudge against the Zheng family, so he killed him. Regardless of what kind of speculation, the crowd didn't dare to have any more dissent towards Wang Chao. Wang Chao did not explain why he wanted to kill Zheng Wangluan from the beginning, but in his heart, he said, I am a villain who does things. Why do I need to explain to you? Looking up at the trembling Zheng family, he asked in a loud voice, Your Zheng family, isn't there one called Zheng Haixio? Zheng Wangluan's younger brother. Zheng Wanxue was so scared at this time that his liver was about to split open. It's too scary. It's really too scary. In the future, we should never offend Master Wang. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he hurriedly returned back to Master. Zheng Haixio is the youngest daughter of the Zheng family. I've had a meeting with Zheng Haixio, and I think she's not bad. From now on she'll be the head of the Zheng family. Are you guys convinced? Wang Chao said in a cold voice. It was an inquiry, but the tone was not to be questioned. Convinced? Convinced? We are convinced. How would Zheng Wanxue and the others dare to retort? They might be killed with a single breath out of rhythm. Good. Zheng Haixio is the new head of your Zheng family. Wang Chao waved his hand, signaling the crowd to get up, and with a glance, he saw the uncle behind Kong Junlong who was grabbed by 2 people, reached out and pointed, and was just about to say, Please open your show, only to see that uncle violently break away from the 2 minions on his left and right, and plop down on his knees. Master spare me, Master spare me. I'll eat now. Go on. Wang Chao didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of pretender. There's no need to eat too much. Serve him something fresh. 1 serving will do. Don't feed him too much. After saying that, he turned to Kong Junlong and his group. You guys do what you have to do. You don't have to follow me. Then, beckoning to Xingyu, who was fuming on the side, he wandered towards the inn. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Just after arriving at the inn, Xingyu knelt on the ground and respectfully said, Today, she was shocked by Wang Chao's power and shattered the ring with a single palm. This is how awesome it is. All she wanted before was to work well in the town and earn money for her father's treatment. After that, it is to find a good family to marry, get married, have children and live an ordinary life. But now she felt that that life was too mediocre, and something sensational had to be done. Yes, Wang Chao didn't hesitate this time. After all, if he accepted Xingyu, he would have villainous value. With a little training, it's okay for her to earn money as an assassin. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Xinyu was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed, following the example of those martial arts movies on TV to kowtow to the master. Ding! Intercept the protagonist's apprentice. Main character's chi value -500. Chi value 5200. Ding! Help young Heisu gain the position of the head of the family. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 5000. Host villain value +700. Available villain value 4300. Wang Chao's heart was in a great mood. Yifan still had 5,000 chi luck values. The moment the chi luck value disappeared was the day Yifan would die. However, he still felt that the process was too slow. He had to find the thing that would give Yifan the killing blow. It suddenly occurred to him that the extra plot in his mind hadn't been updated for a long time. So he asked the system, Big Brother system, my spirit has been added to 300. Why aren't the extras updated yet? Ding! System prompt. Update extra. Need special item. What special item? Wang Chao immediately asked. The system didn't answer. Sweeping a glance at Xinyu on the ground. Get up. You go home first, treat your father, and then go to Jiangbei to find me afterward. Yes, master. Xinyu was as happy as if she was in a dream, walking with a gust of wind. Wang Chao tried hard to think of the things that appeared in the original book's plot. In the original book's plot, suddenly, she thought of Zhang Haixio, the only person Yifan hadn't had a relationship with. In the original book, because of a piece of jade, Yifan fostered Zhang Haixio to become the head of the Zhang family. Young Heisu hasn't appeared from the book since then. This was never scientific in the first place. Could it be that there is something else in that jade? Looks like we'll have to try. Wang Chao made up his mind and stood up, thinking that the Zhang family should not have gone back by now. Go find young Heisu and ask him nicely about the origin of that jade. If you can't, just kill him. Thinking of this, he walked out of the inn and drove straight to the Zhang family in Yunzhong City. Zhang family villa. At this time, young Heisu was being locked in his bedroom with an annoyed mind. She had originally heard that there was an underground boxing match, so she had traveled all the way back from the provinces. Her return, however, made her father furious, and he had her locked up in her room straight away. While being depressed, suddenly the door of the boudoir opened. Turning his head, a cold-faced, handsome-looking man walked in slowly. The man in front of her was not an outsider, but was actually Wang Chao, who had helped her retrieve the jade pendant that day. Blushing, she blushed a little shyly in anticipation. What brings you here? Wang Chao's face was pale, and with a wave of his hand, the door closed directly. There's something I have to tell you myself. Zhang Haixio was stunned and subconsciously asked. What is it? Your father is dead. Wang Chao slowly opened his mouth and went straight to the point. Without the slightest bit of pity, Zhang Haixio's face abruptly turned pale, and he took a few steps back, looking at Wang Chao incredulously, his teeth chattering. What are you babbling about? Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and said with a cold smile, I'm not bull ******* ting, because I killed the man. Zhang Haixio fell straight to the ground, the muscles in his cheeks twitching madly, his mouth opening and closing, unable to say a word. Don't believe it? Wang Chao's ghostly voice crashed into his eardrums once more, and Zhang Haixio's eyes reddened. The original fantasy was instantly shattered, and Wang Chao's favorability was instantly reduced to 0. At the moment, all she had left was fear. What are you trying to kill my dad for? Because your father deserves to die. Seeing that she was already ashen, Wang Chao's sharp line of sight was fixed on Zhang Haixio, and he walked towards her step by step. Zhang Haixio's eyes instantly widened. His nails pinched deeply into his palms, a gouging pain came from his heart, and his entire body convulsed. Chapter 72 Ghost Curse. Zhang Haixio wiped a tear from her eye as she watched Wang Chao approach. On the face that had originally looked pained, a puzzling smile surfaced at this moment. Eyes glazed over. That hatred simply couldn't be hidden, laughing so creepily that tears came out of his eyes. Oh, it's good to be dead. Wang Chao stopped in front of Zhang Haixio's body and curved the corner of his mouth with great satisfaction. The reason why he had to inform himself that he had killed young Heisu's father was because he knew the monstrous hatred that young Heisu had for his father. Because young Heisu's mother was killed by young Wang Luan. She was in the Zhang family, and was treated with coldness, and her father never treated her as his daughter. As the daughter of the first big family in Yunzhong, going to school, she even had to take a bus. On weekdays, it was even worse than living as a servant in the house. Therefore, she had long wanted to kill Zhang Wangluan to avenge her mother's death, but she just didn't have the chance. In the original book, Yifan killed Zhang Wangluan in front of Zhang Haixio. She was also promised the position of the head of the family. And since then, she has been heartfelt to Yifan. Zhang Haixio sniffled, smiled miserably, looked up at Wang Chao, and asked, "Did you come here today to kill me?" Wang Chao gently shook his head and didn't answer, but only coldly said, "I made you the head of the Zhang family." At those words, Zhang Haixio could not help but be stunned and looked at Wang Chao with slight surprise. Just now, she was a bit puzzled as to why Wang Chao wanted to help her kill her father, and now she was even more puzzled. She and Wang Chao, it seemed, only had one side of the story, so why was she helping her so much? Did he come for his mother's jade pendant? The mind raced, maybe he could save this life. Strongly suppressing that fear, he looked straight at the cold-faced Wang Chao. "What is your purpose in helping me?" "The jade pendant your mother left you," Wang Chao said without hiding it in the slightest. Young Heisu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She had guessed correctly. From his neck, he removed the jade pendant and scrutinized it carefully, but his face turned extremely grave. Pursing his lips, he handed it to Wang Chao. "Since you recognize this jade pendant and helped me avenge my death, this jade pendant will be gifted to you." But, Wang Chao took the jade pendant for granted. The jade pendant was jasper all over, crystal clear, warm and smooth to the touch. The carving was even more exquisite. At a glance it was not a mortal product. It was written in the original book that the jade pendant contained aura and was very precious. Yifan also married Zhang Haixio because of this jade pendant. Didn't have sex with her, though. Just as Wang Chao was pondering, Zhang Haixio continued, "This jade pendant is my mother's family heirloom, which gathers a mysterious power, and my mother put a ghost spell on it. The person who gets the jade pendant must marry me, or else he will be killed by the ghost spell." Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and secretly said, "If I don't marry her, I will still be killed by the ghost spell? So bloody?" Secretly asked the system, Big Brother. "This ghost spell can have a solution." Soon the system gave a simple explanation. The ghost spell unraveling. In the first, the man and the woman are united, and half of the man's power is transformed to the woman. In the second, the woman voluntarily gives it away, and the ghost spell can be suspended, and the union of man and woman can be broken. In the third, the cultivation level exceeds that of the caster, and the ghost spell automatically disappears, until the ghost spell is removed. If one party dies, the other will die with them. When Wang Chao heard this, it dawned on him that Yifan didn't not want to have some relationship with Zhang Haixio. He didn't dare to. It really is related to this jade pendant. How it sounds, though, is a little creepy. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special item, the golden cicada jade pendant. One entry into the sweepstakes is available. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the protagonist item. Main character's chi value -500. Chi value 4500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for truncating the main thread. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 4300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining young Jesus' trust. Main character's chi value -300. Chi value 4000. Host villain value +1000. Available villain value 5300. Ding! The system suggests that the full version of the extra is available. You need to deduct one golden cicada jade pendant and $1 billion in money. Whether to view. Check. Then, a wave of memories began to pour into Wang Chao's mind. Wang Chao checked the plot and the extras and his eyes lit up. It turns out that there are so many little hidden plots that it's a surprise. But what about the ghost spell? I know you don't like me, so the jade pendant was given to me, voluntarily, without a curse. Zhang Haixio let out a bitter smile and slowly spoke. Wang Chao couldn't help but spit out. Girl, can you finish in one breath? However, this ghost spell is already on the body. I'm afraid that he has to stabilize Zhang Haixio first. He believes that Zhang Haixio is a smart person, unless she wants to die. Faintly looking at Zhang Haixio, he made the same decision as Yifan in the original book. You will stay in the Zhang family for me from now on and sit in this head of the family position, and I will guarantee you a lifetime of honor and wealth. Yes. Zhang Haixio knew that Wang Chao was letting her off the hook and nodded vigorously. She had nothing to ask for now. Just wait. When the person with the golden cicada jade pendant ascends, she can sit back and enjoy the ride. Ascending together. Wang Chao now had to hurry up and get the protagonist killed so that he could go somewhere else so that he didn't have to worry about the ghost curse. Therefore, he had to step up his efforts to plunder the protagonist's chi value. After stabilizing Zhang Haixio, he drove straight back to Zhangbei as fast as he could. Chapter 73. After Wang Chao drove back to Zhangbei, he methodically began to set up everything. The plot of the original book had been chopped to pieces, and Yifan was afraid that killing people to seize the treasure would simply be impossible. The only thing that might show up would be a few of his harem that hadn't yet appeared on Earth. The rest, however, was Yifan's mere harem, which didn't help him much. Wang Chao didn't even bother to get the goodwill value, thinking that he would just kill it and see if he could get the villain value. In the blink of an eye, it's Monday. In front of Jiangbei University, a sports car approached and slowed to a stop. "Young master, the school is here." A respectful and soft call. The backseat door opened, the slender legs poked out, and Wang Chao's handsome face appeared at the school entrance. As soon as it was announced, there were a few screams from the girls around the room. "Look, look, look, that's a Bugatti sports car. So cool. Wow, that boy is even more handsome. He's my type. Is this some kind of celebrity freshman? I'm going to pass out and I need him to give me artificial respiration. Beautiful. Get in line." Listening to the screams around him, Wang Chao's face was flat. In fact, he wants to keep a low profile. But just yesterday, the Su family and Kong Junlong each sent over a sports car, a Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Windjammer. And they say that sports cars go best with handsome men. He didn't think so, though, because he customized a Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom, the kind of car that, being more understated, fit his temperament. Amidst the screams of the beautiful women along the way, Wang Chao walked towards the dormitory. On Monday mornings, they didn't have classes, so he guessed that both guys in the dorm would be playing games or sleeping. Sure enough, Ho Chang's hissing voice was heard before he even entered the door. Asterisk 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 asterisk. UING jerky hammer. Damn. Pit your dad. Wang Chao pushed the door in. "Chao, what are you doing here?" "Chao." Liang was also playing the game and jumped up excitedly when he saw Wang Chao. When Ho Chang saw Wang Chao, he hurriedly tapped the home button of his cell phone and stood up to greet him. "Playing games?" Wang Chao casually found a stool and sat down. "Not much going on this morning. Playing a couple of games and getting ready for gold," Liang said with a proud face. "Gold? Don't you just have hands? I just came to see." Wang Chao took out his cigarettes and gave one to each of the two men, then asked, "By the way, the last time you sent me a post, Joe became Ho is going to jump off a building?" As soon as Liang heard Wang Chao ask this, he instantly came into the spirit and hurriedly opened his computer. Some people rumored that he jumped off the building because he failed to pursue LV. I also felt something was wrong and started looking for clues. Not to mention, I really found it. Brother Chao. Look. Wang Chao glanced at Liang Wu's computer. On it was a sketch and a lot of data. The corner of his mouth crossed a faintly undetectable smile. This data was something he had gotten someone to do and had someone anonymously send it to Liang Wu. Ho Chang also came up and asked with a confused look on his face. "Old Wu, what the hell is all this? Why can't I read any of it? It's too normal for you not to understand." Liang Wu spat out a sentence, and started analyzing the picture. "The post that first broke this story has been deleted, but the post was sent from a cell phone, the address where it was posted, the time, and the model of the cell phone, all checked out. The address is 473 dormitory. The time is more than 8 o'clock in the morning. The cell phone model is bogus 72. I have asked for 73 dormitory, a total of 4 people, 2 Huawei, a fruit. Only Yifan's cell phone model do not know." Here comes the most crucial question. Zhao Cheng met Yifan before he died. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Ho Chang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, a look of horror on his face. In that case, wouldn't Zhao Cheng's death have something to do with Yifan? Also, shortly after Zhao Cheng's death, this post was sent from Yifan's dormitory. Do you think it's a coincidence? When Liang Wu said this, he only felt that his body was also covered in goosebumps. It was just too terrifying. Ahem. You mean, Zhao Cheng was killed by Yifan? Ho Chang felt a chill down his spine. If that was the case, then wouldn't Yifan be a murderer and still at large? 80% of it is, but I have heard that Yifan is also frantically pursuing LV. What's that saying? When love rivals meet, they see eye to eye. Liang Wu summarized, turning his head to look at Wang Chao. Brother Chao, what do you think about this? I think the chart is well done, Wang Chao said indifferently. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the implication was self-evident that Yifan indeed had nothing to do with Zhao Cheng's death. Liang Wu and Ho Chang looked at each other and nodded with deep understanding. At this time, Ho Chang glanced at the forum remarks and exclaimed, "Chao, a new post has appeared on the forum, saying that whoever gets close to school beauty LV will have bad luck. Holy, it's this ID again. It must be Yifan. This Yifan is so perverted." Liang Wu came over, took a look, and cursed outright. It looks like Yifan is trying to pursue LV Zisha in an alternative way. Wang Chao said meaningfully. Think about it. If you guys think about it, if you make everyone afraid to get close to LV Zisha, wouldn't Yifan have a chance? *******. Fine minds think alike. Liang Wu was shocked. Is this what people do? No. This grandson Yifan is just too disgusting. I'm going to expose his true colors. Liang Wu rolled up his sleeves and sat down at his computer desk, ready to post the picture plus his analysis on the campus forum. Seeing that things were almost done, Wang Chao didn't bother to stay here any longer, made an excuse and left the school. At this time on the school's forum, an analysis post of Zhao Chang's death appeared, and in just 1 hour, the amount of replies to the post had already exceeded 10,000. Under another post that said whoever approached LV Zisha would be out of luck, the comments had also exceeded 10,000. The vast majority, however, were cursing Yifan. He said he was despicable and shameless, using such underhanded tactics to woo girls. Then, at noon, the school broke another big story. Yifan was expelled from Jiangbei University, but the reason for the expulsion was not stated by the school. For a while, Yifan became the object of discussion after tea at Jiangbei University. The blackmail went out and eventually evolved. Yifan is a big pervert who went to the south to invite a small ghost in order to chase a goddess. In the girls' dormitory, LV Zisha's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and her eyes were green underneath. These past few days, she felt like she endured the darkest moments in the world, with everyone avoiding her like the plague. There had been 4 people in the dormitory, but now she was alone. One roommate moved out with a guy friend, and the other 2 went so far as to go to a hostel for the past few days and never came back for the past few days. During class, there was surprisingly no one within 2 meters of her. During the meal, there were voices all around talking about her. The most irritating thing is when she goes to the store and the store owner says, "Don't pay for these things, please don't come back." Ding dong. Her cell phone rang, and Lu Zisha hurriedly grabbed it to see that it was a message telling her to go on the school forum. Contemplating for a moment, he wondered what else he couldn't withstand. Gritting my teeth, I opened the hot post. The post is about Cho Sung's death. LV Zisha shivered her hands, her eyes dead set on the content of the post. The more he looked at it, the more style touched his eyes, and finally, his fists clenched up tightly, and the bottom of his eyes were scarlet. Yifan, what grudge do I have against you? Chapter 74, Women in Clothing. At this time, Wang Chao was on his way to Li Jianhao's KTV. In the next 2 days, Yifan will be put to work in a KTV. As for the content of this job, Wang Chao had to personally arrange it, making sure to give Yifan enough opportunities to show his face. Suddenly, the system's beep sounded. Ding! LV Zisha hated the protagonist to the core. Main character's chi value -500. Chi value 3500. Host villain value +500. Available villain value 5800. When Wang Chao heard this, he slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Liang Wu's post was seen by LV Zisha, and his plan was half successful. Sure enough, the big girl hate works. All of a sudden it's 500 villain value. Li Jianhao brought all the employees of KTV and stood at the door in full dress, each of them with a small flag, and as soon as they saw Wang Chao, they shouted in a neat manner, "Welcome young Wang to visit magnificent KTV to inspect the work. Have a heart." Wang Chao's forehead was full of black lines, so earthy, but he still had to make a perfunctory remark. Then, accompanied by Li Jianhao, the two came to the office. "Young Wang, according to your orders, I've arranged a place for Yifan to stay." As soon as he entered the office, Li Jianhao excitedly reported the situation. "In addition, I found that Yifan was obedient and showed no signs of resistance." Wang Chao felt funny in his heart. Did Yifan dare to disobey? His old sister and mom are in my hands, and LV Zisha is also under my control. With these people around, he doesn't even dare to die. Where does Yifan live now? Wang Chao sat comfortably in his boss chair and leaned back. Li Jianhao gave a bad smile and said, "Let him live downstairs in the back kennel." Wang Chao faintly raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Then, without slowing down, he asked, "What kind of job are you going to give him?" Li Jianhao stood bent over the table and smiled curtly. "Naturally, they are all at young Wang's disposal." Wang Chao sneered, his eyes flashing with an inscrutable bright light. "What can I arrange? I think a welcome would be nice." Wang Chao's plan gave Yifan 3 steps to advance, and this first step, naturally, was to welcome the guests. Li Jianhao hurriedly nodded his head and patted his ass. It's still a young Wang who knows how to read people and knows what person should be in what position. The sweep of Wang Chao's heavy gaze instantly caused Li Jianhao to feel the pressure. and he forced a smile, inwardly very fearful, worrying if he had said the wrong thing. Then, he heard Wang Chao say quietly, "Remember, special preparations for welcoming costumes." Li Jianhao was confused and carefully came to Wang Chao's side, hung his head and respectfully said, "Please instruct young Wang." Wang Chao curved the corner of his mouth and attached himself to Li Jianhao's ear and whispered a few words. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to pack the KTV and treat my friends to a day of karaoke. Is $10 million enough? Wang Chao turned his head to look at Li Jianhao and asked in a flat tone, "Master Wang, if you want to invite your friends, just come, it's all free." Free? Li Jianhao thought that Wang Chao was simply inviting his friends, and the big deal was that he would shut down for a day and not lose much money. But he never expected. JNU. There's a threat on fire. College of Economics and Management. Freshman Wang Chao invites all freshman girls to sing at magnificent KTV. Alcoholic beverages, snacks and desserts. All of it. The time is all day. Asterisk. On what grounds? Would it kill you to invite a guy? We're super good at singing too. Okay? Asterisk. Is it too late to get a sex change? It's not right. Very wrong. By what right? I sophomore, what's wrong? I'm also a girl, hey. It's very excessive. Angry with this baby. The post surpassed 100,000 messages in half an hour's time. The vast majority of ineligible students are disenchanted. How come such a good thing didn't fall into their lap? Meanwhile, the publicity committee members of each freshman class held an emergency meeting to announce this. The absolute majority of the girls said they had to go. It was such a grand spectacle. They had never seen it before. I'm just worried. The entire freshman female student body, not 10,000, but 8,000. Can that KTV accommodate so many people? Before dawn the next day, the first guests had already started lining up in front of the KTV. By the time the doors opened for business, the line was out the door and into the next intersection. Boss Li Jianhao announced on the spot that Wang Chao said, "Those who can't get in line today will continue to be free tomorrow." The crowd instantly boiled over, and many people who didn't even know Wang Chao had already taken a liking to him. The doors opened and everyone lined up in an orderly fashion to get inside. At that moment, a figure in the doorway caught everyone's attention. A pink tutu, a pair of high heels, a face of exaggerated makeup, and a blonde wig greeted the guest, and how she looked at it. She felt that something wasn't right. Bent over, not a smile on his face. "Welcome, Pust." Everyone finally realized the reason for the discord. The flamboyantly dressed welcome guest was actually a man. Ha ha ha, the owner of this store is too amusing to dress up the welcome guest like this. A girl in a white pinafore couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't know that. It's called catching up. It's very popular nowadays for women to dress up as big men. The girl behind her was not impressed. The boss is very business-minded. Someone quipped. "No, look closely guys, isn't this Yifan who was expelled from school?" At this point, I don't know who said something. Then the schoolgirls in line instantly all knew. No way. Yifan actually came here as a greeter after he was fired? TSK, maybe it's called retribution. Yes. God always punishes when you do bad things. The matter of Yifan wearing women's clothes as a welcome guest instantly spread throughout the entire team. Some good people took pictures and posted them online. Again, it caused a lot of chatter. Yifan, who was the person in question, felt the gazes and discussions of the crowd and clenched his fists in anger, wanting to blow the heads off of those long-winded women in front of him. It's so humiliating. It's just too humiliating. How humiliating it is for me, an immortal dignitary, to wear women's clothing. He even had the urge to crash and burn. But as soon as he thought of Wang Chao, he instantly transformed that endless hatred into strength. Taking a deep breath, he decided to cultivate hard and cut Wang Chao down later. "Yifan, why are you here?" At that moment, he heard a voice he was very familiar with and raised his eyes to see Yan Rushue. Deng wanted to find a crack in the ground. Yan Rushue received Wang Chao's invitation and came happily, and when she saw Yifan at the door, she couldn't help but flinch for a moment. "Yifan, you disappoint me too much. You can't study properly, but you are so degraded. Can you stand up to your aunt?" Yifan really had a hard time facing Yan Rushue's questioning. Where would he have suffered if not for his mother and sister? Holding back the anger in his heart, he opened his mouth and asked, "Yuki, let me ask you, was I expelled from school?" He'd just heard from the group of female students that he'd been expelled and had to confirm it for himself. Chapter 75, A succession of villainous values. After some of the listed changes happened, Yan Rushue became very disgusted with Yifan. Just now, she also learned that Yifan was even suspected of murder in order to chase after a girl, and she felt even more that this person had a vicious mind. But after all, he was the son of his mother's best friend, and had known him since he was a child, so he couldn't help but speak out a word of rebuke when he saw him wearing women's clothes as a welcome guest. Never in a million years did he expect that Yifan would still not know that he had been fired. Seeing that Yifan was staring at himself without blinking at the moment, Yan Rushue shook her head helplessly. Yesterday noon, the school sent out an announcement that it has decided to expel you. And also, if you still have some humanity left, go and turn yourself in or you'll drag Auntie Ting down with you. At this moment, her favorable feelings towards Yifan dropped to negative infinity. Yifan superficially cared nothing about the expulsion. After all, he was an immortal dignity and was destined to walk an extraordinary path in the future. However, the anger inside kept churning, and his heart was even more puzzled. He could guess that being expelled from school was Wang Chao's doing, but what did it mean to turn himself in? He has always obeyed the law and has never done anything to harm the world. Just now he also seemed to have heard those long-winded women talking about retribution, doing bad things and so on. His eyes stared. Could it be that Wang Chao had used some underhanded means to defame him? It must be. In his last life, Wang Chao had used despicable methods to try to annex his mother and sister's Oasis group. In the end, he was decapitated by himself. Damn it, damned Griffin. How dare you slander my father? The more Yifan thought about it, the more angry he became. A stuffy feeling in his chest went straight to the sky, and his head was dizzy. Li Jianhao was not far away. Glimpsed Yifan there with his head hanging down and his body swaying a bit, rushed over with a few steps and shouted, "Yifan, what are you doing? Hurry up and pick up the customers properly or don't blame me for being rude to you." Yifan's eyes took on a scarlet color, and a monstrous killing intent emanated from every pore of his body. The anger of an immortal dignitary was not something that a mole could withstand. Slowly raising his head, a pressure from the immortal dignity pressed down on Li Jianhao, his voice lingering. "Are you talking to me?" Li Jianhao suddenly felt a terrifying aura surrounding his body and subconsciously took a step back. When he looked at Yifan again, he had a feeling that the opposite side was a behemoth as big as a mountain and river, while he was just an ant in general. The aura was too appalling, as if a single look from Yifan could cut him down. Cold sweat involuntarily flowed down from his forehead, and he almost had a cramp in his legs and couldn't help but fall to his knees. Yifan looked at Li Jianhao's miserable face and was very satisfied. This was the attitude that a mole should have after meeting an immortal exalt. Was about to inquire about the whereabouts of his sister and mother. Suddenly, an even colder voice came over. A little employee who speaks out against his boss. Where did he learn the rules? And as soon as these words came out, the monstrous aura that Yifan had in his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Somewhat alarmed, he looked up, and surprisingly, it was Wang Chao who had brought Zhang Hui over from the distance. No way. Absolutely no way. Wang Chao is just a small qigong master. How could he break his qi without a sound? Could it be that Wang Chao's cultivation in this life was even more powerful than him? Thinking of this, Yifan's self-proud identity as the reincarnation of an immortal dignity was gone at this moment, and only a blankness remained in his eyes. Yifan, you're too much of a disappointment to me. In high school, although you were ordinary, I never looked down on you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. In vain I used to have good feelings for you. I was really blind in the beginning. Zhang Hui looked at Yifan with unusual disappointment, and looking at him in this outfit, she felt even more eyeless. In high school, she had a crush on Yifan, but Yifan had a crush on Yan Rushue. She was now secretly glad that Yifan liked someone else at first. If she really got together with Yifan, she would be living in deep water in the future. Li Jianhao felt the pressure disappear and his body was refreshed, instantly rising from the ground. Somewhat humiliated, he glanced at Wang Chao and bent down. I'll let Xiao Wang have a good laugh. I will definitely teach Yifan a good lesson. Then, turning around, in front of the crowd, he slapped Yifan's face. Good you ungrateful Yifan. With all those evil deeds you've done, you can't find a job at all in this society. If not for me kindly taking you in, you'd have starved to death on the street. I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to have a next time, don't blame for being impolite to you. And you don't want to make your mother and sister worry about you, do you? Li Jianhao was warning Yifan, your mom and your sister are in my hands. Don't mess around. Of course, this was what Wang Chao had explained. Yifan's face was ironic, veins rippled in front of his forehead, but in the end, he just nodded woodenly. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Main character's chi value -100. Chi value 3,400. So little? Wang Chao frowned slightly. The dignity of an immortal dignity was already so worthless? As he was thinking about it, suddenly the system beeped again. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Main character's chi value -50. Chi value 3,350. Wang Chao looked at the prompt and almost didn't curse out. Can the system finish once? At that moment, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Chakra value -10. Chakra value 3,340. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Luck value -10. Luck value 3,330. Ding! The dignity of the protagonist is trampled on. Luck value -1. Luck value 2,500. Host villain value +1,000. Available villain value 6,800. Wang Chao didn't know how long this system prompted. Anyway, there's +10 to the villain value, +1, and +2, which was thoughtfully rounded up at the end. It seemed that as long as someone witnessed Yifan make a fool of himself and laughed at him, his dignity would be trampled on. But the amount of chakra value subtracted varies from person to person. At the same time, he had a surprising discovery. After reducing his chi value by 1,000, Yifan was immune, but it didn't matter. There were still 2,500 chakra values left. It would be soon. Wang Chao sat in the luxurious box of the KTV and contemplated with his eyes closed. One by one, Ginger Hai and the others took the microphone and began to enjoy the relaxing moment. In the original book, Manhwa was scouted by a talent scout and made her debut as a big star because of her great musical talent. As for the rest of them, their singing skills were surprisingly not inferior, and their voices were all as beautiful as an aureole. But at the moment, Wang Chao was not in the mood to listen to them sing. Leaning on the sofa and thinking about the plot of the original book. About a month or so after Wang Badan was killed, a big bear girl from the sea country named Bobo Nadain was hunted down and fled to the north of the river. Coincidentally, he hid in Villa 1 on Lookout Mountain. Even more coincidentally, Yifan was bathing at the time. Then a big bear of a girl, covered in blood, was seen getting into the bathroom. For a while, the scene was a powerful one. After that, Yifan saved this woman and took her as a maid. Actually one of the harem that served him every day. Counting the time, we should be almost there. Wang Chao opened his eyes and suddenly the phone rang. Picking up his cell phone, it was a call from the servant of Lookout Mountain 1. Standing up, he walked to the door and answered it. Then an anxious voice was heard on the phone. Young master, it's not good. Chapter 76, Bobo Not Aim. The corner of Wang Chao's mouth curled up slightly as he listened to the servant's narration. That's wonderful. Think what you want. Bobo Not Aim shows up, still in the familiar manner of the original book. The only difference was that the hero wasn't there and he wasn't in the bathroom. I'll be right back. Wang Chao hung up the phone and went back to the private room to say goodbye to everyone. When he came out of the KTV, he saw that Yifan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, standing mute and shouting mechanically, "Welcome!" Without looking away, he jogged past him, content to walk to his car. The driver had long ago opened the door and bowed to wait. Wang Chao sat directly on the copilot and silently opened the system interface. The last few days have been a long time coming in terms of villain values. Said to the system, raise them all to 400, and the rest, all of them, add power. Ding! Friendly reminder. Over 400. The exchange ratio will be 30-1. Do you continue to exchange? Excessive. Wang Chao was a bit helpless, but there was nothing he could do about it. People were the system. Then add 40 strength after the full 400. Ding! The redemption was successful. Name Wang Chao. Strength, 440, 100 for normal. Mental, 400, 100 for normal. Charisma, 200, full. Physical fitness, 400, 100 for normal people. Technique, Tai Chi technique. Other, elementary alchemy. Money, $13. 5 billion. Available villain value, 200 main character chakra value, 2,500. The addition had just been completed, and Wang Chao felt that his body had become quite sturdy again. There was even a feeling that his body was adamantine. Even bullets couldn't penetrate his body. After the power breakthrough of 400, more Wang Chao secretly feels some, even without using the Taiji technique, as if a light grasp can grasp the emptiness to shatter the general. What surprised him most was the spirit. At this moment, it was like he was playing a game with a hang-up on. As long as you use your mind to explore, you can clearly feel what the people inside are doing through the wall. and the range has expanded to a terrifying 500 or 600 meters in a circle. Wang Chao felt the amazing changes in his body and secretly asked the system, "Which realm of Yifans am I now equivalent to in the original book?" After waiting for half a day, the system only replied with one word, dense. Cheapskate. Wang Chao spat out a sentence and stopped talking. Taking his thoughts back, he looked out at the streets of traffic. He now foresaw that Yifan was going to die. He just didn't know what the next book would open. However, soldiers come and go. He is not afraid of anything. Soon, the driver parked the car in front of Wangshan No. 1 villa. As soon as Wang Chao got off the bus, he saw more than a dozen servants standing in front of the door, with panicked looks on their faces. "Young master, you're finally back." Lin Chongfeng, the temporary housekeeper, hurriedly ran up. After that woman broke in, she knocked out 2 people and is now in the bathroom taking a shower. Wang Chao's mind moved, and he immediately detected the movement of his bedroom. Under the shower, the water flow was flushing a person's body. "There's no need to panic. I'll take care of this one, so go about your business. All of you." Wang Chao waved his hand and went straight back to his room. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw several bloody clothes thrown on the floor of the room and the sound of water running coming from the bathroom. The sound of clattering to the ground was a bit evocative. Wang Chao sat nonchalantly on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and glancing at the bathroom door every now and then. A few moments later, the bathroom door finally opened. An extremely sweet-looking girl, only in her mid-20s, had a towel wrapped around her head and a bath towel wrapped around her body. Wearing Wang Chao's slippers, he came out. When he saw Wang Chao, there was no surprise on his face. "You're the owner of this place, aren't you?" "Yes." Wang Chao coldly surveyed the woman in front of him. Lovely to the core face, exquisite and incomparable features, and a proud and tall figure. Even Wang Chao, who doesn't like cute models, can't pick a single fault. To summarize, excellent. My name is Bobo Nadame, and I'm going to stay with you for a few days. I'll be staying in your room, and in return, you can do anything you want to me. Bobo Nodoye's winking eyes were like silk. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she very seductively slowly unwrapped the bath towel. She believed that with her body and her unique seductive eyes, no man in the world could resist the temptation. Even if it's bent, it can be straightened out for him. She couldn't help it. She had been chased here by her family and was injured. And this Wangshan No. 1 villa was the most luxurious villa in Jiangbei. It was only by living here that those in the family would be a little more scrupulous. Wang Chao looked at the easy unattached woman in front of him without any waves in his heart. He didn't have the slightest interest in Yifan's woman and only felt very dirty. Even if they're pretty, they're not as clean as just pulling one off the street. Ink-like vision lifted slightly. "Ghostly, I know all about you, and I also know that you're from the Sea Kingdom and were chased by your family to escape here." When Bobo Nadame heard this, she was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a lift of her hand, a dagger flew from the ground into her hand. Looking at Wang Chao in horror, he questioned, "Who are you? How do you know about me?" "That's a funny thing to say. I own this house. And don't you think it's ridiculous for you to be in my house, inquiring about who I am?" Wang Chao's smile was chilling, without the slightest bit of temperature. Bobo Nadame gritted her teeth and decided that the person in front of her must be involved with the family. And without saying anything, she directly threw the knife at Wang Chao. Wang Chao snorted coldly and gently raised his hand. The dagger instantly stopped in front of him. With a movement of his fingers, the dagger reversed its direction and aimed at Bobo Nadame. Bobo Nadame's eyes fell out in shock when she saw the scene. Who the hell is the person in front of me? Surprisingly, he can do the imperial art. Gujitsu is the highest level of Bushido skill in the whole of the Sea Kingdom. Rumor has it that there are only 2 or 3 people in the entire Sea Kingdom who can defend objects. Those are all national treasures of the Sea Kingdom. No longer daring to make a move, he dropped to his knees without hesitation. "I would atone for my sins by serving you as a maid for life." In the original book, Yifan also fought with Bobo Nadame, and as a result, he completely abused the other party, and then Bobo Nadame said the same thing. Yifan helped the other party in the spirit of helping people. "I have no shortage of maids." Wang Chao pointed with his hand. Whoosh! The dagger stabbed through Bobo Nadame's chest. Bobo Nadame couldn't dodge at all and eventually fell to the ground dead. Blood flowed down her chest, snaking into a thin river of blood. Wang Chao slowly walked over. This woman even rose to kill him. Then it was not his fault. Ding! Congratulations to the host for truncating the protagonist's main line. Protagonist's chakra value -100. Chakra value 2400. Sure enough, killing the protagonist's harem won't help him in any way. Wang Chao sighed and was just about to find someone to dispose of this woman when he received news that shocked him. Chapter 77, Crazy Moves. Yevon escaped. Yifan punched a girl who had insulted him to death and fled. Wang Chao was also quite shocked when he heard this news. For a hallowed immortal dignitary to make a move against a mortal, how narrow-minded was this? However, this also showed that Yifan was really being driven crazy this time. Not even his mother and sister. Wang Chao's eyes flashed with brilliance. The most likely thing now was that Yifan was sneaking around to find LV Zixia. After all, in the original book, LV Zixia was Yifan's favorite woman, more than anyone else. He must find LV Zixia by all means and take her to escape in a hurry. TSK, 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 a loving couple in their past lives. Now they are like enemies. If the two of them want to see each other, that picture. Just think about it, it's very exciting. Regarding Yifan's escape, Wang Chao was not worried at all. Instead, he was a bit excited. He didn't want to miss such a big show. With the mood of watching the theater, he drove alone towards Jianbei University. By now, it was midday. The sunlight was extraordinarily harsh. After Yifan killed, he injured several more people and quickly fled the scene. He couldn't care less now. His patience was at its limit. As an immortal, he has his own trade-offs. Mother and sister, originally mortal, would not live long. It's just an early death. It doesn't matter. But his wife in his previous life was different. She was a fairy with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, so it would be a shame if she died. So he had to take Lu Zixia out of here. Whether the other party agreed or not, he had already thought about it. The big deal was to be invisible and bury his name and hide in the deep mountains and forests. In a decade or so, his master would pass by and could surely spot him. At that time, when he left Earth, he would still be the immortal dupe from his previous life, and Lu Zixia would still be his beloved wife. Thinking of this, he unconsciously accelerated his steps and came under Lu Zixia's dormitory building. Walked right in regardless. The dormitory aunt recognized that Yifan was not from this dormitory at a glance and shouted, "The girl from school, who are you looking for?" Yifan ignored her and performed the rapid cloud steps, instantly disappearing from the sight of the dormitory aunt. The dormitory mom was so shocked in her heart that she blinked, yelled out that she had seen a ghost, and hurriedly grabbed the phone to call the police. And at this moment, Yifan came to the door of Lu Zixia's dormitory, knocked gently on the door. LV Zixia was lying on the bed in a daze. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she thought she heard wrong. Surprised, he turned his head down and looked at the door of the house. It's been days since anyone dared approach her. Even when the truth about Zhao Cheng's death was thrown out, most of her classmates were still jealous of her. The knocking started again, and she was then sure that it was really someone knocking on her dormitory door. Very reluctantly, he climbed out of bed and asked, "Who is it?" While heading for the door, there was no response at the door. With a creak, she opened the door to her dorm room. Just as soon as the door was opened, a figure was seen burrowing in. Then the figure quickly closed the door behind him. The man was wearing a dress and looked somewhat familiar. However, when he opened his mouth, it was indeed a man's voice. "Zixia, I don't have time to explain to you. Leave with me." Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Zixia again carefully measured the appearance of the person in front of her. Yifan, this perverted devil, actually came to her. Den stepped back in horror and shrieked. Yifan reacted extremely quickly, forming seals with both hands and fiercely spreading them towards LV Zixia. LV Zixia instantly quieted down and looked at Yifan with dull eyes. Like a puppet. "I'm sorry, just come out of here with me and I'll make sure I explain everything to you." Yifan didn't dare to delay, although he had struck the vertigo formation. But after all, there was no spiritual chi injected into it, and the formation could last for more than an hour at most, and it can only be released once on the same person on the same day. He turned around and started rummaging through LV Zixia's closet, finding a few random pieces of white clothes to replace the ones he was wearing. He'd just killed someone and broken into the girls' dormitory, and he was too conspicuous in his ho-hum KTV overalls. After doing this, and putting Lu Zixia's cell phone, as well as the money bag in his pocket, he found another dagger on the table, which looked like it was used by Lu Zixia for self-defense. Smoothly, he also put it into his bag and whispered to Lu Zixia, "Follow me." LV Zixia looked at Yifan with empty eyes and mechanically lifted her feet to follow him. They didn't dare to go through the front door, but came to the side door. There are 4 doors to the girls' dormitory, one to the east, west, south, and north, but in general, only the front door is open. The rest of the doors were locked with brass locks. Yifan came to the door and with one hand, he directly broke the lock and pushed the door out. Wang Chao stood in the distance and didn't recognize Yifan at first glance, but recognized LV Zixia and slowly followed Yifan. After Yifan went out, he reached out and stopped a cab and sat in it. Master, go to Shuishi town in Yunzhong City. Yunzhong City? Hey, that's a lot of money. Round trip, at least $1,000. Pay first. When the driver heard about the city of Yunzhong, it was a big deal, and a bit of a smile appeared on his face. But this is going out of the city. What if we go when this guy runs away? So the rules of the jungle. Pay first. I'll give you 2,000. And make it quick. Yifan took out LV Zixia's wallet and wanted to pay. But when he opened it, he was embarrassed to find that in his wallet, there was not a penny. Clenching his fists, he experienced the desperation of the penny pincher. No cash. WeChat Alipay payment is fine. The driver looked at the man dressed as a woman Yifan in the rearview mirror and was a little sick to his stomach, but he endured it in order to earn money. Yifan took out LV Zixia's cell phone, but he didn't know the password. And now that LV Zixia was in a state of wanderlust, she wouldn't remember it even more. Looking at the dagger in his bag, he clenched his fists. Eventually, helplessly, he brought the dagger up and suddenly laid it across the driver's neck in a cold, threatening voice. Send me to Yunzhong City or I'll kill you now. The driver just felt a chill down his neck and raised his hand shiveringly. I'm driving right now. Young man, no. Young lady, don't be impulsive. Drive. Yifan urged. He counted the time. He had already wasted more than 10 minutes. And if he delayed any longer, Lu Zixia was going to wake up. The driver blushed hard and hurriedly put his hands on the steering wheel, put it in gear and just got started when suddenly there was a bang. The whole body was nearly shaken up. What's going on? Yifan was startled. He didn't want any accidents right now, because now the police are also looking for him. The reason why he chose the big mountain on the edge of Shuishi town, for one thing, was because he could feel a power that mesmerized him deep inside the mountain. Furthermore, he wanted to escape from Wang Chao, who he thought would never expect that he would return to Water West Town again. Little brother, it's not that I'm not driving, it's that my tires blew up when they pressed against something. The driver screwed up his face, scared to pee his pants. In case this thug killed him in a fit of rage can be how to fix it. And that was just about the time that 2 police cars drove this way towards the school. Yifan was shocked in his heart and secretly wondered how it was so fast. With a lift of his hand, he knocked the driver unconscious. Snatching the driver's bag, he said to LV Zixia, "Get off." LV Zixia mechanically opened the car door and followed Yifan down. Yifan quietly looked at the police in the distance, pulled LV Zixia, and went around the back of the school. He wanted to find a safe place and get a cab. Chapter 78, Desperation in the Extreme. Wang Chao slowly withdrew his own hand and looked at the fleeing Yifan from afar, wanting to laugh in his heart. Still want to go to Waterloo? You're not going anywhere with me. Pulling out a cigarette, he slowly lit it on, as if taking a walk, following Yifan and LV Zixia unhurriedly. Yifan took another car. This one didn't have a flat tire, but the engine was broken. Yifan got down from the car in anger, and what was even more depressing was that all the cabs, as if they had agreed to do so, did not take the road he was on at all. Even if they were walking, when they saw Yifan beckoning, they didn't dare to stay. Watching the time pass little by little, the anxious man decided to find a place where no one was around first and explain the truth of the matter to Lu Zixia. He believed that the marriage in his past life could not be broken, and he could definitely make LV Zixia believe in him. Looking around, he suddenly saw a bridge hole not far away, and it just so happened that there were no cameras there either, and definitely no police detection. Hurriedly pulling Lu Zixia to the bottom of the bridge hole. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers in front of Lu Zixia's eyes. LV Zixia was in a trance, and her eyes instantly regained clarity. She remembered that Yifan had broken into her dormitory and she was scared to death. She then remembers nothing. When she saw Yifan's face that was close at hand, she was so scared that she screamed again. No screaming, let me explain. Hey, Yifan was a bit at a loss for words. This woman's scream was really creepy. In a hurry, he pulled out the dagger in his bag and threatened Lu Zixia. If you dare to scream again, I'll kill you now. When Lu Zixia saw the dagger glowing with cold light, she really didn't dare to scream anymore, but the tears brushed down. At this moment, she was even more convinced that Yifan had killed Zhao Cheng in order to chase her, but she never expected that Yifan would be heartless enough to hijack her. Yifan saw LV Zixia quieting down, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief, taking the dagger back, taking a deep breath, and saying somewhat feebly, I'm sorry, I just can't help it right now. But please believe me on every word that follows. Seeing LV Zisha standing still, she continued, you, my wife in a previous life, and I, your husband in a previous life. We were originally a divine couple, but I was reborn and returned to a time when I had yet to meet you. Now that I've been framed by Wang Chao, who was also a reborn, he's come back to seek revenge on me, and now he's not only going to kill me, but also those closest to me, and since you're as my wife from my previous life, he's going to kill you for sure. You're talking nonsense. Wang Chao is my fiancé. How could he kill me? LV Zisha didn't believe a word of Yifan's words right now. In her heart, Yifan was a superb pervert. Yifan's heart thumped when he heard this. Wang Chao is LV Zisha's fiancé? How is that possible? His face became ugly and his head was a little green. LV Zisha saw Yifan standing still and dazed. Thinking that Yifan was intimidated by her words, she continued to threaten. You'd better let me go now. My father is the head of Yinjing LV family. My fiancé is the young master of the second largest family in the country. Wang Chao, if you dare to touch a single hair on my head, you'll surely die a miserable death. Moreover, no matter what method you use, you won't be able to get my heart. I only like Wang Chao alone. Wang Chao could never be your fiancé. The muscles in Yifan's cheeks kept twitching and his eyes were red. Although he didn't want to believe it, as an immortal exalt, he vaguely sensed the real reason why Wang Chao had been persecuting him. However, he had determined that LV Zisha was his Yifan's woman. So it must be. What's more, in his last life, LV Zisha was his wife and had never heard of him having a fiancé. Shaking his head. No, you're my wife. It's meant to be. Look at me closely. Don't you have any feelings for me at all? Ha? Feelings? You're a murderer. A big pervert. You've done so many disgusting things to me. And you're asking me if I have any feelings for you? Let me tell you, there are only two words for how I feel about you. Disgusting, LV Zisha said as she took a step back and looked at the path, ready to dash out into the road for help. Although Yifan knew that LV Zisha didn't like him much right now. But this was disgusting? That's not right. Even if he killed someone at the KTV, the news couldn't have traveled so fast. Asked through clenched teeth. Zisha, you are my wife. How could I hurt you? You haven't hurt me yet? You set up Cho Sung's death, didn't you? You made the post on the school about me being the plague, didn't you? You're so vicious and you still say you won't hurt me? You're just a big pervert. Speaking of this, LV Zisha's hatred for Yifan had already exceeded her fear. Cho Sung is dead? Yifan frowned in doubt. Even if Zhao Chang died, what did it have to do with him? And what post? How could he possibly post that his wife is a plague? Ha! Don't tell me you don't know. Open your phone and go to the forums. LV Zisha gritted her teeth. The more surprised Yifan reacted, the more she felt that Yifan was human and beastly, disgusting to the extreme. Yifan saw that LV Zisha had a nose for what she said and took out LV Zisha's cell phone and opened the school forum. A quick glance at the posts about him. After a hasty sweep, a wave of anger surged upward and he gritted his teeth. Slander. This is absolute slander. My cell phone. I can't even get on the internet. Yifan, you don't have to pretend for me here. Let me tell you, even if all the men in the world died out, I won't be your girlfriend even if I die. You'd better die of this heart. LV Zisha were willing to believe. Eyes full of hatred, imposing to show his position. Pust. Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a blinding flash of light and his head was buzzing. At this moment, he had an unprecedented despair, a feeling of being a traitor to his family. Raising his right hand, his voice trembled as he asked, Zisha, what you said, is it all true? LV Zisha was also startled when she saw Yifan vomiting blood, but in his heart, he thought hatefully, it's all your fault. You deserve it. Nodding vigorously, he said in a single word, that's right, I'm telling the truth. Yifan was trembling all over as he stood still, his eyes confused. After thinking about it, there was only one answer. All of this was done by Wang Chao. Ding! The protagonist is desperate to the core. Chi luck value minus 1000. Remaining chi luck value 1400. Villain value plus 1000. Available villain value 1300. TSK. The female lead is really powerful. Just a few words and she can make Yifan despair. At this moment, Wang Chao stood on the side of the bridge and took in the conversation between Yifan and the two of them. An elusive bright light flashed out of his eyes, slowly raised his palm, and said grimly, in that case, let you despair even more. Chapter 79, My beloved is injured. When LV Zisha saw Yifan losing his concentration, she thought that this was a perfect opportunity to escape. Gritting her teeth, She was about to turn around and run away when she suddenly felt a force push her violently from behind. His body leaned forward and let out a shriek as his body flung itself uncontrollably into Yifan's arms. And when Yifan saw that Zixia was about to fall, he subconsciously raised his hand to help, but he had forgotten that he still clutched a dagger in his right hand. This originally didn't matter, as long as you held onto Zixia's shoulders. However, he never expected that his hand, however, seemed to be out of his control and actually stabbed the dagger straight at Zixia. Pust. The dagger coincidentally stabbed into Zixia's heart. Blood, like a gushing spring, rushed out. Zixia stared at Yifan in horror and pushed him away with all her strength. Then, slowly dropping his head, he looked at a dagger stuck where his heart had been. The dagger was still glowing with an icy cold light, only stained with bright red blood. Involuntarily, he took a step backward and fell to the ground in a paralyzed heap. At this moment, Yifan's brain was also blank. What did I do? I actually stabbed Zixia with a knife? Even if he was the reincarnation of an immortal exalt, he had killed countless people in his last life. But he could no longer remain calm in the face of his beloved falling to the ground injured. Hurriedly, he pounced in front of Zixia, wanting to treat her. Zixia, Zixia, you off! Zixia roared in fear and reached out with her hands to cover the wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. Yet all is in vain. Blood gurgled down her fingers, and soon, stained her white hands, and her clothes red. Zixia listened to my explanation. Just now it wasn't me. Yifan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had to help Zixia stop the bleeding now. Otherwise, she would definitely die. Ha! If it's not you, is it a ghost? Get out of here. Get out of here. Zixia waved her other hand breathlessly to stop Yifan from approaching, and her voice became smaller and smaller. At this moment, she suddenly felt cold and wanted to sleep. Her eyelids were getting heavy and the scene in front of her eyes started to become blurry. Yifan really had a hard time defending himself. His eyes reddened with anxiety. Looking at Zixa's bloodless face, a tear quietly fell and dripped to the ground. At this time, regret and hatred. I should have known to escape alone. Why did I have to drag her? Wang Chao. It's all about Wang Chao. With red eyes, he looked up into the void and roared. Wang Chao, get your ass out here. Wang Chao, who was not far away, heard Yifan call out to him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and put his cell phone away. Originally, he wanted to wait for Zixia to die through and see how much chi luck value Yifan reduced before deciding whether to go out or not. Since it was guessed, it was good, just so Zixia could also die. Without slowing down, he walked toward the bridge. Zixia was lying on the ground with a face of pain, while Yifan was kneeling beside Zixia, his face full of anger and anxiety. When he was about to reach them, Wang Chao stopped. Super, old, male, save me. When Zixia saw Wang Chao, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She's not even 20. She doesn't want to die yet. Unfortunately, she had also somehow provoked this big pervert, Yifan. Now that Wang Chao was here, she might still be able to live. Are you behind this? Yifan's face was grim, his monstrous killing aura, like substance, and his eyes were scarlet in color. Yifan, what are you babbling about? Zixia is my fiancée. How could I possibly kill her? Wang Chao stood not far away from Zixia and did not have the slightest intention of coming forward to rescue her. Who else can there be besides you? Yifan spoke through gritted teeth, itching to eat Wang Chao alive. Naturally you killed Zhao Chang, killed the KTV waitress. You are a murderous devil. My fiancé with you, what grudges and what hatred. You even tolerate to a flowery little girl hands. Really? Yifan was stuck speechless for a moment. It had been established that everything was the work of Wang Chao, but he really had no proof. Instead, everyone assumed that he had done it all. The most infuriating thing was that Zixia was now turning to the culprit, Wang Chao, for help, and even calling Wang Chao her husband. The suffocation that had nowhere to be vented made his entire body explode. Vile, shameless, treachery. He now hated to break Wang Chao into pieces, but he couldn't beat Wang Chao right now, and Zixia was about to die, so he quickly weighed his options. Drooping his head, he kowtowed at Wang Chao. Consider me begging you to save Zixia. I swear in the name of the immortal emperor that I'm willing to be at your disposal from now on. Ha! Wang Chao laughed disdainfully and resumed that cold face. Immortal father? That's right. You were indeed an immortal exalted in your last life, but I was only acquiring the Oasis group by normal means, and you even killed me without asking for a reason, and even tried to kill my entire family. When I was on my knees begging for forgiveness, Did you have a trace of sympathy? Yi Fan was dumbfounded by this soul torture question. Thinking back to his last life, if someone dared to touch his family, he would have to exterminate them. If it wasn't for LV Zixia speaking up for Wang Chao, he would have wanted to decimate the entire Wang family at that time. Gritting his teeth, it's all my fault, but it's all my fault alone. It has nothing to do with Zixia, please let her go. Ha, nothing to do with her? Let me ask you, you knew that LV Zixia was my wife in my previous life, and you still dared to ask her to a hotel room. What's wrong with her? Wang Chao questioned in a cold voice. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth trembled furiously. He suddenly had the illusion that Wang Chao didn't target him in the beginning, but only after he seduced Lu Zixia did Wang Chao start to take crazy revenge. For some reason, there was some regret. Thinking about his hallowed southern heavenly immortal venerable, he had no regrets in his life and never needed to explain his work to anyone. But today, he feels he was wrong. From the beginning. Maybe this is karma. It's my fault. I apologize to you. But just now you also said that Zixia is your fiancé. LV Zixia's spirit had begun to drift off a bit, listening to the two men's conversation as if they were dreaming, unable to understand anything at all. What past lives? What who killed who? There was also the matter of Cheng Shuangdi, which I had heard about before, saying that she died in Yi Fan's bed. Ha ha ha, fiancé? Hearing this, Wang Chao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, collecting his smile, his eyes condensed, she is just is she qualified to be my fiancé? LV Zixia's miserable white face instantly twisted up. She didn't expect Wang Chao to scold her like this. In my last life, I chased LV Zixia for more than 10 years, always holding her in the palm of my hand, and on the day of her wedding with LV Zixia, she skipped the wedding, and rolled in bed with someone she had known for less than an hour, and who was still injured. Tell me, is she a? Wang Chao looked at Yi Fan with a ghostly gaze. LV Zixia hadn't been reborn, so she naturally didn't know about it, while Yi Fan suddenly understood all of it at once. LV Zixia, I'll tell you the truth. It was actually Yi Fan under my control who killed you because you greened me in your last life. This is the retribution you deserve. Wang Chao looked at the desperate Yi Fan and paid no more attention. Now, it was time for LV Zixia to die in despair. Chapter 80, The Brutal Truth. When LV Zixia heard Wang Chao's unforgiving words, she, who originally still had a trace of fantasy, was desperate to the point of no addition. All of it, surprisingly, was done by Wang Chao? How can that be? I'm already accepting him. Zixia, don't be angry. I can save you. I can definitely save you. Seeing that LV Zixia's eyes were about to close, Yi Fan reached out and hugged LV Zixia, wanting to forcefully perform the mixed healing formation. This formation was extremely advanced, and could generally only be barely cast after reaching the level of a Mahayana. If one did not have enough cultivation to forcefully perform it, it was likely to backfire and kill them. But right now, he couldn't care less. However, just as he wanted to cast the spell, he realized that his entire body was suppressed in place by a powerful force, with no way to release it. Couldn't even speak. LV Zixia was unwilling. He couldn't believe that Wang Chao would be so heartless. Suddenly, it came to mind the beautiful and touching story that Wang Chao had posted in his WeChat circle. Raising his eyelids with all his might, he asked with the last of his strength, breathless, before, that story you posted that was true? Wang Chao thought that Lu Zixia would leave some last words. After all, she was about to die. But I didn't realize that the woman was asking for that story. Sure enough, the legend of that fairy is decisive for the whole story. Slowly, he nodded. It's true. That story is the story that really happened between you and Yi Fan in the last life? But, Wang Chao deliberately paused and smiled wryly. It was just sent out by me in advance. So, Lu Zixia didn't even know who she should hate at this point. In fact, at the first moment she saw Yi Fan, she had a feeling that she liked him, but she knew that as Wang Chao's fiancé, she shouldn't have second thoughts. So even if she liked it, she could only like it. Afterwards, so many things happened, but she often dreamed that she was the heroine in Wang Chao's story, and the hero was indeed Yi Fan. She kept thinking of the dream as a nightmare. I didn't realize that it was true. Yes, really. Ha! Destiny. That's funny enough. LV Zixia let out a miserable laugh and took one last look at Yi Fan, opening her mouth, but she couldn't make any sound. Slowly raising his hand, he touched Yi Fan's fingers, then, slowly closed his eyes. Yi Fan's face was filled with pain, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but he was oblivious to it. Watching the woman he loved most die in his arms in such a form, tears snapped and dripped. At this time within the heart, hatred, repentance, unwillingness, anger, countless moods soft together. In the end, it all disappeared without a trace. In the end, all that was left was despair. The despair, as if it were like being stranded in the desert with no water or food. The sand is yellow, the sun is hot, and a flock of vultures surround you, waiting for you to take your last breath. It's also like being in the middle of a pale ocean, no longer having the strength to swim, and your entire body begins to sink from sea level to the bottom. Endless seawater covered the entire body. Breathing stopped, and countless sharks surrounded it. More like falling into the endless abyss of the devil's grotto, surrounded by the severe ghosts demanding his life. There is no way to escape, no way to hide. Suffering from endless torment from the spirit. The most outrageous thing is that he actually feels that he deserves all of this. He's the one who killed LV Zixia. He's the one to blame. Ding! The heroine is dead and the protagonist is desperate. Main character's chi value -1000. Main character's chi value 400. Ding! The host truncates the main protagonist's thread. Main character's chi value -200. Chi value 200. Host villain value plus 1200. Available villain value 2500. Wang Chao? Nima's system. You still gave the protagonist 200 luck values left? F-gram. You can't kill the main character yet. Wang Chao pinched his brow. This was a headache. Now that the protagonist is afraid that he has gone crazy and may do anything, the plot is definitely not going anywhere. Must get 200 Antipodean values as soon as possible. But now there may be a more interesting thing to play out. Raising his hand, he withdrew the power pressing on Yifan and said in a cold voice, I won't kill you now. I'll let you die in despair. But let me remind you that your sister and mother are in my hands. If you still care about them, you'd better not run out of Jiangbei. Otherwise, then, it didn't matter what Yifan thought. Anyway, he wasn't at ease with Yifan and still had to find someone to keep an eye on him. It's really hard to find in case someone runs away. Called Li Jianhao and asked him to send 2 snappy minions to come and follow Yifan, but not to expose the trail, not to mention calling the police. Then, he sent the filmed video to LV Liang, the head of the LV family. It also goes along with a line of text. Uncle Louis, I just got the news that Zixia was killed by a man named Yifan. Soon a call came in. Wang Chao was very satisfied as he looked at the name flashing on his cell phone. There's no way around it. Life is like a play. It's time to act. Picked up the phone and said, Uncle Lou, I've already called the police. The police are tracking it down. I believe the murderer will be caught soon. Where is the one called Yifan? On the other end of the phone, Lu Anlian's voice was urgent with hidden anger. In Jiangbei City, Wang Chao said, Thank you, young Wang, for informing me. Lu Anliang said and hung up the phone hurriedly. Wang Chao knew that Lu Anliang would never let it go and would definitely send someone to come and look for Yifan. TSK, 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 now that Yifan is being chased by the police, he will soon be hunted by the Lu family. Thinking about the image, that's awesome. Called again just in case. Let the police seal all the intersections out of Jiangbei, and resolutely prevent Yifan from having the opportunity to leave Jiangbei. What he wanted now was to be foolproof, and he absolutely would not allow any mistakes. Only when Li Jianhao's little brother arrived did Wang Chao return to the school and drove back to the villa. On the way, he called Wu Bo to find someone to screw Yifan's sister and mother. Mentally calculating, as long as Yifan's chi value dropped to 0, he would have no power to return to heaven. Killing him then would be no different than stepping on an ant. Back at the villa, lying comfortably on the leather couch, he waited. It wasn't until late afternoon that Wu Bo's call came through. Young master, the person has been found to be assassinated off. Don't worry, it's done without a drop of water. I've personally gone to confirm it. Wang Chao believed that Wu Bo wouldn't lie to him, but the problem was that he hadn't received a villainous value. No way. All of Bobo No Dame's deaths deducted the protagonist's 100 chi value. Normally, killing Yifan's sister and mother would result in a minimum deduction of 200. Dry. Yifan wouldn't be crazy, would he? Chapter 81, The Plot That All Disappeared. Wang Chao's eyes darkened. If Yifan's sister and mother's deaths couldn't do anything to allow him to gain villain value, that can be a real pain in the ass. According to the original book, the next episode should be the Yi family's old man's big birthday, and Yifan definitely couldn't go, so it wasn't much use. The next word should be that Yifan was preparing to avenge Bobo No Dame's death and then went to the Sea Country and exterminated the Bobo No Dame family. He even dueled with the #1 expert of the Sea Kingdom and the Substone Mountain, and even split the Substone Mountain into 2 halves with a single sword. It was eventually worshipped as the supreme god by the people of the Sea Kingdom. But right now, Bobo Nadane didn't even meet with Yifan before she was killed by herself. The main line was cut off and there was no way to replace it later. Apart from the Sea Country, what was left was the treasure that Yifan was looking for in the original book. Looks like we'll have to give it a try. Wang Chao looked up at the moon that was already hanging over the treetops outside the window and decided to go somewhere. Just then, a call came in. Picking it up and glancing at it, it was Kenzo Lee calling. Just as he pressed the answer button, he heard a voice yelling urgently on the other end. Master Wang, it's bad. The 2 men I sent to follow Yifan were killed. Waste. Wang Chao's voice was morose, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He'd told him 1,000 times, but eventually he'd gotten careless over there, and must have tracked too close and gotten caught. It's a good thing that the police are now rounding up Yifan all over the city, plus the Yanjing LV family, offering a reward of $100 million to find Yifan. The entire black and white community of Jianbei is now exceptionally excited. Therefore, Yifan definitely couldn't run out of Jianbei no matter what. I'm sorry, Master Wang. I'll send all my men after Yifan right now. On the other end of the phone, because he heard the anger in Wang Chao's voice, Li Jianhao's voice actually had a hint of trembling. Wang Chao frowned, pondered for a few seconds, and coldly said, "No need. You guys aren't Yifan's opponents right now. It's still a death sentence for as many people as you go." He had a very bad feeling now. There was always a possibility that Yifan's cultivation level had broken through. Therefore, he had to hurry up and find a way to plunder the Qi luck value now. After all, Yifan was the protagonist. Give him a little chance and he might turn over. Once he was allowed to break through, it was feared that ordinary people wouldn't be able to stop him at all, and the only way to do so would be to take action yourself. But what could be done in person? It's not like they could cut them down, or even lay their hands on them. Otherwise, more accidents would occur. Then Master Wang, what should we do next? Li Jianhao hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. You, run away, Wang Chao reminded. If Yifan really broke through now, the first person he would look for would be Li Jianhao. After all, a lot of things were done with the help of Kenny Li. However, as soon as those words fell, a miserable scream could be heard coming from Jianhao Li's side. The desperation in that voice could be felt through the phone. Wang Chao's face darkened, knowing that it was Yifan who had gone. Soon, a grim, unmistakable voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Chao, be a good boy and wait at home. I will kill all your women and all your men to make you suffer, and then I will finally kill you. Snap. The phone hung up. Wang Chao raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but mumble. I'm the villain. How dare you steal my lines? It seems that Yifan has really broken through and is no longer in the body forging realm. According to the contents of the original book, it should be the spirit void realm at the early stage of the imperial spirit realm, comparable to Earth, the Earth immortal realm of the Qigong world, or even a little stronger. However, Wang Chao didn't care one bit if Yifan wanted to kill someone. Those women were originally Yifan's own anyway. Just how did Yifan break through? Hiss. Wang Chao suddenly wanted to hit on a possibility. Jade Pei. Yes, the jade pendant passed down from Yifan's ancestors. The original book only said that it was a love token for Lu Zixia, but there was a mention in the extras that said that the jade pendant could make Lu Zixia meditate. At the time, when he checked out the extras, he didn't really care, but now that I think about it, the jade pendant has a hammer meditating effect. If there is, there must be an aura in it. Ha, it's true that you're the protagonist, and that even caught you out, but it's going to be a lot more fun next. Wang Chao slowly lit a cigarette, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. He didn't know exactly what realm he was in now though, but hitting a sect master with nothing more than a punch, and hitting the Earth immortal realm was nothing more than a bit of effort. Not enough to be feared. The only thing to do now is to find a way to get rid of the 200 fortune value on the protagonist. Wang Chao's eyes couldn't help but light up, suddenly remembering that last time he was in Yunzhong City, he had gotten a chance to draw a prize and hadn't used it yet. System, I want a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hilt of the Dusty Edge Sword. Then, a wooden sword hilt appeared in front of Wang Chao out of nowhere. The Dust Bowl sword? The hilt? Wang Chao couldn't help but have a black line on his face. He knew that the Dusty Edge Sword was a divine weapon. The original book introduced that the Dusty Edge Sword was the weapon of Yifan's master, the 9 heavenly immortals. But what do you mean by giving me a sword hilt in the system? Wang Chao held the hilt of the sword in his hand. Not to mention, it was quite comfortable to hold. Standing up, he walked out of the villa and asked the driver to drive to the Jianbei City airport. Yifan decapitated 43 people, including Li Jianhao. and changed into the clothes of a male waiter at the magnificent KTV. Come to the supreme private room. He had long ago found out that Yan Rushue, Jiang Hui, Kung Fu and the others were super fond of Wang Chao. In his eyes, all of these people had been taken into Wang Chao's harem, which could be seen from the attitude of these women towards Wang Chao. He wanted to kill these women to return the favor and also let Wang Chao experience the pain of losing his beloved woman. Yan Rushue and the others were playing and eating in the KTV room, sang all day long and didn't want to leave even as darkness fell. Suddenly, they saw someone push the door in and thought it was a waiter bringing them food. But when they saw the face clearly, everyone was stunned. Yi Fan? Aren't you downstairs in a male disguise picking up customers? What are you doing here? Yan Rushue very much didn't want to see Yi Fan right now. Jiang Hui also told her today that Yi Fan actually had a crush on her in high school and almost didn't vomit in disgust. Don't get me wrong everyone, I'm just passing on a message for young Wang. Young Wang said that he likes one of you, and he wants to know if you like him too. Those who like him can raise their hands. Yi Fan's face was calm and he opened his mouth unhurriedly. He wanted to confirm it before he couldn't fall on his sword. Several of the kind girls, with hardly any consideration, raised their hands at the same time. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with murderous aura when he saw this scene. Taking out a fruit knife from his pocket, he suddenly moved his body and rushed towards Jiang Hui, who was closest to him. Jiang Hui was just an ordinary girl, and even if an ordinary person attacked over like this, they might not be able to dodge it. Not to mention Yi Fan, who was at the early stage of the imperial spirit. His heart was pierced right through, and he didn't even have time to struggle a bit before he collapsed on the ground, out of breath. The rest of the girls were stunned to see this. After a few moments, they began to howl in terror and disarray. Chapter 82. The more miserable the girl in the private room screamed, the more comfortable Yi Fan's mood became. He wanted to take revenge on Wang Chao. Not only did he want to kill Wang Chao, he also wanted to kill Wang Chao's favorite woman, and he didn't even plan to let go of those who had the slightest relationship with Wang Chao. He wanted the entire world to be buried with LVZxia. Yi Fan, you. Yan Rushue's eyes were full of panic at this moment. Shivering and pointing her finger at Yi Fan, she had previously heard that Cheng Shuangdi died in Yi Fan's bed, and Zhao Cheng was also killed by Yi Fan, but after all, they are all rumors. But now, she had seen Yi Fan kill with her own eyes, and looking at the situation, Yi Fan wanted to kill all the people here before he was satisfied. Subconsciously gulping, taking a deep breath and controlling his voice to shake as much as possible. Yi Fan, calm down. After you kill someone, what will happen to Auntie Ding and sister? How are you going to face them? As soon as he spoke of his mother and sister, Yi Fan's footsteps lurched. He was an immortal dignitary with unusually strong powers, but his mother and sister were not. However, he soon lost his worries. After killing Wang Chao, he would show the world how powerful he was, and who would care that he had killed someone before? As in his previous life, he had killed so many people, but weren't the mole crickets on Earth still worshipping him as a god all the same? Besides, he wanted the whole world to be buried with LVZxia, and his sister and mother were naturally safe. The corners of his straightened mouth slowly rose, and an extremely strong pressure pressed down on Yan Rushue. South Heavenly Immortal Honor. Do things. Why do I need to explain to a mole? All you know is that your deaths were caused by Wang Chao. When he said that, his hand raised his sword and Yan Rushue died on the ground as well. In the KTV, the rhythm of revelry never stops. No one at all noticed what was happening in the supreme private room. Yi Fan killed all the girls in the private room and even comfortably ate the meal on the table. He's, so hungry, desperately in need of energy. When he was full, he was going to find Wang Chao and show him the footage of what happened in the KTV. Thinking about Wang Chao's agonized expression made his heart very painful. The private jet slowly landed at the airport near the terminal mountain, and the Wang family members who had long been waiting here bowed slightly to welcome Wang Chao off the plane. Wang Chao got into the car and hoofed it to the terminal mountain. White Cloud View. If there is anything else that must happen in the backstory, I'm afraid it's only Yi Fan going to the terminal mountain and ascending. In his previous life, Terminal Mountain was the place where Yi Fan ascended to heaven. After arriving at their destination, Wang Chao's few people pushed their way in. The Taoist temple remained the same, but unfortunately, the courtyard was empty. Where are the people? Wang Chao scanned around and didn't see a single silhouette. The book introduces, this Baiyunguan is near and far famous Avenue View. Usually many tourists, at the moment, actually did not even see a Taoist priest. The room was also empty as he lifted his foot into the view. Couldn't figure it out for a while. Young master, I've inquired about it. There was originally no one living in this White Cloud Temple. One of the Wang family's subordinates hurriedly walked into the Taoist temple to report back. He just called and had someone question the locals. There was no one there originally? Wang Chao was a bit nonplussed. How could there be no one? In the original book, when Yi Fan came, this was a very prosperous place, and so on. Yi Fan was immune to both his mother's and sister's deaths, and now those old Taoists from the Terminal Mountain had disappeared. Could it be that all the later episodes won't be coming up? When Wang Chao thought of this, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. If Yi Fan didn't care about everything anymore, what would happen to the 200 chi luck value? If he couldn't kill Yi Fan, his ultimate consequence would be to die here. Damn it! If I had known this, I shouldn't have let Lu Zixia die so quickly. Wang Chao quickly recalled the images from the original book, trying to figure out a hint of what's going on. He found, however, that almost all the roads were blocked. At this time the cell phone rang. Wang Chao glanced at it. The call was from Yan Ruxue. He wasn't in the mood to answer Yan Ruxue's call right now, and directly hung up the phone. Soon, a message was sent. Wang Chao, this is Yi Fan. I'm going to your house. You'd better hurry back. If not, the whole of Jiangbei will be buried with you. TSK, what a rampant tone. Although Wang Chao couldn't decapitate Yi Fan right now, it was a dream if Yi Fan wanted to kill him. His current power could definitely crush Yi Fan. There! Wang Chao's eyes flashed. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. Responded to the message. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Villa 1, Lookout Mountain. Yefan. Good. Wang Chao took the hilt of the dusty-edged sword out of his bag. It's up to you whether you make it or not. Then, returned to Jiangbei City by private airplane. A night that passed quickly and quietly. Wang Chao drove everyone in the villa out and personally brewed a pot of tea and leisurely drank it. Yi Fan was dressed in a white robe with long flowing sleeves, with a pair of cloth shoes and his hair tied up. It's him in the other world. The immortal dignity look. Taking a calm and confident step, he pushed the door and walked into Villainous, one of Wangshan. Upon entering the door, he saw Wang Chao leisurely drinking tea. The anger in his heart just wouldn't come. Was he really not afraid of death? However, he was an immortal dignitary, and his proper demeanor should still be maintained. Standing in the doorway, he was just about to speak when he heard Wang Chao unhurriedly say, "Sit down." Yi Fan looked at Wang Chao suspiciously. Why was he so calm? Could it be that he's stalling because he knows he won't survive? He was now at the royal spirit realm, not something that could be compared to a mole. Even if the other party had a high cultivation, he was just as confident in killing them. With a raised chin and a smooth stride, he slowly stepped in. This is the best big red robe on earth. Wang Chao poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't pick it up. He felt that the water must be poisonous and said in a cold voice, "Wang Chao, your time to die has come." Wang Chao lightly glanced at Yi Fan, picked up the teacup, and gently took a sip. It's not bad. The flavor is mellow, and the aroma is overwhelming. It's just a pity that it's ultimately a mortal thing. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wang Chao with growing puzzlement. But it doesn't matter. It's just a mole cricket. What tricks can it use? Without ignoring Wang Chao, he continued. Several of your women, all killed by me, as well as your lapdog, Li Jianhao, also died in my hands. Then, turning his cell phone on, he pulled up the pictures he had taken and threw them to Wang Chao. He didn't just want Wang Chao to die today, but he wanted Wang Chao to die in despair and pain, as if Wang Chao had made him despair. On top of that, he was going to capture Wang Chao's soul and torture it for 10,000 years, so that he would know the consequences of offending an immortal exalt. Wang Chao faintly glanced at the photo and thought, the hand is really hard. I just don't know if you'll spit blood in anger again when you learn the truth. Picking up the teapot, he poured himself another cup of tea. Pulling out a cigarette from the cigarette case, he handed one to Yi Fan. Seeing that Yi Fan still didn't pick it up, he placed the cigarette on the opposite side of the table and lit it up on his own. They are innocent people. Why bother? Ha! Innocent? Have you killed fewer innocent people? Yi Fan saw that Wang Chao remained calm. Countless questions welled up in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. All of these people died because of you, and they are not considered innocent. You killed my wife in my previous life, and I killed your lover and henchman in this life. Wang Chao absently turned around, and at the side of the sofa, took out a document. The moment he turned around, Yi Fan's eyes dropped in shock when he saw a long sword hanging from his waist. Chapter 83, A Positive Encounter. Yi Fan was shocked beyond words when he saw the sword at Wang Chao's waist. How is that possible? What Wang Chao had around his waist was surprisingly the Master Dusty Sword. Could it be that Master has been killed by Wang Chao? No way. Absolutely no way. When Master came to Earth, he had already reached the upper immortal realm, so how could he be decapitated by a mole like Wang Chao? But he would never mistake the sword. Countless waves of shock and horror suddenly rose in his heart, and the blood in his entire body froze into ice. But no ripples could be seen on his face. Gee, there's just so much I want to show you. Wang Chao sighed quietly and handed Yifan the stack of information he had prepared in advance. What is it? Yifan gave a wary glance at Wang Chao, thinking that you are about to die. Is it useful to delay this point in time? When Wang Chao saw that Yifan still didn't pick it up, he laughed and threw the information directly onto the table. A few large conspicuous words abruptly fell into Yifan's eyes. Rebirth of the Immortal Cultivator. Yifan inexplicably glanced at Wang Chao, not knowing what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. Contemplating for a moment, he turned to the first page. It had detailed information about him, and even his heroic deeds in the immortal world. Heart-thumping. How is that possible? How could Wang Chao know this even if he was reborn? Strongly suppressing the shock in his heart, he turned to the second page. It is the detailed information of LV Zixia. Next, is the profile of Yan Rushui. After reading it, I just felt hair on my body and horrible chills from head to toe. Because the information showed that Yan Rushua originally fell in love with him and eventually became his woman. Then he flipped to Kong Hai's profile, also his woman. Kong Fu, also his woman. Wei Ying, also his woman. And these women, he had already killed all of them last night. If it was in the past, he would definitely not believe it and decided that Wang Chao was lying to him. But somehow he had a vague feeling that it was all true. It's as if he really had something going on with all these women. However, as an immortal exalt, would he mess up his mind just because of a few women in the area? With a cold face, he closed the information and decided to take action against Wang Chao right away. The morose cold gaze gazed at Wang Chao and said sentence by sentence. Do you, have any last words? What's the hurry? Wang Chao just smiled faintly and threw the two freshly printed photos at Yifan's feet. He said, who are you more ruthless than a villain like me? Yuya Wanton. Yifan saw that the photos were of the tragic deaths of his mother and sister. A monstrous anger surged up to his heart. In this world, excluding Lu Zixia, the ones he cared about the most were his sister and mother. Wang Chao had actually killed all three of his most important people. Wang Chao looked at Yifan with unblinking eyes and saw that he was still cold-faced and admired him inwardly. As expected of an immortal dignitary, this measure is really not something that an ordinary person can achieve. Took a drag on his cigarette. Leisurely. There's one more thing. Your last life's master, the 9 heavenly immortals, has already come to Earth. Impossible. Master came to Earth 10 years later. Yifan couldn't possibly misremember, so he blurted it out. I forgot to tell you. In fact, I'm not a reborn. I'm a book wearer. I know what you're going to do every step of the way, so they're all cut off by me ahead of time. That's why the time of your master's appearance is 10 years ahead of schedule. Wang Chao exhaled smoke at Yifan and revealed a big smile. Your master has already accepted me as his disciple and even gave me the dusty edge sword, he said, reaching down and touching the hilt of the sword at his waist. Yifan stiffened. His master was his last resort and his only motivation to live. But now the master teacher had given up on him and chose Wang Chao? That was something he could not accept. He didn't want to believe it, but his master's dusty edge sword had already been given to Wang Chao, so he couldn't help but disbelieve it. Inside, a wave of suffocation, bewilderment, and helplessness struck. What originally belonged to him? Why were they all snatched away by Wang Chao? The sky is the limit. Wang Chao carefully surveyed Yifan's expression, not sparing a single change. A moment later, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He noticed that the muscles in Yifan's cheeks twitched uncontrollably for a few moments, and the hand hanging down by his side was tightly clenched into a fist. Looks like it's working. Ding! The protagonist believes it. Main character's chi value minus 200. Main character's chi value 0. Host villain value plus 200. Available villain value 2700. Time's up. You can go to hell, Wang Chao said in a sinister manner, his eyes filled with excitement. The protagonist's chi value had finally dropped to 0, so he could finally make a move to kill Yifan. His fist clenched violently, directly utilizing the Taiji technique and smashing towards Yifan. When Yifan saw Wang Chao's sudden strike, he subconsciously raised his hands in front of his body. At the same time, he injected all his strength into his arms. Boom! This punch smashed up, and Yifan's entire body was smashed out like a cannonball. Boo! The wall of the villa smashed out a big hole. Yifan broke out of the hole and fell heavily in the courtyard, covered in blood. He looked at Wang Chao, who walked out from the house in horror, and his heart and mind shook violently. He couldn't believe that Wang Chao would be so powerful. With this power, he estimated that it had already reached the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Alive! Wang Chao wasn't much surprised. After all, Yifan's current cultivation was at the early stage of the royal spirit realm, which on Earth would be the Earth immortal realm. On top of that, he was also the reincarnation of an immortal exalted, cultivating a supreme technique, and the strength of his body was not something that could be compared to the Earth immortal realm. Damn it! Where would Yifan tie his hands? But he also knew that his current power was definitely not a match for Wang Chao. The difference in strength is just too great. Even if he possessed near-perfect feats, it was still impossible for him to beat his opponent. But now he's at the end of his rope. His mind turned. Even if he died, he had to kill Wang Chao. Eyes glazed over, flashing out sharp. No, he still has a way. Devil's Kung Fu. As long as one performs a magic skill and sells their soul, their cultivation can instantly rise by a small realm. And the stronger the hate value, the more powerful it is. It's just that once you're a demon, there's no more possibility of cultivating immortality. And reincarnation is not with him. But at this point, he couldn't care less. He wants to kill Wang Chao. Kill Wang Chao at all costs. With his eyes slightly closed, he recited the mantra in his heart. A powerful force instantly gathered from all directions. Then his body began to remodel. In just a few seconds, he felt his own power and came to the middle stage of the royal spirit realm. Wang Chao sensed a baleful aura converging towards Yifan and felt a hint of bad luck. Then, Yifan was seen bouncing up from the ground, and his entire aura changed greatly. A black aura lingered all over his body, and his face gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. And that dark aura, it's not even close to an immortal. And so on. Darkness lingers? Isn't this the demonic practitioner from the original book?